The young man clad in cartoon pajamas had been debugging at his computer just 3 hours prior. At this moment, a golden light enveloped his hands as he sent a monstrous creature flying with a single punch, while bewildered villagers looked on in astonishment. A languid voice echoed in his mind. I told you that you possessed the bloodline of a true dragon. From that day forth, this peculiar heir of dragon blood in an alternate realm could wield dragon might to intimidate all, yet could also be felled by a village girl's potion. Capable of shattering magical barriers with a single blow, yet could also find himself staring blankly at his phone, devoid of signal. When the legendary silhouette of a 5-clawed golden dragon materialized behind him, it became clear to all that this comical youth, who often aspired to become a eunuch, was destined to upend the very rules of the world. Chapter 1. Oh God, let me be a eunuch. Qin Tian felt as though he must have exhausted 8 lifetimes of misfortune. Last night, he had been burning the midnight oil at his computer, and upon awakening today, he found himself sprawled upon an unfamiliar grassy meadow. Surrounded by lush woodlands, he could vaguely discern several thatched cottages in the distance. The air was thick with the fragrance of earth and grass, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds. Have I crossed over? Qin Tian rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the scene before him. He slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the grass clippings from his attire, and surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, startling him. A monster! Following the sound, Qin Tian beheld a young girl clad in coarse clothing, pointing at him and screaming. Hey, I'm not a monster. Qin Tian hastily explained, I am a human. A proper human. The girl scrutinized him with suspicion. You're dressed so strangely, and speak in such an odd manner. What else could you be if not a monster? It was then that Qin Tian noticed he was still wearing pajamas, an eccentric t-shirt adorned with cartoon motifs, and a pair of baggy shorts. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he stammered, This is the fashion from my homeland. Fashion? The girl tilted her head, looking utterly perplexed. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. Several burly men, armed with various farming tools, charged toward him with an aggressive demeanor. Xiao Chui, are you unharmed? The leading man bellowed. The girl known as Xiao Chui waved her hands in reassurance. Father, I'm fine. This person doesn't seem to be a monster. He just looks a bit peculiar. Qin Tian was left speechless. The burly men encircled him, their eyes filled with hostility. Qin Tian felt like a lamb surrounded by a pack of ravenous wolves, swallowing hard. Who are you? Why are you near our village? The leader demanded sternly. Just as Qin Tian was about to explain, a wave of dizziness washed over him. His consciousness was drawn into a strange realm, surrounded by an infinite starry sky, where a shimmering little dragon regarded him with disdain. Hey, human, the little dragon spoke. Do you even know who you are? Qin Tian stared blankly. I am Qin Tian. The little dragon rolled its eyes. I meant, do you know what blood runs through your veins? Oh, blood type? Qin Tian ventured tentatively. The little dragon stomped its foot in frustration. Fool, you possess the blood of a true dragon. Though it is but a trace, it is enough for you to become the ruler of this world. Qin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, are you saying I am a dragon? Kind of, the little dragon replied impatiently. In any case, from now on, you are my host. I will teach you how to wield dragon power, but first, you must survive. No sooner had it spoken than Qin Tian was yanked back into reality. He found himself under the watchful gaze of numerous hostile eyes, causing him to shiver. Good sir, Qin Tian managed to muster a disarming smile. I am merely a lost traveler who inadvertently wandered into your village. If I have caused any offense, I sincerely apologize. The leader of the burly men eyed him suspiciously. You claim to be a traveler? Then why do you dress so oddly? A spark of inspiration struck Qin Tian. This is because I hail from a distant land where everyone dresses this way. Oh, and where might that be? Longhua? Qin Tian blurted out, mentally chastising himself for his foolishness. To his surprise, upon hearing Longhua, the men gasped in awe, their faces displaying reverence. So you are from the legendary Longhua. The leader immediately donned a sycophantic smile. My apologies. Our village has recently been besieged by monstrous creatures. Might you lend us your aid? Qin Tian was taken aback, thinking how easily they had been deceived. Yet, accepting his circumstances, he feigned profundity and nodded. These mere beasts are nothing to worry about. Take me to see. Thus, amidst the throng of villagers, Qin Tian arrived at a clearing at the village's edge. In the distance, he could make out several pairs of glowing eyes amidst the trees, accompanied by low growls. Those wretched werewolves, the leader pointed towards the forest. They attack our village each night. and several villagers have already met their demise. Qin Tian's heart raced, silently praying, "Dragon Lord, it is your time to shine." However, the little dragon in his mind lazily yawned, "Don't count on me, kid. You must learn to harness the dragon power yourself. Imagine a searing energy within you, then release it." Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian closed his eyes, striving to sense the energy within him. Suddenly, he felt a warm current surge from his dantian to all parts of his body. He abruptly opened his eyes, astonished to see golden light emanating from his hands. "Wow, this is incredible!" Qin Tian exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, several werewolves lunged from the woods, charging towards the villagers. Instinctively, Qin Tian threw a punch, and with a flash of golden light, one werewolf was sent crashing against a tree. "Am I really this strong?" Qin Tian marveled at his own fist, incredulous. The villagers erupted into cheers, chanting, "Longwo warrior is mighty." With newfound confidence, Qin Tian shouted at the remaining werewolves, "Why don't you scram? Do you believe I won't roast you for a wolf meat skewer?" The werewolves seemed to comprehend his words. Terrified, they tucked their tails and fled back into the forest. Once the battle had concluded, the villagers surrounded Qin Tian, expressing their gratitude in a cacophony of voices. Xiao Chui gazed at him in admiration, her eyes sparkling with stars. "Longwo warrior," the village chief spoke reverently, "may I ask your esteemed name?" Puffing out his chest, Qin Tian was about to declare his true name when he suddenly remembered his new identity as a Longwo person. Thus, he hastily fabricated a name. "I am Long Ao Tian, a young master from Longwa, specializing in vanquishing demons and monsters." "Ah, so you are a dragon master," the village chief exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. "Might you be willing to stay in our village for a few days and impart some skills for subduing demons and monsters?" Qin Tian thought it fortuitous that he had nowhere else to go, and readily agreed. Consequently, he was assigned to the finest room in the village, enjoying the villagers' hospitality. That night, as Qin Tian lay in bed reflecting on the day's extraordinary events, he pulled out his phone, only to find it completely devoid of signal, confirming that he had indeed crossed into an alternate world. "Hey, Dragon Lord," Qin Tian called out to the little dragon in his mind, "can you tell me where this place is?" The little dragon replied languidly, "This is the Xuanhuan continent, a realm filled with magic and marvels, the heir to the true dragon bloodline. You are destined to stir up tremendous waves across this continent." Qin Tian smirked, "Come on, I'm just an ordinary programmer. Where is this heroic spirit you speak of?" The little dragon scoffed, "Humph, do you think you are still the same person you once were? Just wait and see. It won't be long before you realize your uniqueness." Qin Tian wished to inquire further, but he was interrupted by the sound of soft footsteps outside the door. He alertly sat up, only to see the door pushed open, and a slender figure stealthily entered. "Who is it?" Qin Tian asked. It's me, Xiao Chui," the newcomer timidly replied. Only then did Qin Tian recognize her as the village girl he had encountered earlier that day. But now, Xiao Chui had donned a sheer garment that shimmered in the moonlight, leaving Qin Tian momentarily entranced. What are you doing here?" Qin Tian stammered. Xiao Chui lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. "Dragon Master, I am here to repay you." "Repay?" Qin Tian was bewildered. "There's no need for that. We people of Longwa value helping others and do not require repayment." But without heeding his words, Xiao Chui leapt into Qin Tian's embrace. "Dragon Master, please accept me." Qin Tian froze in place, feeling the softness of the girl in his arms, his mind a blank slate. At that moment, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and his consciousness was once again drawn into that starry realm. The little dragon looked at him with disdain. "Hey, human, don't do anything foolish." Qin Tian, puzzled, replied, "What foolishness?" The little dragon rolled its eyes. "You are the heir to the true dragon bloodline. How can you casually get close to an ordinary human? If any lineage is left behind, it could disrupt the balance of the entire world." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Tian quickly asked, "Then, what should I do?" The little dragon smirked. "It's simple. Let me teach you a lesson so you learn restraint." No sooner had the words left its mouth than Qin Tian felt a wave of tingling coursing through his body, as if struck by lightning. When he regained his senses, he found himself back in the real world, while Xiao Chui gazed at him with eager anticipation. Qin Tian swallowed hard, and was about to refuse when he discovered he was utterly immobilized. To his horror, he noticed a sly glint in Xiao Chui's eyes. "Hee, Dragon Master," Xiao Chui said with a smile, "I specially prepared a binding potion for you. Tonight, you will obediently be mine." Qin Tian was at his wit's end, internally screaming, "Dragon Lord, help me." However, The little dragon in his mind gleefully remarked, "Enjoy yourself, human. This is the consequence of disregarding my advice." Thus, throughout the night, Qin Tian experienced the wildest escapade of his life. Xiao Chui seemed to have employed all the secret techniques taught by the village aunties, leaving Qin Tian in a state of blissful torment. By the time dawn broke, Qin Tian lay limp on the bed, utterly exhausted. Yet Xiao Chui, still full of energy, began to dance provocatively. "Dragon Master, do you think I dance well?" she asked, swaying her waist and casting playful glances at Qin Tian. Qin Tian lamented his fate, thinking how he had gotten himself entangled with such a temptress. However, his body betrayed him, responding eagerly. "Remarkable, human," the little dragon said with astonishment. "I didn't expect you to last this long." Qin Tian wished he could vanish into the ground, repeatedly praying, "God, please let me be a eunuch." Upon hearing this thought, the little dragon erupted in laughter. "Ha! You are quite an interesting fellow. But fear not, I can grant you that wish." Qin Tian was taken aback. "What? Are you serious?" The little dragon replied mysteriously, "Of course. However, I can provide you with 2 indestructible kidneys. This way, you can enjoy life to the fullest without worrying about overexerting your body. So what do you say?" Chapter 2. Dragon Clan Secret Technique. How to Elegantly Escape. As the morning light gently illuminated the room, Qin Tian lay in bed, feeling as though he had been run over by a truck. Struggling to open his eyes, he discovered Xiao Chui nestled against his chest, sleeping soundly. "Oh my heavens," Qin Tian internally groaned. "Is this the legendary blissful torment? I just want to die, not to be blissful." The little dragon in his mind yawned lazily. "How was it, human? Did you enjoy yourself last night?" Qin Tian rolled his eyes. "Enjoyment? My back feels like it's about to break. Hey, didn't you promise me those indestructible kidneys? Can you fulfill that promise now?" The little dragon chuckled. "What's the rush? Good things come to those who wait. However, I can teach you a Dragon Clan secret technique that will surely refresh you." "Really?" Qin Tian perked up. "Quick, tell me." The little dragon cleared its throat. "This technique is called Dragon Soars Through the 9 Heavens, a masterful escape tactic used by our clan. All you need to do is..." Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside, followed by the village chief's booming voice. "Dragon Master, it's bad. Another wave of magical beasts is attacking our village." Startled, Qin Tian hastily shook Xiao Chui awake. "Get up, something's wrong." Xiao Chui, still groggy, quickly comprehended the situation upon seeing Qin Tian's frantic demeanor. She hurriedly dressed and assisted Qin Tian in donning his garments. "Dragon Master, you must save our village," Xiao Chui implored, her eyes filled with concern. Qin Tian, feeling awkward, coughed lightly. "Ahem, I will do my best." Upon opening the door, they found the village chief and a group of villagers waiting anxiously outside. As Qin Tian stepped out, the village chief rushed forward. "Dragon Master, we are besieged by a pack of flying wolves. They can fly, and our weapons cannot reach them." Qin Tian's heart sank as he secretly lamented his fate. He called out to the little dragon in his mind. "Hey, Dragon Lord, what should we do now?" The little dragon replied leisurely. "Do you remember what I just said about Dragon Soars Through the 9 Heavens? Now is the perfect time to use it." "But you haven't taught me how to use it yet," Qin Tian exclaimed, exasperated. The little dragon cryptically responded, "It's simple, you just need to." At that moment, a chilling howl echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up to see a dozen enormous wolves with wings circling above, their eyes glowing green and drooling. "Oh no, they are here," the villagers screamed in terror. Qin Tian took a deep breath, feigning calmness. "Everyone, don't panic. I will handle them." With that, he dashed toward the open space in the center of the village. The villagers held their breath, eagerly anticipating their dragon master to showcase his prowess. Standing in the clearing, Qin Tian gazed skyward at the flying wolves, his heart racing. He fervently called out to the little dragon, "Dragon Lord, quickly teach me how to use Dragon Soars Through the 9 Heavens." The little dragon replied at a leisurely pace. "It's simple. You just need to concentrate and envision yourself transforming into a dragon, then." "And then what?" Qin Tian pressed. "Then run like the wind." The little dragon burst into laughter. Qin Tian was taken aback for a moment before realizing he had been tricked. That moment, a flying wolf swooped down, opening its gaping maw to bite him. "Damn!" Qin Tian exclaimed, instinctively sidestepping. A miracle occurred. His body suddenly felt extraordinarily light, and with a swift movement, he evaded the attack of the flying wolf. Not only that, he felt an incredible surge of speed, leaving a series of afterimages on the open ground. The villagers watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "Master Long's agility is truly remarkable." Is this the ultimate skill of Long Country? How marvelous. Qin Tian was equally astonished by his own performance. As he dodged the flying wolf strikes, he mentally inquired of Xiao Long, "What is happening?" Xiao Long replied with pride, "This is the essence of Long Yu Jiu Tian. When speed reaches its zenith, one can leave afterimages in the sky, making it seem as if one is flying." Qin Tian suddenly understood, "I see. However, merely evading will not suffice. I must find a way to defeat these flying wolves." Xiao Long leisurely suggested, "Then try Long Zhao Shou. Imagine your hands transforming into dragon claws, and then grasp with all your might." Following Xiao Long's guidance, Qin Tian concentrated on his hands. Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth course through his fingertips, and his fingers elongated and strengthened, the nails sharpening to an incredible degree. "Come on," Qin Tian shouted, leaping into the air. He extended his dragon claws, fiercely grasping at one of the flying wolf's wings. Oh! The flying wolf let out a tragic howl as its wing was torn, plummeting from the sky. The villagers erupted in cheers. "Master Long is magnificent." With renewed confidence, Qin Tian began to leap and bound through the air, employing Long Zhao Shou to dispatch the flying wolves. Before long, over a dozen flying wolves lay defeated, either severely injured and crashing to the ground or scampering away with their tails between their legs. Once the battle concluded, Qin Tian landed breathlessly on the ground, immediately surrounded by the jubilant villagers. "Master Long is too powerful. Our village is saved." The village chief excitedly grasped Qin Tian's hand, declaring, "Master Long, you are truly our village's guardian deity. Please stay for a few more days and teach us the skills to vanquish evil." Qin Tian scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. "Well, I would like to teach, but the martial arts of Long Country are secrets not to be divulged." At that moment, a gasp arose from the crowd. "Oh no! Xiao Chui has fainted." Startled, Qin Tian hurriedly pushed through the throng. He saw Xiao Chui lying on the ground, her face ashen, with a trickle of blood seeping from her lips. "What happened?" Qin Tian asked anxiously. The village chief sighed, "Alas, Xiao Chui has fallen victim to the curse of the flying wolf." "What curse?" The village chief's expression turned grave. "Legend has it that those bitten by the flying wolf will transform into werewolves on the night of the full moon. Xiao Chui was bitten during the last werewolf attack, and we have been searching for a remedy." A wave of guilt washed over Qin Tian as he gazed at the unconscious Xiao Chui. If it weren't for him, she would not have risked coming to find him, nor would she have been injured in this battle. "Is there any way to lift the curse?" Qin Tian asked urgently. The village chief shook his head. "It is said that only the legendary Jiu Long Chao can break the curse. However, Jiu Long Chao grows on the ancient glaciers of the far north, a place perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, guarded by a terrifying ice dragon." Qin Tian fell silent for a moment before suddenly raising his head with determination in his eyes. "I will seek out the Jiu Long Chao." The villagers gasped, "Master Long, that is far too dangerous." "Yes, the ice dragon is a being that even deities dare not provoke." Qin Tian waved his hand. "No need for further discussion. This is my responsibility. Besides, I am a master of Long Country. What is a mere ice dragon to me?" With that, he turned to leave, but was halted by the village chief. "Master Long, please wait. You must at least prepare yourself. Though our village is poor, we can gather some provisions and warm clothing." Qin Tian nodded. "Very well. Then I shall trouble the village chief to make the arrangements. I will set out early tomorrow morning." Upon returning to his room, Qin Tian immediately confronted Xiao Long in his mind. "Hey, you knew all along that Xiao Chui was cursed, didn't you?" Xiao Long yawned. "And what of it? It's none of my concern." Qin Tian retorted angrily. "How can it not concern you? If it weren't for your meddling, I wouldn't." Xiao Long smirked. "What? Regretting it now? Would you like me to teach you another Dragon Clan secret? It's called Long Yu Qin Tian, specifically for making a hasty escape." Qin Tian fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "Forget it. Since it has come to this, I cannot stand by and watch. Do you think I can truly defeat the ice dragon and find the Jiu Long Chao?" Xiao Long said mysteriously, "Well, that depends on your fortune. However, I can tell you that the dragon blood within you has yet to fully awaken. Once you endure more trials, you may achieve unexpected gains." Qin Tian nodded thoughtfully, then it settled. "Tomorrow morning, I shall embark on my journey to the far north." Thus, Qin Tian commenced his inaugural adventure. He was unaware of what awaited him ahead, but he knew he was no longer the ordinary programmer he once was. His veins coursed with the blood of true dragons, destined to stir up a tempest in this fantastical world. Chapter 3. The midnight ghostly voice, terrifying me to death at dawn. Qin Tian stood at the village entrance, burdened by a hefty, bulging package. His expression resolute, as if prepared to face death. The villagers had gathered to bid him farewell, with Xiao Chui, in particular, holding onto his sleeve with tear-filled eyes. Master Long, you must return safely, she sobbed. Qin Tian coughed awkwardly. Ahem, Xiao Chui, do not worry. I will certainly find the Jiulong Chao. However, you must promise me to take good care of yourself and refrain from engaging in those peculiar activities. Xiao Chui looked bewildered. Peculiar activities? What peculiar activities? Qin Tian hurriedly waved his hand. It's nothing, nothing. Just rest assured and await my return. As he turned to leave, the village chief stopped him. Master Long, this is our village's heirloom, the Bai Shui Zhu. The chief presented Qin Tian with a translucent blue orb, said to protect its bearer from water-related harm. On your journey to the extreme north, you will inevitably encounter rivers and seas. I hope this orb keeps you safe. Qin Tian gratefully accepted the orb. Thank you, chief. I will cherish it. Thus, amid the villagers' reluctant farewells, Qin Tian embarked on his journey to the extreme north. Not far from the village, Qin Tian began to regret his decision. If I had known, I should have taken more warm clothing, he grumbled as he shivered. Why does this accursed weather grow colder with every step? In his mind, the little dragon lazily remarked, well, of course, you are heading north. Qin Tian rolled his eyes. You could at least teach me some dragon techniques for warmth. The little dragon chuckled. Sure, there's the long Shifan Tian, which can unleash dragon flames to incinerate everything within 100 miles. Want to give it a try? Qin Tian quickly shook his head. No, I don't wish to become an arsonist. At that moment, Qin Tian suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. Curiously, he followed the sounds and spotted a large crowd gathered around an open space. What are they doing over there? He muttered to himself. The little dragon urged him. Go take a look. Perhaps something interesting is happening. Qin Tian nodded and quietly approached the throng. In the center of the clearing stood a ring where a brawny man was calling out. Come. Who dares to challenge me? If you can withstand 3 moves, you will have the chance to win this Huolong Pao. He gestured towards a brilliant red robe hanging nearby. The robe shimmered in the sunlight, clearly valuable. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. The Huolong Pao sounds intriguing. The little dragon scoffed. Please, it's a fake. The true Huolong Pao is woven from fire dragon scales, rendering its wearer immune to all toxins and impervious to fire and water. Only a country bumpkin like you would fall for such a trick. Indignant, Qin Tian retorted. Who says I'm a country bumpkin? I am a master of the Dragon Kingdom. The little dragon sneered. Oh really? Then why not show us your skills on stage? Qin Tian's competitive spirit was ignited. Without hesitation, he squeezed to the front of the ring. I'll give it a try. The brawny man sized Qin Tian up with disdain. With that little frame of yours, I could send you flying with just 1 move. Qin Tian snorted. Anyone can boast. Let us see if you can back it up. With that, he leaped onto the stage. The audience erupted in cheers for the audacious young man. The brawny man, seeing this, wasted no time and threw a powerful punch at Qin Tian's face. Reacting instinctively, Qin Tian executed the long Yujiu Tian, swiftly dodging the forceful blow. The brawny man paused, then seethed with rage. You dodged quickly. Let us see how you fare against this. He stomped his feet, causing the entire stage to tremble. Qin Tian felt his footing weaken, nearly stumbling. In that critical moment, he recalled the dragon claw technique and channeled his energy, sharpening his fingers to a lethal point. Come at me, Qin Tian shouted, clawing at the brawny man's chest. The man was taken aback, not expecting such power from the seemingly frail youth. He stumbled backward, but not before Qin Tian's claw tore through his clothing, revealing an iron armor beneath. Qin Tian was taken aback. What is this? The little dragon in his mind cackled. I told you, these con artists are not to be underestimated. That Xian Tai Bao Jia, impervious to blades and bullets. Qin Tian cursed under his breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. Sure enough, the brawny man, seeing his ruse exposed, discarded the pretense and drew a gleaming dagger. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me for being ruthless. He snarled. The audience finally grasped the danger, shouting in panic. This is a scam. Run, young man. Panic gripped Qin Tian, but he feigned calmness. You think you're the only one with treasures? Behold my Bai Shui Zhu. He brandished the blue orb high. The brawny man's face turned pale. What? Bai Shui Zhu? You're from the Water Clan? Qin Tian was taken aback, wondering what was happening. Yet he seized the opportunity, sternly declaring, Indeed, I am the young master of the Water Clan, sent by the clan leader to train. How dare you commoners deceive me? The brawny man knelt immediately. I was blind to your status. Please spare me, young master. Qin Tian inwardly reveled in his cleverness, maintaining a serious facade. Very well. I shall show mercy this time. However, Regarding this Huolong Pao, the man hastily offered the fiery robe with both hands. I humbly present this treasure to you. Young master. Qin Tian accepted the robe, feigning sage-like contemplation. It will do. Now, all of you may leave. I must continue my journey. He donned the Huolong Pao and strode confidently out of the crowd. Once he was far enough away and ensured no one was following him, he could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, I am incredible. I actually managed to intimidate them. The little dragon doused his enthusiasm. Come on. Had it not been for your luck, you would have been minced by that man. However, the dragon continued. This Huolong Pao is rather intriguing. Qin Tian looked down at the robe, surprised to find it emanating a gentle warmth, warding off the surrounding chill. Wow, this robe is quite remarkable, he exclaimed. The little dragon huffed. Consider yourself fortunate. Though this robe is not the genuine Huolong Pao, it is made from some fire-related materials, thus providing warmth. Qin Tian joyfully wrapped himself tighter in the robe. Wonderful. With this, I shall fear no cold. And so, Qin Tian continued his journey northward. With the Huolong Pao bolstering him, he felt significantly lighter on his feet. However, unbeknownst to him, a greater crisis awaited. As night descended, Qin Tian found a cave to rest. Just as he was about to drift off, he suddenly heard an eerie sound outside the cave. Qin Tian jolted awake. What is that sound? The little dragon warned. Be cautious. That sound is unsettling. Summoning his courage, Qin Tian approached the cave entrance to peer outside. There, illuminated by the moonlight, a white figure was slowly drifting toward the cave. Heavens! Qin Tian gasped. Could it be a ghost? Chapter 4. Sister Demon. I don't want to become a human standing at the cave's entrance. Qin Tian gazed at the slowly approaching white figure, feeling a chill run down his spine. Grandpa Long, he stammered. Do you think there are ghosts in this world? The little dragon snorted dismissively. What is there to fear? You possess dragon blood. Mere phantoms hold no power over you. Gathering his courage, Qin Tian squinted and realized that the white figure was not floating, but rather walking on the snowy ground. With the moonlight illuminating her features, he could finally discern her visage. She was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her skin as pale as snow, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, and clad in a flowing white dress that appeared ethereal in the moonlight. Her eyes sparkled like two glimmering sapphires, captivating anyone who beheld her. Wow! Qin Tian was utterly captivated and couldn't help but exclaim, how extraordinarily beautiful. However, Xiaolong shouted in his mind, be careful. That is the ice snow siren. Qin Tian was taken aback. What is this ice snow siren? Xiaolong urgently explained. She is one of the most dangerous creatures from the far north. They use their beauty to ensnare men, draining their vitality and life force. Qin Tian swallowed hard. What should I do? Quick, hide, Xiaolong urged. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ice snow siren had already spotted Qin Tian. She revealed a seductive smile and, with a voice as melodious as silver bells, said, My lord, I seem to have lost my way. May I trouble you for a place to stay tonight? Qin Tian felt as if his very soul was being lured away. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, Xiaolong's fierce shout startled him awake. Snap out of it. Don't fall for her charm. It was then that Qin Tian regained his senses and hurriedly shook his head. No. This place is not suitable. The ice snow siren blinked her enchanting eyes. Why are you so nervous, my lord? I am but a frail girl. Can you really bear to let me wander the streets in this cold night? As she spoke, she feigned a delicate sneeze, looking pitiful. Qin Tian's heart softened. This seems rather unkind. Xiaolong was exasperated. You spineless fool. With such little resolve. Do you want me to turn you into a eunuch? Qin Tian shivered and quickly shook his head. No, that is not what I meant. Seeing this, the ice snow siren sighed softly. It seems my lord is unwilling to offer me shelter. Very well, I shall take my leave, though I wonder if I can survive this frigid night. With that, she turned to leave, her steps unsteady, as if she might collapse at any moment. Qin Tian steeled himself and called out, Wait. Xiaolong exclaimed, Are you mad? But Qin Tian paid no heed and hurried to the ice snow siren's side. My dear lady, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't wish to shelter you. It's just that this cave is too small for two. The ice snow siren turned back, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. No matter, I don't mind being a little cramped. Qin Tian awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, how about this? I will lend you my fire dragon robe. You can rest at the cave entrance while I sleep inside. That way, we'll both be safe. The ice snow siren paused, clearly taken aback by his response. She scrutinized Qin Tian for a moment before breaking into a smile. You are quite the clever one. In that case, I shall graciously accept your offer. Thus, Qin Tian removed his fire dragon robe and handed it to the ice snow siren, retreating deep into the cave. shivering as he wrapped himself in the remaining clothing. Xiao Long remarked dryly, "You're quite something, giving your only warm garment to a monster." Qin Tian trembled. "It's not like I had a choice. It was for my survival. Besides, what if she truly is just lost?" Xiao Long scoffed, "You really are naive. But fine. Let this be a test. I'm curious to see how you'll endure this night." Qin Tian huddled in the corner, straining to hear any sounds from the cave entrance. It seemed the ice snow siren had indeed settled down, as only the faint sound of her breathing could be heard. Just as Qin Tian was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. He opened his eyes in alarm to see the ice snow siren slowly crawling towards him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Qin Tian shouted in terror. The ice snow siren gazed at him with sultry eyes. "My lord, I am so cold. Why don't we warm each other?" Qin Tian retreated in panic. "And no, that is unnecessary. You're wearing the fire dragon robe. How could you be cold?" The ice snow siren replied softly, "But my heart is so icy. Only you can warm it." As she spoke, her hand brushed against Qin Tian's ankle. A chill surged through him, threatening to freeze him solid. "No," Qin Tian shouted, springing to his feet. "I need to step outside." Ignoring the ice snow siren's pleas, he stumbled out of the cave. The icy wind howled, and snowflakes danced around him. "Dragon Grandpa," he shivered. "What do I do now?" Xiao Long was silent for a moment before saying, "Do you remember Long Shifan Tian?" Qin Tian was taken aback. "Of course, but didn't you say that technique would turn everything within 100 miles to ashes?" Xiao Long replied mysteriously, "Indeed. But if you can control its power, perhaps it can be used against that ice snow siren." Qin Tian's eyes lit up. "Really? Hurry and teach me." Xiao Long patiently instructed, "Take a deep breath and feel the dragon's power within you. Imagine that power transforming into searing flames, then expelling it from your mouth." Following Xiao Long's guidance, Qin Tian closed his eyes and focused. Suddenly, he felt a surge of warmth rising from his dantian to his throat. He opened his eyes and shouted towards the cave, "Ice snow siren, taste my Long Shifan Tian." As his words fell, a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, racing towards the cave. With a resounding boom, the entire cave was engulfed in fierce flames. Once the fire subsided, Qin Tian cautiously approached the entrance. He saw a puddle of water lying there. The remnants of the ice snow siren melted away, while his fire dragon robe lay intact beside it, radiating a gentle warmth. "I did it!" Qin Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Long praised him. "Well done, young one. It seems your dragon blood has awakened faster than I anticipated." Qin Tian sprang up in excitement. "This is amazing. Am I powerful now?" Xiao Long doused his enthusiasm. "Don't get cocky. This is just the beginning. The real test lies ahead." Qin Tian pouted as he picked up the fire dragon robe and put it on. "All right. At least I don't have to worry about freezing to death now." Just then, a peculiar light suddenly illuminated the distant sky. A vibrant ribbon of color danced across the night, breathtakingly beautiful. "The aurora," Qin Tian murmured, "so stunning." Xiao Long, however, spoke gravely. "This is no ordinary aurora. It seems we have entered the core region of the far north. Are you prepared to face the true challenge?" Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian's gaze turned resolute. "Bring it on, ice dragons or whatever. Today, I, Qin Tian, shall create a stir." With that, he strode confidently towards the direction of the aurora. Unbeknownst to him, a foe even more fearsome than the ice snow siren awaited him ahead. Chapter 5. So fierce, so large, so mighty. Qin Tian trudged through the thick snow towards the aurora, battling against the biting wind and swirling snowflakes. Even clad in the fire dragon robe, he felt the bone-chilling cold. "Dragon Grandpa," Qin Tian grumbled as he walked, "are you sure this is the right direction? I feel like it's getting colder the further I go." Xiao Long replied languidly, "Of course. This is the far north. Naturally, it gets colder as you venture deeper. But you're lucky. Although the fire dragon robe is a fake, it's enough to keep you alive." Qin Tian rolled his eyes. "Please. If it weren't for you urging me to come to this cursed place, I'd probably be snug in my warm bed right now." Xiao Long snorted. "What good would lying in bed do you? Don't you want to become a true powerhouse?" Qin Tian sighed. "I do want to, but..." Just then, an eerie sound interrupted his thoughts. It was a low, rumbling roar, echoing like a call from ancient times, sending shivers down Qin Tian's spine. What is that sound?" he asked, alert and scanning his surroundings. Xiao Long's tone grew serious. "Be careful. That sound is unusual." Qin Tian held his breath, straining to listen. Suddenly, he spotted a massive shadow emerging in the distance on the snowy ground. The shadow drew nearer, gradually revealing its true form, a colossal white beast, larger than an elephant. Its body cloaked in thick white fur, with two sharp tusks protruding from its head and eyes glowing a haunting blue in the dark. Oh my heavens! Qin Tian gasped in shock. What kind of monster is this? Xiaolong exclaimed, the frost mammoth. One of the dominators of the far north. I can't believe we've encountered it here. Qin Tian's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing him to collapse. What do we do now? Xiaolong urged, run. You're not a match for it yet. Without a second thought, Qin Tian turned to flee. But just then, the frost mammoth had already spotted him, letting out a thunderous roar before charging towards Qin Tian. The situation had grown dire as Qin Tian ran, calling out for help from Long Yi. Xiaolong, exasperated, remarked that he was merely a consciousness and could do little to assist. Quickly, think of the Dragon Clan's secret techniques, he urged. An idea struck Qin Tian. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, of course, Long Tian. He abruptly turned, taking a deep breath, ready to unleash the technique. But just then, a clear voice pierced the air, commanding him to halt. Taken aback, Qin Tian instinctively ceased his motion. A petite girl descended from the sky, landing gracefully between him and the fearsome Bing Shuangmengma. Clad in a white fur coat and adorned with a snowflake hairpiece, she held a crystal-clear scepter. Casting a sharp glance at Qin Tian, she then spoke to the Bing Shuangmengma in an unfamiliar tongue. To Qin Tian's astonishment, the ferocious beast obediently paused. Emitting a sound akin to a whimper, the girl gently patted the beast's nose before turning to Qin Tian. Who are you, and what brings you here? She scrutinized him with wary eyes. Qin Tian swallowed hard, stammering, I'm Qin Tian, here in search of Jiu Long Chao. She raised an eyebrow, asking if he knew what it was. He scratched his head, replying, I heard it can lift the werewolf curse. With a scoff, she retorted, ignorance. Jiu Long Chao is not something mere mortals can touch. You should leave quickly. Beyond here lies the territory of the ice dragon. At the mention of the ice dragon, Qin Tian perked up, exclaiming, great. That's exactly what I am looking for. The girl stared at him in disbelief. Are you insane? Seeking the ice dragon is tantamount to courting death. Qin Tian puffed out his chest proudly. You may not know, but I. Before he could finish, Xiaolong interrupted. Silence. Do not reveal your identity. Realizing his blunder, Qin Tian sheepishly closed his mouth. The girl eyed him suspiciously. What are you? Qin Tian hesitated, stuttering. I am an intrepid adventurer. She burst into laughter. You? An intrepid adventurer? Very well. If you insist on seeking death, I shall not stop you. After a pause, she produced a small vial from her robe. This is the ice spirit pill. It will help you endure in the frigid lands a bit longer. Consider it my pity for you. Gratefully, Qin Tian accepted the vial, feeling warmth in his heart. Thank you. By the way, what is your name? As she turned to leave, she replied without looking back, Shuai. With that, she leapt onto the back of the Bing Shuangmengma and vanished into the vast snowy expanse. Qin Tian gazed thoughtfully in the direction she disappeared. Xiaolong's voice echoed in his mind. Interesting. Who would have thought we would encounter such a character in this place? Curiously, Qin Tian asked, Long Yi, what do you think she is? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaolong responded, hard to say. But to command a Bing Shuangmengma and possess the ice spirit pill, she is certainly not an ordinary person. Be cautious. This extreme north may be more complex than we imagine. Nodding, Qin Tian tightened his grip on the ice spirit pill. I understand. But Long Yi, do you think we will see Shuai again? Xiaolong chuckled. What? Have you already lost your wits after one meeting? Do not forget. You have a Xiao Shui waiting for your rescue. Qin Tian's face flushed. I didn't mean that. I just find her mysterious and wish to learn more about this world. Xiaolong cryptically advised. Is that so? Then you had better pray not to encounter her again, for the next time. It may not be to save you, but to end your life. A shiver ran down Qin Tian's spine, and he fell silent, continuing forward. The auroras danced in the sky, illuminating his path ahead. Unbeknownst to him, a grand adventure was unfolding, one that would lead him through encounters with extraordinary beasts, mysterious figures, and numerous trials, gradually awakening the dragon power within him. What he did not realize was that his appearance had already drawn the attention of formidable forces. A monumental adventure was quietly beginning to unfurl. Chapter 6. This old scoundrel is truly cunning. Treading upon the thick blanket of snow, Qin Tian pressed onward. The ice spirit pill given to him by Shuai indeed proved effective. He felt a cool flow within him, warding off the biting cold of the surroundings. Long Yi, he inquired as he walked, in addition to magical beasts, are there also magicians in this world? Xiaolong replied languidly, indeed. The power system of this world is primarily divided into two categories, magic and combat energy. Magicians draw upon the magical energies of the world to cast various spells, while warriors enhance their strength through the cultivation of their internal combat energy. Nodding thoughtfully, Qin Tian asked, Then what do I belong to? Xiaolong proudly declared, you, my boy, embody the best of both worlds. The dragon bloodline not only grants you the ability to wield powerful magic, but also allows your combat energy to surpass that of ordinary individuals. However, you have yet to scratch the surface. As they spoke, a commotion erupted ahead. Qin Tian halted, alert, as he observed several figures in blue robes battling a pack of Bing Shuangju Lang. Look, magicians! He exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. The blue-robed figures waved their staffs, launching ice shards and snowballs, pushing back the giant wolves. Yet, the sheer number of the wolves began to overwhelm them. Should we help? Qin Tian eagerly suggested. Xiaolong scoffed. With your current abilities, you'd only be a burden. However, it is an excellent opportunity to learn. A light bulb went off in Qin Tian's mind. Of course, I can learn from them. He stealthily approached the battlefield, observing the magician's every move. He noted that before casting spells, they would recite incantations, and a unique energy seemed to flow within them. So that's how it is, Qin Tian murmured to himself. Casting magic requires incantations and magical energy. Just then, an enormous Bing Shuangju Lang spotted him and lunged forward, baring its teeth. Whoa! Qin Tian shouted, instinctively raising his hands. Miraculously, flames erupted from his palms, incinerating the wolf into ashes. The battlefield fell silent. All eyes turned to Qin Tian in astonishment. What just happened? Qin Tian was equally bewildered. Xiaolong exclaimed, well done, lad. You inadvertently directed the magical energy within you to cast fire magic. Before Qin Tian could celebrate, a commanding voice rang out. Who are you? What are you doing here? Only then did Qin Tian notice the speaker was an elderly man with white hair, evidently the leader of the magicians. I am Qin Tian. A traveler, he stammered. I accidentally wandered here. I apologize for any offense. The elder scrutinized him, intrigued. Interesting. You wear a fire attribute robe, yet can move freely in this frigid realm. Moreover, the fire magic you just unleashed was quite impressive. Qin Tian's heart raced. He hadn't expected his fire dragon robe to be recognized so quickly. The elder continued, young man, you possess considerable talent. Would you be interested in joining our Ice Frost Magician Guild? Qin Tian was taken aback. But I just used fire magic. The elder chuckled. The intricacies of magic are beyond your current understanding. Ice and fire are inherently interlinked. Should you master both attributes, your potential will be boundless. Tempted. Qin Tian was about to agree when Xiaolong interrupted, don't accept. This old man has ulterior motives. Hesitating, Qin Tian politely replied, thank you for your kind offer. But I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot stay long. The elder's expression darkened. Oh, what a pity. However, a sly smile crept across his face. Since you refuse to join willingly, do not blame me for using force. As the old man's words fell, he swiftly swung his staff, summoning an icy spell that hurtled towards Qin Tian. Be careful, shouted Xiaolong instinctively. Qin Tian raised his hands, and the power of the dragon surged within him. A blazing wall of fire materialized out of thin air, melting the icy magic. Interesting, the old man remarked, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. It seems you possess more secrets than I anticipated. Come, let me see your true capabilities. With that, the old man waved his staff again, and this time, not only he but also several other mages joined the fray. A deluge of ice spells rained down upon Qin Tian. This is bad, Qin Tian exclaimed in a panic. Dodging frantically, Grandpa Long, help. Stay calm, Xiaolong urged. Remember, the essence of magic is the manipulation of energy. The power of the dragon within you far exceeds ordinary magic. As long as you can control it, these mages are no match for you. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian concentrated on feeling the flow of energy within him. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him, and with a flourish of his hands, a circle of flame barriers materialized around him. This is a high-level defensive spell, the Flame Shield. A young mage gasped in astonishment. The old man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Not bad. But do you think this will protect you? With those words, he began to chant a lengthy incantation. The sky darkened, and countless ice spikes formed from thin air, descending upon Qin Tian like a net. This is the signature move of the Frost Mage, the Ice Storm Barrage. Another mage exclaimed, this kid is doomed. Yet, confronted with the onslaught of ice spikes, Qin Tian suddenly regained his composure. He closed his eyes and felt the surging dragon power within him. Dragon breath, burn the heavens. Qin Tian bellowed. A searing torrent of flame erupted from his mouth, instantly melting all the ice spikes. Not only that, the wave of heat surged directly towards the old man. This is not good. The old man's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily conjured a defensive spell. However, it was too late. The force of the dragon breath exceeded his expectations. The defensive magic was shattered in an instant, and the old man was thrown to the ground, utterly disheveled. As the battle concluded, silence enveloped the scene. The other mages could hardly believe their eyes. Their revered elder defeated so easily by a young man. Qin Tian himself was equally astonished. Did I win? Xiao Long beamed with pride. Of course. But, young man, your strength is still far from sufficient. This victory was merely due to your opponent's underestimation and the sudden eruption of your dragon breath. The road ahead is still long. At that moment, the old man struggled to his feet, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Good, 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 he exclaimed 3 times, overwhelmed with joy. It has been many years since I have seen such remarkable talent in a young person. Young man, your name is Qin Tian, correct? From this day forth, you shall be an honorary member of the Frost Mage Guild. Qin Tian was taken aback. Huh, what is going on? The old man laughed heartily. Young mage, the purpose of our exchanges is to foster mutual growth. Your potential is boundless, and our guild always welcomes you. By the way, I am Bing Feng, an elder of the Frost Mage Guild. It suddenly dawned upon Qin Tian that this had been an extraordinary trial. He quickly bowed to Bing Feng. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. However, I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot stay long. Bing Feng nodded. I understand. Here, take this. Consider it a welcoming gift from our guild. He handed Qin Tian a badge shimmering with blue light. This is the Frost Badge, Bing Feng explained. Wearing it will not only enhance your ice magic, but also protect you in times of danger. Cherish it. Qin Tian gratefully accepted the badge. Thank you, senior. Thus, Qin Tian forged a connection with the Frost Mage Guild and received a magical Frost Badge. His adventure was just beginning, and more challenges awaited him. Meanwhile, in a distant place, a pair of mysterious eyes watched intently. Interesting, a deep voice echoed. It seems the one foretold in prophecy has finally appeared. Chapter 7. Dual Cultivation of Magic and Martial Arts. Overcoming all opposition after leaving the Frost Mage Guild's headquarters, Qin Tian continued his journey northward. The Frost Badge gifted by Elder Bing Feng glimmered with a faint blue light on his chest, allowing him to traverse the frigid lands with greater ease. Grandpa Long, Qin Tian inquired as he walked, you mentioned that aside from magic, there is also fighting spirit. What exactly is fighting spirit? Xiao Long replied thoughtfully. Fighting spirit is a power cultivated by martial artists through special breathing techniques and meditation, condensing the energy within their bodies. Unlike magic, fighting spirit relies more on personal physical fitness and willpower. Qin Tian nodded in contemplation. So, can I also train in fighting spirit? Xiao Long chuckled. I was waiting for you to ask. You, my boy, possess the bloodline of a true dragon, making you naturally suited for the dual cultivation of magic and fighting spirit. However, awakening the fighting spirit requires a catalyst. Just then, a commotion broke out ahead. Qin Tian slowed his pace, cautiously approaching the source of the noise. He saw a brawny man engaged in combat with 3 snow wolves in an open area. The man fought barehanded, each punch radiating a faint white glow, sending snowflakes swirling. Impressive, Qin Tian marveled. Xiao Long explained, that is fighting spirit. Do you see that white glow? It is the condensed fighting spirit, greatly enhancing both attack and defense. At that moment, one of the snow wolves spotted Qin Tian and lunged at him, baring its teeth. Watch out, the brawny man shouted, trying to assist. But he was held back by the other 2 snow wolves. Qin Tian's heart raced, and he instinctively attempted to cast a spell. However, after a long journey, his magical energy was nearly depleted. What should I do? Qin Tian panicked, seeking Xiao Long's help. Stay calm. Remember, the blood of the true dragon flows within you. Feel it, guide it, and let it become your strength. In a moment of crisis, Qin Tian closed his eyes, striving to sense the energy coursing through him. Suddenly, he felt a surge of intense heat swirling at his dantian, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Now, Xiao Long shouted, counterattack. Qin Tian abruptly opened his eyes and instinctively threw a punch. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the snow wolf was sent flying, crashing against an icy wall. Unable to rise again, Qin Tian stared at his fist in disbelief, seeing a layer of golden light coursing across his skin. Congratulations, young man, Xiao Long exclaimed with satisfaction. Your fighting spirit has awakened. Moreover, due to your dragon blood, the quality of your fighting spirit surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, the brawny man had dispatched the remaining 2 snow wolves and gazed at Qin Tian in astonishment. Brother, are you also a martial artist? Qin Tian scratched his head, unsure. I'm not too clear myself. The man burst into laughter. How intriguing. My name is Tai Shan, the instructor of the Northern Martial Arts Academy. Young brother, I see you possess remarkable talent. Would you like to join me at the academy to learn the techniques of fighting spirit? Just as Qin Tian was about to agree, Xiao Long interrupted, wait. First, ask him if he knows the whereabouts of the Jiulong Chao. Suddenly enlightened, Qin Tian hurriedly asked, Brother Taishan, do you know where the Jiulong Chao is located? Taishan furrowed his brow. Jiulong Chao? That is a legendary herb, said to grow in the deepest part of the extreme northern ice fields, possessing the power of resurrection. Young brother, why do you ask about this? Qin Tian briefly explained his intentions. After listening, Taishan pondered for a moment and said, how about this? You come with me to the Northern Martial Arts Academy. While I may not know the exact location of the Jiulong Chao, the academy houses many ancient texts, and we might find some clues. Qin Tian was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Taishan. Thus, Qin Tian followed Taishan to the Northern Martial Arts Academy. It was an ancient complex nestled among mountains, surrounded by pristine white snow, resembling a fairyland. Upon entering the academy, Taishan introduced Qin Tian to the headmaster, an elder with white hair and beard. Oh, you have awakened golden fighting spirit? The old master scrutinized Qin Tian from head to toe, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. How intriguing indeed. Young man, would you be willing to cultivate your skills at our martial arts school for a while? After pondering for a moment, Qin Tian concluded that learning Duki might aid him in his quest for the Jiulong Chao, and thus he nodded in agreement. Thus began Qin Tian's journey of cultivation at the Beijing Wuguan. During the day, he studied the fundamentals of Duki under the guidance of Taishan. By night, he delved into the mysteries of magic with the assistance of Xiao Long. However, the path of dual cultivation proved to be fraught with challenges. Magic and Duki are two entirely distinct systems of power, and Qin Tian often found himself in turmoil while channeling energy, leading to chaotic results. Focus your mind, Xiao Long tirelessly instructed, emphasizing that magic revolves around the manipulation of external energy, while Duki underscores the condensation of internal strength. You must learn to strike a balance between the two. After several weeks of diligent training, Qin Tian finally grasped the preliminary integration of magic and Duki. He discovered that when the two forces merged, they unleashed astonishing power. On a certain day, the martial arts school hosted an internal competition. Qin Tian showcased his unique techniques that fused magic and Duki, effortlessly defeating several senior disciples, which caused quite a stir. Excellent, 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 the old master exclaimed thrice. Qin Tian, your progress has exceeded my expectations. As a reward, I grant you access to the school's library, where you may find clues regarding the Jiulong Chao. Overjoyed, Qin Tian promptly expressed his gratitude to the old master. However, on the very night he was to enter the library, a mysterious figure stealthily infiltrated his chamber. Qin Tian. The figure's deep voice resonated in the darkness. Do you wish to uncover the true origins of the dragon blood within you? Startled awake, Qin Tian warily inquired. Who are you? The mysterious individual replied slowly. I am here to assist you. Remember, when you see a book titled Longzhu Mixin in the library, make sure to read it carefully. Within lies the secret of your destiny. With that, the figure vanished like smoke. Qin Tian sat upon his bed, unable to calm his racing thoughts. He sensed that his fate was veering towards an unknown direction. The Jiulong Chao, the mystery of his dragon blood, the path of dual cultivation in magic and Duki, all became enshrouded in a veil of uncertainty. And this was merely the inception of his legendary adventure. Chapter 8. By the heavens, the book has come to life. The morning sun streamed through the window, bathing Qin Tian's face in warmth. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he suddenly recalled the mysterious visitor from the previous night. Long Yi, Qin Tian yawned and asked, do you think that mysterious person was merely a figment of my imagination? Xiao Long replied lazily, who knows? Perhaps you were daydreaming about Xiao Chui or Shui Er. Qin Tian's face flushed. Hey, why is your mind so lewd, you old dragon? Heh, Xiao Long smirked. I'm an ancient creature who has lived for over 1,000 years. What great storms haven't I witnessed? But you, could it be that you are still a greenhorn? Qin Tian was incensed, stomping his feet. You shut your mouth. Today, I am going to the library to find clues about the Jiulong Chao, and I won't waste my breath on you. With that, he hastily donned his clothes and sped towards the library. The library was an ancient 3-story pavilion, housing countless volumes of precious texts. Qin Tian pushed open the creaking door, and a rich fragrance of books wafted towards him. Wow, there are so many books, Qin Tian exclaimed. Long Yi, where should we start? Xiao Long replied leisurely. Don't rush. First, see if there is a book titled Longzhu Mixin. Qin Tian nodded and began to weave through the shelves. However, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find even a trace of Longzhu Mixin. How strange, Qin Tian scratched his head. Could it be that the mysterious person deceived me? Just then, he inadvertently bumped into a shelf, and suddenly, With a crack, the shelf began to rotate. Good heavens! Qin Tian exclaimed as he was pulled into a hidden passage. Ah! 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 Sliding through the darkness for a while, he finally landed with a thud on the ground. Ouch! My poor back! Qin Tian grimaced, getting up and surveying his surroundings. It was a secret chamber, illuminated by eerie blue torches, with a stone pedestal in the center upon which lay an ancient tome. Longzhu Mixin, Qin Tian cried out in delight. Just as he was about to seize the book, a languid voice interrupted. Hey kid, are you here to find a book or to scout the area? Startled, Qin Tian looked around. Who's speaking? It's me, you fool, the voice replied again. It was then that Qin Tian noticed that the speaker was the very book on the pedestal. My heavens! Qin Tian gasped, his jaw nearly dropping. A talking book? Have I lost my mind? The book snapped shut with a sound, then reopened, as if rolling its eyes. You haven't lost your mind. But I suspect it was never very functional to begin with. Qin Tian was both amused and exasperated. Fine, fine. May I ask how I should address you? The book huffed. Just call me Lord Mixin. So what brings you here? Qin Tian replied earnestly. I am seeking clues about the Jalankeo. After a moment of silence, Lord Mixin said, if you wish to uncover the secrets of the Jalankeo, you must first answer me 3 questions. Qin Tian nodded eagerly. All right, please ask away. Lord Mixin cleared his throat. The first question, if a fire dragon and an ice dragon were to battle, who would win? Qin Tian pondered carefully and replied, that depends on the circumstances. If it were in a volcano, the fire dragon would have the advantage. If on an icy plain, the ice dragon would prevail. Huh. Lord Mixin chuckled. Not bad, not bad. You understand the importance of dialectical thinking. The second question, if you transformed into a dragon, what would be the first thing you want to do? Qin Tian blurted out, of course, I would want to soar freely in the sky. Lord Mixin scoffed. How cliché. If it were me, the first thing I would do is find a mountain of gold to sleep on. The final question, Lord Mixin asked solemnly. If one day you discover that you are actually a dragon in human form, what would you do? Qin Tian was taken aback. He had never considered this question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, if that were the case, I suppose I would first accept this reality. Then I would strive to learn how to find balance between the human world and the dragon realm. After all, whether human or dragon, the most important thing is to maintain a kind heart and use one's strength to help others. The chamber fell silent for a while. Qin Tian began to worry that he had said something wrong and was about to explain when he suddenly heard Lord Mixin sigh. Good lad, your answers are quite unexpected. It seems you are the one foretold in the prophecy. Qin Tian was utterly perplexed. What prophecy? Lord Mixin did not answer directly, but stated, you can find the secret of the Jalankeo on page 99. As for the origins of the dragon blood within you, the time will come when you will know. Now, you may take me with you. Overjoyed, Qin Tian carefully cradled Longzhu Mixin. Just then, the chamber began to tremble violently. Not good, Lord Mixin shouted. Someone has discovered this place. Run. Qin Tian, not pausing to think, clutched the book and dashed towards the passage he had come through. However, the passage had been sealed shut. It's over. Qin Tian stomped his feet in despair. I'm trapped like a fish in a barrel. In that critical moment, Lord Mixin suddenly advised, kid, believe in your own strength. Use your dragon breath. Qin Tian was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. He took a deep breath, and the power of the dragon surged within him. Dragon breath. A blazing stream of dragon breath erupted from Qin Tian's mouth, blasting open the walls of the chamber. Clutching the book, he swiftly escaped amidst the swirling smoke. When he finally returned to his room, panting heavily, he realized the commotion he had caused. Oh no! Qin Tian lamented, tears welling in his eyes. I'm definitely going to be expelled from the martial arts school now. Lord Mixin said soothingly, don't worry, kid. Trust me, your adventure has only just begun. Now, hurry and pack your things. Prepare for departure. Thus, Qin Tian, with Longzhu Mixin in hand and a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, quietly left Beijing Wuguan, embarking on his quest for the Jalankeo. Unbeknownst to him, a grander adventure, a mission concerning the fate of the Dragon Clan, awaited his completion. Chapter 9. The Generosity of the Elder, to the Point of Embarrassment. Qin Tian, burdened only by a modest satchel and cradling the talking tome Longzhu Mixin, stealthily slipped out of the Northern Martial Arts School like a child caught in wrongdoing. Long to ye, Qin Tian murmured as he walked. Do you think it's too ungracious for me to run away like this? The young dragon lazily replied. What is ungracious about it? You're not stealing. You merely borrowed a book that can talk. The tome immediately protested. Hey, who said borrow? I willingly chose to accompany this fellow. Qin Tian, caught in a blend of amusement and exasperation, interjected. All right, let us not bicker. Where should we head now? Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. Qin Tian squinted and saw a group of disciples from the martial arts school rushing towards him, led by Tai Shan. Oh no! Qin Tian exclaimed. They've discovered I've fled. The young dragon gleefully chimed in. Haha, it seems your book theft plan has been exposed. Without a moment to argue, Qin Tian took off running. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a voice called out to him. Qin Tian, wait. Turning around, he was astonished to see the old master of the school. The old master was mounted on a majestic white wolf and had swiftly approached him. This is it. Qin Tian thought, I'm truly going to be caught now. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the old master wore a benevolent smile. Child, you need not run away. He said kindly, we have long been aware of your uniqueness. The fact that Longzhu Mixin chose you signifies that you bear an important mission. Qin Tian was bewildered. Oh, you know this? The old master nodded. Indeed. Our Northern Martial Arts School has been waiting for someone who can merge magic and combat energy. Now that you have appeared, the prophecy has finally come to fruition. Qin Tian was even more confused. What prophecy? The old master smiled mysteriously. Ah, you shall learn of it in due time. For now, we have prepared a parting gift for you. Saying this, he took out an exquisite small box from his robes and handed it to Qin Tian. Curiously, Qin Tian opened the box to reveal a badge shimmering with golden light. What is this? He gasped. The treasured emblem of the Northern Martial Arts School. The Golden Dragon Badge, the old master explained. It will enhance your combat energy and protect you in times of danger. Qin Tian felt tears welling up in his eyes. Master, I don't know what to say. The old master waved his hand dismissively. No need for words. Remember, no matter where you go, the Northern Martial Arts School will always be your home. Now, go fulfill your mission. Thus, with the farewell of the martial arts school's members, Qin Tian officially embarked on his journey to find the Jiulong grass. However, what Qin Tian did not realize was that his departure had drawn the attention of certain individuals. In a mysterious underground chamber, a masked figure reported to a shadowy presence. My lord, the boy who merges magic and combat energy has left the Northern Martial Arts School. The shadowy figure coldly replied, Excellent. Proceed as planned. Remember, you must lead him to the Lunggu territory. The masked figure respectfully withdrew. Meanwhile, Qin Tian trudged across the vast snowy expanse, fretting over the journey ahead. Long Yi, Qin Tian complained, You're a dragon. Can't you conjure up some form of transportation? The young dragon retorted, If I could transform, would I need to be stuck in your clumsy form? Suddenly, the tome interjected, Enough bickering. Look ahead. Qin Tian focused his gaze and noticed a small hill not far away, where something gleamed. Let us go check it out, he exclaimed excitedly. After a breathless climb, he discovered that the gleaming object was none other than a sled. Wow, this is fantastic, Qin Tian exclaimed joyously. With this, we can move swiftly. However, his excitement was quickly dampened by the realization that the sled, though beautiful, lacked any animals to pull it. Sigh, Qin Tian lamented. What should we do now? Just then, the tome spoke up. Don't lose heart, kid. Have you forgotten what you can do? Qin Tian paused, suddenly enlightened. Right. I can use magic. Under the guidance of Long Yi and the tome, Qin Tian began attempting to conjure magic to propel the sled. Wind magic, gale technique. Qin Tian shouted. A powerful gust of wind erupted from his palms, sending the sled soaring into the air. Oh, Qin Tian yelped, gripping the sled tightly as it traced a graceful arc before crashing into the snow. Ouch, my back. Qin Tian grimaced as he crawled out of the snowdrift. The young dragon rolled his eyes. Are you trying to fly? Use your brain, will you? After several failed attempts, Qin Tian finally mastered the art of controlling the sled with wind magic. This is amazing, Qin Tian cheered. We can now speed ahead. Thus, Qin Tian piloted his magical sled, accompanied by the talking tome, Longzhu Mixin, and 2 enchanted badges, as he continued his adventurous journey. Unbeknownst to him, a series of thrilling escapades and monumental choices regarding the fate of the entire world awaited him ahead. Go! With a shout from Qin Tian, the magical sled surged into the unknown, vanishing into the vast snowy wilderness. Chapter 10. Brother, are you this sinister? Did your mother create you? Qin Tian drove his magical sled across the expansive snowy plains. The biting wind whipped against his cheeks, yet his heart burned with fervent excitement. Haha, this feeling is incredible. Qin Tian shouted with enthusiasm. Long Yi, how do you rate my skills? The young dragon lazily replied, Don't let your head swell, kid. You still have a long way to go. Suddenly, the tome interjected, Hey, there's a city ahead. Qin Tian squinted and indeed saw a magnificent city emerging through the snowy mist at a distance. The city walls were constructed entirely of ice, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Wow, what a beautiful ice city. Qin Tian marveled. Should we go take a look? The young dragon cautioned. Be careful. Such places often hide secrets. Qin Tian dismissed the warning. What is there to fear? I am a master of magic and combat energy from the Dragon Kingdom. With that, he increased his magical output, and the sled sped toward the ice city. However, just as they were about to enter the city gates, a multitude of ice arrows suddenly shot forth from the walls. What the heck? Qin Tian shouted, quickly maneuvering the sled to dodge. Idiot! I told you to be cautious. The young dragon exclaimed in frustration. While evading the ice arrows, Qin Tian shouted, Hey, we are friendly travelers, not foes. A booming voice from the walls responded. Who goes there? State your name. Clearing his throat, Qin Tian adopted the most authoritative tone he could muster. I am Qin Tian, a master of the Dragon Kingdom, here to pay a visit to your esteemed city. There was a moment of silence from the walls, followed by hushed whispers. Finally, the booming voice resonated again. A master of the Dragon Kingdom? Very well. Please enter the city for a discussion. The gates slowly opened, and Qin Tian cautiously drove the sled into the ice city. Upon entering, he was awestruck by the sight before him. The entire city was constructed from ice and snow, with streets, houses, and sculptures all made of intricately carved ice. The residents donned thick fur garments, bustling about the streets. This place is truly magical, Qin Tian exclaimed. Just then, a squad of guards approached, led by a burly man who scrutinized Qin Tian before saying, Master of the Dragon Kingdom, please accompany us to meet the city lord. Qin Tian nodded and followed the guards toward the city center. Arriving at the lord's residence, he was ushered into a spacious ice hall. Seated at the head was an elderly man with snow-white hair, the lord of the ice city. Welcome, master of the Dragon Kingdom, the lord said amiably. What brings you to my enchanted ice city? Qin Tian respectfully bowed and replied, My lord, I have come in search of the Jiulong grass. Have you heard of it? The lord's expression suddenly turned serious. The Jiulong grass? That is a legendary divine herb. Why do you seek it? Qin Tian candidly revealed the truth in order to save a friend afflicted by a werewolf curse. After a moment of contemplation, the city lord replied, Indeed, the Jiulong grass thrives in the far northern territories, although I am uncertain of its precise location. However, our city's library may hold some clues. You may peruse it. But I ask for a condition in return. Qin Tian swiftly inquired, What condition? I shall do my utmost if it is within my power. The city lord explained. Our city of Bingxue, Micheng has recently encountered a grave dilemma. The central fountain is powered by a heart of eternal frost, which continuously generates cold air to sustain the existence of the entire city. Recently, however, the strength of the heart of eternal frost has waned, and if this continues, our city of ice and snow will melt away. I hope you can assist us in uncovering the cause and restoring the heart's power. Without hesitation, Qin Tian agreed. No problem. I will give it my all. Delighted by Qin Tian's promise, the city lord exclaimed, Excellent. Someone, escort the master of Longhua to the library. Guided by a servant, Qin Tian arrived at the library of Bingxue Micheng, which boasted a collection richer than that of the Northern Realms Martial Arts Academy. Leaving him awestruck. Stop dawdling, the mysterious figure urged. Quickly search for any records concerning the Jiulong grass. Nodding in understanding, Qin Tian diligently sifted through various ancient texts. At last, in a volume titled Records of Rare Treasures from the Far North, he discovered a mention of the Jiulong grass. Jiulong grass grows in the deepest recesses of the far northern ice plains, rumored to be the site of the fall of the 9 dragons. Only those of dragon lineage can approach it. This grass possesses the power of resurrection, yet its harvesting is exceedingly arduous, requiring the passage of 9 trials. We have a lead, Qin Tian exclaimed. It seems we must venture to the deepest part of the far northern plains. The little dragon pondered. The site of the dragon's fall? It sounds like a formidable place. Just then, Qin Tian's attention was drawn to a book titled Secrets of the Heart of Eternal Frost on the shelf. Curiously, he took it down and began to read, discovering its origins and methods of use. Fascinating, Qin Tian mused. It turns out the Heart of Eternal Frost requires periodic infusions of ice magic to maintain its function. Could it be that the magic supply has faltered? With this thought in mind, he proceeded to the central fountain of the city. Indeed, he found the flow of water significantly diminished and the surrounding temperature warmer than elsewhere. The issue lies here, Qin Tian stated. I must find a way to replenish the Heart of Eternal Frost with magic. Recalling the ice magic taught to him by the Elder of Ice, he took a deep breath and began to chant the incantation. A surge of frigid magic emanated from within him and flowed into the fountain. However, at the moment the magic was about to reach the Heart of Eternal Frost, Qin Tian suddenly felt a powerful backlash. Crying out in pain, he was violently thrown backward and landed hard on the ground. What just happened? Qin Tian groaned as he struggled to rise, bewildered by the strength of the backlash. The little dragon observed seriously, "Kid, there is something amiss with the heart of eternal frost. It seems to reject external magic." Qin Tian furrowed his brow. Could someone be tampering with it? Just then, a chilling voice emerged from behind. "Indeed, the master of Longhua is astute. You have quickly discerned the issue." Qin Tian whirled around to see a mysterious figure clad in a black robe standing not far away, radiating an eerie aura that sent shivers down his spine. "Who are you?" Qin Tian asked warily. The enigmatic individual sneered. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you have learned too much." With that, he abruptly waved his hand, unleashing a powerful ice magic. Qin Tian barely had time to react before he was encased in ice, immobilized. "Damn it!" He silently seethed, unable to move. The mysterious figure approached slowly. "What a pity. I had intended to toy with you longer. However, for the sake of my grand scheme, I must bid you farewell." Just as the situation appeared dire, the two emblems on Qin Tian's chest suddenly radiated a blinding light. The ice shattered instantaneously, and Qin Tian was freed. "What?" The mysterious figure was clearly taken aback. "You possess protective artifacts?" Qin Tian was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained his composure. "Thank you for your timely rescue, esteemed predecessors. Now, it is my turn to retaliate." Channeling his inner energy while gathering magical power, an unprecedented strength surged within him. "Dragon breath, incinerate the heavens." Qin Tian shouted, unleashing a torrent of flame and ice from his mouth. The mysterious figure, caught off guard by the magnitude of Qin Tian's attack, hastily conjured a defensive spell, yet was still struck by the dragon breath, sending him crashing against an ice wall. "Cursed brat," the figure grumbled, struggling to rise, his expression darkening. "Consider yourself fortunate. But do not rejoice, for the true spectacle is yet to come. The Shadow Council will not let you off so easily." With that, he tossed a smoke bomb and vanished into the thick mist. Just as Qin Tian was about to pursue, he was halted by the little dragon. "Do not chase after him. Let us first resolve the issue with the heart of eternal frost." Nodding in agreement, Qin Tian turned back to examine the fountain. Upon thorough inspection, he discovered that an evil seal had been placed upon the heart of eternal frost, obstructing the normal flow of magic. "It appears I must employ some special means." Qin Tian murmured to himself and began to chant an ancient incantation he had learned from secrets of the Dragon Clan. As he recited the spell, the seal on the heart of eternal frost gradually dissipated. Soon, the fountain returned to normal, and the frigid air began to flow once more. "Splendid," Qin Tian exclaimed. "The problem has been resolved." At that moment, the city lord rushed in with a group of guards. Upon seeing the fountain restored, the city lord was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears brimming in his eyes, "Master of Longhua, you are truly the savior of our Bingxiu Micheng." Qin Tian humbly replied, "It was nothing. However, my lord, I have discovered that a mysterious organization called the Shadow Council has infiltrated the city, seemingly with ulterior motives." The city lord's expression shifted dramatically. "The Shadow Council? That is a notorious evil organization. Thank you for the warning, Master of Longhua. We shall bolster our defenses." After addressing these matters, Qin Tian graciously declined the city lord's insistence to stay, opting to continue his quest for the Jiulong grass. As he prepared to depart, the city lord solemnly presented him with a shimmering blue crystal, saying, "You saved our entire city today, and we are at a loss for how to repay you. I hope this will aid you on your journey." "This is the Ice Spirit Pearl," the city lord elaborated. "It enhances your ice magic and can summon an ice shield for protection in times of peril." Gratefully accepting the crystal, Qin Tian expressed, "Thank you for your generous gift. I shall never forget the kindness of Bingxiu Micheng." Thus, armed with new clues and gifts, Qin Tian set forth on his journey to the depths of the far northern plains. Unbeknownst to him, a greater conspiracy was silently unfolding behind him, destined to alter his fate irrevocably. Chapter 11. Do not move, young lady, we are allies. After departing from Bingxiu Micheng, Qin Tian continued to navigate his magical sled deeper into the far northern plains. However, after several days of relentless travel, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. "Old dragon," Qin Tian yawned, "can we not find a place to rest? I feel as though I am about to turn into a popsicle." The little dragon lazily replied, "Do you think this is a resort? You cannot simply rest at your whim." Suddenly, the mysterious figure interjected, "Do not lose heart, young one. Do you not recall what the book said? The Dragon Clan has secret outposts in the far north." Qin Tian's eyes lit up, "Right. Old dragon, do you know where they are?" The The little dragon fell silent for a moment before cryptically suggesting, turn left. Following the instructions, Qin Tian soon found himself before a seemingly ordinary expanse of snow. This is it, the little dragon instructed, use your dragon blood to activate the magical array here. Although uncertain, Qin Tian complied, pricking his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the snow. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a vast ice cavern opened before them. Wow, Qin Tian exclaimed, this is incredibly cool. The interior of the ice cavern left him utterly dumbfounded. This is hardly a secret base. It resembles a luxurious underground hot spring resort. My goodness. Qin Tian rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was dreaming. Xiao Long, brimming with pride, remarked, what do you think? Our dragon clan's craftsmanship is quite impressive, isn't it? Qin Tian, exhilarated, gazed around and noticed a massive hot spring pool in the center of the cave, surrounded by various relaxation facilities. To his astonishment, he spotted a few rubber ducks floating in the pool. Long Di. Qin Tian pointed at the rubber ducks. What's going on here? Xiao Long, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat and replied, well, some dragons might have felt too lonely and wanted a bit of fun. Qin Tian stifled a laugh and decided not to press further. Eagerly, he shed his clothes and jumped into the warm water. This feels heavenly. Qin Tian sighed in contentment. Just then, he heard a familiar voice. Qin Tian, what are you doing here? He turned around abruptly, nearly choking. There stood Shui, looking at him in astonishment. Shui, Qin Tian stammered. How did you end up here? Shui frowned. That's a question I should be asking you. This is a secret base of the Dragon Clan. How did a mere human like you get in? Qin Tian was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to explain. Xiao Long whispered in his mind, don't panic. Just say you are a friend of the Dragon Clan. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian feigned calmness and replied, actually, I am a friend of the Dragon Clan. They permitted me to use this place. Shui scrutinized him skeptically. Is that so? Then do you know the secret code of the Dragon Clan? Qin Tian's heart sank, fearing he would be exposed. Just then, the book, Me Exine to Run, spoke up. Little girl, don't put him on the spot. This lad is indeed a friend of the Dragon Clan, and a rather special one at that. Shui stared in disbelief at the talking book. You are the legendary Dragon Clan artifact. Longzu Me Exine? Me Exine to Ren replied proudly. Indeed, that is I? Shui's demeanor shifted to one of respect. I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Qin Tian sighed in relief, thinking he had managed to evade suspicion. However, Shui's next words nearly caused him to choke again. Since you are a friend of the Dragon Clan, let us enjoy the hot spring together. Without waiting for a response, she began to undress. Wait, Qin Tian exclaimed in a panic. What are you doing? Shui looked bewildered. Enjoying the hot spring, of course. Isn't that how humans do it? Qin Tian felt like crying. No, we usually wear swimsuits. Shui pouted. How troublesome. Fine, I'll transform into my dragon form. Almost instantly, her body began to change, and in the blink of an eye, a beautiful ice dragon appeared before Qin Tian. This, he stared in awe, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Long gleefully teased in his mind. Haha, didn't he see that coming, did you? Your little sweetheart is actually a dragon. Qin Tian's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She is not my little sweetheart. Shui gracefully glided into the hot spring, splashing water everywhere. Qin Tian was drenched, finally snapping back to reality. So, he asked cautiously, you are actually a dragon? Shui nodded, indeed. I am the princess of the Ice Dragon Clan. Qin Tian felt his mind was about to explode. Wait, if you are a dragon, why did you stop me from seeking the ice dragons earlier? Shui sighed. Because the situation is quite complicated. Our Ice Dragon Clan is facing a significant crisis, and we do not wish for outsiders to interfere. Qin Tian pondered. Does it have to do with the Anang Hui? Shui looked at him in surprise. You know about the Anang Hui? Qin Tian briefly recounted his experiences in the ice and snow enchantment city. Shui's expression grew serious. It seems the situation is worse than I imagined. Now that you are involved, I would like to request your assistance. Qin Tian straightened his posture. Of course. I will give it my all. Shui smiled gratefully. Thank you. However, before we proceed, we must first address a major issue. Qin Tian inquired curiously, what problem? Shui pointed at the hot spring pool. The magical energy of this spring is nearly depleted. If we do not replenish it in time, the entire secret base will be exposed. Qin Tian scratched his head. So what should we do? Shui smiled mysteriously. It's simple. We must find the legendary source of the Dragon Clan hot spring. Qin Tian blinked. That sounds impressive. Where is it? Shui pointed upwards. Deep within the glacier above us. However, there are numerous traps and guards. Reaching it will not be easy. Qin Tian clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with excitement. No problem. I, Qin Tian, thrive on challenges. Thus, Qin Tian and Shui Er teamed up to embark on the quest for the Dragon Clan hot spring source. Little did they know, this seemingly simple task would trigger a series of thrilling events, ultimately altering the fate of the entire Dragon Clan. Alright, Qin Tian stretched his limbs. Let's get started. Here I come, Dragon Clan hot spring. Shui Er shook her head helplessly. You really are optimistic. I hope your strength matches your enthusiasm. And so, this peculiar duo, a self-proclaimed master of the Dragon Kingdom and a princess of the Ice Dragon, set off on their adventure. This was just the beginning of their legendary tale. Chapter 12. The Emergence of the Golden Dragon. How to elegantly defeat the villain Qin Tian and Shui Er delved deep into the glacier, searching for the fabled source of the Dragon Clan hot spring. Along the way, Qin Tian incessantly complained, Shui Er, can't you dragons hide your treasures in a warmer place? Like a Hawaiian beach? He shivered as he spoke. Shui Er rolled her eyes. Come on, do you think this is a vacation? Besides, don't you have a fire dragon robe? Qin Tian pouted. True, but I still feel like a giant warm baby wearing this. Just as they bickered, a commotion erupted ahead. A group of over 10 black-robed figures was engaged in fierce combat with several frost giants, the scene teetering on the brink of chaos. Wow, looks like we've stumbled upon a dragon and human party, Qin Tian exclaimed, striking an exaggerated battle pose. Should we join the fray? Shui Er retorted, stop joking around. Those are members of the Ing Ihui. They are here to seize the source of the Dragon Clan hot spring. Qin Tian blinked. Oh, then shouldn't we stop them and ask how they maintain their hairstyles in this dreadful weather? Without waiting for Shui Er's response, Qin Tian charged forward. Channeling his magical energy in his left hand and martial energy in his right, he darted through the enemy ranks like a bolt of lightning. Come on, let me show you what it means to be a master of the Dragon Kingdom, Qin Tian shouted. A black-robed figure scoffed. You think you can take me on, you little brat? With that, he formed a seal with his hands, launching a massive ice spear toward Qin Tian. Unperturbed, Qin Tian waved his right hand, and a golden energy shield materialized instantly, deflecting the ice spear. Come on, it's too cold to be playing with ice. How about something warmer? Qin Tian grinned. Waving his left hand, Fire Dragon Palm. A dragon claw made entirely of pure flames surged forth, sending the black-robed figure flying. Meanwhile, Shui Er joined the fray. Reciting an incantation, the temperature around them plummeted. An ice and snowstorm raged, with countless tiny ice blades swirling like a tempest. 3 black-robed figures, witnessing this, quickly cast defensive magic, forming 3 overlapping barriers to barely withstand the icy onslaught. Hey, you 3 big guys, don't you feel ashamed bullying a little girl? Qin Tian suddenly appeared behind the trio, his tone teasing. The 3 were startled and hurriedly turned around. However, it was too late. Qin Tian's attack had already reached them. Combining martial energy and magic, exploding fire fist. Qin Tian's fist, enveloped in flames and martial energy, struck the ground with tremendous force, sending a shockwave of fire radiating from him, launching the 3 black-robed figures into the air. Haha, did you see that? This is the power of the protagonist's halo, Qin Tian boasted proudly. However, his triumph was short-lived as an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. A towering black-robed figure approached, surrounded by swirling black energy. Grand Elder. The other black-robed figures gasped in shock. The Grand Elder cast a cold glance at Qin Tian, acknowledging his abilities. However, in the presence of absolute power, all these extravagant techniques were rendered futile. With a single wave of his hand, an invisible force propelled Qin Tian into the air, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, feeling as though his internal organs had been displaced. Cough, cough. This uncle, your strength is commendable, but your sense of fashion truly leaves much to be desired. Qin Tian managed to retort while struggling to rise, not forgetting to jest. A flicker of anger flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. Impudent brat, I shall see how long you can maintain your bravado. As he spoke, he formed seals with both hands, and the energy of the cosmos began to converge wildly. The Annihilation Black Hole, a vortex exuding a terrifying aura, materialized out of thin air, voraciously consuming everything around it. This is bad. This is really bad, Qin Tian thought in despair. He exerted all his strength to resist, but still felt himself being gradually drawn toward the black hole. Just as he was on the brink of despair, the 2 emblems on his chest suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Astonished, Qin Tian looked at his hands. Noticing his left hand entwined with golden fighting energy and his right hand shimmering with blue magical power, the voice of the little dragon echoed in his mind. Kid, the powers of the Beijing Martial Arts Academy and the Frost Mage Guild are resonating. Quickly, use the true dragon bloodline within you. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian concentrated to sense the faint trace of dragon power within him. Suddenly, he recalled an ancient incantation recorded in Long Zumi Xian. Since that is the case, let us take a gamble, Qin Tian thought. If I die this time, I will certainly file a complaint against the author of this book for being so unreliable. He began to chant the obscure dragon language incantation. As the incantation flowed from his lips, Qin Tian felt something awakening within him. An unprecedented surge of power erupted from his being. A dazzling golden light enveloped him, and his form began to transform. When the radiance subsided, he stood before everyone as an imposing five-clawed golden dragon. Its golden scales gleamed like meticulously polished gold under the sun, exuding an awe-inspiring brilliance. With the eyes of a rabbit, horns of a deer, mouth of an ox, head of a camel, belly of a sea creature, paws of a tiger, claws of an eagle, fish scales, and the body of a serpent, it perfectly embodied the image of a dragon as depicted in Chinese mythology. Each of its 5 claws bore 5 razor-sharp toes. Its eyes blazed like 2 red candles, aflame with wisdom and majesty. Upon its appearance, the entire space was enveloped by an intangible pressure. Members of the Shadow Council were instantly immobilized, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. Seeing this, Shui exclaimed, "It's the ancestral dragon." Before her words could fully escape, she found herself instinctively prostrating on the ground, exhibiting absolute submission to this presence. The little dragon's voice resonated in Qin Tian's mind, laced with a hint of approval. "Not bad. You barely possess 1/millionth of my former strength. It seems you have finally awakened the true dragon bloodline." Qin Tian could not help but grumble inwardly. "Old dragon, your way of complimenting is quite unique." The golden dragon, now Qin Tian in his transformed state, let out a thunderous roar. The sound waves reverberated, melting the ice and shaking the earth. Members of the Shadow Council were struck by the shockwave, spewing blood and turning pale as a ghost. "Wow," Qin Tian marveled internally. "Is this the true power of the dragon race? It feels even more exhilarating than cheating." The Grand Elder struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with fear and reluctance. Impossible. The 5-clawed golden dragon was supposed to. Before he could finish, Qin Tian had already arrived before him. With just a single swipe of his dragon claw, he etched a golden mark in the air, instantly sending the Grand Elder flying dozens of meters away. "Apologies, dear uncle." Qin Tian's voice resonated, deep and authoritative, yet tinged with mockery. "It seems your annihilation black hole has encountered the golden dragon in cheat mode. The outcome is predictable." The Grand Elder struggled to rise, but ultimately collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The other members of the Shadow Council, witnessing this, fled in panic, disappearing without a trace. Qin Tian slowly descended to the ground, gradually returning to his human form. He gazed at his hands, still immersed in the lingering essence of the immense power he had just wielded. Was that a bit too impressive?" He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Shui, having regained her composure from the shock, looked at Qin Tian with admiration. "Qin Tian, you are actually a descendant of the ancestral dragon. This is simply unbelievable." The little dragon's voice echoed again in Qin Tian's mind. "Kid, I have long told you that there is a trace of true dragon blood within you. I just didn't expect you to awaken it so quickly. It seems your potential far exceeds my expectations." Qin Tian took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. "Old dragon, what on earth is happening? Why do I have the bloodline of the ancestral dragon? Could it be that one of my parents is a dragon?" The little dragon pondered for a moment. "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but it is certain that your bloodline is exceptionally pure. Likely a direct descendant of the ancestral dragon. As for why it appears in the human world, there may be a greater secret behind it." Shui interjected, "Qin Tian, your emergence might be the dragon race savior mentioned in the prophecy. The secret that our ice dragon clan has guarded for generations may be waiting for your arrival." Qin Tian fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. He realized that the mystery surrounding his origins was far more complex than he had imagined. Moreover, this awakening of true dragon power not only granted him formidable strength, but also unveiled a greater enigma. Regardless, Qin Tian declared resolutely, "I will uncover the truth about my origins and do everything in my power to protect the secrets of the dragon race." He then added, "By the way, let us see if there are any delicacies from the dragon race. I've heard that long yin xiang is quite nourishing." Shui couldn't help but chuckle despite the gravity of the situation. "Even at a time like this, you're still thinking about food. However, once we find the source of the dragon race hot springs, I'll treat you to a dragon race's secret hot pot. What do you think?" Qin Tian's eyes lit up at this suggestion. "That sounds splendid. Let us hurry and set off." Chapter 13. On how to elegantly bathe and save the world after a thrilling battle. Qin Tian and Shui Er finally arrived at the legendary source of the dragon race hot springs. It was a colossal ice cave, its walls shimmering with an ethereal blue light, as if countless stars were embedded within. Wow, Qin Tian marveled. This place is even more luxurious than a five-star hotel. But where's the hot spring? Shui Er rolled her eyes. Do you think the treasures of the dragon race would be so easily discovered? We must first unravel the mechanisms here. Qin Tian scratched his head. Mechanisms? You mean we have to solve puzzles like in an escape room, push boxes, press buttons, and all that? Shui Er replied seriously, pretty much. However, this mechanism requires the dragon bloodline to activate. Qin Tian, are you ready? Qin Tian puffed out his chest. Of course. I just awakened as a five-clawed golden dragon. This little task is nothing for me. With that, he stepped to the center of the cave, following Shui Er's instructions, and dripped a drop of blood onto the ground. Instantly, the entire cave illuminated, and complex magical patterns emerged on the floor. Wow, this is quite a display, Qin Tian exclaimed. Are we about to summon something extraordinary? As soon as he finished speaking, the magic circle erupted in a dazzling light. When the brilliance faded, Qin Tian was astonished to find himself standing on a gigantic chessboard. Is this the dragon race chess? Shui Er exclaimed. Qin Tian, bewildered, asked. Dragon race chess? What is that? Shui Er explained. This is an ancient intellectual game of the dragon race. It is said that only true dragon geniuses can clear it. Panic set in for Qin Tian. Hey, I'm a modern person. I often lose at 5 in a row. What am I going to do? At that moment, a phantom suddenly appeared across the chessboard. It was an elderly man with flowing white hair, exuding an aura of immortality, young descendant of the dragon race. The elder spoke, his voice ancient and commanding. To gain access to the source of the dragon race hot springs, you must defeat me in the dragon race chess. Qin Tian felt tears welling up. Old man, can we change the competition to something else? How about we do a modern pentathlon? Running, swimming, shooting, fencing, and add horseback riding. How about that? The elder smiled faintly. The rules cannot be altered. However, I can grant you one opportunity to consult others. Qin Tian, having received a sudden reprieve, swiftly turned to Shui Er, exclaiming, Shui Er, please teach me how to play Longzhu chess. However, Shui Er shook her head apologetically. I'm afraid I, too, lack knowledge in this ancient game. Our generation of Longzhu has had little exposure to it. At that moment, Qin Tian felt as though the sky was collapsing. He was doomed, and it seemed he would lose everything, even his undergarments. Just then, Longzhu Mixin spoke up. Do not panic, young one. I am well versed in the essence of Longzhu chess. Overjoyed, Qin Tian replied, Master Mixin, you have finally spoken. Please, teach me. Thus, under the guidance of Longzhu Mixin, Qin Tian embarked on his initial experience with Longzhu chess. He moved the fire dragon to Fengji Valley and then used the water dragon to encircle Leiting Peak, with Master Mixin continuously directing him. However, as Qin Tian followed the instructions, he grew increasingly bewildered, asking, Is this truly chess? It feels more like playing World of Warcraft. The elder was astonished by Qin Tian's peculiar style of play, exclaiming, Young man, what school of thought is this? In my thousands of years, I have never encountered such an unusual strategy. Feeling sheepish, Qin Tian chuckled. Well, we can call it the new long school. Impressive, right? Thus, under the masterful guidance of Mixin, Qin Tian miraculously won the game. The elder sighed. Very well, you have won. The source of Longzhu hot springs belongs to you. As his words fell, the entire chessboard vanished, and the ground slowly cracked open, releasing a plume of steaming hot spring water from beneath. Wonderful, Qin Tian exclaimed. Jumping with excitement, I can finally enjoy a good soak. However, before he could undress, Shui Er stopped him, saying, Not so fast. We must first bring the source of the hot springs back to replenish the energy of the secret base. Disappointed, Qin Tian pouted, Humph. You really don't understand the importance of seizing the moment. At that instant, the cave began to tremble violently. Oh no, Shui Er cried out, it's the Shadow Council. They are after us. Indeed, a cacophony of noise erupted at the cave entrance as members of the Shadow Council rushed in, led by the elder who had previously been defeated by Qin Tian. Sigh, Qin Tian lamented. Why do these villains not understand the concept of moderation? The elder smirked. Do not think that merely awakening the Longzhu bloodline by chance grants you the freedom to act as you wish. This time, we are well prepared. Saying this, he pulled out a peculiar device aimed at Qin Tian. This is a sealing device specifically designed to counter the Longzhu, the elder proclaimed proudly. Once activated, you will lose all your Longzhu powers. Panic surged through Qin Tian. Wait, this isn't fair. How can you villains resort to high technology? Just then, Shui leaped into the hot spring. Qin Tian, follow me. Without hesitation, Qin Tian dove into the spring. At the very moment he entered the water, the elder activated the sealing device. However, to everyone's astonishment, the hot spring erupted in a dazzling light. Qin Tian felt a surge of power coursing through his body. Not only was he not sealed, but he also awakened an even greater ability. How is this possible? The elder gazed in disbelief. Emerging slowly from the spring, Qin Tian radiated a golden glow. Under the astonished eyes of the onlookers, his body began to undergo an astonishing transformation. He rapidly swelled, transforming into a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon. The dragon was resplendent in golden scales, polished to perfection, shimmering under the dim light of the cave. It possessed the eyes of a rabbit, antlers of a deer, a mouth of an ox, the hump of a camel, the abdomen of a shun, paws of a tiger, claws of an eagle, scales of a fish, and the body of a serpent, embodying the quintessential image of a dragon from Chinese mythology. Each of its 5 claws bore 5 sharp toes, and its eyes burned with the wisdom and authority of 2 fiery candles. The moment the golden dragon appeared, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire space. The members of the Shadow Council were instantly immobilized, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. I apologize, everyone, Qin Tian's voice resonated. Deep and authoritative yet tinged with a hint of mockery. It seems your little toys are ineffective against one who has soaked in the Longzhou hot springs. With a gentle sweep of his claw, a powerful wave of energy hurled all the Shadow Council members away, while the elder was sent flying out of the cave. Outside, a flash of white light indicated that the Shadow Council members had used magic scrolls to escape, and Qin Tian paid them no further mind. Wow, this power! Qin Tian marveled. I feel as though I could lift the entire earth with a single claw. Shui emerged from the spring, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qin Tian, you did it. Not only have you obtained the source of the Longzhou hot springs, but you have also achieved a deeper awakening of your bloodline. Rubbing his head, Qin Tian remarked, I accidentally knocked my horns against the cave ceiling. So, does that mean I am now a Super Saiyan dragon? Shui rolled her eyes. Enough of your banter. We must quickly bring the source of the hot springs back and devise our next plan. The Shadow Council will certainly not rest easy. Nodding, Qin Tian acknowledged, nearly colliding his massive dragon head with the cave wall. You are right. But before that, he glanced at the surrounding hot springs, his eyes gleaming. Shouldn't we enjoy a soak first? Shui smiled helplessly. All right then, let us celebrate our victory. But you must transform back into your human form. Otherwise, you won't fit in the spring. Realizing he was still in dragon form, Qin Tian quickly focused and transformed back into his human shape. Phew, I almost forgot. This dragon form is not suitable for indoor activities. Thus, Qin Tian and Shui leisurely soaked in the Longzhou hot springs, momentarily forgetting the turmoil outside. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a far greater storm was brewing. The true intentions of the Shadow Council, the hidden history of the Longzhou, and the truth of Qin Tian's lineage would soon be unveiled. For now, let our protagonist savor this rare moment of relaxation. For even the hero tasked with saving the world deserves a soothing bath from time to time, does he not? Just as Qin Tian luxuriated in the warmth of the spring, he suddenly pondered a question. Oh right, Shui, you mentioned that this source of hot springs could replenish the energy of the secret base. How are we supposed to transport it back? Am I supposed to sip it up little by little? Shui chuckled at his silliness. Silly, of course not. Once we finish our bath, I will teach you a Longzhou secret technique that allows us to seal the source of the hot springs in a special container. Qin Tian sighed in relief. That's good to hear. I thought I might have to become a human water bucket. Thus, under the nurturing warmth of the hot springs, Qin Tian felt his strength steadily increasing. He knew that the adventures ahead would be even more thrilling, but at this moment, he simply wished to relish this rare and leisurely time. After all, who knows what the next moment may bring? Perhaps the sky will shatter, perhaps the world will end, or perhaps it will just be the sound of a rumbling stomach. Regardless, Qin Tian was prepared to face the next challenge, for he knew that no matter what transpired, he possessed the formidable advantage of the Longzhou bloodline, as well as the reliable companionship of Shui Xiaolong, and Master Mixin. Bring it on, Qin Tian silently declared. Whatever the challenge, I, Qin Tian, shall rise to it. Chapter 14. Come on, old two, put up a fight. Upon returning from the Longzhou hot springs, just as Qin Tian was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. Oh no, we have an even more urgent task. Qin Tian exclaimed anxiously. Shui looked at him in confusion. What task? Xiao Chui. Qin Tian explained. The girl who was cursed by the werewolf. Our main purpose for coming out was to find the Jiulong grass to save her. Realization dawned on Shui Er. Oh yes. How could we forget such an important matter? Master McZin interjected. Indeed, young one. This is your primary task. Do not allow other matters to distract you. Qin Tian nodded, his expression growing serious. You are right. We must act immediately to find the Jiulong grass. Xiao Chui may not have much time left. During this period, events unfolded one after another, leaving him no time to contemplate other matters. Whenever he thought of Xiao Tsui, memories of that wild night would resurface. Though it had been a passive experience, accompanied by some pain afterward, his vitality had since been restored, and the mere thought of Xiao Chui's voluptuous figure caused his desire to awaken once more. Qin Tian glanced at Shu'er beside him, relieved to see she had not noticed anything amiss, while silently reproaching himself for his lack of control. Elder Bingshuang overheard their conversation and approached them. Qin Tian, my young friend, is the Jiulong you mentioned the legendary elixir? Qin Tian replied promptly, indeed, esteemed elder. We require it to lift a werewolf curse afflicting a friend. Do you happen to know where we might find it? Elder Bingshuang pondered for a moment. The Jiulong grows in the most perilous regions of the far north, shrouded in perpetual blizzards and guarded by formidable magical beasts. However, with your current strength, there may be a chance. Shu'er expressed her concern. But what about the threat posed by the Shadow Council? Elder Bingshuang waved his hand dismissively. The matters regarding the Shadow Council can be discussed later. Saving a life is of utmost importance. Moreover, if you can procure the Jiulong, it will greatly aid us in dealing with the Shadow Council. Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Let us set forth immediately. Shu'er nodded in agreement. All right, I will accompany you. Just as they were about to depart, Elder Bingshuang called out to them, wait, before you leave, I have something to give you. He turned and soon returned with an exquisite compass. This is the Xuanlong Luopan. Elder Bingshuang explained. It can sense the powerful aura of dragons. The location of the Jiulong will undoubtedly be rich in dragon energy. This compass will guide you in the right direction. Qin Tian accepted the compass gratefully. Thank you, esteemed elder. This will make our search much more convenient. Once prepared, Qin Tian and Shu'er embarked on their quest for the Jiulong once more, their purpose now clearer and their motivation stronger. Xiao Tsui, wait for us, Qin Tian silently vowed. I will find the Jiulong and lift your curse. After leaving the secret base of the Dragon Clan, Qin Tian and Shu'er swiftly set out towards the Jiulong. They rode on a magical sled, racing towards the Jiulong ice field in the far north. As they ventured deeper into the extreme northern territory, the temperature plummeted sharply, and the blizzards intensified. Qin Tian had to constantly channel the power of the dragon within him to fend off the cold. This harsh environment reminded him of Xiao Tsui, as her warm body seemed capable of dispelling the bone-chilling frost. He shook his head to dispel such thoughts, focusing intently on their task at hand. There lies the Jiulong ice field. Shu'er pointed ahead to the vast expanse covered in ice and snow. It is said to be perpetually shrouded in blizzards and guarded by many powerful magical beasts. We must proceed with caution. Qin Tian nodded, understanding. Nevertheless, I will face any difficulty to save Xiao Tsui. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Qin Tian and Shu'er looked up to see 3 colossal frost dragons diving towards them. Oh no! Shu'er exclaimed, her expression pale. It's the frost dragons. They guard the entrance to the Jiulong ice field. Without hesitation, Qin Tian cast a spell. Flame Shield. A blazing energy barrier enveloped them instantly. Almost simultaneously, the 3 frost dragons unleashed their icy breath. Qin Tian's flame shield barely withstood the onslaught, but cracks began to form. Shu'er, control the sled. I will deal with them. Qin Tian shouted. Without delay, he leapt into the air, unleashing the full force of his dragon power. Golden light flashed as he transformed into a majestic 5-clawed golden dragon, charging towards the 3 frost dragons. An intense aerial battle ensued. Though Qin Tian had only recently awakened, his agility and formidable fire abilities allowed him to hold his own against the 3 frost dragons momentarily. Dragon Breath Inferno. Qin Tian roared, exhaling a searing stream of fire that struck one of the frost dragon's wings. The dragon screeched in pain and plummeted from the sky. However, just as Qin Tian prepared to press the advantage, the other 2 frost dragons coordinated their attack. One charged from the front, while the other circled around to ambush from behind. In that critical moment, Shu'er suddenly cast her spell, Goddess of Ice and Snow's Wrath. She cried. Instantly, the world seemed to pause. Countless massive ice spikes rained down from above, striking the frost dragon pack like divine punishment. The sound of ice spikes crashing to the ground was deafening. Once the dust settled, the once fearsome frost dragons lay incapacitated, unable to rise. Thus, the 2 continued their journey through perilous terrain, finally reaching the heart of the Jiulong ice field. There, they beheld a small lake enveloped in a spectrum of radiant colors. That is it. Shu'er pointed to a small island in the center of the lake. The Jiulongkeo grows on that island. Yet, just as they prepared to approach, the lake began to churn violently. A massive figure emerged from the depths, a gigantic silver dragon. It is the ancient ice dragon. Shu'er gasped. It guards the Jiulongkeo. The ancient ice dragon coldly regarded them and spoke, its voice akin to colliding glaciers. Young Dragon Qin, why do you disturb my slumber? Qin Tian inhaled deeply, stepping forward. Respected elder, we have come to save a friend. She is afflicted by a werewolf curse, and only the Jiulongkeo can save her. Please allow us to collect some. The ancient ice dragon remained silent for a moment before responding. To obtain the Jiulongkeo, you must prove your strength. Fight me. And if you can withstand my blows for 100 exchanges, the Jiulongkeo shall be yours. Qin Tian and Shu'er exchanged determined glances, each recognizing the resolve in the other's eyes. We accept the challenge, Qin Tian declared resolutely. The ancient ice dragon loomed like a mountain, its silver-white scales glistening with a chilling brilliance under the sun. It coldly regarded Qin Tian and Shu'er, speaking, young dragon descendants, are you prepared? Taking a deep breath. The power of the dragon surged within him. We are ready, he affirmed steadfastly. Shu'er stood beside him, conjuring ice-blue magic in her hands. Let's go, she whispered. The ancient ice dragon let out a thunderous roar, and battle erupted in an instant. With its first move, the dragon violently swung its tail, unleashing a tempest of frigid winds. Qin Tian swiftly formed a seal, flame shield. A searing energy barrier enveloped them, barely fending off the icy onslaught. In retaliation, Shu'er unleashed her second move, crystal ice arrow rain. Countless sharp ice arrows shot toward the ancient ice dragon, only to be easily swept aside by its dragon wings. For the 10th move, the ancient ice dragon expelled a powerful blast of frost breath. Qin Tian bellowed, dragon breath, incinerate the heavens. The two draconic breaths collided in midair, resulting in a deafening explosion. In a stunning display of speed for the 20th move, the ancient ice dragon appeared behind Qin Tian in an instant. He had no time to evade, and was struck forcefully by the dragon's claw, blood gushing from his back. Qin Tian, Shu'er exclaimed, swiftly casting a healing spell. For the 30th move, Qin Tian roared, his body enveloped in golden fighting spirit. Fighting spirit, erupt. He surged forward like a golden meteor, colliding with the ancient ice dragon and creating ripples of energy in the air. For the 50th move, the ancient ice dragon unleashed a terrifying spell, Eternal Freeze. The entire battlefield was engulfed in an extreme chill, and Qin Tian and Shu'er felt their energy rapidly depleting. This is not good. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. We must find a way to break this spell. Suddenly, an idea struck Shu'er. Qin Tian, use your flame power. Qin Tian nodded, concentrating all his strength. 9 heavens divine fire. The blazing golden flames erupted from within him, counteracting the frigid air. By the 70th move, their battle had frozen and melted the entire surface of the lake multiple times. The ancient ice dragon's attacks grew increasingly fierce, despite their harmonious teamwork. Qin Tian and Shu'er began to feel overwhelmed. We have 30 moves left, Qin Tian panted. We need a plan. For the 80th move, the ancient ice dragon suddenly swooped down, its massive claws carrying apocalyptic power. Both Qin Tian and Shu'er cast defensive spells simultaneously, yet they were still sent flying by the impact. With only 20 moves remaining, Shu'er struggled to rise. We cannot give up. For the 90th move, an epiphany struck Qin Tian. Shu'er, I have an idea. Let's unleash a combined attack. Shu'er nodded. All right, let's give it our all. For the 99th move, the ancient ice dragon unleashed its frost breath once more, this time more powerful than any before. Now, Qin Tian shouted. Both he and Shu'er cast their most potent magic. Dragon breath, incinerate the heavens. Fury of the ice goddess. The forces of fire and ice intertwined in the air, forming a resplendent spectrum of colors. This radiant beam pierced through the ancient ice dragon's frost breath, striking directly at its chest. With a pained roar, the ancient ice dragon was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the surface of the lake. As the dust settled, the ancient ice dragon slowly rose, a glimmer of admiration in its eyes. Well done, you have passed the test. The Jiulongkeo is yours. Qin Tian and Shu'er exchanged smiles, despite their injuries. Their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. They realized that this arduous battle not only granted them the Jiulongkeo, but also significantly enhanced their strength. At that moment, the ancient ice dragon spoke again. Young dragon descendants, Your strength and courage have left a deep impression on me. I have a prophecy to share. Darkness is about to descend, and the fate of the Dragon Clan lies in your hands. Remember, only the power of unity can conquer the ultimate foe. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian and Shui fell into contemplation. They understood that this adventure was merely the beginning, and greater challenges awaited them. With the Jiulong Chao and the ancient ice dragon's prophecy in hand, Qin Tian and Shui set off on their return journey. They were uncertain of what lay ahead, but they knew that as long as they stood together, no obstacle was insurmountable. As they traversed the path back, Qin Tian's thoughts involuntarily drifted to Xiao Chui, musing, "This time, I must redeem myself. I must prevail." With this thought, Qin Tian felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. He reminded himself to remain calm, yet a certain part of him seemed to act independently. Stealing a glance at Shui beside him, he was relieved to find she had not noticed his peculiarities. Meanwhile, in a distant, shadowy corner, the Grand Elder of the Shadow Council gazed intently at the images within a crystal ball, icy light flickering in his eyes. Interesting, truly interesting. It seems we must expedite our plans. Chapter 16. Brother Cat, you truly are remarkable. Qin Tian and Shui commenced their journey back. The Jiulong Chao securely nestled in Qin Tian's embrace. Riding upon a magical sled, they sped across the vast snowy expanse. Phew, we finally completed our task, Qin Tian exhaled. Xiao Chui is saved. Shui smiled lightly. Indeed, but we must remain cautious of the Shadow Council. They will not let us off easily. Qin Tian chuckled. What is there to fear? With me, Qin Tian, around, whether it be the Shadow Council or the Light Council, I will send them all home in confusion. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the magical sled. What the heck? Qin Tian exclaimed, quickly stabilizing the sled. What is this creature? As the dust settled, they beheld a pitch-black cat with bat-like wings. Meow, it lazily called out, scratching its ear with a paw. Qin Tian and Shui exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Is this a new weapon from the Shadow Council? Qin Tian ventured cautiously. Shui rolled her eyes. Don't be foolish. It's clearly just a lost magical pet. At that moment, the black cat spoke. Hey, you two. Could you do me a favor and give me a ride? My master abandoned me in this wretched place for 3 days. Qin Tian nearly fell off the sled in shock. My heavens, a talking cat? What kind of new magical beast is this? The black cat cast a disdainful glance at Qin Tian. Ignorant human, I am a noble shadow magic cat, a renowned magical pet in the realm of magic. All right. Shui interrupted its self-aggrandizement. We can give you a ride, but you must tell us where you came from. The black cat pondered for a moment. I hail from the Shadow Canyon. My master is a magician who came here seeking some treasure, but upon encountering danger, he abandoned me and fled. What a heartless fellow. Qin Tian and Shui exchanged wary glances. The Shadow Canyon was the stronghold of the Shadow Council. Dear cat, Qin Tian asked cautiously. Is your master affiliated with the Shadow Council? The black cat shook its head. No, my master is a free magician. He heard rumors of an extraordinary treasure in the Shadow Council and wanted to sneak a look. But, as you can see, he left me behind. Qin Tian sighed in relief. That's good. Come on, hop on the sled. But I warn you, if you dare to pull any tricks, I won't hesitate to toss you off. The black cat elegantly leapt onto the sled. Rest assured, I possess professional ethics. Besides, with your meager strength, I wouldn't bother to act. Thus, the trio, 2 humans and 1 cat, continued their journey homeward. Along the way, the black cat regaled them with tales of its illustrious history, recounting the formidable foes it had helped its master defeat and the treasures it had pilfered, leaving Qin Tian and Shui in awe. By the way, how did you two end up in this forsaken place? The black cat suddenly inquired. Just as Qin Tian was about to respond, Shui swiftly interrupted him. We are here on vacation. The black cat revealed a significant smile. Oh, traveling? 2 individuals daring to visit such a perilous location alone? Could it possibly be an elopement? Qin Tian's face flushed instantly, and he hurriedly waved his hands. No, you misunderstand. We are here, to see the aurora. Yes, just to see the aurora. The black cat scoffed, as if to say, please, such nonsense could only deceive a fool. I reckon you are here in search of treasures, perhaps in pursuit of Jiulong. The expressions of Qin Tian and Shui immediately turned wary. Shui coldly inquired, how do you know about Jiulong? The black cat proudly flicked its tail. I was merely speaking offhandedly. However, judging by your reactions, it seems to be true. Rest assured, I have no interest in your treasure. I merely wish to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. Qin Tian sighed with relief but maintained his vigilance. hoping you would keep your word. Otherwise, you would throw me overboard, right? The black cat yawned. Relax, I am a cat of my word. At that moment, a cacophony suddenly erupted from the sky. Qin Tian looked up and saw a group of individuals clad in black riding flying mounts approaching them. Oh no, it's the members of the Shadow Council. Shui exclaimed. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. It seems they are indeed after Jilankeo. Shui, you handle the sled, and I will confront them. With that, he prepared to rise and engage. However, the black cat leaped onto his shoulder. Hey, kid, let me take care of this, the black cat said. Consider it a reward for hitching a ride. Before Qin Tian could react, the black cat had already soared into the air. Its body suddenly swelled, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal black dragon. My heavens, Qin Tian gasped. You are actually a dragon? The black dragon turned its head and winked at Qin Tian. Surprised, are you? Now let me show you what true shadow magic looks like. The black dragon opened its mouth wide, and a sphere of pitch-black energy coalesced within. In the next moment, the energy sphere shot forth, striking the leading black-clad figure directly. With a tremendous explosion, the shield of the black-clad figure shattered instantly, sending him hurtling backward from the force of the energy sphere. The other black-clad figures, witnessing this, began to cast spells in retaliation. Various colored beams of magic intertwined in the air, creating a scene of chaos. The black dragon adeptly twisted and turned in the sky, evading attacks from all directions while continuously unleashing black energy spheres, forcing the members of the Shadow Council to retreat. Seeing this, Qin Tian refused to be outdone. Standing on the sled, he formed seals with his hands and roared, Fire Dragon. A massive dragon composed entirely of pure flames erupted from his hands, directly engulfing two of the black-clad figures. Shui maneuvered the sled skillfully through the battlefield, providing tactical support to Qin Tian and the black dragon. The fierce battle raged on for approximately 10 minutes. Although the Shadow Council had the numerical advantage, they gradually fell behind in the face of the combined strength of Qin Tian and the black dragon. Retreat! The leading black-clad figure shouted, quickly pulling out a magical scroll. However, just as he was about to activate the scroll, the black dragon suddenly dove down and smashed the scroll to smithereens with a claw. Want to escape? Not so easily. The black dragon scoffed. With their retreat cut off, the remaining black-clad figures could only fight desperately. Yet, their struggles were in vain. Under the combined assault of Qin Tian and the black dragon, they were swiftly overwhelmed. In the end, only one severely injured black-clad figure remained. He struggled to pull out a hidden teleportation scroll, and just as the black dragon's claw was about to grasp him, he activated the scroll and vanished from sight. After the battle concluded, the black dragon reverted to its cat form and leaped back onto the sled. Phew, finally dealt with. Qin Tian exhaled in relief. Thanks to your help, Shadow. Shadow flicked its tail proudly. This is nothing. If you had seen my prowess at my peak, you would truly understand what it means to be formidable. Qin Tian snapped back to reality and nodded rapidly. Impressive, impressive. But why did you help us? The black cat licked its paw. As I said, it was a reward for hitching a ride. Besides, I detest those members of the Shadow Council. They are always so secretive. Shui pondered. You mentioned you are a shadow magic cat. Could it be? The black cat nodded. Indeed. I am a defector from the Shadow Council. They sought to exploit my powers for nefarious purposes, and I certainly would not comply. Qin Tian suddenly understood. No wonder you were so powerful. So where do you plan to go now? The black cat contemplated for a moment. I don't know. My master abandoned me here, leaving me homeless. Qin Tian and Shui exchanged glances. Then Qin Tian suggested, how about this? You come with us. We could use an extra hand. The black cat tilted its head, scrutinizing Qin Tian, and then Shui finally nodding. Fine. I have nowhere else to go anyway. But I must warn you. I am quite picky about food. Qin Tian laughed heartily. Fear not. I promise the meals will be far superior to what your former master provided. By the way, I still don't know your name. The black cat raised its head haughtily. I am called Shadow. Shadow? Qin Tian scrunched his nose. That name lacks creativity. Shall I give you a new name? How about Little Black? Shadow immediately bristled. What? Little Black? Dare you call me that? Shui stifled a laugh. All right. Enough bickering. Let us hasten our journey. Xiao Shui is waiting for us to rescue her. Qin Tian then recalled the matter at hand and quickly urged the sled to accelerate. However, his thoughts inevitably drifted to Xiao Shui. The anticipation of seeing her soon and breaking her curse filled Qin Tian with both excitement and anxiety. He silently reminded himself to remain calm. Yet a certain part of his body seemed to have its own agenda. Shadow keenly sensed Qin Tian's unusual demeanor and smirked. Oh, what are you thinking? Could it be you are pondering your little sweetheart? Qin Tian's face reddened. Nonsense. Xiao Chui is merely an ordinary friend. Shadow raised an eyebrow. Oh, I never mentioned who it was. How do you know I was referring to Xiao Chui? Qin Tian found himself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Shui chuckled softly, though a hint of unnoticeable sadness flickered in her eyes. Thus, the trio, a boy, a girl, and a cat, continued on their journey home. Along the way, laughter and conversation filled the air, lightening the mood considerably. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a shadow trailed quietly behind. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Shadow Council, the Grand Elder convened an emergency meeting. Esteemed colleagues, the Grand Elder spoke with a grim countenance. Our dispatch team not only failed to reclaim Jalankeo, but was completely annihilated. It appears we underestimated that young man's strength. A black-clad figure stood up and proposed, Grand Elder, should we deploy our elite forces and eradicate them once and for all? The Grand Elder shook his head. No, now is not the time. We must employ cunning rather than brute force. I have devised a plan. Just as the Grand Elder was about to elaborate on his strategy, the door to the meeting room was abruptly pushed open. A battered black-clad figure stumbled in. Report, Grand Elder, he gasped. We encountered a black dragon. It was far too powerful. Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. The Grand Elder's expression darkened further. A black dragon? Could it be? He did not finish his thought, but everyone present understood his implication. If it truly is that legendary black dragon, the situation is far more complicated than they had imagined. Esteemed colleagues, the Grand Elder spoke solemnly. It seems we must alter our plans. From now on, we will focus all efforts on locating that black dragon. As for the young man and Jalankeo, we will set them aside for the moment. Remember, under no circumstances should we alarm the prey. The assembly responded in unison before swiftly dispersing to execute the new directives. The Grand Elder stood alone by the window, gazing into the distance. He muttered to himself, I never anticipated you would still be alive. It seems that this game is even more enthralling than I had anticipated. Returning to Qin Tian and his companions, the 3 humans and 1 cat finally glimpsed the outline of the village. Wonderful, Qin Tian exclaimed, we are finally back. Shui'er also sighed in relief, indeed. This adventure has been truly exhilarating. Anang yawned dismissively. Is this trivial affair what you call an adventure? Wait until you witness a real spectacle, and you will know what true excitement is. Qin Tian rolled his eyes. Oh please, keep boasting. If it weren't for you, we would have already defeated that group of the Shadow Council. Anang shot Qin Tian a disdainful glance. Oh, is that so? Then pray tell. How would you have dealt with those flying rascals without my assistance? Qin Tian found himself momentarily speechless, stammering, I would have surely come up with a plan. Shui'er chuckled softly from the side. All right, enough bickering. We should hurry inside. Xiao Chui is waiting for us. Upon mentioning Xiao Chui, Qin Tian's spirits soared, and he dashed towards her residence. However, a flicker of melancholy crossed Shui'er's eyes. Chapter 18. My woman is exceptional. Qin Tian jogged swiftly to Xiao Chui's abode. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to knock on the door, only to discover it was ajar. Xiao Chui, Qin Tian called softly as he slowly pushed the door open. The room was engulfed in darkness, with only a faint moonlight filtering through the window. Just as Qin Tian stepped inside, he suddenly felt something leap towards him. Qin Tian, you have finally returned. Xiao Chui's voice rang out from the shadows, accompanied by an enthusiastic embrace. Qin Tian lost his balance, and they both tumbled to the floor. At that moment, Shui'er and Anang arrived at the door. Qin Tian, are you all right? Shui'er's words halted abruptly as she beheld the intimate scene of Qin Tian and Xiao Chui entangled together. Anang beside them gleefully remarked, Oh, the show begins. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Qin Tian hurriedly scrambled to his feet, flustered as he explained, It's not what you think. We just accidentally fell. Only then did Xiao Chui notice Shui'er and Anang at the door, her brow furrowing in confusion as she asked, Qin Tian, who is this young lady? Just as Qin Tian was about to introduce her, a sudden jolt of familiarity surged through his mind, followed by a voice he recognized. Oh dear, finally awake. That was quite the long slumber. It was the voice of Xiao Long. Master Long, you are finally awake. Qin Tian exclaimed with delight. Xiao Chui and Shui'er exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was transpiring. At that moment, the long Zumi Xian in Qin Tian's arms suddenly emitted a glow. Its pages flipping open on their own, and the voice of Mi Xian echoed, Hee, it seems the lively times have arrived. Anang leaned in with curiosity. What is happening? The book can talk? Qin Tian hastily clarified, This is Mi Xian, a talking ancient tome. The voice in my mind belongs to the dragon spirit residing within me, whom we call Xiao Long. Xiao Chui listened in astonishment. Qin Tian, When did you become so extraordinary? Xiaolong scoffed. Extraordinary? This kid would have turned into an ice sculpture without our protection. Mi Xian interjected. Do not listen to his nonsense. The prowess of young Qin Tian is evident to all. As the conversation flowed, Xiao Chui suddenly clutched her abdomen, letting out a pained groan. Xiao Chui. Qin Tian rushed forward to support her. What is wrong? Xiao Chui struggled to speak. It might be the curse acting up. I experience excruciating pain every full moon. Qin Tian recalled the matter at hand and quickly retrieved the Jiu long grass from his pocket. Do not fear. With this, you will feel better in no time. With Shui Er's assistance, Qin Tian followed the instructions from the ancient text, using the Jiu long grass to lift the curse from Xiao Chui. As a flash of green light enveloped her, the painful symptoms gradually dissipated. How do you feel? Qin Tian inquired anxiously. Xiao Chui inhaled deeply, a long-awaited smile gracing her face. Much better. The malevolent energy within me has completely vanished. Thank you, Qin Tian. At that moment, Mi Xian suddenly said, Wait, I sense a peculiar energy fluctuation. Xiaolong concurred. Indeed, it seems something within this girl has been activated. Qin Tian asked with confusion, What do you mean? Mi Xian explained, If I am not mistaken, this young lady may possess magical talent, merely lacking an opportunity. With the curse lifted by the Jiu long grass, the medicinal properties have simultaneously awakened her talent. Xiao Chui gazed at her hands in disbelief. I have magical talent? Shui Er exclaimed joyfully. That's wonderful. Xiao Chui, you can learn magic now. Qin Tian smiled. It seems our Xiao Chui has not only freed herself from the curse, but has also unexpectedly gained magical talent. What a double blessing. Xiao Chui blushed, shyly saying. Qin Tian, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't ventured to find the Jiu long grass, I might have never escaped the curse, let alone discover any magical talent. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I promise to help you, and I will keep my word. Shui Er observed the tender exchange between the two, a pang of sadness stirring within her heart. However, she quickly composed herself and said, Now that Xiao Chui's curse has been lifted, shouldn't we celebrate? Ning perked up. Yes. I have heard that humans celebrate with great feasts. I want to try. Qin Tian laughed heartily. All right, let us celebrate in style. But before that, he turned to Xiao Chui, his expression growing serious. Xiao Chui, you have endured much during this time. Now that the curse is lifted, what are your plans? Xiao Chui lowered her head, speaking softly. I want to go with you. Qin Tian was taken aback. Go with me? Xiao Chui looked up, her eyes shining with determination. Yes. I want to learn magic and uncover more secrets of this world. Qin Tian, will you take me on adventures with you? Qin Tian glanced at Shui Er and then back at Xiao Chui, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Xiaolong urged him in his mind. Why are you dawdling? This is an excellent opportunity. You should agree. Mi Xian added. Young Qin Tian, do not underestimate this young lady's magical talent. With proper guidance, she may become a significant ally in the future. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian solemnly replied. Very well, I accept your request. However, the world of magic is fraught with danger, and you must be prepared for that. Xiao Chui nodded eagerly. I understand. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Shui Er, forcing a smile, suggested, Shall we start preparing for the celebration? Thus, the group busied themselves, organizing a celebration for Xiao Chui's release from the curse and the awakening of her magical talent. As night fell and the festivities concluded, Qin Tian escorted Xiao Chui back to her residence. Qin Tian, Xiao Chui softly said, Could you stay with me for a while? I have something I wish to tell you. Qin Tian nodded and followed her inside. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Xiao Chui's face, making her appear even more enchanting. Xiao Chui, what would you like to say? Qin Tian asked, his heart inexplicably racing. Xiao Chui took a deep breath, summoning her courage. Qin Tian, I have been contemplating what I would do once the curse was lifted. Now, I finally understand. I wish to be with you always. Qin Tian was momentarily stunned. Xiao Chui, you. Xiao Chui continued. I know this is sudden, but I truly like you. Will you accept me? Qin Tian felt his heart race, as if it might leap from his chest. Gazing into Xiao Chui's expectant eyes, he suddenly found all words to be superfluous. He gently embraced Xiao Chui, whispering, Silly girl, how could I ever refuse you? Xiao Chui closed her eyes in bliss, leaning in for a kiss from Qin Tian. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes gradually merged into one. On this night, they fervently unleashed their long-suppressed emotions, as if striving to reclaim all the lost moments of the past. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Shui stood alone in the courtyard, gazing at the myriad of stars above, her eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions. Meanwhile, A mysterious shadow stealthily approached from the other end of the village, its eyes glinting with a dangerous light. The following morning, as Qin Tian awoke, he discovered Xiao Cui nestled in his embrace, peacefully asleep. He gently kissed her forehead, his heart brimming with happiness and contentment. However, at that moment, the voice of Xiaolong suddenly echoed in his mind. You foolish boy, stop your foolishness. I sense a powerful surge of magical energy approaching the village. Trouble is on the horizon. Chapter 19. Almost captured by the Shadow Garden, realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Tian quietly exited the house. As he stepped outside, he noticed Shuer standing in the courtyard, her expression grave as she stared into the distance. Shuer, what's wrong? Qin Tian inquired. Shuer turned to him, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her face before she quickly regained her composure. Qin Tian, do you feel it? A powerful magical force is drawing near to the village. Qin Tian nodded. Yes, Xiaolong mentioned it as well. Who do you think it could be? Just then, the shadow leaped down from the rooftop. I just conducted a reconnaissance, and I found a group of black-clad figures approaching from the west of the village. It appears they are coming for us. Qin Tian furrowed his brow. Could it be the members of the Shadow Council? How could they find us here so quickly? Shuer shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. This surge of magical energy is far more potent than that of the Shadow Council. As the three discussed the situation, Xiao Cui awoke, rubbing her eyes as she stepped out of the house. Qin Tian, what is happening? Qin Tian briefly explained the situation, causing Xiao Cui to grow tense. What should we do? Don't worry. I'm here, Qin Tian reassured her. But for safety's sake, you should hide with the villagers. Shuer, take Xiao Cui and the villagers to a secure location. I will investigate the situation with the shadow. Shuer nodded and led Xiao Cui to help evacuate the villagers. Qin Tian and the shadow stealthily made their way towards the west of the village. However, before they could approach, a powerful magical barrier suddenly materialized, enveloping the entire village. Is this a barrier? Qin Tian exclaimed in astonishment. The shadow surveyed the surroundings with vigilance. This is bad. We are trapped. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the sky. Dragon Kingdom Master Qin Tian, how have you been? Qin Tian looked up to see a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent robe floating in the air, flanked by a dozen black-clad figures. Who are you? Qin Tian demanded sternly. The man smiled slightly. I am Malasai, the Grand Elder of the Shadow Council. Qin Tian's heart sank. He had not expected the Grand Elder of the Shadow Council to personally intervene. Malasai continued, Qin Tian, we are aware that you have acquired the Jalankeo. Now, in the name of the Shadow Council, I formally invite you to join us. Should you pledge your loyalty to the Council, we can grant you unparalleled power and status. Qin Tian scoffed coldly. You, a bunch of scheming cowards lurking in the shadows, think you have the right to demand my loyalty? Malasai's expression darkened. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well, I shall show you the true power of the Shadow Council. With that, he waved his hand, and the black-clad figures charged forward. Refusing to back down, Qin Tian immediately unleashed his magic. Fire Dragon Roar. A massive fire dragon erupted from his hands, engulfing three black-clad figures in flames. The shadow transformed into a black dragon, engaging in battle with several flying magic users among the black-clad figures. However, Malasai's power exceeded Qin Tian's expectations. With a mere wave of his hand, a dark energy wave shattered Qin Tian's fire dragon magic. Is this all you've got? Dragon Kingdom Master? Malasai jeered. Qin Tian gritted his teeth, readying himself for another attack, when he suddenly felt the dragon power within him stir restlessly. Let me take over. Xiaolong's voice rang in his mind. In the next moment, Qin Tian felt his body uncontrollably transform. A flash of golden light revealed him as a majestic five-clawed golden dragon. Malasai's eyes flickered with surprise. Interesting, I didn't expect you to awaken the true dragon bloodline. However, this one changed the outcome. With that, he formed seals with his hands, conjuring a gigantic black magic circle in the air. Shadow devouring. Malasai bellowed. Countless black tendrils emerged from the magic circle, wrapping around Qin Tian. He struggled fiercely, but the tendrils ensnared him, draining his energy rapidly. Qin Tian. Shuer's voice suddenly pierced through. She and Xiao Cui rushed out from the village. Shuer immediately cast her magic. Ice and Snowstorm. A flurry of snowflakes crystallized into sharp ice blades, slicing through the black tendrils. Though Xiao Cui had only recently awakened her magical talent, she bravely followed suit, forming a spell. Fireball technique. A small fireball launched from her hand. While its power was minimal, it afforded Qin Tian a brief moment to breathe. In this critical moment, Longzhu Mixin unexpectedly flew out from Qin Tian's embrace, its pages flipping rapidly, a golden light flashing. Dragon Clan's secret technique. 9 heavens, divine thunder. The voice of the secret tome echoed. Instantly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and countless bolts of lightning rained down, obliterating the black tendrils. Malasai's expression shifted dramatically. Is this an ancient Dragon Clan's secret technique? Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tian broke free from his restraints, sweeping his claw. Dragon breath, incinerate. The searing dragon breath struck Malasai, sending him flying. Malasai staggered to his feet, his face dark with fury. Qin Tian, you wait. One day, I will make you pay. With that, he produced a teleportation scroll and vanished in an instant. The remaining black-clad figures, seeing this, also fled. With the crisis averted, Qin Tian transformed back into his human form, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Shuer and Xiao Zui hurried over. Qin Tian, are you all right? Qin Tian shook his head. I'm fine. Just a bit tired. He turned to Xiao Zui. Xiao Zui, the spell you cast just now was quite impressive. Xiao Zui blushed. I don't know what happened. I just acted when I saw you in danger. Shuer smiled. It seems that Xiao Zui truly possesses remarkable magical talent. The shadow returned, transforming back into its cat form. Hey, stop reminiscing. Although Malasai has retreated for now, he will surely return. We need to devise a plan. Qin Tian nodded. You're right. It seems it's time to visit the Dragon Clan's secret realm. Shuer asked in surprise. The Dragon Clan's secret realm? Qin Tian smiled mysteriously. Indeed. There lie the answers we seek. Moreover, he glanced at Xiao Zui. It is also a splendid place for Xiao Zui to learn magic. Xiao Zui exclaimed with excitement. That's wonderful. I will work hard to learn. Thus, Qin Tian and his companions began preparing for their impending new adventure. However, unbeknownst to them, a far greater crisis was silently encroaching. Chapter 20. Lord Dragon, please accept my knees at dawn. Qin Tian and his companions packed their belongings, ready to set off for the Dragon Clan's secret realm. The villagers bid them farewell with reluctance, and Xiao Zui's grandmother, wiping her tears, offered endless advice. Xiao Zui, you must stay close to Qin Tian and not wander off. And don't forget to bring enough warm clothing. I've heard the Dragon Clan's secret realm is quite cold. Xiao Zui blushed. Grandma, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. Qin Tian chuckled to himself, thinking how this elderly woman resembled his own grandmother from childhood. Just then, the shadow leaped onto Qin Tian's shoulder, tapping his head with its paw. Hey, you brat, stop grinning like an idiot. Let us get going. If we dawdle any longer, it will be dark. Qin Tian rolled his eyes and said, You, a dead cat, could you at least show some respect to your elders? Aning disdainfully flicked its tail and retorted, I have lived longer than the combined age of your entire village. If anyone is to be considered an elder here, it should be me. Shuer chuckled from the side. All right, enough of the bickering. We should be on our way. Thus, with the villagers bidding them farewell, Qin Tian, Shuer, Xiao Chui, and Aning embarked on their journey to the Long Zumi Jing. On the way, Xiao Chui curiously asked, Qin Tian, what exactly is the Long Zumi Jing like? Just as Qin Tian was about to respond, he suddenly heard the voice of the little dragon in his mind. It is the sacred ground of the Dragon Clan in this world. Although it cannot compare to my homeland, it is still a splendid place for cultivation. Qin Tian relayed the little dragon's words to the others, which further excited Xiao Chui. Wow, that sounds incredible. Does that mean I can learn powerful magic and fighting techniques there? Shuer smiled and said, of course. However, training will be quite arduous. So you must prepare yourself mentally. Xiao Chui nodded vigorously. I will definitely give it my all. At that moment, Lord Mi Xian suddenly spoke up, speaking of cultivation. Do you know how magic and fighting techniques are categorized in this world? The group shook their heads in ignorance. Lord Mi Xian cleared his throat and began to explain. The cultivation system in this world is divided into two main categories, magic and fighting techniques. Each category is further divided into 9 major realms: beginner, apprentice, adept, master, grandmaster, saint, king, emperor, and divine level. Each major realm is also subdivided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. What realm are we currently in? Qin Tian asked curiously. The little dragon snorted. You are barely at the mid-level of a magic apprentice and late stage of a fighting apprentice. Shuer is stronger than you in magic, already at the early stage of adept. As for Xiao Chui, she has just awakened and is still a beginner. Qin Tian felt somewhat disheartened. So? We are still quite weak. The little dragon said smugly, of course. But do not lose heart. With my guidance, having once surpassed the ancestral dragon of your world, you might one day become the strongest in this realm. Qin Tian's eyes brightened. Really, Lord Dragon? Then please teach us. The little dragon replied mysteriously, patience. Once we reach the Long Zumi Jing, I shall instruct you properly. And so, the group chatted as they walked. Soon arriving at the entrance of the Long Zumi Jing, at the foot of a towering snow-capped mountain. This is the place, said the little dragon. But getting into the secret realm is not that simple. First, you must pass a test. What kind of test? Qin Tian asked. No sooner had he spoken than the mountain began to tremble violently. A massive crack appeared in the mountain, from which emerged a colossal ice sculpture giant. I am the guardian of the long Zumi Jing, the ice giant proclaimed, its voice echoing like glaciers colliding. To enter the secret realm, you must defeat me. The group exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. At that moment, the little dragon's voice echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Do not be afraid. I will teach you a technique that will surely defeat this ice giant. Following the little dragon's guidance, Qin Tian took a deep breath. Channeling both magic and fighting energy within him, he formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Five-claw golden dragon seal." A flash of golden light erupted, and a massive dragon claw phantom appeared in the air, striking down upon the ice giant with great force. With a resounding crash, the ice giant shattered. The group stood dumbfounded, unable to believe they had won so easily. The little dragon boasted, "Of course, though your current strength is lacking with my guidance. Such minor challenges are easily overcome." Suddenly, the fragments of the ice giant reassembled into the form of an old man. "Very well," the elder said approvingly. "It seems you are indeed qualified to enter the secret realm. Follow me." Turning, he walked into the mountain's fissure, and Qin Tian and the others hurried to keep up. After traversing a lengthy tunnel, they emerged into a breathtaking valley, where a grand palace stood at its center, surrounded by lush forests and crystal-clear lakes. Most astonishingly, several true dragons soared freely in the sky. "Heavens," Qin Tian murmured. "Is this really the long Zumi Jing?" The little dragon snorted. "It's passable, I suppose. However, compared to my homeland, it pales in comparison." The elder led them to the palace and said, "From today onwards, you shall begin your training in the secret realm. Magic, fighting techniques, alchemy, formations, everything you could wish for is here. However, before that, you must first master the basics of magic and fighting energy manipulation." The group exchanged glances, realizing they had a daunting task ahead. The elder continued, "All right, follow me now. I will take you to your quarters, and we will commence training early tomorrow morning." Thus, Qin Tian and his companions officially set foot on the path of dual cultivation in both magic and martial arts. Little did they know, even greater challenges awaited them, and the secrets surrounding Qin Tian would gradually unfold during this journey. That night, as Qin Tian lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's events, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined I, Qin Tian, would one day embark on the path of dual cultivation. This is more incredible than winning the lottery." The little dragon scoffed, "You arrogant brat, do not let it go to your head. The real hardships are yet to come." Qin Tian pouted, "Humph. As a distinguished master of the Dragon Kingdom, I fear no such trivial difficulties." The little dragon sneered, "Is that so? Then we shall see." Early the next morning, Qin Tian was abruptly awakened by a piercing bell. Groggy, he climbed out of bed to find the elder standing at the door with a serious expression. "Are you ready to begin your training?" the elder asked. Qin Tian yawned and replied, "Ready, senior." "What will we learn today?" The elder revealed a knowing smile. "Today, we will learn how to simultaneously operate magic and fighting energy." "Is that all?" Qin Tian felt a bit disappointed, thinking it seemed quite simple. The elder smiled mysteriously. "Oh really? We shall see." An hour later, at the training grounds, Qin Tian shouted in agony, "Ah, my head. Why is it so difficult to operate magic and fighting energy at the same time?" Xiao Chui, nearby, was no better off, trembling and drenched in sweat. Shui Air, however, appeared relaxed, causing Qin Tian to roll his eyes. The elder stated, "This is just the beginning. Next, you must maintain this state for an entire day while also completing various tasks." "What? An entire day?" Qin Tian exclaimed. "Senior, you cannot be joking." The elder replied sternly, "The path of dual cultivation is never an easy one. If you cannot endure this little hardship, then you might as well give up." Gritting his teeth, Qin Tian declared, "No, I will not give up." Thus began Qin Tian's arduous training. From dawn till dusk, he either practiced magic or trained his fighting energy. Despite the hardships, he could clearly feel his progress. A month later, Qin Tian had become proficient in simultaneously utilizing magic and fighting energy, elevating both powers to the early stage of adept. "Well done," the elder said with satisfaction. "It seems you do possess some talent." Qin Tian puffed out his chest proudly. "Of course, before he could finish, the elder smacked him on the head. "Arrogant brat, do not let it go to your head," the elder said sternly. "The true trials have only just begun." Rubbing his head, Qin Tian thought to himself that the path of dual cultivation was indeed fraught with challenges. However, to to grow stronger and protect those he cared for. He was willing to exert every effort. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. Not good. A disciple rushed over to report. A group of unidentified individuals has arrived outside the secret realm, claiming to be looking for the Dragon Kingdom's master, Qin Tian. Qin Tian was taken aback. What? Could they be from the Ining Council? The elder spoke grimly. Whoever they are, if they dare to provoke the Long Zumi Jing, they shall not be treated lightly. Qin Tian, come with me. It is time for you to witness the prowess of a true master. Qin Tian nodded and followed the elder towards the entrance of the secret realm. He was uncertain of what awaited him. Yet he understood that this would be his opportunity to prove himself. In a secluded corner of the secret realm, a mysterious figure silently observed everything, their eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Chapter 21. Acquiring a sycophant as a follower, Qin Tian hastened alongside the elder towards the entrance of the secret realm, his heart fluttering with trepidation. He muttered to himself, could they truly be members of the Shadow Council? I have only just mastered a few basic moves. I cannot withstand their torment. Xiaolong scoffed in his mind, saying, what is there to fear? With me by your side. Even if the Grand Elder of the Shadow Council were to arrive, he would have no choice but to address you as grandfather. Qin Tian rolled his eyes. Oh, esteemed dragon, please refrain from boasting. If it weren't for the assistance of the mysterious lord last time, we would have nearly met our demise. At that moment, the elder abruptly halted, turning to look at Qin Tian. What are you mumbling about, young man? Qin Tian hastily waved his hands. Nothing at all. I was merely motivating myself. The elder scrutinized Qin Tian intently, contemplatively remarking, interesting. It appears that the secrets you harbor are more numerous than I had anticipated. A jolt of surprise coursed through Qin Tian's mind, wondering if the old man had unraveled any of his secrets. Just then, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, where a group of individuals stood, led by a tall and handsome young man. The moment the young man laid eyes on Qin Tian, he exclaimed with excitement, it's you. You are the one who stole my opportunity. Qin Tian was bewildered. What are you talking about? Which opportunity? I do not recall taking anything from you. The young man, filled with fury, retorted, stop pretending. It was the Jiulong grass. That was supposed to be mine. Realization dawned upon Qin Tian. Oh, so it was about the Jiulong grass. However, my friend, you are too late. I have already used it. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment. What? You used it? Qin Tian shrugged. There was no choice. Saving a life was paramount. The young man stomped his foot in frustration. How infuriating. That was a treasure I had expended great effort to uncover. Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed to find it? Curiously, Qin Tian asked, and what efforts did you undertake? The young man puffed out his chest, proudly declaring, I scoured the entire royal library, perusing countless ancient texts, and even risked my life to infiltrate the Shadow Council's secret base to gather intelligence. Qin Tian interrupted. Wait a moment. Did you say you infiltrated the Shadow Council's secret base? The young man nodded smugly. Indeed. Impressive, isn't it? Qin Tian gave him a thumbs up. Quite remarkable, indeed. However, I am curious. How did you escape from the clutches of the Shadow Council? The young man's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Well, the truth is, just then, one of his underlings could no longer contain himself and interjected. Young master, stop boasting. You were chased all over the city by the people of the Shadow Council, and you only escaped by hiding in a stinky sewer. When you returned, the stench lingered for an entire month. With a slap, the young man struck the underling on the head. Silence. Who told you to speak? Qin Tian could hardly contain his laughter, doubled over in amusement. Ha! Brother, your experience is truly something. The young man's face flushed red as he bellowed. What are you laughing at? If you're so capable, why don't you venture into the Shadow Council's base? Qin Tian wiped away tears of laughter, replying, sorry, my friend, but I have already been there. Moreover, I not only visited, but I also drove their Grand Elder away. The young man looked incredulous. Nonsense. Do you expect me to believe that? At this moment, the elder finally spoke. Young friend, what Qin Tian says is indeed true. He not only successfully obtained the Jiulong grass, but also repelled the pursuers of the Shadow Council. If you doubt it, feel free to verify. Upon hearing the elder's words, the young man's face turned pale. He scrutinized the elder closely, suddenly exclaiming, You are the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan's secret realm? The elder nodded. Indeed, that is I. The young man immediately altered his demeanor. Respectfully bowing, I apologize for my intrusion, esteemed Grand Elder. The elder waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. However, what brings you here? Scratching his head, the young man sheepishly admitted, Actually, I came to challenge Qin Tian. I heard he is a master of the Dragon Kingdom and wish to spar with him. Qin Tian was taken aback. Was that the reason? Was it necessary to bring so many people? The young man chuckled. I was merely afraid you might refuse the challenge. With many present, I could compel you to accept. Qin Tian stared at him in disbelief. Brother, your thought process is truly unique. The elder pondered for a moment and suggested. In that case, why not have a match right here, keeping it lighthearted? The young man eagerly agreed. Yes, yes. That is exactly what I intended. Qin Tian, however, hesitated. This doesn't seem quite right. The elder patted Qin Tian on the shoulder. What is there to fear? Consider it a test of your recent progress in magic and combat training. With no choice but to consent, Qin Tian nodded. The two stepped into an open area and assumed their stances. The young man boasted, I am a pinnacle master of magic and an early-stage master of combat. You should be careful. Qin Tian was taken aback, realizing the young man's strength was formidable. He feared he might be at a disadvantage. However, he quickly regained his composure. Recalling the techniques he had previously employed, since that move had proven effective before, he decided to use it again. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his magic and combat energy, forming hand seals and shouting, Five-clawed golden dragon seal. A flash of golden light erupted as a colossal dragon claw apparition appeared in the air, lunging towards the young man. The young man gasped in shock, hastily casting a defensive spell. However, the dragon claw shattered his defenses and sent him flying. With a resounding thud, the young man crashed to the ground, struggling to rise. The atmosphere fell silent, as everyone stared in astonishment at the scene. Qin Tian exhaled in relief. Although he had used this move before, it never failed to astonish him. Xiao Long commended him in his mind. Quite impressive, young one. It seems you have gained some mastery over this technique. Struggling to his feet, the young man looked at Qin Tian with awe. How did you accomplish that? That move was incredible. Qin Tian sheepishly scratched his head. To be honest, I am still exploring it myself. Perhaps it is just innate talent. The elder observed Qin Tian thoughtfully, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Fascinating. This is indeed becoming more intriguing. The speed of this young man's progress far exceeds my expectations. At that moment, the young man suddenly knelt before Qin Tian with a thud. Brother, I concede. Please take me as your follower. Qin Tian was taken aback. Hey, what are you doing? Get up. The young man insisted. No, I must learn from you, brother. Please accept me. Qin Tian glanced helplessly at the elder, seeking assistance with his eyes. The elder chuckled. Since he is so earnest, why not accept him? Having an extra ally isn't a bad thing. Reluctantly, Qin Tian agreed. Very well. You may follow me. By the way, I don't even know your name yet. The young man exclaimed with enthusiasm. My name is Li Tianba. Thus, Qin Tian unwittingly acquired a new follower. Li Tianba successfully joined the Dragon Clan's secret realm and embarked on his journey of magic and combat training. That night, as Qin Tian lay in bed reflecting on the events of the day, he couldn't help but exclaim, the path of dual cultivation in magic and combat is indeed filled with surprises. Just this morning, I was fretting over my training, and by evening, I inexplicably gained a follower. Xiao Long scoffed. Do not become complacent. Although this fellow possesses decent strength, he seems to lack common sense. You must keep a close watch on him and ensure he does not create any trouble. Qin Tian curled his lips and reassured, rest assured. I shall keep an eye on him. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. Qin Tian quickly rose to investigate, only to find Li Tianba animatedly recounting something to the other disciples in the corridor. Then, I was defeated by my elder brother with a single move. That was the five-claw golden dragon seal. Its power is simply unimaginable, Li Tianba exclaimed with excitement. The other disciples displayed looks of envy, eagerly discussing their desire to seek out Qin Tian for lessons. Qin Tian sighed. This Li Tianba certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Xiao Long gleefully chimed in. Haha. Now it's your turn to endure. Enjoy your elder brother life. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly, reflecting that the path of dual cultivation in both magic and martial arts was indeed fraught with unforeseen challenges. However, having chosen this path, he resolved to forge ahead with courage. Thus, amid laughter and sighs, a new chapter in Qin Tian's journey of magical and martial training unfolded. Chapter 22. Do I truly possess the talent of Confucius? In the early morning, Qin Tian was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Groggy, he rose and opened it to find Li Tianba standing outside with an expression of sheer excitement. Elder brother, wake up. Today is your first day teaching us. Li Tianba exclaimed enthusiastically. Qin Tian rubbed his sleepy eyes and replied, What? Teach? I don't recall agreeing to teach you all. Li Tianba looked aggrieved. Elder brother, you promised last night. You said you would teach us the five-claw golden dragon seal. Only then did Qin Tian remember being unable to refuse Li Tianba's persistent requests the previous night, and had casually agreed to teach them a few moves. He sighed inwardly, thinking how troublesome Li Tianba truly was. All right, I will get up, Qin Tian said resignedly. Half an hour later, Qin Tian stood in the training ground of the Longzhu secret realm, facing a dozen eager disciples, including Li Tianba. Ahem, Qin Tian cleared his throat. Today, we shall begin with basic magic. Huh, Li Tianba exclaimed in disappointment. Elder brother, aren't we supposed to learn the five-claw golden dragon seal? Qin Tian rolled his eyes. Do you think the five-claw golden dragon seal is so easy to master? I have yet to fully grasp it myself. Let us first establish a solid foundation. At that moment, Xiaolong's voice echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Hey, you little rascal, are you sure you want to teach them magic? You are still a novice yourself. Qin Tian replied in his mind. I have no choice, Dragon Grandpa. I cannot go back on my word. Xiaolong scoffed. Humph, you better be cautious. Don't make a fool of yourself. Qin Tian, unfazed, commenced teaching the basics of magic. However, the developments that followed exceeded his expectations. Let us first try the simplest fireball technique, Qin Tian instructed, conjuring a small fireball with a flick of his wrist. Like this. Focus your mind and visualize the flames forming in your hand. Before he could finish, Li Tianba, unable to contain himself, began his attempt. With his hands clasped together and his face turning crimson, he shouted, Fireball technique. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted as a gigantic fireball detonated in Li Tianba's hands, sending him flying. My heavens! Qin Tian exclaimed, rushing over to check on him. Li Tianba lay on the ground, charred and disheveled, resembling a singed hedgehog. Struggling to lift his head, he weakly asked, Elder brother, did I do it right? Qin Tian, exasperated, replied, What on earth? I said a small fireball, not a bomb. Were you trying to blow yourself up? The other disciples could not help but burst into laughter at the sight. Qin Tian helped Li Tianba to his feet, brushing off the soot. All right, do not be disheartened. Magic cannot be mastered overnight. Let us continue. The subsequent lessons turned into a calamity. Some disciples accidentally flooded the entire training ground while attempting water magic. Others summoned ferocious beasts instead of small animals, and yet others tried invisibility magic, resulting in only their clothes becoming invisible while they stood exposed. Observing the chaotic scene, Qin Tian could only sigh in disbelief. Xiaolong, reveling in the mischief, remarked, How about that? Didn't I warn you? Now you have your share of the fun. Just then, an elder appeared out of nowhere, smiling benignly at the scene. Qin Tian, the elder said kindly, It seems your teaching is quite successful. These disciples are very enthusiastic. Qin Tian chuckled awkwardly. Elder, please do not misunderstand. This is merely a special teaching method. Letting them experience the consequences of magical mishaps will make them more cautious in the future. The elder regarded Qin Tian with a knowing look. Is that so? I look forward to seeing the results of your teaching. With that, the elder turned and left, leaving Qin Tian feeling disheveled in the wind. What a disaster, Qin Tian thought, realizing he had truly embarrassed himself. However, to Qin Tian's surprise, this farcical magic lesson sparked immense interest among the disciples. Elder brother, this is so much fun, Li Tianba exclaimed. I never imagined magic could be so entertaining. The other disciples echoed his sentiment, stating that despite the chaotic experience, they had gained a deeper understanding of magic. Qin Tian was taken aback. Do you not feel embarrassed? One disciple laughed. Why should we be embarrassed? Failure is the mother of success. Besides, where else can we find such an enjoyable lesson? Qin Tian shook his head in disbelief, realizing how optimistic these individuals were. At that moment, Xiaolong suddenly remarked, Hey, you little rascal, you have impressed me. Qin Tian was taken aback. What do you mean? Xiaolong explained, Your teaching method, though seemingly foolish, actually enables these youngsters to grasp the essence of magic more swiftly. By experiencing the consequences of magical misfires firsthand, they will be more cautious and find it easier to master the techniques. Qin Tian was astonished. Really? I was just teaching casually. Xiaolong scoffed. Humph. Sometimes you stumble upon the truth by accident. However, since you've started, continue onward. I am curious to see what you will make of these youngsters. With Xiaolong's approval, Qin Tian felt a surge of confidence. Clearing his throat, he addressed the eager yet disheveled disciples. All right, since everyone is so interested, let us continue. But this time, be careful not to destroy the secret realm. Thus, Qin Tian's magic-intensive training class officially commenced. Although the process remained rife with unexpected occurrences and laughter, the progress of the disciples was evident. A week later, the elder returned to the training ground, only to find an orderly scene. The disciples were diligently practicing various spells. Although mistakes still occurred, They were now able to control their magical energy to a basic extent. Not bad, the elder praised. It seems your special teaching method truly holds merit. Qin Tian humbly replied, it is merely luck. I owe it all to these diligent disciples. The elder regarded Qin Tian with a meaningful gaze. Qin Tian, sometimes, while teaching others, you also gain insights yourself. What do you think? Qin Tian paused, reflecting on how his understanding of magic had indeed deepened through the teaching process. Thank you for your guidance, elder, he said sincerely. I will continue to strive for improvement. The elder nodded in satisfaction and departed. That night, as Qin Tian lay in bed, he reflected on the events of the past week and could not help but feel a swell of gratitude. Dragon Grandpa, he thought inwardly, thank you for your guidance. Without you, I might have truly messed things up. Xiaolong, surprisingly gentle, responded, you little rascal, you do possess some talent. However, the road ahead is long. So do not become complacent. Qin Tian smiled, understood, Dragon Grandpa. By the way, what level would you say my current magic skill is at? Xiaolong pondered for a moment. Roughly, you could be considered an intermediate adept. However, your progress is indeed commendable. If you maintain this momentum, it won't be long before you reach the master level. Qin Tian exclaimed with excitement, that's wonderful. I will certainly work even harder. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. Qin Tian hurried to investigate and saw Li Tianba standing in the corridor, joyfully announcing something. Everyone come quickly. I just successfully cast the 5-clawed golden dragon seal. Li Tianba shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian was momentarily stunned. He rushed out, exclaiming, hey Li Tianba, don't mess around. That move is extremely dangerous. However, it was too late. Li Tianba clasped his hands together and shouted, 5-clawed golden dragon seal. With a thunderous boom, a powerful wave of energy swept through the entire corridor. When the dust settled, Li Tianba had transformed back into a charred hedgehog. Big brother, Li Tianba said weakly. Did I mess it up again? Qin Tian sighed, thinking that Li Tianba had truly brought upon himself a monumental trouble. Yet, seeing Li Tianba's pitiful yet hopeful expression, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He patted Li Tianba on the shoulder and said, it's all right. Failure is the mother of success. But next time, be more careful and don't destroy the secret realm. Li Tianba immediately perked up. Yes, big brother. I will certainly work even harder. Observing Li Tianba's spirited demeanor, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile. He mused that the path of dual cultivation in magic and martial arts was indeed filled with unexpected delights. Thus, amidst laughter and sighs, Qin Tian's journey in teaching magic embarked upon a new chapter. Chapter 23. The Chosen One. This day, Qin Tian was meditating in the courtyard, diligently cultivating his battle aura when he suddenly sensed a restless stir within his body. What is happening? Qin Tian pondered. At that moment, the voice of Xiaolong echoed in his mind. Kid, congratulations. It seems you are about to break through to the level of battle aura master. Qin Tian was overjoyed. Really? That's fantastic. However, before he could revel in his joy, the battle aura within him suddenly spiraled out of control, wildly coursing through his meridians. Qin Tian cried out in agony, feeling as if he had been ignited, with steam rising from his entire body. Xiao Chui and Xue Er happened to pass by and, hearing Qin Tian scream, rushed over. Qin Tian, what happened? Xiao Chui asked anxiously. Xue Er quickly assessed the situation and realized he was attempting to break through the battle aura realm, but it seemed there was a complication. Qin Tian struggled to speak. And no, I'm fine. I can handle it. Before he finished speaking, a surge of powerful energy erupted from his body, uprooting the trees in the courtyard. Xiao Chui gasped in shock, while Xue Er swiftly cast a protective spell to shield them both from the fallout. Just then, Li Tianba rushed over, witnessing the scene and shouted, quick, someone come. Big brother is about to explode. Qin Tian felt like crying, thinking how could Li Tianba be such a troublemaker? Now everyone in the secret realm would come to see the spectacle. Indeed, it wasn't long before a large crowd surged into the courtyard. The Grand Elder also arrived upon hearing the commotion and, upon seeing Qin Tian's condition, immediately understood what was happening. Everyone, stay calm, the Elder said in a steady voice. Qin Tian is merely breaking through the battle aura realm. However, he glanced at the destroyed courtyard, realizing the commotion was rather significant. At that moment, Mr. McZin suddenly spoke. I know what to do. Qin Tian, try using the Dragon Clan's secret technique, Qi Long Gui Yuan. Qin Tian was taken aback. Qi Long Gui Yuan? What is that? Mr. McZin explained. It is an ancient Dragon Clan secret technique that can help stabilize the chaotic battle aura. I will teach you the incantation right now. Under Mr. McZin's guidance, Qin Tian began to operate the Qi Long Gui Yuan technique. Gradually, The rampaging battle aura within him began to calm down. However, just when everyone thought the crisis had been averted, an even more powerful energy suddenly erupted from within Qin Tian. Not good, Mr. McZin exclaimed. The dragon power within Qin Tian has been awakened. Qin Tian radiated a golden light, with a faint golden dragon illusion swirling around him. Xiao Chui gasped. Wow, so beautiful. Shui Er furrowed her brow. Sensing this power felt somewhat familiar. The Grand Elder also displayed a look of astonishment, realizing that Qin Tian harbored such formidable dragon power. It seemed that his origins were not simple. Just then, Li Tianba suggested another ill-fated idea. How about we all help Big Brother absorb the excess energy? Before anyone else could react, Li Tianba dashed forward and grabbed Qin Tian's hand. No, Qin Tian shouted in terror, but it was too late. As a torrent of violent energy surged directly into Li Tianba's body. Ah! Li Tianba screamed, his hair standing on end as he was engulfed in smoke. Xiao Chui and Shui Er hurriedly rushed to check on Li Tianba. To their astonishment, despite his disheveled appearance, he seemed uninjured and even felt a surge of power within him. This is incredible, Li Tianba exclaimed excitedly. I feel like my strength has increased. The other disciples, hearing this, immediately became intrigued and rushed forward to partake. The Grand Elder, witnessing this chaos, quickly shouted, "Stop! You are playing with fire." However, it was too late, and pandemonium ensued. Disciples were sent flying by the energy, some even transformed into charred figures. Xiao Chui and Shui Er frantically assisted those who had been knocked about, the scene becoming increasingly comical. At that moment, Mr. McZin suddenly declared, "Qin Tian, try directing the excess energy into the ground." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian immediately complied. He pressed his hands to the ground, and a powerful surge of energy instantly flowed into the earth. However, another mishap occurred. With a thunderous boom, the entire courtyard erupted into a hot spring. My heavens! Qin Tian gaped at the scene before him. I didn't mean to. The Grand Elder paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Good. Qin Tian, you have truly brought us a surprise. Now we have a hot spring in our secret realm. The other disciples were equally thrilled, eagerly jumping into the hot spring to enjoy the rare bath. Xiao Chui exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Qin Tian, you are truly amazing." Shui Er, however, gazed at Qin Tian thoughtfully. This power seems to resemble the legendary ancestral dragon power. Qin Tian, what exactly is your origin? Qin Tian scratched his head. I'm not too sure about that myself. The Grand Elder approached and patted Qin Tian on the shoulder. No matter your origins, you are now a member of our Dragon Clan's secret realm. With this breakthrough, you have not only enhanced your own strength, but also helped your fellow disciples improve their cultivation, and you have even opened up a hot spring for the secret realm. This is a significant achievement. Qin Tian bashfully replied, "It was just good luck." However, Mr. McZin interjected, "No, this is not merely luck. Qin Tian, the dragon power within you is extraordinary. Your future cultivation will likely be more arduous than that of ordinary people, but it will also yield greater breakthroughs. You must prepare yourself mentally." Qin Tian solemnly nodded, "I understand. I will work even harder." Thus, the farcical episode of Qin Tian's breakthrough finally came to a close. Although the process was somewhat chaotic, the outcome was unexpectedly delightful. That night, as Qin Tian lay in bed reflecting on the day's events, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Xiao Long's voice echoed, "Kid, today's spectacle has laid bare all your secrets." Qin Tian sighed, "Yes, but I don't think it's a bad thing. At least everyone knows my uniqueness now, and I will receive more guidance in my cultivation moving forward." Xiao Long agreed, "Indeed, you have a positive outlook. However, remember, with great power comes great responsibility. The road ahead is still long." Qin Tian nodded, "I understand." "Indeed, Long Di. What level have I reached now?" Xiao Long pondered for a moment, and reluctantly concluded that he was at the initial stage of a Duki master. However, the dragon power within you possesses vast potential. With diligent cultivation, it won't be long before you can break through to the master level. Qin Tian exclaimed with excitement. "That's wonderful. I will certainly strive even harder." Just then, a knock resounded from outside the door. Upon opening it, Qin Tian found Xiao Chui and Shui Er standing there. "Qin Tian, are you all right?" Xiao Chui inquired with concern. Shui Er added, "We came to see how well you have recovered." Qin Tian felt warmth in his heart. "I am fine. Thank you for your concern. By the way, would you like to join me for a soak in the newly opened hot springs?" Xiao Chui cheerfully replied, "Yes, that sounds great." After a moment of hesitation, Shui Er nodded in agreement. Thus, the three of them made their way to the hot springs. At the edge of the hot spring pool, Qin Tian gazed at the two girls, a surge of happiness enveloping him. He vowed silently to become stronger and protect those around him. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Grand Elder and Mr. Mi Xian were engaged in discussion. What do you think of Qin Tian's origins? The Grand Elder hesitated. Mr. Mi Xian pondered for a moment, regardless of his background. He is now the hope of our Dragon Clan's secret realm. Our duty is to cultivate him with all our might. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. You are correct. However, I can't shake the feeling that a great storm is brewing. Chapter 24. I truly am the chosen one. Qin Tian and his companions stood before the entrance to the Dragon Clan's secret realm, awaiting the arrival of the so-called Dragon Clan's legitimate heirs. The atmosphere was thick with tension and anticipation. Suddenly, Li Tianba spoke up. This Dragon Clan's legitimate heir. Could it be some ancient relic of the Dragon Clan? Qin Tian rolled his eyes. What on earth do you think about all day? Xiao Chui asked curiously. What do you think they will look like? Will they be covered in scales and sporting horns? Shui'er shook her head. I doubt it. They are likely to resemble us, in human form. At that moment, silhouettes appeared in the distant sky, descending gracefully on a rainbow cloud before the entrance to the secret realm. Wow! Li Tianba exclaimed. What a cool entrance. Brother, when will you be able to do that? Qin Tian responded helplessly. If I could, would I still need to walk every day? Leading the group was an elderly man with flowing white hair, clad in a magnificent dragon robe, holding a dragon-headed cane. Behind him stood a dozen young individuals, each exuding a remarkable presence. The elder scanned the crowd, his gaze finally resting on Qin Tian. His eyes suddenly sparkled. Indeed, a true dragon bloodline. I never expected to encounter it in such a place. Qin Tian felt somewhat uncomfortable. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? The elder laughed heartily. I am the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan's legitimate heirs, Long Tianba. Uft. Li Tianba spat out his drink. What? Long Tianba? Why does that name sound so familiar? Qin Tian was taken aback. Wait, did you say your name is Long Tianba? Long Tianba proudly stroked his beard. Indeed. What is the matter? Are you intimidated by my reputation? Li Tianba suddenly leaped with excitement. Oh my! Could it be that you are my long-lost grandfather? The scene fell into stunned silence. Everyone stared at Li Tianba, dumbfounded. Long Tianba furrowed his brow. Boy, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Tianba replied defensively. But I also have the surname Li. My name is Li Tianba, and yours is Long Tianba. Isn't that quite a coincidence? Qin Tian facepalmed and sighed. Li Tianba, can you please stop causing trouble? He is of the Long surname, while you are of the Li surname. How could he possibly be your grandfather? Long Tianba, however, suddenly became intrigued. Wait, you said your name is Li Tianba? Li Tianba nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Look, our names are quite similar. Long Tianba regarded Li Tianba thoughtfully. Interesting, truly interesting. Boy, do you know your origins? Li Tianba scratched his head. I am an orphan, raised on the streets since childhood. Long Tianba burst into laughter. Huh? How amusing. Truly a twist of fate. Everyone was bewildered. Qin Tian could not help but inquire. Grand Elder, what is the meaning of this? Long Tianba's expression turned serious. We, the Dragon Clan's legitimate heirs, have been searching for a long-lost clan member. He bears a dragon pattern mark at birth and is a rare talent. Unfortunately, he went missing during a tumultuous event. Li Tianba's eyes widened. Are you saying? Long Tianba nodded. Yes, that child is named Li Tianba. And you, quite likely, are the one we seek. The crowd erupted in cacophony. What? Li Tianba is actually of the Dragon Clan's legitimate bloodline? This is simply unbelievable. Qin Tian was equally astonished. Wait, how can this be? Li Tianba does not seem like a talent at all. Li Tianba, feeling offended, retorted. Hey, brother, that hurts my feelings. Long Tianba chuckled. The power of bloodlines can be quite mysterious. It may have been sealed for certain reasons. Nevertheless, with a simple test, we can ascertain the truth. Saying this, he produced a crystal-clear orb from his pocket. This is the Dragon Clan's bloodline stone. Anyone with dragon bloodline will illuminate upon contact. Li Tianba excitedly declared. Let me give it a try. He reached out to touch the orb. However, the orb remained completely unresponsive. Li Tianba awkwardly remarked. Do I need to touch it a little longer? Long Tianba shook his head in disappointment. It seems I was mistaken. You are not the one we seek. Li Tianba's face fell. This is quite disheartening. I had thought I was someone extraordinary. Qin Tian patted his shoulder. Don't lose heart. Even if you are not of the Dragon Clan's legitimate bloodline, you are still our good brother. Just then, the orb suddenly flew from Long Tianba's hand and landed directly in Qin Tian's grasp. With a hum, the orb erupted in dazzling light, stronger than any reaction Long Tianba had ever witnessed. How is this possible? Long Tianba exclaimed in shock. Could it be that you are? Qin Tian was equally startled. I didn't do anything. Long Tianba exclaimed excitedly, indeed. You are the one we have been searching for. The inheritor of the true dragon bloodline. Li Tianba muttered to himself, TCH, had I known, I would have secretly hidden the orb and let my brother touch it later. Long Tianba ignored Li Tianba's complaints and continued, young man, do you know what bloodline flows through your veins? Qin Tian replied honestly, it is the bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon? Exactly. Long Tianba exclaimed with enthusiasm. That is the legendary bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Our dragon clan's legitimate heirs have searched for thousands of years and finally see hope in you. Qin Tian felt somewhat embarrassed. Actually, I have only recently awakened it. Long Tianba laughed heartily, no matter. The power of bloodlines is innate. With our training, you will soon master immense strength. Li Tianba, feeling a bit sour, remarked, TCH, what is so great about being a five-clawed golden dragon? Long Tianba shot him a glare. Boy, do you know what the five-clawed golden dragon signifies? It is the king of dragons, the leader of all dragons. Li Tianba shrank back. All right, I concede. Brother, you truly are impressive. Qin Tian sighed helplessly. I say, could you all refrain from elevating me so? I am still quite inexperienced. Long Tianba, in a serious tone, stated, precisely for that reason are we here to bring you back to the dragon clan's legitimate heirs. There, you will find the finest cultivation resources and the most powerful techniques. Only there can you truly unleash the strength of the five-clawed golden dragon. Qin Tian was taken aback. Wait, are you saying I should leave here? Long Tianba nodded. Correct. From this day forth, you shall be the young master of our dragon clan's legitimate heirs. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Shui Er and Xiao Chui looked at Qin Tian with concern, fearing he would be taken away just like that. Li Tianba protested urgently. No, our brother belongs to us. You cannot take him away. Long Tianba disdainfully remarked, Humph. Do you think your little secret realm is worthy of retaining the heir of the true dragon bloodline? Just as the atmosphere was tense and fraught with tension, Qin Tian unexpectedly spoke up. I apologize, Senior Long. I truly appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot accompany you. Long Tianba expressed his surprise. Why not? Do you not aspire to become the most powerful of the dragon clan? Qin Tian shook his head, asserting that while power is indeed significant for him, friends and family hold greater importance. Everyone here is my family. I cannot abandon them. Long Tianba furrowed his brow, cautioning, you must think this through. This is a rare opportunity. Qin Tian replied resolutely, I have thought it over thoroughly. I will grow stronger in my own way and protect everyone in my own manner. Long Tianba fell silent for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Excellent. Truly deserving of the true dragon bloodline. You possess both courage and loyalty. Today, I have broadened my horizons. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. It seemed the crisis had finally been averted. Long Tianba continued, in that case, I shall not force you. However, I will periodically check on your progress in cultivation. I hope that when we next meet, you will astonish me. Qin Tian nodded earnestly. I will strive to do so. Just as Long Tianba was about to depart, Li Tianba suddenly rushed forward, exclaiming, Senior Long, seeing my potential, would you consider taking me as your disciple? Long Tianba scrutinized Li Tianba before responding. You? Perhaps not. However, he retrieved a book from his robe and tossed it to Li Tianba. This is Longzhu Shulian Ruming. Study it well. Li Tianba caught the book, his excitement palpable. Wonderful. Now I have a cultivation method. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly, thinking that Li Tianba would never grow up. After bidding farewell to the rightful heir of the dragon clan, Qin Tian exhaled deeply. Shui and Xiao Chui approached with concern, asking, Qin Tian, do you truly not regret your decision? Qin Tian smiled and shook his head. How could I regret it? With you by my side, I fear nothing. Li Tianba interjected. Big brother, what about me? Am I not a cause for concern? Qin Tian rolled his eyes in response. With you around, I only worry about the trouble you might bring. Laughter erupted among the group. In the midst of their merriment, Qin Tian silently vowed to diligently cultivate and safeguard each person around him. As night fell, the dragon clan's secret realm was enveloped in tranquility. Qin Tian found himself alone by the newly established hot spring, seeking to ease his tense nerves. Just as he shed his outer garment, he heard light footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to see Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui, what brings you here? Qin Tian inquired with astonishment. Xiao Chui's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly replied. I noticed you were alone at the hot spring and thought I might keep you company. Under the moonlight, her beauty was even more enchanting. Dressed in a delicate white robe, her graceful figure was subtly revealed. Qin Tian swallowed hard, his heart racing. Well, let us soak together, he stammered. They entered the hot spring, the warm water enveloping them, inviting relaxation. Ah, how delightful, Xiao Chui sighed contentedly, closing her eyes to savor the experience. Qin Tian stole a glance at her. Her fair skin glistened in the steam, rendering her even more alluring. He quickly averted his gaze, anxious about being discovered. Qin Tian. Xiao Chui suddenly spoke. Do you remember our first meeting? Qin Tian chuckled. Of course. You were troubled by the werewolf curse, and I promised to help you break it. A tender glimmer crossed Xiao Chui's eyes. Indeed, thanks to you, I was able to rid myself of that curse. Qin Tian, thank you. As she spoke, she moved a little closer to him. The distance between them shrank, and Qin Tian could even feel her breath. Xiao Chui, just as he was about to speak. A wave of dizziness washed over him. What's wrong? Xiao Chui asked with concern. Qin Tian shook his head. Perhaps I've soaked too long. I feel a bit lightheaded. Xiao Chui quickly supported him. Then let us get out for now. They exited the hot spring and returned to Qin Tian's room. Perhaps due to the warmth of the spring, both felt a sudden heat. Qin Tian, are you all right? Xiao Chui asked worriedly, unconsciously drawing closer. Qin Tian felt her warmth. His heart racing again. I am fine. At that moment, their eyes met, and it seemed as if something ignited between them. Xiao Chui, Qin Tian. They simultaneously called each other's names, and everything seemed to fall into place. The moonlight streamed through the window, enveloping the room in an intimate ambience. Qin Tian and Xiao Chui lost themselves in each other's tenderness, oblivious to the passage of time. However, unbeknownst to them, in the adjacent room, Schwer was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Hearing sounds from next door stirred a tumult of emotions within her. She knew what was occurring, but could not suppress her feelings of disappointment. Qin Tian, Schwer whispered, a hint of complex emotions flickering in her eyes. The following morning, when Qin Tian awoke, he discovered that Xiao Chui had already left. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, a blissful smile crept onto his face. However, upon stepping out of his room, he found Schwer standing at the door. Her gaze filled with an indescribable emotion. Schwer, what are you doing here? Qin Tian asked, somewhat flustered. Schwer forced a smile. It's nothing. I merely came to call you for breakfast. With that, she turned and hurried away. Qin Tian watched her retreating figure, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. He realized he might have inadvertently hurt Schwer's feelings. Just then, Li Tianba came bounding over, exclaiming, Big brother, do you know? I had the strangest dream last night. Qin Tian was startled by Li Tianba's loud voice. What dream? Li Tianba replied mysteriously. I dreamed that I transformed into a dragon, soaring through the skies, and I could breathe fire too. Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. That was indeed a whimsical dream. Li Tianba continued. Moreover, when I woke up, I found that my fighting spirit had actually improved. Big brother, do you think this is because I absorbed your energy yesterday? Qin Tian paused. I cannot say for certain. Just then, the elder approached. Qin Tian, Li Tianba, the elder said sternly, follow me. I have an important announcement to make. Qin Tian and Li Tianba exchanged glances and followed the elder to the hall. They discovered other disciples gathered there, faces alight with excitement and anticipation. The elder cleared his throat and began, everyone, due to yesterday's unexpected events, we have discovered that the energy within Qin Tian greatly benefits everyone's cultivation. Therefore, I have decided to establish a special training group, with Qin Tian as the instructor. The crowd erupted in cheers. Qin Tian, however, felt a wave of panic. Wait, elder. My own cultivation is still unstable. How can I teach others? The elder patted Qin Tian's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. You merely need to cultivate in your own way, allowing them to sense your energy alongside you. Li Tianba exclaimed, fantastic. From now on, we can train with Big Brother every day? Other disciples echoed their enthusiasm. Their gazes toward Qin Tian filled with admiration. Qin Tian sighed helplessly, thinking to himself that he had now become a living cultivation tool. At that moment, he noticed Xiao Chui and Schwer standing amidst the crowd. Xiao Chui offered him a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with affection, while Schwer averted her gaze, seemingly intent on avoiding his eyes. Qin Tian's heart tightened as he realized he had become ensnared in a complex emotional whirlpool. It appeared that he must not only face challenges in cultivation, but also navigate the intricacies of his feelings. Qin Tian inwardly chuckled at his predicament. Thus, Qin Tian embarked on his extraordinary mentorship journey. Each day, he found himself surrounded by a group of fervent disciples while meticulously navigating the delicate dynamics between Xiao Chui and Schwer. Life became both bustling and fulfilling. Yet Qin Tian understood that the true challenges were merely beginning. In matters of cultivation and emotions alike, he knew he must exert greater effort to carve out his place in this realm brimming with magic and combat prowess. Meanwhile, in the shadows, A pair of enigmatic eyes observed all, accompanied by a cryptic smile. Chapter 26. The desire for embrace is on the verge of realization in the early morning. Qin Tian emerged from his chamber, rubbing his bleary eyes, only to discover Shui standing at the door, gazing at him with a complex expression. Good morning. Shui, Qin Tian awkwardly greeted, his mind still preoccupied with how to explain the events of the previous night. Shui managed a strained smile. Qin Tian. The Grand Elder has summoned us to the library. He wishes to teach us a new spell. Oh, very well. Qin Tian sighed in relief. Grateful that Shui had not broached the subject of that fateful night. The two walked in silence toward the library, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Qin Tian attempted several times to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Li Tianba suddenly appeared from the side, exclaiming, "Big brother! Sister Shui, are you two going on a date?" Both Qin Tian and Shui blushed simultaneously, declaring in unison, "No." Li Tianba regarded them skeptically. "Really? Then why are you both blushing?" Frustrated, Qin Tian retorted, "Li Tianba, go practice your skills if you have nothing better to do. Stop making wild guesses." With a pouting expression, Li Tianba replied, "I was just concerned for you, big brother. By the way, do you know where Sister Xiaochui went? I saw her sneaking around earlier, as if she were searching for something." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's heart sank. Could it be that Xiaochui was looking for the item she had left in his room that night? Shui keenly noticed the change in Qin Tian's demeanor, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Just as the tension threatened to rise again, they finally arrived at the library. The Grand Elder had been waiting and greeted them with a warm smile. "You're right on time. Today, I shall teach you a special dual spell known as Ice and Fire Fusion." Qin Tian and Shui exchanged surprised glances. The Grand Elder continued. "This spell requires the collaboration of someone adept in fire magic and another skilled in ice magic. Qin Tian, Shui, you two are perfectly suited for this." Li Tianba chimed in, "Wow. Isn't this the legendary destined duo?" Qin Tian shot him a glare. "Didn't you say you were going to find Xiaochui? Hurry up." Realizing the urgency, Li Tianba hastily departed. The Grand Elder began to impart the secrets of ice and fire fusion. This spell necessitated a strong connection between the two practitioners, with their energies harmoniously blending to unleash its full potential. "Now, you both give it a try," the Grand Elder instructed, settling down to observe. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian turned to Shui. "Shall we begin?" Shui nodded, extending her hand. Qin Tian mirrored her gesture, their palms facing each other with a small gap in between. "Ice and fire fusion," they called out in unison. However, the anticipated magical effect failed to materialize. Instead, Qin Tian's hand was suddenly encased in a chilling frost, while Shui's palm felt scorched. "Ouch!" they both exclaimed, hastily withdrawing their hands. The Grand Elder shook his head. "It seems your hearts are not yet in sync. Try again." Qin Tian and Shui attempted once more, this time with greater caution. Yet the outcome was even more disastrous. Qin Tian's hair was frozen into icicles by Shui's ice magic, while a hole was burned into Shui's sleeve by Qin Tian's fire magic. "My apologies," they both uttered simultaneously, falling into an awkward silence. The Grand Elder sighed. "It appears there are some underlying issues between you. How about you both retreat to the adjacent chamber and have a heart-to-heart to resolve your misunderstandings? Otherwise, you shall not master this spell." With that, he ushered Qin Tian and Shui into a small chamber and closed the door behind them. Inside, they stood facing each other, at a loss for words. Eventually, Qin Tian broke the silence. "Shui, I'm sorry. I realize you may have misunderstood something." Shui interrupted, "There's nothing to misunderstand. I understand everything about you and Xiaochui." Qin Tian hurriedly clarified, "No, it's not like that with Xiaochui. We merely..." At that moment, the door to the chamber swung open. Xiaochui stood at the threshold, holding a silk scarf, the very one that had been left in Qin Tian's room that night. "Qin Tian, I found it," she exclaimed, upon seeing the scene before her. Xiaochui froze. Shui glanced between Xiaochui and Qin Tian, then suddenly laughed. "I see now. It seems we all need to talk this out." Thus, the three of them sat in the chamber, embarking on an earnest conversation. Qin Tian explained the unexpected events of that night, while Xiaochui expressed her feelings. After listening, Shui sighed in relief. "Actually," she said softly, "I like Qin Tian too, but I've always hesitated to voice it, fearing it might affect our relationship." Hearing this, Qin Tian felt a mix of emotions, touched, yet guilty. He gazed at the two equally remarkable girls before him, unsure of how to proceed. Just as the atmosphere became awkward once more, a commotion erupted outside the door. "Not good." It's Li Tianba's voice. "Grand Elder, trouble is brewing. The Shadow Council has arrived." The trio rushed out of the chamber. In the courtyard, a group of individuals clad in black stood menacingly, their eyes fixed upon them. The Grand Elder spoke gravely. Qin Tian, Shui Er, it is time to test ice and fire fusion. Qin Tian and Shui Er exchanged knowing glances, nodding in unison. This time, their palms met without any distance separating them. Ice and fire fusion. A powerful surge of energy erupted between them, materializing into a colossal dragon formed of ice and fire that soared toward the group of black-clad figures. With a resounding crash, the black figures were sent flying. Caught off guard by the overwhelming force, Qin Tian stared in astonishment at his hands. Is this truly the power of ice and fire fusion? Shui Er's face lit up with delight. I can't believe we actually did it. The Grand Elder expressed his approval. Excellent. You have finally grasped the essence of this spell. Remember, true strength arises from mutual trust and understanding. Xiao Chui clapped her hands in excitement. Incredible. Qin Tian, Shui Er. You truly are a match made in heaven. Feeling a bit bashful, Qin Tian scratched his head. Honestly, I think the three of us are all quite remarkable. Suddenly, Li Tianba interjected. Shouldn't we consider the three of us together? With a sharp crack, three resounding slaps echoed in unison as Li Tianba shielded his head. Looking aggrieved. I'm just looking out for you, big brother. Laughter erupted, dissolving the previous awkward tension. At that moment, the voice of Mr. Mi Xian resonated. Qin Tian, your strength has once again surged. However, the true challenges are only just beginning. Qin Tian nodded thoughtfully. I understand. In both cultivation and matters of the heart, I will strive to face whatever comes. Shui Er and Xiao Chui exchanged smiles, affirming in unison, we will always support you. Observing the harmonious scene before him, the Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction. Yet a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Why have the members of the Shadow Council appeared so suddenly? He murmured to himself. It seems a greater storm is brewing. Thus, amidst the sounds of laughter, Qin Tian's path of cultivation advanced another step forward. Little did he know, even greater challenges awaited him, as the bonds between him, Shui Er, and Xiao Chui would soon face more trials. Chapter 27. Becoming a True Dragon. You, Number 2. Are majestic and strong. The following day, Qin Tian was roused from his slumber by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Groggily, he rose and opened it to find Li Tianba standing outside, his face alight with excitement. Big brother, you must see this, he exclaimed. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Qin Tian asked, what is it? Have you grown taller again? Li Tianba proudly puffed out his chest. Look at my hair. It was only then that Qin Tian noticed that Li Tianba's hair had transformed into a shimmering golden hue. My goodness, Qin Tian exclaimed, what on earth happened? Did you fall asleep while dyeing your hair? Li Tianba rolled his eyes. Come on, big brother, you really don't understand, do you? This signifies my breakthrough to the level of Duki Master. Hearing this, Qin Tian immediately perked up. Is that true? When did you become so formidable? Li Tianba, brimming with pride, replied, it's all thanks to your Longqi nurturing, big brother. I had a dream last night where I transformed into a golden dragon, soaring through the skies. Upon waking, I realized I had broken through. Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. You, my friend, can break through even in your dreams. How enviable. Just then, Shui Er and Xiao Chui rushed over, having sensed the powerful energy fluctuations. Qin Tian, what's going on? Shui Er inquired, her curiosity piqued. Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of Li Tianba's dazzling golden hair. Xiao Chui gasped. Wow, Li Tianba, are you preparing for an idol audition? Li Tianba flicked his hair with pride. What do you think? Am I handsome? Shui Er pondered. Could this aura mean you've reached the master level? Li Tianba nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, I am now a genuine Duki master. Suddenly, Qin Tian had a realization. Wait, if Li Tianba has broken through, then before he could finish. He felt an unsettling energy stir within him. Shui Er and Xiao Chui exchanged surprised glances. Is this a sign of a breakthrough? Xiao Chui exclaimed joyfully. Shui Er nodded. It appears we are also affected. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian urged, let us hurry to the training ground before we inadvertently destroy this place with our breakthroughs. The four of them rushed to the training arena, where they felt the energy within them surging even more vigorously. It's happening, Qin Tian shouted, as a wave of golden energy erupted from him, forming a massive golden dragon illusion. Not to be outdone, Shui Er and Xiao Chui unleashed their respective ice blue and fiery red energies. Li Tianba watched in awe. Wow, big brother, you guys are overdoing it. My breakthrough was nothing compared to this spectacle. At that moment, the Grand Elder and Master Mixin arrived on the scene. Incredible, the Grand Elder exclaimed. I never imagined you all would break through simultaneously. This is truly unprecedented. However, Master McZin frowned. Something is amiss. Qin Tian's situation is rather unique. This is not merely a breakthrough to the master level. Indeed, the golden light surrounding Qin Tian intensified, and the dragon illusion became increasingly solid. Roar! The golden dragon let out a thunderous roar, shaking the entire training ground. This is bad, the Grand Elder cried. Qin Tian's dragon power has gone out of control. We must stabilize him. Shuer and Xiao Cui hurried forward to assist Qin Tian. However, as they approached, they were repelled by the wild energy. Qin Tian, Shuer shouted anxiously, you must regain control. Xiao Cui added, we believe in you. You can do it. Li Tianba scratched his head. Should I fetch some help? Just then, Qin Tian suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils had turned golden, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. I am fine. Qin Tian's voice resonated deeply. I can feel the dragon power within me merging with my essence. The Grand Elder was astonished. This is the sign of a true dragon bloodline awakening. Qin Tian, you may be a once-in-a-millennium dragon genius. Master McZin remarked. I never expected to witness the awakening of a true dragon bloodline in my lifetime. Qin Tian, cherish this opportunity. Qin Tian nodded and began to absorb the surging dragon power with all his might. Gradually, his body became enveloped in golden scales, and a golden dragon-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. His form did not entirely transform into a dragon. Rather, he maintained his human shape, radiating a powerful dragon aura. Li Tianba gazed in astonishment. Big brother, are you a half-dragon now? Shuer shot him a glare. Is this really the time for such comments? Xiao Cui worriedly said. I hope Qin Tian is all right. The Grand Elder marveled. This is the true five-clawed golden dragon bloodline. The legendary ancestral dragon power. I never thought I would see it in this world. Master McZin also expressed his admiration. Qin Tian, you might be the only individual in this world possessing the five-clawed golden dragon bloodline. This power surpasses any dragon bloodline we know. Qin Tian opened his eyes, his golden pupils shimmering with ancient and mysterious light. I can feel it, his voice deep and powerful. This strength is connected to my bloodline, as if it has been with me since birth. The Grand Elder excitedly declared, Qin Tian, your awakening might signify hope for the dragon clan in this world. The five-clawed golden dragon bloodline is the fabled ancestral dragon power. Li Tianba scratched his head. Does that mean, big brother, you are now the dragon of dragons? The king among the dragon clan? Qin Tian shook his head. With great power comes great responsibility. I must learn to control this strength. Just then, the golden light surrounding Qin Tian suddenly surged and then rapidly receded. When the brilliance faded, Qin Tian appeared as an ordinary person again, though the dragon-shaped mark on his forehead remained faintly visible. I did it. Qin Tian smiled, feeling completely transformed. Shuer and Xiao Cui joyfully rushed over. That's wonderful. Qin Tian, we're so relieved you're okay. The Grand Elder congratulated him. Qin Tian, you have awakened the five-clawed golden dragon bloodline. From this day forth, you are the foremost genius of our dragon clan's secret realm and possibly the hope of the entire dragon race. Master McZin cautioned, do not grow complacent. While the true dragon bloodline is powerful, it also entails greater responsibility. Your path of cultivation will likely be more arduous than that of ordinary individuals. Qin Tian solemnly nodded. I understand. I will strive harder. Just then, Li Tianba suddenly shouted, oh no, big brother, your clothes. Qin Tian looked down and discovered that his garments had been reduced to tatters during the transformation, leaving him standing there completely exposed. Ah, Qin Tian exclaimed, hastily covering himself with his hands. Quick, someone bring me a piece of clothing. Shuer and Xiao Cui immediately turned crimson as apples and hurriedly averted their gazes. Li Tianba chuckled, big brother, who would have thought you not only possess great strength, but also an impressive physique, especially for second brother. Shut up, Qin Tian barked, flustered and angry. Hurry and get me some clothes. The Grand Elder and Master McZin exchanged amused glances. It seemed that despite awakening the true dragon bloodline, this lad remained, at heart, a mere youth. The Grand Elder chuckled. Master McZin rarely smiled, but did so now, remarking that maintaining a childlike heart could be beneficial for cultivation. Once Qin Tian donned his clothes, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. All right, the Grand Elder declared, now that you all have made breakthroughs, it is time to commence new training. Qin Tian, you must learn to control your dragon power. Shuer, Xiao Cui, you too must adapt to your new realms. As for Li Tianba looked at the Grand Elder with anticipation. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment and said, just continue being yourself. Li Tianba's expression immediately fell. Why do I feel like I'm being targeted again? Laughter erupted among the group. Amidst their merriment, Qin Tian suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. What's wrong? Shuer asked with concern. Qin Tian shook his head. It's nothing. Perhaps I am still adjusting to the new power. However, a vague sense of foreboding lingered in his heart, as if something significant were about to transpire. Just then, a disciple rushed in, breathless. It's bad. A group of people claiming to be the Orthodox Dragon Clan have arrived outside, demanding to meet our genius disciple. The countenance of the Grand Elder shifted dramatically as he confirmed the arrival of the Dragon Clan's true lineage. Qin Tian, perplexed, inquired, "What is the Dragon Clan's true lineage?" The Grand Elder inhaled deeply, explaining, "It is an ancient and formidable organization of dragons. They have been in pursuit of the inheritor of the true dragon bloodline. It appears that your awakening has drawn their attention." A chill ran through Qin Tian as he realized he might be on the brink of a new challenge. Regardless of who approached, Qin Tian resolutely declared, "I shall not depart from here. This is my home, and you are all my family." Shui Er and Xiao Chui gazed at Qin Tian with heartfelt emotion, while Li Tianba, filled with fervor, exclaimed, "Indeed. Whoever dares to bully my elder brother will have to contend with me first." The Grand Elder nodded appreciatively. "Very well. Let us go and confront these individuals from the Dragon Clan's true lineage together." Thus, Qin Tian, empowered by his newfound abilities, embarked on this new challenge alongside his companions. Little did they know that this encounter would irrevocably alter their fates. Chapter 28. I Can Stay Awake Until Dawn, Part 1. Qin Tian and Shui Er stood before the entrance of the Dragon Clan's secret realm. Watching the receding figure of the envoy from the Dragon Clan's true lineage, their hearts filled with a myriad of emotions. The recently concluded meeting made them aware that awakening the five-clawed golden dragon bloodline entailed not only an enhancement of strength, but also immense responsibility and unforeseen challenges. "Qin Tian, are you all right?" Shui Er asked with concern, gently grasping Qin Tian's hand. He took a deep breath, turning to face her with a tentative smile. "I am fine. Just a bit overwhelmed." The Grand Elder approached and patted Qin Tian's shoulder. "Do not worry too much, my child. Although the appearance of the Dragon Clan's true lineage has indeed taken us by surprise, remember that we will stand by your side, no matter what occurs." "Yes, elder brother." Li Tianba chimed in. "I will be the first to oppose their attempt to take you away." Qin Tian gazed gratefully at his companions, warmth swelling in his heart. However, when his eyes fell upon Xiao Chui, he noticed a flicker of complexity and disappointment in her gaze. "Xiao Chui," just as Qin Tian was about to speak. Xiao Chui turned and quickly walked away. Shui Er sighed softly. "Qin Tian, should we have a proper talk with Xiao Chui?" Qin Tian nodded. "You are right." But before that he looked towards the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, could you provide us with more information regarding the prophecy mentioned by the Dragon Clan's true lineage?" The Grand Elder pondered for a moment. This prophecy pertains to many ancient secrets. However, since events have reached this juncture, I believe it is time to reveal the entire truth to you. Everyone, please gather in the library, including Xiao Chui. The group followed the Grand Elder to the library. Although Xiao Chui was somewhat reluctant, she joined them upon Li Tianba's persuasion. Once everyone was seated, the Grand Elder began. "In fact, the prophecy mentioned by the Dragon Clan's true lineage is related to a significant event approaching, the Centennial Dragon and Phoenix Trial." "Dragon and Phoenix Trial? What is that?" Li Tianba asked with curiosity. Just as the Grand Elder was about to respond, Qin Tian suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. His vision blurred, and a humming sound filled his ears. Qin Tian, what is wrong?" Shui Er cried out in alarm. Yet, Qin Tian could no longer hear the outside world. His consciousness seemed to be drawn into a peculiar space. There, countless flickering images appeared, dragons soaring in the sky, phoenixes being reborn from flames, and a vague figure seemingly beckoning him. Is this the prophecy? Qin Tian pondered internally. At that moment, he felt a warm energy enveloping him. It was Shui Er's magic. Qin Tian abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on the floor of the library, surrounded by concerned faces. "Qin Tian, you have finally awakened." Shui Er sighed in relief, her eyes shimmering with tears. Qin Tian slowly sat up, still feeling a bit dizzy. "I just witnessed some strange visions." A glimmer of surprise flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. "It seems that the changes brought about by your bloodline awakening are even greater than we anticipated." "Qin Tian, could you elaborate on what you saw?" Qin Tian nodded and began to describe everything he had witnessed in the illusion. Upon finishing, a heavy silence enveloped the library. Finally, the Grand Elder broke the quietude. "This indeed pertains to the Dragon and Phoenix trial. It appears that fate has begun to turn its wheels. What should we do now?" Xiao Chui asked, her voice tinged with worry. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply. "We must hasten our preparations. The Dragon and Phoenix trial will commence in 1 month, and you." His gaze swept over Qin Tian, Shui Er, Xiao Chui, and Li Tianba will be our main force. Excellent. Li Tianba exclaimed with excitement. I can finally showcase my skills. However, the expressions of the others were less relaxed, especially Qin Tian, who felt an even heavier burden on his shoulders. At that moment, Shuai gently grasped Qin Tian's hand, offering him an encouraging glance. A warmth surged through Qin Tian's heart, and he suddenly felt empowered. All right, Qin Tian stood resolutely. No matter what challenges lie ahead, we shall face them together. For the Dragon Clan, for this world, we will give our all. The others rose in agreement, including Xiao Chui, whose complex emotions were replaced by determination. Very well, the Grand Elder said with satisfaction, from now on, you will enter a state of intensive training. Remember, unity is strength. You must support each other and progress together. The group responded in unison and then dispersed to commence their rigorous training. As night fell, Qin Tian found himself alone by the small lake within the secret realm, seeking to soothe the turmoil within. Everything that had transpired that day, from the arrival of the Dragon Clan's true lineage to his visionary experience, and the impending Dragon and Phoenix trial, left him feeling somewhat breathless. At that moment, he heard light footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw Shuai. Qin Tian, are you all right? She asked softly, her eyes filled with concern. Qin Tian forced a smile. I am fine, just need some time to process all of this. Shuai stepped closer, gently taking his hand. I understand that you are under great pressure, but remember, you are not alone. We are all here for you. Grateful, Qin Tian looked at Shuai, suddenly realizing how beautiful she appeared under the moonlight. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her petite figure seemed particularly enchanting in the gentle breeze. Though she stood at only 160 centimeters, compared to Xiao Chui's 180 centimeters and his own 190 centimeters. In Qin Tian's eyes, she was the most perfect being in the world. Perhaps it was the influence of the awakened bloodline. Or perhaps the long-suppressed emotions had finally found an outlet. Qin Tian suddenly felt an overwhelming urge. He gently lifted Shuai's chin and gazed deeply into her eyes. Shuai, Qin Tian's voice trembled. Shuai seemed to grasp his intentions, closing her eyes and tilting her head slightly, under the witness of the moonlight. Their lips met softly. In that instant, it felt as though an electric current coursed through their bodies, and Qin Tian sensed the dragon power within him stirring restlessly. When they parted, both were slightly breathless. A rosy hue adorned Shuai's cheeks, making her even more alluring under the moonlight. Qin Tian, she said softly, shall we return? Qin Tian nodded, taking Shuai's hand, and together they slowly made their way back to their dwelling. However, upon reaching the door to Qin Tian's room, both hesitated. Finally, it was Shuai who broke the silence. She stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Qin Tian's ear, can I stay tonight? Qin Tian felt his heart race instantaneously. He took a deep breath and gently pushed open the door. Chapter 29. I Can Stay Awake Until Dawn, Part 2. When Qin Tian awoke, sunlight had already streamed through the curtains, filling the entire room. He rubbed his eyes, feeling an invigorating surge of power coursing through his entire being. This must be the effect of awakening the true dragon bloodline, he mused. Turning to glance at the slumbering Shuai beside him, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile. Shuai's skin was as fair as snow, and her petite figure was subtly discernible beneath the covers, exuding an adorable charm that was nonetheless rivaled by her alluring curves. Qin Tian silently marveled at the remarkable physique of women in this world, were it not for his awakening of the true dragon bloodline. He feared he might struggle to rise from bed. At that moment, Shuai slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Qin Tian, a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks. Good morning. Qin Tian, she whispered, her voice laced with a hint of languor. Good morning, Shuai, Qin Tian replied with a smile. Did you sleep well last night? Shuai's face flushed deeper as she nodded gently. Just then, an exuberant voice called from outside. Big brother, are you there? I have good news to share. Startled, both Qin Tian and Shuai jumped. Shuai hurriedly tucked herself under the covers, while Qin Tian fumbled to dress. Wait a moment, Qin Tian shouted. I'll be right there. However, Li Tianba seemed oblivious and barged in. Big brother, guess what? I had another dream last night. I transformed into a golden dragon soaring through the skies. His words halted abruptly as he took in the scene before him. Wow, Li Tianba exclaimed, his eyes wide. Big brother, sister Shuai, are you two experimenting with a new dual cultivation technique? Embarrassed, Qin Tian seized a pillow and hurled it at Li Tianba. Get out. Li Tianba nimbly dodged the pillow, grinning. All right, I'll leave. But big brother, remember to teach me if you discover a new technique. With that, he slipped out of the room, closing the door behind him. Qin Tian and Shuai exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. That Li Tianba, Qin Tian sighed. Always shows up at the most inopportune moments. Schwer covered her mouth, giggling. Indeed, but his innocence is quite endearing. Once dressed, they stepped out of the room and encountered Xiao Chui standing in the corridor, her expression a mix of emotions. Xiao Chui, Qin Tian exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Xiao Chui forced a smile. Oh, nothing, I was just passing by. With that, she hurried away. Qin Tian and Schwer shared a look, both sensing the unspoken apology in each other's eyes. Did we hurt Xiao Chui's feelings? Schwer asked softly. Qin Tian sighed. Perhaps. We need to find an opportunity to talk to her. At that moment, the voice of the Grand Elder echoed. Qin Tian, Schwer, please come to the library. There is an important announcement to make. They hurried to the library, where they found Xiao Chui, Li Tianba, and several other core disciples already present. The Grand Elder cleared his throat and began. Everyone, I have an important announcement. According to Lord Mixin's calculations, in 1 month's time, the once-in-a-century Longfeng trial will take place. The Longfeng trial? What is that? Li Tianba asked curiously. The Grand Elder explained. The Longfeng trial is an ancient tradition held once every 100 years. Participants must overcome 9 challenges, and the ultimate victor will receive the blessings of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, resulting in a substantial enhancement of their strength. Qin Tian pondered. It sounds quite challenging. The Grand Elder nodded. Indeed. Moreover, this year's Longfeng trial is particularly significant. According to prophecy, the victor will be crucial in combating the impending dark forces. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. How should we prepare? Schwer inquired. The Grand Elder replied, starting today, you must undergo special training. Qin Tian, having just awakened your true dragon bloodline, you must master your power. Schwer, your talent in ice magic is exceptional. Continue to refine it. Xiao Chui, you must enhance your fire magic. As for Li Tianba looked eagerly at the Grand Elder. After a moment's consideration, the Grand Elder said, just continue being yourself. Li Tianba's face fell. Why do I always feel like I'm being singled out? Laughter erupted among the group, easing the tense atmosphere. At that moment, Lord Mixin's voice resonated. Do not celebrate too soon. While the Longfeng trial presents opportunities, it is fraught with dangers. You must remain vigilant. Qin Tian nodded. I understand. We will give it our all. The Grand Elder smiled approvingly. Excellent. From now on, enter into training mode. Remember, unity is strength. You must support one another and progress together. Everyone replied in unison, then dispersed to commence their intensive training. That evening, as Qin Tian lay in bed reflecting on the events of the day, he felt a wave of emotion. Grandpa Long, he thought. Do you believe I can triumph in the Longfeng trial? Humph, the voice of Little Dragon responded. You are a scion of the true dragon bloodline. If you cannot overcome this challenge, then I, your ancestral dragon, would be utterly embarrassed. Qin Tian chuckled. I understand, Grandpa Long. I will strive to do my best. At that moment, a gentle knock came from the door. Come in, Qin Tian called. The door opened, and Schwer entered, clad in a light blue nightgown that shimmered beautifully in the moonlight. Qin Tian, Schwer said softly, can we talk? Qin Tian nodded, patting the spot beside him. Schwer settled down, leaning against his shoulder. Are you worried about the Longfeng trial? Qin Tian asked. Schwer shook her head. Not about that. I'm thinking about our relationship. And about Xiao Chui. Qin Tian sighed. I know. We owe Xiao Chui an explanation. Schwer looked up into Qin Tian's eyes. Qin Tian, do you regret it? Qin Tian replied resolutely. No, I do not regret it at all. Schwer, I love you. But I also care for Xiao Chui. We need to find a way for everyone to be okay. Schwer nestled against Qin Tian's chest, whispering, yes, let us find a solution together. And so, the two embraced, savoring this rare moment of tranquility, unaware that even greater challenges awaited them. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the secret realm, Xiao Chui gazed at the starry sky, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Qin Tian, Schwer, I will not give up. The three of us will surely find a resolution. Chapter 30. The enigmatic white-haired sorceress, Xiao Chui, stood alone in the training ground, her gaze imbued with a tumult of emotions. Last night, she had inadvertently witnessed the intimate moment between Qin Tian and Schwer, though she had long been aware of their relationship. Seeing it unfold before her eyes stirred a pang of heartache within her. I should be happy for them, Xiao Chui murmured to herself. But why does my heart ache so? At that moment, a surge of intense emotion erupted within her. She felt her blood boiling, an unprecedented power awakening within her. Ah! Xiao Chui gasped, feeling the energy coursing through her. The air around her grew scorching, and the grass and trees at her feet withered instantly. Fiery flames erupted from within her, manifesting as a colossal phoenix illusion. Is this the power of the phoenix? Xiao Chui marveled at her hands, where golden red flames danced. Yet, despite the overwhelming force, it did not harm her as she had feared. On the contrary, she sensed her magical prowess rapidly ascending. The only noticeable change was the transformation of her hair, which shifted to pure white at a visible speed. Qin Tian and Shuer, alerted by the massive energy fluctuations, rushed to the scene. Xiao Chui, are you all right? Qin Tian asked with concern. Taking a deep breath and feeling the vibrant force within her, Xiao Chui replied, I'm fine. In fact, I feel splendid. At that moment, the Longzhu Mixin in Qin Tian's arms suddenly emitted a radiant glow, and the voice of the Mixin master resounded. It seems that the phoenix bloodline dormant within Xiao Chui has been activated. Moreover, her magical prowess has astonishingly ascended to the master level. Really? Shui Er exclaimed with delight. That's wonderful. Qin Tian let out a sigh of relief, but soon furrowed his brow. However, why has Xiao Chui's hair turned white? A voice echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Brat, are you still fretting over the color of her hair? She has already broken through to the master level, and you are here worrying about hairstyles? I must say, white hair looks quite cool, akin to a celestial maiden. Qin Tian rolled his eyes inwardly. Old dragon, this is not the time for jest. The Grand Elder rushed over upon hearing the news. After observing the scene before him, he pondered for a moment and said, it could be a side effect of the awakening of the phoenix power. Although it seems there is no immediate danger, we should still seek the legendary Phoenix Spring just to be safe. Phoenix Spring? Qin Tian inquired. What is that? Just as the Grand Elder was about to explain, Li Tianba suddenly interjected. I know. Is it not the miraculous spring that grants eternal youth? The Grand Elder replied. Are you also interested in soaking in it to restore your youth? The Grand Elder's face darkened. Li Tianba, if you keep babbling nonsense, I will have you scrub the toilets for a month. Li Tianba immediately recoiled. I was wrong, Grand Elder. You are eternally youthful and do not need any miraculous spring. The crowd erupted in laughter, and even Xiao Chui couldn't help but chuckle. The Grand Elder cleared his throat and said, ahem, back to the point. The Phoenix Spring is indeed a wondrous place. It is said to restore vitality and even allow a phoenix to be reborn. If we can find it, not only can we ensure Xiao Chui's safety, but it may also help her better wield the phoenix power. Qin Tian nodded. Then let us set off now. Wait, Xiao Chui suddenly said, I want to go too. Qin Tian hesitated, but Xiao Chui firmly declared, I have already broken through to the master level, and this concerns my phoenix power. I must go myself. Shuier nodded in agreement. Xiao Chui is right. We should go together. Little Dragon spoke in Qin Tian's mind. Brat, take them with you. Each of you may play a crucial role in this adventure. Besides, you seem to have quite the fortune, surrounded by beauties. Qin Tian's face turned crimson. Old Dragon, stop joking around. The Mixin master suddenly interjected. Qin Tian, why are you blushing? Are you perhaps discussing some unspeakable matters with Little Dragon? Qin Tian hurriedly waved his hands. And no, that is not the case. Let us focus on the matter at hand. The Grand Elder chuckled. Well then, I shall share the clues I know with you. It is said that the Phoenix Spring is located at the summit of the Yongheng Fire Mountain, which is enveloped in flames year-round, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. Yongheng Fire Mountain? Li Tianba interjected. I think I've heard that name somewhere. Everyone turned to him in unison. Li Tianba scratched his head. I remember my grandfather mentioning it, saying there is a volcano in the extreme north that erupts continuously, and the locals call it Yongheng Fire Mountain. They say the magma there can cook a cow and even comes with seasoning. The taste is exquisite. Qin Tian looked at Li Tianba speechlessly. Did your grandfather also say that the volcanic ash can be used for face masks? Li Tianba's eyes lit up. Wow, big brother, how did you know? My grandfather indeed said that. Stop. Qin Tian quickly interrupted Li Tianba's rambling. Let us focus on finding the Phoenix Spring. The Grand Elder cautioned, you must be careful. Although Xiao Chui seems stable now, the Phoenix power has just awakened, and we cannot rule out unexpected occurrences. The Mixin master added, remember, during this adventure, you must support each other. Qin Tian's dragon power, Xiao Chui's Phoenix power, Shuier's ice magic, and Li Tianba's, unique talent. Each of you is vital. Upon hearing this, Li Tianba wore a wronged expression. Why do I always feel targeted? Little Dragon laughed in Qin Tian's mind. Haha, this kid is quite self-aware. Qin Tian retorted, Old Dragon, spare us your schadenfreude. Just then, Li Tianba suddenly had a thought. Right, big brother. You said we were going to a volcano, right? Shouldn't we prepare some sunscreen? I don't want to get sunburned. Qin Tian helplessly rubbed his forehead. Li Tianba, we are going on an adventure, not a vacation. Shuier chuckled. However, Li Tianba does have a point. We do need to make some preparations. Xiao Chui nodded. Yes, We need to pack enough food and water, as well as some emergency supplies. The Grand Elder looked at them with satisfaction. Very well, you are beginning to act like a true team. He then said mysteriously, I have one more secret to share. It is said that halfway up the Yongheng Fire Mountain, there is a mysterious cave that conceals a treasure that can help you withstand the volcano's high temperatures. Li Tianba exclaimed excitedly. Is it a magical underwear that can automatically adjust temperature? Everyone looked at Li Tianba with expressions of disbelief. The Grand Elder coughed. Ahem, no. It is a shield known as the Fire Phoenix Feather. It is said to be made from phoenix feathers and can resist any flame damage. Qin Tian pondered. That sounds very useful. We must find it. Little Dragon reminded in Qin Tian's mind. Brat, do not forget to bring the Mixin Master. Although it is currently just a book, it may come in handy at a critical moment. Qin Tian nodded. Understood, old dragon. The Grand Elder gazed at the young individuals before him, expressing his approval. All right, prepare yourselves. We shall set off early tomorrow morning. Remember, unity is strength. You must take care of each other and progress together. The group responded in unison and then dispersed to make their preparations. That night, as Qin Tian lay in bed, he reflected on the events of the day, feeling deeply moved. Old dragon, he thought, do you think we will succeed? Little dragon, rarely serious, replied, Brat, do not underestimate yourself. You possess the bloodline of a true dragon. Besides, with me, your dragon ancestor, looking out for you, what is there to fear? Qin Tian smiled. Thank you, old dragon. Little dragon huffed. All right, enough with the sentimental talk. Get to sleep. We have to rise early tomorrow. Thus, amidst anticipation and trepidation, Qin Tian fell into slumber. In his dreams, he seemed to behold a majestic volcano, with a crystal-clear spring at its peak, reflecting a golden phoenix. The next morning, Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, Shui Er, and Li Tianba gathered at the entrance of the Longzhu secret realm. The Grand Elder came to bid them farewell. Remember, the Grand Elder imparted as his final advice, no matter the difficulties you encounter, always believe in yourselves and in each other. The Mixin Master emitted a soft glow from Qin Tian's embrace. Indeed, each of you possesses unique talents. As long as you unite, there is no challenge that cannot be overcome. Li Tianba enthused, rest assured. With me, Li Tianba, here, I will ensure you find the Phoenix Spring. Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and Shui Er exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Thus, the four embarked on their journey to seek the Phoenix Spring. They were unaware of what awaited them ahead, but they knew that as long as they stood united, no challenge was insurmountable. Behind them, the Grand Elder watched their departing figures, murmuring to himself, the wheels of fate have begun to turn. I hope these young individuals can withstand the trials that are to come, not only for Xiao Chui, but for the future of the entire Longzhu. Chapter 31. Shatter your shell. As Qin Tian and his companions arrived at the foot of the Yongheng Jihuashan, the sky suddenly darkened, and an eerie mist enveloped the surroundings. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, and the ground occasionally trembled, as if the entire volcano was breathing. Be cautious, Qin Tian warned. Something is approaching. No sooner had he spoken than a commanding voice emerged from the fog. Who dares to trespass upon the Yongheng Jihuashan? The mist parted to reveal a towering middle-aged man, exuding an overwhelming aura. His skin bore an unnatural reddish hue, as if scorched by flames. His eyes resembled two flickering flames, brimming with menace. I am the guardian of this Yongheng Jihuashan, the man declared coldly. To pass through here, you must defeat me. With a swift motion, the guardian unleashed a torrent of searing flames towards the group. The flames coalesced in midair, forming a colossal fire dragon that lunged at Qin Tian and his companions. Everyone, be careful, Qin Tian shouted, channeling the true dragon power within him. A golden barrier materialized before the group in an instant. The flames collided with the barrier, producing a piercing shriek, yet they could not penetrate it. The golden shield acted like a mirror, reflecting the flames back, scattering countless sparks across the ground. The voice of Mixin Darren resonated. Qin Tian, your true dragon power has reached the initial stage of the sage level. Shui, your ice magic is at the peak of the master level and can counter his flames. Xiao Cui, although your phoenix power has just awakened, it has already reached the late master stage. Li Tianba, your fighting spirit is at the mid-grandmaster level, while your magic is at the mid-master level. The four of you, working together, should be able to contend with this guardian. Upon hearing Mixin Darren's words, the guardian's eyes flickered with surprise. I did not expect any of you to have reached the sage level. It seems I must take this seriously. With that, the guardian's aura surged, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar dramatically. The ground began to melt, forming small streams of lava. Everyone, use the transformation technique. Qin Tian commanded. The group nodded and commenced the execution of their recently learned secret arts. The air crackled with magical energy as their forms began to transform. Qin Tian swiftly morphed into a majestic five-clawed golden dragon. His elongated and powerful dragon body shimmered with golden scales, and though devoid of wings, he moved gracefully through the air. The golden dragon's eyes shone like two golden stars, radiating wisdom and authority. Schwerer transformed into an ice dragon of pure icy blue, exuding a frigid aura. Her dragon scales sparkled like the purest ice crystals, refracting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. With each breath, tiny ice crystals formed in the air. Xiao Tsue metamorphosed into a fiery red phoenix, her feathers flickering like dancing flames. Her long and elegant tail feathers sparked with each flap. The phoenix's eyes seemed to contain the wisdom of the entire world. Li Tianba completed his transformation as well, becoming a petite black dragon, only 1/10 the size of the others. Despite his small stature, his gaze was filled with determination and courage. Ha ha ha, the guardian laughed. How intriguing. I did not anticipate that you would possess such secret arts. But what about that little one? Li Tianba felt a bit embarrassed but puffed out his chest and replied, Don't underestimate me. I am quite formidable. Mixin Darren quickly assessed the situation. Qin Tian, you will be the main attacker, using your true dragon power to suppress him. Schwerer, you will control the battlefield with your ice magic to restrict his movements. Xiao Tsue, your flames can contend with his. Be sure to seize opportunities to counterattack. Li Tianba, your small size allows for unexpected strikes at his vulnerabilities. The group immediately followed Mixin Darren's directives. The golden dragon that Qin Tian had transformed into roared and charged at the guardian. The powerful dragon's might forced the guardian to retreat repeatedly. The dragon's claws tore through the air, striking at the guardian with thunderous force. Schwerer's ice dragon circled in the air, continuously exhaling freezing mist in an attempt to immobilize the guardian. Ice crystals formed a massive net in the air, aiming to restrict the guardian's movement. Xiao Tsue, as the phoenix, soared high above, searching for the perfect moment to unleash a fierce fire attack. Her flames were unlike ordinary fire, possessing a purifying and regenerative power. Although Li Tianba was small, he darted around the guardian like a flash of black lightning, continuously harassing him and seeking openings. His diminutive form became an advantage, making it difficult for the guardian to catch him. The guardian was momentarily caught off guard by the quartet's coordinated assault, but he quickly regained his composure. With a sweep of his hands, the surrounding lava began to boil violently, giving rise to numerous fire giants. These giants towered several meters tall, leaving scorched footprints with every step. Let me see how long you can endure. The guardian sneered. Mixin Darren immediately cautioned, Be careful. These fire giants are formed from the volcano's power and are difficult to eradicate completely. Qin Tian, focus on the guardian. Schwerer, you handle the fire giants. Xiao Tsue, assist Schwerer. Li Tianba, continue to seek opportunities to ambush the guardian. The battle intensified. Qin Tian's golden dragon clashed fiercely with the guardian in the air, their claws and the guardian's fiery fists colliding with thunderous sounds. Each impact generated powerful shockwaves that shattered the surrounding rocks. Schwerer's ice dragon unleashed a torrent of frigid air, freezing the fire giants one by one. The clash of ice and fire produced vast amounts of steam, enveloping the entire battlefield in mist. Xiao Chui's phoenix maneuvered gracefully among the fire giants, countering their flames with her own. Her fire seemed to possess a unique ability to purify the violent energy within the fire giants. Despite his small size, Li Tianba zipped around the guardian like a bolt of black lightning, constantly probing for weaknesses. His astonishing speed left the guardian dizzy. He attempted to seize Li Tianba multiple times, but always fell short. The fierce battle raged on for nearly an hour, and both sides began to show signs of fatigue. At that moment, Li Tianba suddenly identified a weakness in the guardian. Big brother, there's a red spot on the back of his neck. It looks crucial. Li Tianba shouted. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian immediately understood. He swung his dragon tail vigorously, forcing the guardian back, and shouted, Schwerer, freeze him. Xiao Tsue, fire attack. Li Tianba, prepare for a sneak attack. Schwerer promptly unleashed a powerful frost that encased the guardian's feet in ice. The frost spread rapidly, quickly immobilizing the guardian's lower body. Xiao Tsue followed up with a blazing torrent of flames, compelling the guardian to defend with both hands. The flames and the guardian's energy clashed, generating intense waves of energy. At that instant, Li Tianba, like a streak of black lightning, precisely struck the red spot on the guardian's neck. Ah! The guardian screamed, collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon. The flames enveloping him extinguished rapidly, revealing an ordinary middle-aged man. With the battle concluded, the group sighed in relief and transformed back into their human forms. Their garments were somewhat tattered, and weariness marked their faces. Yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. The guardian struggled to his feet, a look of approval crossing his face. Well done. You have passed the test. It seems you indeed have the qualifications to enter the Yonghengji Huashan. Your strength and teamwork have far exceeded my expectations. Qin Tian stepped forward respectfully and said, Thank you, esteemed elder, for your approval. We seek the Fenghuangji Chuan. Could you kindly offer some guidance? The guardian pondered for a moment before replying. The Fenghuangji Chuan lies deep within the volcano. To reach it, you must undergo 3 trials. The first trial is the Gate of Magic, where you must demonstrate exceptional magical skills and control. The second trial is the Bridge of Fighting Spirit, where you must showcase powerful fighting spirit mastery and techniques. The final trial is the Hall of the Phoenix Bloodline, where your comprehension and application of the Phoenix's power will be tested. This trio of challenges seems quite specific, Shuer remarked thoughtfully. Xiaozue nodded in agreement. Indeed, it appears that our previous training will come in handy. Li Tianba exclaimed with excitement. Wonderful. At last, I can showcase my abilities. Qin Tian glanced at his companions, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over him. He turned to the guardian and solemnly declared, We understand. No matter the difficulties that lie ahead, we will give our all. The guardian nodded with satisfaction, then waved aside a passage that led into the heart of the volcano. The entrance to the passage shimmered with a mysterious glow, as if it were a gateway to another realm. Go forth, young ones. Remember, these 3 trials are not merely tests of your individual prowess, but also a measure of your teamwork. The perfect amalgamation of magic, fighting spirit, and the Phoenix bloodline is the key to the Phoenix Spring. The guardian's voice resonated in the ears of the assembly. Qin Tian looked at his companions, inhaled deeply, and asked, Are we ready? The path ahead may prove more arduous. Shuer, Xiaozue, and Li Tianba all nodded resolutely, their eyes brimming with determination and anticipation. Then, let us embark, Qin Tian stated, leading the way into the passage. Thus, Qin Tian and his companions commenced their final journey in search of the Phoenix Spring. Unbeknownst to them, myriad challenges awaited, yet they were certain that as long as they united and leveraged their strengths, no obstacle was insurmountable. Behind them, the guardian pondered their retreating figures, murmuring, Intriguing young ones indeed. Their magical prowess is remarkable, their fighting spirit profound, and most remarkably, one among them has awakened the Phoenix bloodline. Perhaps they can indeed effect change. Perhaps they can awaken the long-dormant Phoenix and usher in new hope for this world. Chapter 32. You may replicate my visage, but you cannot replicate my heart. Upon entering the passage, Qin Tian and his companions found themselves in a vast circular arena. The stands surrounding the arena were filled with magical puppets, their eyes glimmering with an eerie light, as if scrutinizing the challengers below. The air was thick with potent magical energy, creating an atmosphere of oppression and tension. Welcome to the Gate of Magic, a resounding voice echoed throughout the arena. This will be the ultimate test of your magical prowess. Each of you will face a formidable opponent, and only by vanquishing them can you pass this trial. No sooner had the words been spoken than 4 beams of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Qin Tian, Shuer, Xiaozue, and Li Tianba. As the blinding radiance faded, each stood before a perfect replica of themselves. These doppelgangers were lifelike, their expressions and essence mirroring those of their originals. What is happening? Li Tianba gasped, stepping back in shock at the sight of his duplicate. The voice of Master Mixin emerged. It seems this is a high-level illusion, conjuring your most formidable adversary, yourselves. These replicas not only possess your appearance, but also replicate your abilities and memories. Qin Tian frowned. So, we must battle ourselves? This is no ordinary challenge. Precisely. The voice continued. Defeat the opponent before you to succeed in the trial. Now, let the battle commence. With that command, fierce battles erupted simultaneously. The arena was instantly filled with a cacophony of magical energies, vibrant lights flashing in every direction. The replica facing Qin Tian transformed into a golden dragon. Lunging ferociously at him, Qin Tian, undeterred, swiftly morphed into a 5-clawed golden dragon to counter the assault. The 2 dragons entwined in aerial combat, their claws colliding with thunderous roars, each clash sending ripples of energy throughout the arena. It appears you are as strong as I am, the doppelganger sneered. But do you truly believe you can defeat yourself? Qin Tian remained silent, focusing intently on evading the replica's onslaught. The 2 dragons spiraled through the air, occasionally colliding and then separating, each encounter shaking the very foundations of the arena. Watch out, you little brat. The small dragon in Qin Tian's mind cautioned. This replica knows all your moves. You must devise something unexpected. Gritting his teeth, Qin Tian replied, I understand, but... In that moment of distraction, the replica seized the opportunity, striking Qin Tian's abdomen with a claw. Qin Tian gasped in pain, sent flying backward to crash against the arena wall. Is that all you can do? The replica mocked. I expected the heir of the true dragon bloodline to be stronger. Struggling to regain his footing, Qin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He realized that if he continued in this manner, defeat was inevitable. I must come up with a strategy. Qin Tian pondered. Since it knows all my techniques, I must create moves it cannot foresee. Suddenly inspired, Qin Tian began to channel the true dragon's power within him, attempting to compress it to its utmost limit. The replica, seeing this, launched another attack. Just as its claws were about to reach Qin Tian, he transformed into a beam of golden light, passing through the replica's form. Is that teleportation? The replica gasped. Impossible, we do not possess such an ability. Qin Tian appeared behind the doppelganger, grinning triumphantly. Indeed, this is a new technique I recently mastered. You may possess all my past capabilities, but you will never foresee my advancements. Enraged, the replica roared and lunged at Qin Tian once more. However, this time, Qin Tian had grasped the nuances of teleportation, continually flickering through the air, evading every attack. Damn it, the replica bellowed. Do not think a mere trick will suffice to defeat me. Qin Tian remained silent, continuing to wield the true dragon's power. This time, he sought to combine teleportation with dragon breath. As the replica charged again, Qin Tian teleported above it, unleashing a torrent of golden dragon breath simultaneously. The replica was caught off guard, struck directly by the dragon breath. It let out a pained howl, its form beginning to disintegrate. No, this cannot be. How could I lose to you? The replica protested, before ultimately dissolving into a beam of light. Qin Tian exhaled deeply, reverting to his human form. This battle not only saw him triumph over the replica, but also allowed him to surpass his former self. Meanwhile, Schwer was engaged in a fierce magical duel with her ice and snow doppelganger. The battlefield had transformed into an icy realm, filled with sharp ice spikes and swirling snowflakes. Schwer discovered that every one of her spells was perfectly mirrored and countered by the replica, whether it was ice walls, ice arrows, or blizzards. The doppelganger handled them all with ease. Are you feeling hopeless yet? The replica sneered. You will never defeat the true you. Clenching her lips, Schwer acknowledged the truth in the replica's words. If this continued, she would inevitably exhaust her magic and lose the match. At that moment, she conceived a bold idea. Since you can replicate my magic, then... Schwer abruptly withdrew all her ice magic and instead unleashed a burst of flames. The replica instinctively attempted to conjure fire as well, only to discover it could not. Staring at Schwer in astonishment, it exclaimed, This is impossible. How could you wield fire magic? Schwer smiled slightly, because I have always been learning. While I excel in ice magic, it does not preclude my ability to master other elements. And you are merely a shadow of my past, forever stagnant. With that, Schwer unleashed a torrent of flames, forcing the replica to retreat. Though her fire magic lacked potency, it completely disrupted the doppelganger's rhythm. Seizing the moment of confusion, Schwer swiftly switched back to her ice magic, releasing a massive ice spear. The replica was unable to react in time, pierced through by the ice spear and shattering into fragments. Schwer let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from her forehead. This battle not only allowed her to triumph over the doppelganger, but also unveiled her potential and possibilities. When Qin Tian and Schwer concluded their fight, they discovered that Xiao Chui and Li Tianba were still locked in fierce combat with their respective doppelgangers. The magical puppets in the stands erupted in cheers, clearly satisfied with the magical duel. Chapter 33, Boundless Size. Devouring in one bite as Qin Tian and Schwer finished their battle, Xiao Chui and Li Tianba continued their fierce struggle against their doppelgangers. On the opposite side of the arena, two intense battles unfolded, with the fluctuations of magical energy causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Xiao Chui engaged in a breathtaking aerial battle with her fiery doppelganger, creating a spectacular phoenix showdown. The two fire phoenixes spiraled above the arena, occasionally unleashing torrents of scorching flames. The entire battlefield transformed into a colossal furnace, the heat nearly unbearable. The air was thick with a searing atmosphere, causing even the rocks beneath to begin melting. Interesting, Xiao Chui murmured, her eyes fixed on her opponent. Since our flames are equally potent, let us see whose phoenix power is superior. The doppelganger seemed to comprehend her words, emitting a sharp cry. Let us see who the true phoenix heir is. The two phoenixes began a chase in the sky, each collision igniting a shower of sparks. Xiao Chui soon realized that no matter which technique she employed, the doppelganger flawlessly mirrored her moves. She attempted rapid dives, fiery whirlwinds, and even the phoenix rebirth, but each attempt was perfectly countered by the doppelganger. The battle appeared to reach a stalemate, with the two phoenixes exchanging blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. Xiao Chui began to feel overwhelmed, her breath quickened, and the flames upon her feathers began to dim. I cannot continue like this. I will inevitably lose, she thought. I must devise a way to break this deadlock. Just as despair crept in, she suddenly recalled an ancient legend recounted by Master Mixin. The phoenix is not only an embodiment of flames, but also a symbol of rebirth. Reflecting on this, she thought, perhaps I should explore a different approach. With that in mind, Xiao Chui began to chant an ancient phoenix song. This melody was not about the power of destruction, but rather told the tale of the phoenix's rebirth. The song's notes flowed gracefully, as if traversing time and space, imbued with an ancient and mysterious power. As the song resonated, remarkable changes began to occur. Xiao Chui's flames transformed, shifting from red to a radiant gold. This golden fire was no longer searing. Instead, it emanated warmth and vitality. They enveloped Xiao Chui in a golden cocoon, radiating a gentle yet potent energy. Seeing this, the doppelganger attempted to imitate Xiao Chui's actions. However, when it tried to sing the same song, it found itself unable to produce any sound. Its flames remained a fierce red, starkly contrasting with Xiao Chui's golden flames. How is this possible? The doppelganger gazed at Xiao Chui in terror. Why can I not do this? Are we not the same? Xiao Chui smiled slightly as she emerged from the golden cocoon. Her form had transformed, her feathers more resplendent, radiating a divine light. Because you are merely my shadow, destined to mimic. True phoenix power arises from inner growth and transformation. Her voice carried a transcendent wisdom. The phoenix embodies not only destruction, but also rebirth and hope. With that, Xiao Chui's golden flames erupted violently, akin to a dazzling sun. Under the brilliance of this golden fire, the doppelganger began to dissolve. Its form became indistinct, and the flames gradually extinguished. I have lost, the doppelganger murmured, its voice tinged with relief. Yet, I am proud of you. You have truly grasped the essence of the phoenix. As the last flicker of flame extinguished, the doppelganger vanished entirely. Xiao Chui slowly descended, feeling the surge of newfound life within her. This battle not only allowed her to overcome her past self, but also granted her a profound understanding of the phoenix power. So this is the true essence of the phoenix power, Xiao Chui mused, gazing at her rejuvenated form. It is not merely destruction, but also rebirth and hope. Meanwhile, Li Tianba's battle appeared somewhat comical. The two Li Tianba chased each other across the arena, occasionally transforming into small black dragons, then reverting to human form. Their combat style seemed chaotic, yet it was brimming with unexpected creativity. Hey, you counterfeit Li Tianba? Li Tianba shouted at the doppelganger, dodging magical attacks while seeking an opportunity to counter. I bet you have no idea about the ultimate technique I've recently mastered. The doppelganger watched him warily. What ultimate technique? Do not think you can deceive me. I am you, aware of all your tricks. Li Tianba smirked mysteriously, suddenly producing a smoke bomb from his pocket. This, he exclaimed, tossing the smoke bomb. The smoke quickly enveloped the area, causing the doppelganger to cough. It nervously scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate Li Tianba. However, when the smoke cleared, the doppelganger was astonished to find Li Tianba had vanished. Has he hidden away? The doppelganger surveyed its surroundings cautiously. Do not think such petty tricks can fool me. I am you, aware of all your thoughts. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from beneath the doppelganger's feet. Who said I was hiding? The doppelganger looked down to see a miniature black dragon gnawing at its ankle. Before it could react, Li Tianba suddenly enlarged and devoured the doppelganger whole. Moments later, Li Tianba burped contentedly as the doppelganger dissipated into a beam of light. Li Tianba's smoke bomb and transformation technique, a remedy for all forms of defiance. Li Tianba proclaimed triumphantly, who says I am small? Being small can also possess great wisdom. As all four battles concluded, the arena fell silent. A booming voice echoed once more. Congratulations on passing the test of the magical gate. You have not only showcased formidable magical prowess, but, more importantly, demonstrated the courage to confront and transcend yourselves. Each of you has achieved new breakthroughs and insights. Qin Tian, you have grasped the essence of true dragon power, crafting unprecedented techniques. Shuer, you have transcended the boundaries of magical disciplines, exhibiting the adaptability a mage should possess. Xiao Chui, you have comprehended the true essence of phoenix power, achieving a qualitative leap. Li Tianba, Your creativity and courage have proven that size is inconsequential. What matters is how to leverage your strengths. Continue onward, for greater challenges await you. With that, a radiant golden door appeared on one side of the arena. Qin Tian looked at his companions, a satisfied smile adorning his face. You all performed splendidly. This trial has allowed us to better understand our potential. Shuai nodded. Indeed. I have realized that the essence of magic lies not in its discipline, but in the understanding and application of power. We should not confine ourselves to our areas of expertise, but continually explore and learn. Xiao Shui thoughtfully remarked, I have grasped the true essence of Phoenix power. It is not just destruction, but rebirth and hope. This power can bring forth new life, not merely annihilation. Li Tianba jumped up excitedly. I have discovered that as long as we harness creativity, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Even if small, we can create miracles. At that moment, Master McZin suddenly interjected, do not become overly complacent, children. This is merely the first stage. There may be even more arduous challenges ahead. However, your performances today have indeed impressed me. Each of you has achieved a qualitative leap, which will be immensely beneficial for the challenges to come. Qin Tian smiled. Master McZin speaks wisely. As long as we remain united and continue to surpass ourselves, there is no difficulty we cannot conquer. This trial has deepened our understanding of ourselves and strengthened our trust in one another. The others nodded in agreement. Their eyes brimmed with determination and anticipation, as if they could hardly wait to embrace the next challenge. Thus, Qin Tian, Shuai Xiao Shui, and Li Tianba, fortified by their newly acquired strength and confidence, pushed open the grand portal leading to the next stage. Bathed in radiant golden light, they embarked on a new journey. Who could predict the trials that awaited them? Nevertheless, they understood that as long as they believed in themselves and each other, they would undoubtedly overcome the obstacles and ultimately discover the Phoenix Spring. As they stepped into the next phase, a sudden thought struck Qin Tian. By the way, Li Tianba, where did you acquire that smoke bomb? I don't recall you possessing such an item. Li Tianba smiled mysteriously. Ah, this is my secret weapon, brother. A magician cannot reveal all their tricks, can they? Besides, maintaining an air of mystery allows one to deliver a fatal blow at crucial moments. Shuai, filled with curiosity, inquired, did you make it yourself? Li Tianba nodded proudly. Indeed, I spent quite some time perfecting it. Though its power is modest, it can prove invaluable at critical junctures. Xiao Shui couldn't help but chuckle. Li Tianba, you truly are full of surprises. It seems we must pay closer attention to your secret weapons in the future. Laughter echoed among them. Thus, with joyful banter and newfound strength, they continued onward, prepared to face the unknown challenges that lay ahead, ready to confront the next arduous and exhilarating trial. Chapter 34. On the brink of exhaustion, Qin Tian and his companions traversed through the resplendent Golden Gate, arriving at a colossal platform suspended in midair. Surrounding them was an infinite void, with a few floating islands faintly visible in the distance. The air was thick with a palpable aura of combat energy, instilling a sense of oppression and tension. The platform's surface was composed of a peculiar semi-transparent material, with swirling clouds faintly visible beneath it. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated. Welcome to the bridge of combat energy. Here, your combat prowess and battle skills will be tested. Your task is to defeat the Guardians and reach the finish line on the opposite side. As the voice faded, four figures materialized from the void. Clad in ancient battle armor and wielding various weapons, they emanated an overwhelming aura of combat energy. Each opponent radiated a presence as formidable as a mountain, suffocating in its intensity. These are your adversaries, the voice continued. They are all masters at the pinnacle of combat energy cultivation. Qin Tian, Li Tianba, as combat practitioners. You must defeat them to pass the trial. As for Shuai and Xiao Shui, you may observe from the sidelines, but you must not intervene. Qin Tian and Li Tianba exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the gravity of the impending battle. Are you ready? Qin Tian asked quietly, channeling the power of the true dragon within him. Li Tianba swallowed hard but nodded resolutely. I am ready, brother. His body began to emit a faint glow, with black combat energy swirling around him. Then let the battle commence, declared the voice. In an instant, the four guardians sprang into action simultaneously. Their movements were as swift as lightning, combat energy coalescing into various weapon forms, hurtling towards Qin Tian and Li Tianba. The air was rent with a piercing whistle as combat energy tore through it. Qin Tian swiftly activated the true dragon's power within him, forming a protective shield of golden energy around himself. He formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of golden dragon-shaped combat energy towards two of the guardians. The air warped in its wake, as if time and space themselves were being torn asunder. Seeing this, the two guardians raised their weapons to block. One wielded a massive axe, with combat energy coalescing into a gigantic blade. The other brandished a spear, its tip sharpened by concentrated combat energy. The clash of the golden dragon against the axe blade and spear created a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the platform, sending powerful shockwaves that cracked its surface. Meanwhile, Li Tianba transformed into a small black dragon, nimbly dodging the attacks of the other two guardians. Though small in stature, his speed was remarkable, making it difficult for the guardians to pinpoint his location. One guardian wielded twin blades, unleashing a flurry of sword energy like a torrential downpour upon Li Tianba. The other manipulated a whip of combat energy, relentlessly striking to constrain Li Tianba's movements. "Be careful," Shui cried out, witnessing a guardian's spear poised to pierce Qin Tian's back. Qin Tian sensed the danger just in time, evading the lethal strike with a swift motion. He retaliated with a palm strike, golden combat energy manifesting as tangible blades, leaving a deep gash on the guardian's chest armor. "No wonder you are the heir of the true dragon bloodline," the guardian praised. But this is far from sufficient. With that, the guardian's combat energy surged dramatically, transforming into a massive water dragon that lunged toward Qin Tian. As the water dragon advanced, the moisture in the air was drawn away, creating a vacuum. Qin Tian refused to back down, unleashing the full force of the true dragon's power. His body began to undergo a transformation, scales emerging, and his eyes turning into golden slits. In the next moment, a golden dragon took the place of Qin Tian, engaging in a fierce clash with the water dragon. The two dragons collided, sending showers of golden light and water splashes into the air. Each impact generated powerful energy fluctuations, causing the entire platform to tremble violently. Shui and Xiao Chui had to cast spells to erect barriers around them to shield against the battle's aftermath. On the other side, while Li Tianba struggled to fend off the assaults of the two guardians, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Although his combat energy cultivation had reached the initial stage of mastery, the gap between him and these peak experts was substantial. A blade of combat energy grazed Li Tianba's body, leaving a shallow wound. Though he winced in pain, he did not falter. Instead, he became more agile in evading the onslaught. "Li Tianba, don't just dodge," Qin Tian shouted amidst the fierce battle. "Remember the dragon breath technique I taught you." Realization dawned upon Li Tianba, who took a deep breath, channeling his combat energy vigorously. In the next moment, a jet of black dragon breath erupted from his mouth, striking one of the guardians directly. The guardian, caught off guard, staggered backward, his combat energy defense cracking under the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Li Tianba swiftly enlarged himself and struck at the guardian's chest with a claw. With a resounding crash, the guardian was sent flying, crashing heavily against the energy barrier at the edge of the platform. "Well done," Qin Tian praised, while simultaneously wielding his dragon claws to push back the other guardian. The battle raged for nearly half an hour, the entire space saturated with vibrant colors of combat energy. The platform's surface lay in ruins, filled with deep rifts and chasms. Although Qin Tian and Li Tianba appeared somewhat fatigued, their fighting spirit burned ever brighter. The four guardians were also struggling. Their armor was riddled with cracks, and their combat energy fluctuations had diminished significantly from their initial strength. "It is time to bring this to an end," Qin Tian bellowed, unleashing the true dragon's power once more. A golden dragon-shaped phantom emerged behind him, radiating an overwhelming pressure. The entire space warped under this force, as if the very void itself was about to be torn apart. Li Tianba, not to be outdone, formed a massive black dragon phantom around him, exuding a mysterious and potent aura. "Dragon's fury," Qin Tian and Li Tianba shouted in unison, unleashing two astonishing torrents of dragon-shaped combat energy that engulfed all four guardians. The golden and black dragons intertwined in the air, forming a colossal yin-yang symbol. As the yin-yang symbol spun, it enveloped the four guardians within its embrace. The tremendous energy fluctuations caused the entire platform to begin to collapse, sending debris and energy fragments flying in all directions. Shui and Xiao Chui strained to cast their magic, barely managing to stabilize the ground beneath them. They watched in awe at this breathtaking spectacle, their hearts swelling with both shock and pride. As the aura of combat dissipated, the four guardians lay prostrate on the ground, their defensive energies utterly shattered. Their armor lay in ruins, revealing their scarred bodies. Amidst the aftermath of the battle, a voice echoed once more, commending their display of formidable energy cultivation, tactical acumen, and teamwork. Qin Tian, Your true dragon power has reached a new zenith. Li Tianba, your progress is equally astonishing. Congratulations on passing the trial of the Duki Bridge. Both Qin Tian and Li Tianba exhaled deeply, exchanging smiles. Their bodies bore the marks of battle, their energy reserves nearly depleted. Yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Shuer and Xiao Chui rushed over to celebrate their triumph. Incredible! Xiao Chui exclaimed. You two are as powerful as true dragons. The yin-yang pattern was absolutely breathtaking. Shuer, with concern, inquired, You aren't seriously injured, are you? Do you need my healing? Qin Tian shook his head. I am fine, just a bit drained. However, this battle has given me a renewed understanding of my true dragon power. I feel I am one step closer to a breakthrough. Li Tianba added with excitement. Indeed, I sense my Duki cultivation has improved. Brother, it is thanks to your guidance that I could execute that dragon breath move at the crucial moment. At that moment, a portal of light appeared at the opposite end of the platform. The shattered ground began to mend itself, quickly returning to its former state. That is the entrance to the final challenge, Qin Tian announced. The Phoenix Bloodline Palace. Its name suggests it is anything but simple. Xiao Chui pondered. I wonder what kind of trials await us there. Will they be more arduous than this one? Who cares? Li Tianba exclaimed. Together, we can overcome any challenge. The previous battle has proven that. The other three shared smiles, all uplifted by Li Tianba's optimism. You are right, Qin Tian chuckled. Let us strive together. This victory has endowed us with greater confidence. No matter what challenges lie ahead, we shall face them united. Thus, the four set forth on the path to the final challenge. Although uncertain of what trials awaited them, their hearts brimmed with confidence. They knew that as long as they stood together, no difficulty was insurmountable. Meanwhile, behind them, the mysterious voice softly remarked, Interesting young ones. It seems the Fountain of the Phoenix has chosen them, and not by chance. Perhaps they truly can effect a change. As Qin Tian and his companions vanished into the portal, the vibrant hues of the Duki Bridge's space gradually faded. However, the growth and insights gained from this fierce battle remained undeniably real. Chapter 35. Why is this old six everywhere? The moment Qin Tian, Shuer, Xiao Chui, and Li Tianba stepped into the Phoenix Palace, an eerie tension enveloped the air. This resplendent hall was vastly larger than they had envisioned. Its walls adorned with lifelike carvings of phoenixes, as if they might spring to life at any moment. Wow, this place is truly magnificent, Li Tianba exclaimed, his eyes wide as he surveyed the surroundings, wondering if there were any phoenix wings to feast upon. Qin Tian cast a helpless glance at him. Can you not think about food all the time? We are here to seek the Fountain of the Phoenix, not for a picnic. At that moment, a sinister laughter resonated from the depths of the hall. Welcome, little ones. I did not expect you to make it this far. As the voice trailed off, shadows emerged, revealing a figure clad in a black robe, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Behind him stood 3 formidable experts and over a dozen menacing henchmen. What is going on? Li Tianba swallowed hard, sensing they had unwittingly stumbled into a perilous situation. Qin Tian furrowed his brow. It seems we have fallen into a trap. This must be the Grand Elder of the Shadow Council. The black-robed elder revealed a sinister smile. Clever. Indeed, I am the Grand Elder of the Shadow Council. We have been waiting for you here for quite some time. Xiao Chui inquired warily. What do you want from us? With a cold chuckle, the Grand Elder replied. Of course, it is for the Fountain of the Phoenix. However, since you have delivered yourselves to us, let us resolve this matter once and for all. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the Grand Elder, a phoenix exuding an aura of darkness, its gaze filled with hostility. It appears you are not only after us, Qin Tian stated, but you also seek the power of the Phoenix. The Grand Elder boasted, precisely. With the power of the Phoenix, coupled with your dragon power, the Shadow Council shall be invincible. Li Tianba suddenly raised his hand. May I ask a question? Everyone turned to him in confusion. Clearing his throat, he continued. Does the Shadow Council have some peculiar penchant for fashion? Why must you all dress in such ominous black? Do you think it looks cool? The Grand Elder was momentarily speechless, while his henchmen exchanged puzzled glances, contemplating his question. Qin Tian face-bombed. Li Tianba, this is not the time for a fashion discussion. Regaining his composure, the Grand Elder bellowed. Enough with the trivialities. None of you shall leave here alive today. Just then, the voice of Mr. Secret echoed in Qin Tian's ear. Be cautious. These individuals are powerful. The Grand Elder's Duki cultivation is at the mid-stage of the sovereign realm, 2 realms above yours. The 3 experts behind him are at the saint level, and the henchmen are all grandmaster level. Qin Tian's heart sank, yet he maintained his composure. It seemed they had indeed encountered a formidable obstacle. Nevertheless, even iron plates could rust over time. They would not concede easily. Shuer and Xiao Chui took up fighting stances beside Qin Tian. Though Li Tianba felt nervous, he puffed out his chest, adopting an air of fearlessness. The Grand Elder sneered. You little brats dare to challenge us? Let me demonstrate the true disparity of strength. With that, he unleashed his aura. Instantly, the entire Phoenix Palace trembled, as if it could not withstand such power. Qin Tian and the others felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, nearly robbing them of breath. Li Tianba dropped to his knees, trembling. Big brother, he stammered, I think we might have really bitten off more than we can chew. And this iron plate seems to be forged from fine steel. It's not going to rust. Qin Tian struggled to remain upright, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He realized that their adversaries far surpassed their expectations. Just then, the voice of the little dragon resonated in Qin Tian's mind. Hey, don't panic. Although they are indeed powerful, you possess the bloodline of the true dragon. At a critical moment, I can lend you some strength. Feeling somewhat reassured, Qin Tian nevertheless retorted. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was almost scared to death. The little dragon scoffed. Humph, you coward. How can the heir of the true dragon be so lacking in courage? As Qin Tian and the little dragon exchanged banter, the Grand Elder had already commanded the attack. Capture them all, especially that green-haired girl. She possesses the Phoenix bloodline. Do not harm her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chui's anger flared. Who are you calling a girl? I am a proper master of magic. With that, she unleashed a torrent of flames directed at the Grand Elder. However, before her flames could approach, they were extinguished by an invisible force. The Grand Elder disdainfully glanced at Xiao Chui. With such meager abilities, you dare to call yourself a master? Xiao Chui's face flushed with indignation, yet she felt utterly powerless. She suddenly realized that the gap in strength between them and their foes was far greater than she had imagined. Seeing this, Shuer quickly cast an ice spell, erecting a wall of ice around them. However, as soon as the wall formed, it was shattered by a strike from one of the saint-level experts. It's over, it's over. Li Tianba stammered. Brother, shouldn't we consider retreating? Qin Tian took a deep breath, realizing that it was too late for withdrawal. We can only fight with all our might. At that moment, the Dark Phoenix suddenly lunged at Xiao Chui. Instinctively, she tried to evade, only to find her body immobile. Is this a binding spell? Xiao Chui exclaimed in terror. The Grand Elder chuckled smugly, indeed. In the face of absolute power, any struggle on your part is in vain. Just as the Dark Phoenix was about to seize Xiao Chui, Qin Tian charged forward, striking the creature back with a powerful palm. Don't think we can be defeated so easily. Qin Tian roared. Even in the dragon's den or tiger's lair, we shall venture forth. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, intrigued. It seems you still possess some spirit. Let me see how long you can endure. With a command from the Grand Elder, the members of the Shadow Council launched a full-scale assault, plunging Qin Tian and his companions into a fierce battle. While evading attacks, Li Tianba shouted, Brother, I really think we should consider finding a different vacation spot. The hospitality here is a bit overwhelming for me. Qin Tian, while fending off enemies, replied helplessly, Li Tianba. Can't you say something constructive? Li Tianba protested. Isn't this a way to lighten the mood? Otherwise, everyone will be too tense. How dull. At that moment, a powerful energy wave surged from deep within the hall. Everyone instinctively halted their movements and gazed towards the source of the energy. It's the Fountain of the Phoenix. The Grand Elder exclaimed excitedly. It has finally appeared. Qin Tian and the others exchanged glances, recognizing the determination reflected in each other's eyes. They understood that the real battle was just beginning. With the emergence of the Fountain of the Phoenix, the atmosphere in the Phoenix Hall became palpably tense. All eyes were drawn to the mysterious light emanating from the depths of the hall. Wow, is that the legendary Fountain of the Phoenix? Li Tianba gaped. It looks like a massive barrel of glowing honey wine. Qin Tian cast a weary glance at Li Tianba, noting that this was not the time for jest. We must find a way to prevent the Shadow Council from obtaining the Fountain of the Phoenix. Suddenly, the Grand Elder burst into laughter. The Fountain of the Phoenix has finally appeared. Once I possess it, I will become the most powerful being in this world. Xiao Chui couldn't help but retort. Why does that sound so cliché? Have you been listening to too many bardic tales? The Grand Elder's laughter abruptly ceased, and he seethed. You little girl, you seek death. With that, he waved his hand fiercely, sending a wave of black energy hurtling towards Xiao Chui. She attempted to dodge, but the force was overwhelming, and it seemed inevitable that she would be struck. In a split second, Qin Tian leaped forward, using his body to shield her from the attack. With a resounding crash, Qin Tian was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Brother, Li Tianba cried out, are you all right? Qin Tian struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. It just feels like I was trampled by a raging dragon. As Qin Tian regained his footing, the battle erupted in full force. Shui unleashed powerful ice magic, attempting to halt the enemy's advance. However, against the prowess of a saint-level expert, her spell seemed as fragile as summer's thin ice. Xiao Chui engaged in a fierce struggle with the Dark Phoenix, the two creatures exchanging blows in midair. Flames and dark energy colliding spectacularly. Wow, Li Tianba exclaimed. This is even more thrilling than the best street performance I've ever seen. Yet, his amusement was short-lived as three master-level henchmen set their sights on him. Esteemed sirs, Li Tianba chuckled nervously while retreating. How about we sit down for a drink and discuss our life ideals? What greeted him was a flurry of relentless attacks. Li Tianba had to exert all his efforts to evade. Oh dear, he shouted while dodging. Brother, help. I feel like I'm playing a real-life version of Dodge the Boulder. And it's set to hellish difficulty. Qin Tian's situation was equally dire. He faced a pincer attack from the Grand Elder and a saint-level expert. Although he fought valiantly, the disparity in strength was overwhelming, and he soon found himself at a disadvantage. What's the matter, kid? The Grand Elder sneered. Do you now understand the gap between us? Qin Tian gasped for breath, acknowledging the significant difference. Indeed, it is considerable. But you know what? I thrive on challenges that seem impossible. The Grand Elder scoffed, impudent little brat. Allow me to teach you what true power is. With that, he unleashed a staggering wave of energy. The entire Phoenix Hall trembled, the Phoenix reliefs on the walls appearing to come alive, emitting a cacophony of cries. Wow! Li Tianba marveled. This is more astonishing than any magic show I have ever witnessed. However, his awe was swiftly replaced with alarm as a massive stone fell from the ceiling, nearly crushing him. Hey! Li Tianba shouted at the ceiling. What kind of strange ritual is this? Can we please prioritize safety? Just then, Xiao Chui let out a startled cry as the Dark Phoenix unleashed a surge of power, sending her flying. Xiao Chui, Qin Tian shouted, desperate to assist, but he was firmly entangled by the Grand Elder and the saint-level expert. Xiao Chui struggled to rise, her eyes glimmering with indomitable spirit. I will not lose. For the Fountain of the Phoenix, for our future, I must defeat you. The Dark Phoenix screeched sharply, as if mocking Xiao Chui's audacity. At that moment, the Fountain of the Phoenix erupted with blinding light, causing everyone to cease their actions and turn towards its source. It is the Fountain of the Phoenix, the Grand Elder exclaimed. It is calling for the true heir. Xiao Chui and the Dark Phoenix soared towards the fountain simultaneously, engaging in a fierce aerial battle, neither willing to yield. Stop them! Qin Tian shouted. We cannot allow the Shadow Council to acquire the fountain. Yet, each of them was ensnared by formidable adversaries, unable to break free. While dodging attacks, Li Tianba cried out, Brother, I feel like we are participating in an incredibly difficult knight's trial, and we've forgotten to bring our armor and weapons. Qin Tian replied in exasperation, Li Tianba, can you please refrain from making analogies? How about a farming metaphor instead? Li Tianba suggested earnestly. I believe we are akin to battling a herd of rampaging bulls with only a pitchfork. The battle raged on for nearly half an hour, the space filled with a kaleidoscope of magic and energy. Despite Qin Tian and his companions' valiant resistance, they were clearly at a disadvantage. Shui had been cornered, her ice magic proving utterly ineffective against the saint-level expert. Li Tianba was in disarray, his energy and magic nearly exhausted after continuous combat. Although Xiao Chui continued to grapple with the Dark Phoenix, she was visibly worn out. Her flames, while once potent, were now dimming under the pressure of the Dark Phoenix. Qin Tian's circumstances were equally grim. Facing the Grand Elder and another saint-level expert's assault, he could barely hold his ground. How's it going, kid? The Grand Elder mocked. Now you realize the gap between us, don't you? You little brats are utterly unworthy of touching the Fountain of the Phoenix. Qin Tian, panting, mustered his strength to respond. Don't get too smug. We haven't lost yet. However, as soon as he uttered those words, the Grand Elder struck him, sending him crashing against the wall. Brother! Li Tianba shouted, trying to rush to his aid, but he was firmly held back by three master-level henchmen. At that moment, a sharp cry of the Phoenix suddenly resonated through the air. The Dark Phoenix erupted with a formidable force, propelling Xiao Chui away and swiftly soaring toward the Phoenix Spring. This is bad, Qin Tian shouted, attempting to intervene, but was held firmly to the ground by the Grand Elder. As the Dark Phoenix drew closer to the Phoenix Spring, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Xiao Chui struggled to rise, but her strength had waned, leaving her helplessly watching the Dark Phoenix approach the Phoenix Spring. It's over. Li Tianba despaired. Should we consider finding a place to hide until this storm passes? Shui weakly advised, don't lose hope. We still have a chance. However, her words seemed to lack conviction even to her own ears. Lying on the ground, Qin Tian felt the faint energy pulsating within him. He understood that if he did not act soon, they would truly face defeat. At that critical juncture, he suddenly sensed something stirring within him, a powerful and ancient force. As if calling out to him, this realization sparked a thought in Qin Tian's mind. Could it be? Yet before he could ponder further, the Grand Elder's voice interrupted his thoughts. Ha ha ha, the Grand Elder cackled. The Phoenix Spring is finally mine. With its power, I shall rule the entire world. The Dark Phoenix had made contact with the Phoenix Spring, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that spread throughout the Phoenix Hall. Qin Tian and his companions found themselves overwhelmed, on the brink of losing their last hope. Are we truly destined to fail? Qin Tian pondered silently. At that moment, the stirring force within him intensified. He felt as if his blood was ablaze, an unprecedented power awakening within him. Surprised, Qin Tian gazed at his hand as golden scales began to emerge on his skin. The Grand Elder noticed the anomaly and looked at Qin Tian in astonishment. What is happening? Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, the power within Qin Tian erupted violently. Chapter 37. The five-clawed golden dragon annihilates the lesser beings. Just as Qin Tian felt all hope slipping away, the stirring power within him surged even stronger. He felt his blood burning, an extraordinary strength awakening inside him. What is this? Qin Tian exclaimed in astonishment as golden scales began to manifest across his skin. At that moment, the voice of the little dragon echoed in his mind. You little rascal. You've finally awakened. I thought you'd have to wait until your next life. Qin Tian, bewildered, replied, Dragon Elder, what is happening? Why do I feel like I'm transforming into a fish? The little dragon retorted, Fish? Those are dragon scales. Your true dragon bloodline has finally awakened. However, this is not the time to rejoice. The situation is dire. Observing the circumstances around him, Qin Tian nodded. Indeed, we are at a disadvantage. Dragon Elder, do you have any good ideas? The little dragon replied gravely, There is a method, but it carries great risk. I can temporarily infuse a portion of my power into you, granting you the true power of a dragon for a short time. Qin Tian's interest piqued. Really? That means I could instantly become incredibly powerful? The little dragon cautioned, Don't celebrate too soon. This approach is fraught with danger. First, your body may not withstand such immense power. Secondly, even if you can control it, I will fall into a deep slumber due to excessive energy consumption and may not awaken for several days. Qin Tian hesitated. That does sound quite perilous. Perhaps we should think of another solution? The little dragon scoffed. What? As the heir of the true dragon bloodline, are you afraid to take such a risk? Angered, Qin Tian retorted, Who says I'm afraid? I'm merely weighing the pros and cons. As Qin Tian and the little dragon engaged in this intense internal debate, the external situation deteriorated. The Dark Phoenix had made contact with the Phoenix Spring, and a powerful wave of energy began to permeate the entire Phoenix Hall. Xiao Chui weakly called out, Qin Tian, hurry and find a way. If this continues, we will truly be defeated. Shuer anxiously added, Qin Tian, I don't know what your situation is, but if you have any hidden cards, now is the time to use them. Li Tianba, dodging attacks, shouted, Brother, if you don't act soon, I'll be beaten to a pulp. Observing the plight of his companions, Qin Tian finally made up his mind. All right, Dragon Elder, let us do as you say. But you must ensure I 1T transform into a real dragon. I have no desire to eat raw fish in the future. The little dragon retorted, Is this really the time for jokes? Very well, I'm about to begin. Prepare yourself. In the next moment, Qin Tian felt a powerful force erupting from within him. Golden light enveloped his entire being, and he sensed his body undergoing a tremendous transformation. The Grand Elder watched in terror, exclaiming, What is happening? Why has his aura suddenly become so formidable? Li Tianba stared in awe. Wow, brother. Are you about to transform into a giant dragon? That is so cool. Yet, at that moment, Qin Tian experienced unprecedented agony. It felt as though his body was being torn apart, the overwhelming power rampaging within him, nearly bursting him apart. Qin Tian could not suppress a cry of pain. The little dragon's voice resonated in his mind. Hold on, you little rascal. Only by enduring this trial can you truly master this power. Gritting his teeth, Qin Tian endured the excruciating pain. He understood that this was his only opportunity. Failure would mean not only his demise, but also the peril of his companions. I cannot lose, Qin Tian silently vowed. For my companions, to thwart the Shadow Council, I must succeed. Just when Qin Tian felt he could no longer hold on, he suddenly sensed the power within him beginning to harmonize. The golden light ceased to be blinding and became gentle yet potent. The little dragon remarked with satisfaction, Well done. You little rascal. You have succeeded. Now, Let me take over your body and unleash the true power of the dragon. Before Qin Tian could respond, he felt his consciousness being pushed aside. To his astonishment, he became an observer, watching as his body underwent astonishing changes. The golden light intensified, and Qin Tian's form rapidly expanded, transforming into a majestic five-clawed golden dragon. Though constrained by the space of the Phoenix Hall, the dragon was still a magnificent sight, akin to a moving mountain, evoking a powerful visual impact. The golden dragon was adorned with resplendent scales, radiating brilliant golden light, dazzling like the sun, making it difficult to behold. This golden brilliance was not only beautiful, but also contained a force that differed from the world around it, as if the very essence of power was at its command. The dragon possessed 4 claws, each with 5 sharp talons, capable of rending the fabric of space with ease. Its eyes, like glowing candles, sparkled with wisdom and an unassailable authority. The Grand Elder and the other members of the Shadow Council were rendered speechless by this sudden transformation. They felt an unprecedented pressure, as if they were confronting not merely an opponent, but the very will of the universe itself. How is this possible? The Grand Elder trembled. How could you suddenly transform into a true dragon? Are there really true dragons in this world? Li Tianba stared in awe. Wow. Brother, you're incredible. This is 1,000 times more shocking than the most impressive magic show I've ever seen at the market. Shuer and Xiao Chui gazed in astonishment, unable to believe that the golden dragon before them was Qin Tian. Just then, the golden dragon let out a thunderous roar that resonated with unparalleled pressure, as if it could shatter the heavens and earth. Roar. With this roar, the entire Phoenix Hall trembled violently. The phoenix relief on the wall seemed to come alive, emitting a series of piercing cries. The members of the Dark Council were utterly unable to withstand this overwhelming pressure, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Even the Dark Phoenix was thrown back by this force, crashing heavily against the wall. Only the Grand Elder, relying on his formidable strength, managed to remain upright, though his complexion had turned ashen and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Strikingly, Xiao Chui, Shuer, and Li Tianba remained unscathed. Before them, an invisible barrier had appeared, shielding them from the dragon's oppressive might. What is happening? Li Tianba exclaimed in astonishment, touching the barrier before him. Why are we unharmed? Xiao Chui pondered. Perhaps Qin Tian is protecting us. Shuer nodded in agreement. Indeed, even after transforming into a dragon, he has not forgotten us. The golden dragon slowly turned its head, its eyes glowing like red candles as they gazed at the Grand Elder. In those eyes, there was an abundance of authority and fury, as if proclaiming, "It is time to settle the score." The Grand Elder, looking at this majestic golden dragon, felt true terror for the first time. He realized that he had indeed provoked a being he should not have trifled with. At that moment, the golden dragon spoke. But it was not Qin Tian's voice that emerged. Rather, it was a deeper, more commanding tone. "Mortals, you dare to covet powers that do not belong to you. Today, let me show you what true dragon power entails." With that, the golden dragon slowly raised its claw, aiming to strike the Grand Elder. Although its movements appeared slow, they exuded an unavoidable sense of dread, as if that claw contained the very essence of the universe's strength. The Grand Elder's face paled, and with all his might, he attempted to evade the impending doom. However, at that critical moment, the golden dragon's claw descended with blinding speed, striking the Grand Elder. Despite his desperate efforts, he was powerless against such absolute force. With a resounding crash, the Grand Elder was sent flying like a rag doll, colliding violently with the wall of the Phoenix Palace, leaving an amusing human-shaped dent in its wake. "Wow," Li Tianba exclaimed, "that was quite the blow. I feel like the Grand Elder now resembles a squashed mosquito." Shuer shot him a disapproving glance. This is not a time for jest. Nevertheless, the Grand Elder refused to concede defeat. He struggled to crawl down from the wall, unsteadily rising to his feet, blood continuing to flow from his mouth. "Do you think this will be enough to vanquish me?" He gritted his teeth defiantly. "I am the Grand Elder of the Shadow Council, and I shall not be so easily defeated." The golden dragon regarded him with cold disdain, suddenly flicking its tail. The gleaming dragon tail struck like a bolt of golden lightning, instantly hitting the Grand Elder. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed as the Grand Elder was sent flying once more, this time breaking through the wall of the Phoenix Palace, leaving a perfect human imprint on the outer rock face. "Ouch!" Li Tianba winced. "That must hurt. I feel like the Grand Elder now looks like a fly splattered against the wall." Xiao Chui couldn't help but laugh. "Li Tianba, your analogy is quite vivid." Just then, the golden dragon let out a powerful roar. The sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and countless bolts of lightning descended like silver serpents, converging upon the Grand Elder. Zzz. The electric light crackled as the Grand Elder's body was enveloped in lightning, resembling a colossal light bulb. Wow, Li Tianba marveled. This is even more spectacular than the most powerful sorcerer's lightning. Is the Elder undergoing electric therapy? Shui remarked. Li Tianba, I think this therapy might be a bit excessive. As the lightning subsided, everyone was left in awe. The Grand Elder, who had once stood so defiantly, was now reduced to a pile of ashes, not a single hair remaining. My heavens! Li Tianba gasped. That was ruthless. The Grand Elder has utterly transformed into barbecue ash. Xiao Chui asserted solemnly. This is the consequence of coveting power that does not belong to oneself. Yet the battle was far from over. Though the other members of the Shadow Council had been grievously wounded by the dragon's might, upon witnessing their leader's demise, they summoned their courage to retaliate. For the Grand Elder's vengeance, one member of the Shadow Council shouted as they charged forward. However, their attacks appeared feeble before the golden dragon. With a mere flick of its claw, the dragon sent several of them flying. Wow, Li Tianba exclaimed excitedly. The Elder is playing whack-a-mole with them. The remaining members of the Shadow Council were swiftly dispatched as Shui Er's ice magic intensified, freezing several of them into ice sculptures, while Xiao Chui's flames incinerated others to ashes. Fantastic! Li Tianba cheered. We are like a superhero team. The Elder is the golden dragon superhero. Shui Er is the ice queen. Xiao Chui is the flame goddess, and I am the dashing logistics officer. Just then, the golden dragon turned its gaze, its eyes glowing like red candles as they fell upon the remaining members of the Shadow Council. The look was filled with authority and wrath. As if to say, will you not flee? The remaining members of the Shadow Council were instantly paralyzed with fear, realizing they were no match for this golden dragon. Run! One member shrieked, hastily pulling out a teleportation scroll. Others followed suit, and soon the Phoenix Palace was aglow with the shimmering lights of various teleportation spells. Alas! Li Tianba lamented. These fellows are fleeing too quickly. I thought I would witness the Elder turning them all into barbecue. Xiao Chui sighed. Li Tianba, your imagination is truly boundless. At that moment, the forgotten Dark Phoenix let out a shrill cry and dashed toward the Phoenix Spring. Not good, Shui Er exclaimed. It seeks to seize the Phoenix Spring. However, before they could react, the golden dragon had already acted. With a gentle flick of its claw, a golden beam flashed, and the Dark Phoenix collided with an invisible wall, bouncing back. Wow! Li Tianba gasped. That was so cool. It was like casting a magical no-entry sign. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chui swiftly flew toward the Phoenix Spring. As her hand touched the water, a warm energy surged through her, enveloping her entire being. I can feel the Phoenix's power, Xiao Chui exclaimed joyfully. It has acknowledged me. Just then, the Dark Phoenix let out an unwilling cry, transforming into a black light before vanishing. Alas, Li Tianba sighed. That dark bird has escaped as well. I thought I would see it roasted by the Elder. Shui Er replied exasperatedly. Li Tianba, can you please stop thinking about food? The battle seemed to have concluded, leaving the Phoenix Palace in disarray, a testament to the fierce conflict. Yet, the most striking presence remained that of the majestic golden dragon. The dragon slowly turned its head, regarding Xiao Chui, Shui Er, and Li Tianba with gentle light in its candle-like eyes. Very well, the golden dragon spoke, its voice still imbued with a profound gravitas. The crisis has been averted. However, we must not let our guard down. At that moment, a peculiar energy wave suddenly spread throughout the Phoenix Palace. The fallen members of the Shadow Council began to glow with strange runes. Not good, Shui Er cried out. They possess some kind of life-saving magical artifacts. Indeed, those who had lost their combat ability were now rising one by one. Though they appeared battered and bruised, an eerie glimmer shone in their eyes. Do you believe this will defeat our Hui? Sneered one who seemed to be the deputy. We are shadows that exist everywhere. You will never eradicate us completely. Li Tianba rolled his eyes. Come on, your lines are terribly cliched. Can't you be a bit more original? However, the deputy paid no heed to Li Tianba's retort. He raised his hands high and began to chant a peculiar incantation. As he spoke, the same runes illuminated on the bodies of the other members of the Hui. This is bad, Xiao Chui exclaimed. They are about to unleash some formidable magic. Jin Long squinted, seemingly assessing the situation. Just as everyone anxiously awaited the Hui's next move, the deputy suddenly shouted, Hui, retreat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the runes on all members of the Hui shone with a blinding light. In the next moment, their figures dissipated like smoke blown away by the wind, vanishing into thin air. They're just leaving? Li Tianba looked bewildered. I thought they were going to unleash some grand move. Shui sighed with relief. It seems they realize they cannot match us, hence their strategic withdrawal. Xiao Chui nodded. Indeed, but we must remain vigilant. The Aning Yi Hui will not cease their pursuits. Jinlong spoke solemnly. That is true. Although we have repelled them this time, the threat of the Aning Yi Hui has not been entirely eliminated. We must prepare ourselves for greater challenges ahead. Thus, the members of the Aning Yi Hui fled in disarray, leaving the Phoenix Palace in ruins alongside the four victors. While this battle had temporarily concluded, all were aware that it merely marked the beginning of a far greater challenge. Chapter 39. It feels like being ravaged by a horde of madwomen for N days and N nights. With the retreat of the Aning Yi Hui, the Phoenix Palace finally regained its tranquility. However, the space that had just witnessed a fierce battle appeared utterly devastated, as if trampled by a frenzy of mountain beasts. Wow. Li Tianba surveyed the surroundings, astonished. This place looks messier than my room after I used to misbehave as a child. Shui rolled her eyes. Li Tianba. This is not the time for jokes. We need to quickly assess our losses and see if anyone is injured. Just then, Xiao Chui suddenly let out a gasp. Everyone turned their attention towards her. My goodness. Li Tianba widened his eyes. Xiao Chui, your hair has turned green. Indeed. Xiao Chui's previously dull hair now radiated a vibrant green, reminiscent of tender leaves sprouting in spring. Furthermore, she appeared more radiant than ever, as if an inner light was shining forth. Xiao Chui, astonished, touched her hair. What is happening? I feel as if I possess an inexhaustible power within me. Shui pondered. It might be the power of the Phoenix Spring. It has not only revitalized your life force, but also bestowed upon you new strength. Li Tianba exclaimed excitedly. That is fantastic. Can Xiao Chui now be reborn from the ashes like a phoenix? Should we give it a try? Xiao Chui shot him a glare. Li Tianba, do you want me to roast you like a chicken? Just then, a weak voice called out. Hey, does anyone remember me? The group suddenly recalled there was still Qin Tian. They found him lying on the ground, motionless, looking as if he had been thoroughly trampled. Li Tianba rushed over. Big brother, how are you? Did you get ambushed by the Aning Yi Hui? Qin Tian weakly replied. No, it was Xiao Long. He borrowed my body to fight. And now I feel like I've been ravaged by a horde of madwomen for N days. I can't even move a single finger. Li Tianba couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Big brother, I didn't know you had such an experience. Qin Tian glared at him. Li Tianba, if you keep laughing, I'll let Xiao Long possess you next time. Li Tianba immediately composed himself, seriousness taking over his expression. Big brother, let me carry you. After all, you're injured and need to rest. Just as Li Tianba prepared to lift Qin Tian, a familiar voice suddenly interjected. Wait, don't forget about me. The group then remembered the Mi Xian Duren. They saw the ancient tome lying on the ground, appearing somewhat disheveled. Mi Xian Duren. Shui exclaimed. Are you alright? Mi Xian Duren's voice sounded somewhat resigned. Thankfully Xiao Long managed to grab me in time. Otherwise, I might have turned to ash alongside that grand elder. Li Tianba curiously asked. Mi Xian Duren, did you witness the entire battle? Was Big Brother's transformation into Jin Long impressive? Mi Xian Duren sighed. Li Tianba, can you focus on something serious? However, it was indeed quite impressive. Just then, Xiao Chui said, wait, where is Xiao Long? Where did he go? Qin Tian weakly replied. He said he needs to sleep for a while to regain his strength. He may not wake up for several days. Shui expressed her concern. What should we do now? While the Aning Yi Hui has retreated, they could return at any moment. Li Tianba scratched his head. How about we find a place to hide? Let us head to a nearby town and grab some good food. The group looked at him helplessly, and Mi Xian Duren couldn't help but say, Li Tianba, can you not think about food for once? Li Tianba feigned innocence. This is to replenish our strength. Besides, everyone is tired. What is wrong with having a good meal? Xiao Chui suddenly interjected. Actually, I think Li Tianba has a point. We do need to find a place to rest and regain our strength. Plus, I'm a bit hungry too. Shui glanced at the immobile Qin Tian on the ground, then at the eager Li Tianba, and finally nodded in resignation. All right. We need to leave here quickly. The nearest town is Yucheng. Let us head there to rest. Thus, the group began to gather their belongings and prepare to leave the Phoenix Palace. Li Tianba carried Qin Tian. Xiao Chui carefully held Mi Xian Duren, while Shui took on the role of lookout. After several hours of trekking, they finally arrived at Yucheng. This medieval-style city was surrounded by tall stone walls, with fully armed guards stationed at the gate. Wow, Li Tianba marveled. This castle looks truly impressive. Shui cautioned, do not draw attention. We must act discreetly. First, let us find an inn to settle down. They navigated through the narrow cobblestone streets and eventually stopped at an establishment named Yin Yu Lu. It was a 3-story wooden building adorned with a moon-shaped sign at the entrance. Upon entering the inn, a plump proprietress greeted them warmly. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Do you require accommodation?" Li Tianba's eyes lit up. "Wonderful. Please give us your best room. By the way, do you have any specialty dishes? I'm starving." Shui Er quickly interrupted. "We need 2 rooms, and most importantly, do you have potions for restoring magic and fighting spirit? Our friend is severely injured." The proprietress glanced at Qin Tian, being carried by Li Tianba, and nodded knowingly. "Yes, I have some. I will fetch them right away. You may go upstairs to rest." They were led to rooms on the 2nd floor. Qin Tian was carefully placed on the bed, and the proprietress soon brought several vials emitting an unusual glow. "This is a restorative potion brewed from the essence of the elven spring and dragon blood grass," the proprietress explained. "It works well, although the taste may not be pleasant." Li Tianba curiously sniffed, immediately wrinkling his nose. This smells worse than my grandfather's stinky socks." Qin Tian weakly said, "Never mind the taste. Just give it to me." With everyone's assistance, Qin Tian drank the potion. Although his expression resembled that of someone swallowing a frog, soon his complexion began to improve. "How do you feel?" Xiao Chui asked with concern. Qin Tian gently flexed his fingers, feeling significantly better. At least he could move now. However, a persistent soreness enveloped his body, akin to having been trampled by a herd of wild boars. Li Tianba chuckled and remarked, "Brother, weren't you just saying it felt like you had been ravaged by a pack of crazed women for days? How did it morph into wild boars?" Qin Tian shot him a glare. "Li Tianba, if you keep babbling, I shall let you sample the taste of that potion." Just then, the innkeeper's wife knocked and entered, announcing, "Esteemed guests, dinner is ready. Tonight's specialty is roasted lamb legs and honey mead. Would you care for some?" Li Tianba's spirits soared instantly. "Excellent. We'll have 10 roasted lamb legs and 20 cups of honey mead." Shuer quickly interjected, "Li Tianba, are you mad? We cannot possibly consume that much." With an innocent expression, Li Tianba replied, "But this is to celebrate our victory. Besides, brother needs to replenish his energy." Ultimately, after Schwerer's insistence, they ordered only 4 roasted lamb legs and a jug of honey mead. When the food arrived, an enticing aroma filled the room. Even the weakened Qin Tian could not help but swallow at the delightful scent. "Here you go, brother." Li Tianba offered a roasted lamb leg to Qin Tian. "Eat up. This is the miraculous food that will rejuvenate your spirit." Qin Tian reluctantly accepted the lamb leg. "Li Tianba, could you refrain from uttering such odd remarks?" While they were relishing their meal, Xiao Chui suddenly remembered something. "Right? Shouldn't we discuss our upcoming plans? The Shadow Council will certainly not rest easy." Shuer nodded. "Indeed. We need to devise a long-term strategy. However, the most pressing matter is to ensure Qin Tian regains his strength and wait for Xiao Long to awaken." Suddenly, the voice of Lord Mi Exine echoed. "I suggest you rest here for a few days. Once Qin Tian has recovered, we can deliberate on our next course of action." The group unanimously agreed to this proposal. Thus, in this modest inn in Inu City, our protagonists commenced a brief respite. Although they were aware that greater challenges awaited them, at this moment, the rare joy of quietly savoring a meal was a cherished blessing. Of course, Li Tianba did not forget to grumble. If only they had roasted duck here. Nevertheless, the roasted lamb leg was quite delightful. He just wondered if he could have another one. "Li Tianba," everyone exclaimed in unison. Chapter 40. The posture of the falling goose. Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes. After a night of rest and the potion's effects, he felt considerably rejuvenated. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly heard a familiar meow from the windowsill. Turning his head, he was taken aback. There, elegantly perched on the windowsill, was a pitch-black cat whose eyes gleamed like emeralds, intently gazing at him. "Aning?" Qin Tian exclaimed in astonishment. "What brings you here? It has been ages since we last met." Aning gracefully leaped onto the bed, affectionately nuzzling Qin Tian's hand. "Meow?" Aning called, as if to say, "It's been a while." At that moment, the door swung open, and Li Tianba entered. "Brother, are you awake? I brought you breakfast." Upon seeing the black cat on the bed, Li Tianba gasped in surprise. Qin Tian smiled and explained, "This is an Ing, the magical black cat I mentioned to you before. I never expected to find her here." Curious, Li Tianba leaned closer to observe an Ing. "Wow, her fur is stunningly glossy. It looks so soft. Can I pet her?" As he reached out to scratch An Ying's belly. Just as his hand was about to make contact, An Ying suddenly opened her mouth and lightly nipped at Li Tianba's finger. "Ow!" Li Tianba yelped, quickly retracting his hand. "This cat has quite the temper," he muttered. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. An Ying's body suddenly began to glow and gradually enlarged. In the blink of an eye, a stunning woman with cascading black hair appeared on the bed. Li Tianba was momentarily stunned, drool uncontrollably escaping the corner of his mouth. Brother, you already have 2 wives, and yet here I am, still single. Please, don't you dare compete with me, he stammered. As he was about to continue, Aning shot him a sharp look, causing him to promptly shut his mouth. However, his previous words had already escaped. Aning furrowed her brow, and in the next moment, she executed a beautiful spinning kick, sending Li Tianba flying across the room. He skidded several meters before landing in a rather undignified position. Qin Tian watched this unfold and could not help but chuckle. Turning to Aning, he asked curiously, Aning, how did you come to be here? Also, where have you been? We were quite worried about you. Aning elegantly settled on the edge of the bed and replied, I apologize for causing you concern. After we parted ways, I discovered some crucial leads regarding the Shadow Council, which necessitated my temporary departure to investigate. Now, I have finally unraveled some matters. And that is why I came to find you. Just then, Shuer and Xiao Chui entered the room. Upon seeing Aning seated on the bed, both displayed expressions of surprise. Aning, Shuer exclaimed, I never expected to encounter you here. Xiao Chui added with a smile, that's wonderful. We were also worried about you. Li Tianba, rising from the floor and rubbing his sore spot, looked at everyone in confusion. Wait, you all know her? Qin Tian explained, yes, Aning was a tremendous help to us during our initial adventures. However, she left abruptly, and we had no idea where she went. Aning expressed her regrets. I apologize for leaving without informing you. The situation was urgent, and I had to act immediately. Xiao Chui, curious, asked Aning, you mentioned having discovered some leads regarding the Shadow Council? What are they? And Ying's expression turned serious. The situation is far more complicated than we imagined. The Shadow Council is not only covertly controlling the upper echelons of multiple kingdoms, but they also seem to be searching for an ancient magical artifact. If they succeed, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions grew grave. Even Li Tianba wiped the playful grin from his face. What kind of magical artifact are we talking about? Qin Tian inquired. Aning shook her head. I cannot say for certain yet. However, based on the information I have gathered, this artifact is linked to a great war in ancient times. It is said to possess the power to alter the very fabric of the world. Shuer pondered. No wonder the Shadow Council is so relentless. If such an artifact truly exists and falls into their hands, it would indeed spell catastrophic consequences. Xiao Chui suddenly recalled something. Wait, could it be related to the Phoenix Spring? After all, the Shadow Council was also pursuing the power of the Phoenix. Aning nodded. That is quite possible. The Phoenix Spring may merely be a part of their scheme. I suspect they are collecting various powerful magical sources to locate or activate that artifact. Li Tianba scratched his head. This sounds too complicated. What should we do? Qin Tian contemplated for a moment. First, we need more information. Aning, could you share more about your investigation? Aning nodded. Of course. I discovered that the Shadow Council has secret bases in multiple kingdoms, with the most significant one located in the Northern Ice and Snow Kingdom. I suspect their headquarters might be there. The Ice and Snow Kingdom? Shuer exclaimed. Isn't that my homeland? Aning looked at Shuer. Indeed, and that is why I believe we should investigate there. Shuer, you are familiar with the area and can serve as our guide. Qin Tian nodded. That sounds like a solid plan. However, before we set off, we need to make adequate preparations. Xiao Chui expressed her concern. But Qin Tian, your body has yet to fully recover. Should we wait a few more days? Qin Tian shook his head, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. They could not afford any further delays. Moreover, with all of you by my side, I have faith that we can surmount any challenges. Li Tianba leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, wonderful. A new adventure awaits us. I can hardly contain my eagerness to see what the Ice and Snow Kingdom looks like. Aning cast a resigned glance at Li Tianba, reminding him, this is not merely a leisure trip. We may be facing life-threatening dangers. Li Tianba chuckled. I know. But isn't danger what makes it exhilarating? Besides, with my big brother and all of you here, we will undoubtedly overcome the obstacles. Qin Tian smiled and patted Li Tianba's shoulder. All right. Since we have decided to journey to the Ice and Snow Kingdom, let us begin our preparations. Shuer, you are the most familiar with that place. Could you offer us some advice? Shuer nodded. The Ice and Snow Kingdom is perpetually covered in ice and snow, and the climate is extremely frigid. We must prepare sufficient warm clothing and provisions. Additionally, the terrain is complex. We might need special equipment to navigate it. Xiao Chui added. I can prepare some fire-type magic scrolls, which should help us fend off the cold. Aning nodded approvingly at Xiao Chui. Excellent idea. I suggest we also gather some magical tools for concealment and reconnaissance to better evade the prying eyes of the Shadow Council. Just then, the voice of Lord McZin echoed. Do not forget about me. I am your most crucial advisor. Li Tianba slapped his forehead. Oh dear, I almost forgot about you. Lord McZin. I apologize. We overlooked you since you hadn't spoken. Lord McZin sighed. I was merely pondering some matters. I believe I have encountered references to that ancient magical artifact in certain ancient texts. Let me reflect, and perhaps I can provide you with some useful information. Qin Tian expressed his gratitude. That would be splendid, Lord McZin. Your knowledge has always been our greatest asset. Thus, our protagonists commenced preparations for their impending journey to the Ice and Snow Kingdom. Though they were unaware of what lay ahead, they understood that as long as they stood united, no challenge would be insurmountable. The arrival of Eunuch not only brought vital intelligence, but also infused the team with newfound strength. As night fell, the atmosphere in the Silver Moon Inn was filled with both tension and anticipation. Chapter 41. Has your home been stolen? The evening glow painted the streets of Eunuch City in a golden red hue. Qin Tian and his companions were finalizing their preparations at the city gates, ready to embark on their lengthy journey to the Ice and Snow Kingdom. As Li Tianba packed his belongings, he couldn't help but steal glances at Eunuch, sporting a silly grin. Hey, Eunuch, Li Tianba finally mustered the courage to speak. Do you know? You are 10 times more beautiful than the prettiest girl in our village. No, 100 times. Eunuch shot him a cold glance. Focus on packing your things and refrain from excessive flattery. Li Tianba remained undeterred, moving closer. Look, we are both black dragons. What a fateful connection we share. Don't you think? Before he could finish, Eunuch conjured a cat's paw and lightly tapped his face. Warning, say another word, and I'll turn you into a mouse. Li Tianba quickly covered his mouth, though admiration still sparkled in his eyes. Qin Tian chuckled at the scene. All right, Li Tianba, do not disturb Eunuch any further. It is time for us to set off. Just then, a luxurious carriage came to a halt before them, with a burly giant as the driver, whose head nearly grazed the top of the city gate. Wow, Li Tianba exclaimed. Hey there, big brother, did you drink too much growth potion as a child? The giant driver chuckled warmly. This is the normal height for our giant kin. As for you, little one, did you skip your milk? Li Tianba's face flushed crimson. Hey, I am a formidable black dragon. I am merely in human form at the moment. Eunuch rolled her eyes. Please, you haven't even grown all your dragon scales yet. Once everyone boarded the carriage, they discovered that the interior space was far more expansive than they had imagined. Li Tianba marveled. Wow, this place is even roomier than my family's barn. It's like a moving palace. Shui'er explained. This is due to the dwarven spatial expansion magic, which allows the interior to be much larger than it appears from the outside. Li Tianba looked bewildered. Dwarves? Giants? Goodness, how many races exist in this world? I feel like a country bumpkin. Lord McZin's voice chimed in. According to ancient texts, there are 12 major races on this continent, including humans, elves, dwarves, giants, orcs, fairies, demons, elementals, undead, merfolk, halflings, and, of course, your dragon kin. Li Tianba scratched his head. Speaking of dragons, I still have so much to learn. Big brother, could you tell us about the dragon race? Qin Tian exchanged a knowing glance with Shui'er before responding. The dragon race is one of the oldest and most powerful races on this continent. We possess the ability to shift freely between human and dragon forms, and each dragon has its own elemental attribute. Shui'er added, for instance, I am an ice dragon, wielding the power of ice and snow. She paused and glanced at Qin Tian. Qin Tian took a deep breath. My situation is somewhat unique. I possess the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, making me one of the rarest and most formidable beings among dragons. Li Tianba's eyes widened in awe. Wow, big brother, you are the dragon among dragons. You must be capable of unleashing incredibly powerful fireballs. Qin Tian chuckled. Li Tianba, ancestral dragons do not merely spit fireballs. Our powers extend far beyond that. Li Tianba, still brimming with excitement, asked, what about me? As a black dragon, what cool things can I do? Breathe black flames? Or perhaps become invisible? Eunuch shook her head in exasperation. The only cool thing you can do right now is to keep your mouth shut and study diligently. Li Tianba, undeterred, grew even more enthusiastic. Eunuch, can you teach me? I promise I will be a good student. Eunuch replied coldly. First, you must learn to control your drool. Look at you. You're about to flood the carriage. Li Tianba quickly wiped his mouth and leaned closer to Eunuch. What do you think is the greatest strength of us black dragons? Eunuch pondered for a moment. Patience. Because we must endure having you as a companion. At that moment, the carriage suddenly jolted violently. Qin Tian, alert, asked, what is happening? The giant driver replied, my lord, there is a group of elves blocking the road ahead. They appear to be bandits. Qin Tian frowned. Elven bandits? That is quite rare. Shui'er suggested. Let us go take a look. there may be more to the story. When they disembarked to assess the situation, they found a group of ragged elves standing in the middle of the road, appearing both anxious and desperate. The elven leader stepped forward. Please forgive our rudeness. We do not wish to cause trouble. We are merely driven by necessity. Ever since the dark forest was tainted, we have lost our home and been forced to resort to banditry. Li Tianba interjected. Wow, has your home been stolen? That is truly unfortunate. But do not worry. I have a brilliant idea. We can form a search party. We could distribute missing home flyers and perhaps catch that villain who stole from you. Everyone, including the elven bandits, regarded Li Tianba with bemusement. Qin Tian cleared his throat. Li Tianba, this is not the time for foolishness. He then turned to the elven leader. Could you elaborate on the situation in the dark forest? The elven leader sighed. That place was once our home, teeming with life and magic. However, months ago, an evil force polluted the entire forest. The trees withered, and creatures mutated, forcing us to flee. Shui mused. This sounds like the handiwork of the Shadow Council. Xiao Chui suddenly exclaimed. Perhaps we can assist them in purifying the He and Sunlin? In doing so, they may return to their homeland. Li Tianba leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, Wonderful! We can form a superhero team. I shall be known as He Long Xia, and Ing. You will be the Mei Ying Nu Wang. De Gu will be Zhu Long Da Di, and Shuer Jia will be the Bing Xuen Nu Shun. And Ing sighed. Li Tianba, could you not be so frivolous? Qin Tian stifled a laugh and addressed the elven leader. We are willing to aid you in cleansing the He and Sunlin, but you must guarantee that you will no longer commit evil deeds. The elven leader, Nualan, responded with fervor. Really? Thank you so much. We are willing to guide you and help you understand the situation within the He and Sunlin. Thus, a potential conflict was not only peacefully resolved, but also bestowed new tasks and allies upon the protagonist group. As they reboard the carriage, Li Tianba continued to chatter about his superhero plans. We need a team name, he said excitedly. How about Long Zhu Taegong Dui? And Ing responded with exasperation. Li Tianba, could you think of something practical? Like how to improve your pitiful magical abilities. Li Tianba immediately turned to An Ing, his eyes gleaming with admiration. An Ing, you are absolutely right. Will you teach me? I promise to study diligently. An Ing, with a hint of menace, warned, if you do not quiet down, I shall turn you into a woman. Li Tianba promptly fell silent and mimed zipping his lips. Everyone burst into laughter. Qin Tian patted Li Tianba on the shoulder, noting, It seems our journey will not be dull. Shuer smiled, adding, Indeed, with Li Tianba around, each day will be a new adventure. Thus, the carriage, carrying the 4 members of the Long Zhu and a group of unexpectedly allied elves, continued its journey northward. They were about to confront not only the schemes of the Aning Hui, but also the secrets of the He and Sunlin, as well as the growth and challenges within each individual's heart. As night fell, Li Tianba was still chattering about his Long Zhu Taegong Dui plan, while An Ing occasionally shot him icy glares in an attempt to silence him. Qin Tian and Shuer exchanged knowing smiles, aware that this would be a journey both arduous and amusing. By the way, Li Tianba suddenly said, shouldn't we have a team song? I've thought of one. We are the greatest dragons, soaring high, flying far. Li Tianba. Everyone shouted in unison. The carriage continued onward through the night, carrying this extraordinary group of companions toward the unknown adventure that lay ahead. Chapter 42. A battle provoked by a carrot. A thin mist enveloped the edge of the He and Sunlin. Qin Tian and his companions stood at the forest's entrance alongside their newly acquainted elven allies, gazing at the foreboding sight before them. The withered trees resembled dry skeletons, and a thick black mist slithered across the ground as if it possessed a life of its own. Is this truly your former homeland? Qin Tian asked, his brow furrowed with concern. Nua Lan nodded solemnly, her voice tinged with sorrow. Yes, it once was a vibrant paradise. Now Li Tianba interjected, fear not. With our Long Zhu Taegong Dui, we shall surely restore your homeland to its former glory. We are like the custodians of the forest, specifically equipped to tackle such stubborn stains. An Ing rolled her eyes. Li Tianba, this is not a spring cleaning of your backyard. Indeed, Li Tianba replied enthusiastically. This is a super deluxe cleanup. We could even invent a new cleaning agent called Long Shi Chu Mai Spray. What do you think? Shuer could not help but chuckle. Li Tianba, your imagination is truly boundless. However, I believe we should focus on the task at hand. Xiao Chui nodded in agreement. Precisely. The life force here is completely distorted. We must proceed with caution. Qin Tian turned to Master Mi Xian. Do you have any suggestions? Master Mi Xian pondered for a moment. Based on my knowledge, such extensive pollution is likely caused by a malevolent magical formation. We need to locate its core and dismantle it. Core of the formation? Li Tianba scratched his head. What is that? Some sort of supersized magical battery? Nu Alan pointed towards the depths of the forest. The area with the most severe pollution is over there, where our sacred tree once stood. Sacred tree? Li Tianba's eyes lit up. Is it one of those talking super trees? Can we chat with it and ask how it has been lately? Aning wearily replied. Li Tianba, you watch too many fairy tales. Qin Tian nodded. All right, then we shall head in that direction. Everyone, stay vigilant and be prepared for any potential dangers. Cautiously, they stepped into the forest. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly bizarre. The contorted trees appeared to silently scream, and the writhing black mist occasionally formed terrifying shapes. Li Tianba trailed closely behind Aning. Aning, do you think we might encounter some dreadful monsters? Perhaps a dancing man-eating flower? Or a singing man-eating tree? Aning coldly retorted, if we do encounter any, I hope you do not soil your trousers. Impossible. Li Tianba puffed out his chest. I am the formidable Hei Long. But if it is truly terrifying, may I hide behind you? I promise to be very quiet. And you won't even notice me. Just then, a piercing howl suddenly echoed from afar, startling Li Tianba, who nearly stumbled. What was that noise? He quivered. Is the forest burping? Qin Tian scanned the surroundings warily. It seems we are not the only visitors in this forest. Everyone, be cautious. Danger may be imminent. Schwerer closed her eyes, sensing the energy fluctuations around her. I can feel multiple powerful life forms approaching. They do not seem like ordinary beasts. Xiao Chui gripped her staff tightly. Should we prepare for battle? Li Tianba suddenly perked up. Fantastic. It's finally my time to shine. I shall show those monsters my Hei Long Lai Yen Shi. Aning scoffed. Are you sure it's not Hei Long Luo Huang Erqiu? Just then, Master Mi Xian spoke up. Wait, I seem to recall something. Ancient texts mention that certain powerful dark formations create guardians to protect their cores. Guardians? Li Tianba gulped. Surely they are the enemies we are about to face? Will they be fierce? Will they eat people? Will they invite us for afternoon tea? Aning sighed. Li Tianba, can you be serious? We face life and death matters here. Li Tianba replied with a hint of defensiveness. I merely wish to ease the tension. Besides, what if those guardians are actually friendly? Perhaps we could become friends, and they would help us clean the forest. Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Li Tianba, your imagination knows no bounds. However, we must be prepared for battle. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from deep within the woods. The black mist churned, and several enormous figures began to emerge. Wow! Li Tianba exclaimed, they're coming. Everyone, take cover. I shall confront these giants. With that, Li Tianba struck what he believed to be a cool pose, inhaled deeply, and prepared to unleash his anticipated Hei Long Lai Yen. However, just as he was about to release it, he suddenly sneezed. Achoo! A small puff of black smoke escaped from Li Tianba's mouth, forming a comical shape in the air before quickly dissipating. Everyone was momentarily stunned, including the approaching mysterious beings. Aning could not help but burst into laughter. It seems our Hei Long Lai Yen has transformed into Hei Long Pen Ti. Li Tianba awkwardly scratched his head. That was merely a warm-up. The real move is yet to come. Just then, the mysterious figures finally emerged from the black mist. However, to everyone's astonishment, these so-called guardians turned out to be a group of enormous, tusked rabbits. What on earth is happening? Qin Tian was left dumbfounded. Nolan, equally bewildered, remarked, I have never encountered such creatures. They resemble rabbits, yet are distinctly different. Li Tianba leaped with excitement, exclaiming, this is marvelous. I knew these guardians would be friendly. Look, they even come bearing carrots to welcome us. Yet, no sooner had Li Tianba spoken than the giant rabbits displayed fierce expressions, their tusks glinting ominously. I take back what I just said, Li Tianba recoiled. They don't appear friendly at all. Qin Tian inhaled deeply as golden dragon scales began to emerge on his skin. Bracing for battle. Remember, our objective is to locate and destroy the core of the formation. Do not let these, rabbit guardians distract you. Schwerer's hands emanated a chilling aura, causing the temperature to plummet. Xiao Zue ignited her staff, dispelling some of the surrounding darkness. Shadows coalesced into a dark mass, poised to strike. Though Li Tianba had yet to fully master his draconic abilities, he assumed a battle stance, albeit somewhat comically. The elves knocked their arrows, aiming at the colossal rabbits. A palpable tension filled the air, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting the imminent clash. Li Tianba took a deep breath, declaring, well, since they are unwilling to coexist peacefully, I shall not hold back. I will show them the true might of the Black Dragon. Just as Li Tianba prepared to unleash his Black Dragon flame once more, the giant rabbits suddenly leapt into action, charging towards the group. Wow! Li Tianba exclaimed. They jump higher than the fleas in our village. Qin Tian shouted, Everyone, be cautious. The battle has commenced. In that critical moment, Li Tianba had an epiphany and pulled a carrot from his pocket, holding it aloft. Hey, big bunnies. He shouted, look here. Fresh carrots. Who wants some? Surprisingly, the gigantic rabbits halted their assault, their eyes fixated on the carrot in Li Tianba's hand. Everyone stood in stunned silence, unsure of what would transpire next. Li Tianba grinned triumphantly. See? I told you they are friendly. Now let us discuss how to clean up this forest together. However, just as Li Tianba was about to toss the carrot, a sudden gust of wind swept through, whisking the carrot from his grasp. Oh no, he cried out. The expressions of the giant rabbits instantly turned menacing, their tusks gleaming as they lunged at the group. My apologies, everyone, Li Tianba said sheepishly. It seems we must engage in battle after all. Thus, a fierce confrontation unfolded in the dark forest. Who could have imagined that the catalyst for this battle would be a carrot that appeared from nowhere? Chapter 43. How can I allow my junior to steal my thunder? Li Tianba dashed to the front of the group, positioning himself protectively before them. Allow me to confront these furry giants, he proclaimed confidently, puffing out his chest. Shadow raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you sure you can handle it? Absolutely. Li Tianba grinned. Behold my black dragon duet. He struck what he believed to be a cool pose. With his left hand outstretched, magical energy began to coalesce in his palm, his right fist balled up, combat energy swirling around it. Come on, you oversized carrot killers. Li Tianba bellowed. Prepare to witness my prowess. With a sweep of his left hand, a wave of dark magical energy surged forth. Shadow arrow rain. Dozens of pitch-black magical arrows materialized, raining down upon the rabbits. Those struck by the arrows emitted anguished cries as their bodies were swiftly consumed by dark energy. Following this, Li Tianba unleashed a powerful punch, the combat energy erupting forth. Mountain-crushing fist. A visible shockwave surged towards the rabbit horde, splitting the ground and sending dust flying, as yet another group of rabbits was sent sprawling. Wow, Li Tianba marveled. I really did it. Shadow also exhibited surprise. I never expected you to possess such skill. Upon hearing Shadow's praise, Li Tianba's excitement surged. He darted across the battlefield, wielding magic in one hand and combat energy in the other, leaving the giant rabbits completely defenseless. Behold my Shadow Dragon Claw. Li Tianba's left hand became enveloped in a layer of black energy, forming a colossal spectral dragon claw. He swiped at the rabbits, instantly tearing 5 of them to shreds. Now for a dragon breath combat cannon. Li Tianba inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, then unleashed a sphere of energy infused with both magic and combat energy. The sphere detonated amidst the rabbit throng, creating an energy storm that enveloped the surrounding rabbits. Qin Tian watched in astonishment. Is this the Li Tianba I once knew? Xiaozui, equally astonished, remarked, when did Li Tianba become so formidable? Schwerer pondered, perhaps it is due to his desire to impress Shadow. Meanwhile, the elves provided substantial support with their magical arrows. The elven leader, Nolan, drew his bow and quietly intoned, forces of nature, heed my call, grant my arrows boundless power. The arrows he released transformed into a beam of green light, causing robust vines to sprout from the ground, ensnaring a large group of rabbits. Haha. Thank you for your cooperation. Li Tianba waved at the elves. We are truly the best of partners. The battle progressed exceedingly well. The seemingly ferocious giant rabbits appeared utterly helpless against Li Tianba's onslaught. Before long, the battlefield was littered with chaos and a multitude of unconscious rabbits. Standing triumphantly at the center of the battleground, Li Tianba surveyed his surroundings, exclaiming, "What do you think? I told you I could do it." Shadow approached and gently patted Li Tianba on the shoulder. "Not bad, kid. It seems you possess some strength." Hearing this, Li Tianba's face lit up with joy. "Shadow, have you been captivated by my dashing demeanor? Would you consider?" However, he was abruptly interrupted by a light smack from Shadow. "Don't get ahead of yourself," Shadow replied, though a faint smile graced his lips. Just as everyone was preparing to celebrate their victory, Lord Mixin suddenly interjected, "Wait, I sense a peculiar energy. It is the aura of the undead." Li Tianba paused. "Undead? Are you suggesting these rabbits are actually zombie rabbits? Wow, that would be even cooler." Shadow replied with exasperation. "Li Tianba, now is not the time for such frivolous thoughts." Qin Tian warned solemnly, "Everyone, be careful. The true enemy may not have revealed itself yet." At that moment, the ground began to tremble. The bodies of the fallen rabbits began to writhe grotesquely, black mist seeping from within. What is happening?" Li Tianba swallowed hard. "They can't be transforming, can they? Are they becoming the super invincible giant rabbit king?" However, the reality was far more terrifying than Li Tianba's imagination. The black mist gradually coalesced into skeletal figures. Their hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly green flames, emanating a chilling aura of death. It appears to be undead creatures. Shadow observed calmly. They may have been summoned by that malevolent formation. Li Tianba scratched his head. Should we not consider a change in strategy? Perhaps another round of Black Dragon Duet? However, this time, the enemies were evidently far more formidable than the previous rabbits. Li Tianba's shadow arrow rain merely passed through the skeletons, inflicting no harm. Although his mountain-crushing fist could send the skeletons flying, their bones swiftly reassembled. How on earth do we fight this? Li Tianba exclaimed in frustration. Qin Tian spoke in a solemn tone. It seems that ordinary attacks are ineffective against these undead creatures. We must employ special methods. Just then, a colossal skeleton emerged from the ground, towering 3 times higher than the other skeletons. Its hollow eye sockets glimmered with a more intense ghostly flame, and a powerful aura of death radiated from its form. Could that possibly be the Rabbit King transformed? Li Tianba stammered. The giant skeleton let out a piercing howl, causing the surrounding skeletons to become even more frenzied. They charged towards the group with wild abandon, claws flailing and fangs glinting. Qin Tian took a deep breath, golden light radiating from his entire being. Everyone stepped back. Allow me to handle this. As the golden light intensified around him, his form began to shift. In the blink of an eye, a majestic 5-clawed golden dragon appeared before them. Though not as massive as when he was possessed by the little dragon, it still exuded an alarming pressure. Wow! Li Tianba exclaimed, Brother, you look magnificent. The 5-clawed golden dragon, now Qin Tian's avatar, fixed its piercing gaze upon the giant skeleton. In the name of the ancestral dragon, dispel death and purify evil. Golden Dragon Shield. A tremendous golden dragon-shaped shield materialized, enveloping everyone within. The ordinary skeletons turned to ash upon contact with the shield. Observing this, the giant skeleton emitted a disdainful snort. You possess some skill. However, you are still too weak. With that, it raised its bony claw, gathering a pitch-black energy in its palm. Taste this. Death Storm. A powerful black whirlwind erupted from the skeleton's hand, wilting flora and cracking the earth in its wake. The Death Storm collided with the golden dragon shield, producing a deafening roar, yet it could not breach the barrier. Seeing this, Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with golden light. He recalled the little dragon's teachings that lightning is the bane of undead creatures. Thus, he began to emulate its techniques, chanting, Divine Thunder of the 9 Heavens. Heed my call. Thunderous might, annihilate evil. As Qin Tian's incantation echoed, dark clouds suddenly gathered above, and thunder rumbled ominously. Striking bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, accurately hitting the skeletons. The ordinary skeletons disintegrated into ash under the onslaught of the lightning, and even the giant skeleton staggered back from the impact. This must come to an end. Qin Tian's eyes shone brilliantly. 5-clawed golden dragon, thunderous annihilation claw. The 5-clawed golden dragon lunged towards the giant skeleton, its claws crackling with golden lightning. The giant skeleton attempted to evade, but the dragon's speed was unmatched, swiftly ensnaring it in its grasp. No, this is impossible. The giant skeleton roared in defiance, only to be reduced to ash in the wake of the lightning's fury. With the giant skeleton's demise, the entire forest seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. The black mist gradually dissipated, and the withered flora began to rejuvenate. Qin Tian returned to his human form, though he appeared somewhat fatigued. At that moment, Xiao Chui and Xue Er hurriedly came forward to support him. As Qin Tian felt their warm gazes and the softness of their arms, layers of ripples stirred within his heart. This warmth and intimacy alleviated much of the tension from the fierce battle he had just endured. Li Tianba gaped in astonishment at the scene. Wow, brother, you are incredible. Is this the power of the 5-clawed golden dragon? Qin Tian smiled slightly. We owe much to your efforts in eliminating those rabbits beforehand. Otherwise, we might have found ourselves in a dire struggle. Moreover, this is not the full extent of the 5-clawed golden dragon's power. I still have a long way to go. Upon hearing this, Li Tianba felt both admiration and a surge of determination. Then I too shall strive to cultivate. One day, I will make my black dragon power equally formidable. The group chuckled at his resolve. Just then, a peculiar sound emanated from the depths of the forest. What is that? Xue Er asked cautiously. That is the sound of the sacred tree. Nolan exclaimed with delight. It is calling to us. Chapter 44. Though I may be small, I am resilient, enduring, and formidable. When Qin Tian and his companions arrived before the sacred tree, they were astounded by the sight before them. This enormous ancient tree radiated a gentle luminescence, its trunk adorned with mysterious runes. Wow! Li Tianba exclaimed, his eyes wide. This tree is far taller than the old locust tree at my home. The Does it sing and dance? Shadow cast a weary glance at him. Li Tianba, can you be serious for once? Just then, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated within their minds. Welcome, brave adventurers. Thank you for purifying the forest and dispelling evil. The tone of the sacred tree suddenly grew serious. I sense a powerful dark force spreading throughout the ice and snow kingdom. As the guardian of the heart of the world, I can perceive the status of the other fragments. The fragment within the ice and snow kingdom is in peril. Upon hearing this, Shue'er's face drained of color. How could my homeland be in such a state? Qin Tian immediately grasped Shue'er's hand, softly reassuring her. Do not worry, we will surely rescue the ice and snow kingdom. Xiao Chui stepped forward, linking her other hand with Qin Tian's. Indeed, we will face this together. Li Tianba, witnessing this tender moment, envied Shadow, only to find Shadow glaring coldly at him. He quickly averted his gaze, pretending to study the tree bark's patterns. The sacred tree continued. Time is of the essence. You must set out at once. I will provide you with a magical map that will guide you to the other fragments of the heart of the world. However, your immediate task is to head for the ice and snow kingdom. A softly glowing map materialized in Qin Tian's hand. The sacred tree's voice echoed again. To ensure your swift arrival, I will grant you a blessing that will significantly reduce your physical exertion while flying. Thus, you can reach the ice and snow kingdom at the fastest pace. As the sacred tree's words settled, a warm light enveloped the group. Qin Tian felt his body become incredibly light, as if he could traverse great distances without fatigue. All right, the sacred tree said, now you may attempt to transform. Qin Tian inhaled deeply, focusing his mind. In an instant, golden light surged, and a majestic five-clawed golden dragon appeared before them. The golden scales shimmered in the sunlight. The claws sharp as blades, and its eyes sparkled with wisdom. Xiao Chui followed closely, engulfed in flames, transforming into a stunning fire phoenix in the blink of an eye. Its fiery red feathers danced like flames, emanating incredible heat. Shue'er closed her eyes, an aura of coldness enveloping her. In an instant, an elegant ice dragon materialized before them. Its scales resembled the purest ice crystals, and even its breath could freeze the air. When it came time for Li Tianba and Shadow to transform, both began simultaneously. Shadow quickly morphed into a gracefully proportioned black dragon, its scales as deep as the night sky. However, Li Tianba's transformation left Shadow momentarily stunned. He had indeed turned into a black dragon, but his size was only half that of an ordinary dragon. Li Tianba awkwardly examined his form. Shadow, don't laugh. I'm just a compact model. Shadow could hardly contain his laughter. So you really are a little black dragon. Hearing this, Li Tianba raised his head defiantly. Hey, don't underestimate me. Though I may be small, I am enduring, resilient, and formidable. Besides, I will definitely grow larger in the future. Shadow found Li Tianba's words amusing, shaking his head. All right, I believe you. But for now, you must be extra cautious. Don't let the enemies mistake you for a snack. Li Tianba, hearing this, felt deflated. Sigh. Why must I be so uniquely different? Qin Tian comforted him. Do not fret, Li Tianba. Though your size is small, your potential is boundless. Perhaps one day, you will surpass us all in strength. Li Tianba's expression brightened at this. Shadow, did you hear that? My brother said I will definitely grow bigger and make you proud. Shadow, exasperated, chose not to engage further. Beside them, Qin Tian nodded and turned to his two wives, Xiao Chui and Shue'er. Are you both ready? Xiao Chui gently nodded, saying, as long as I'm with you, I fear nothing. Shue'er also displayed a resolute expression, declaring, I am fully prepared to save my homeland. Qin Tian gazed at them tenderly, expressing, with you by my side, I feel an immense sense of security. Let us face this challenge together. Li Tianba watched this heartwarming scene, unable to suppress a furtive glance at the shadow, feeling a twinge of envy. Qin Tian took a deep breath, stating, all right, then let us set off. I will summon a strong wind to expedite our journey. As he spoke, Qin Tian let out a long howl towards the sky. Instantly, a powerful tailwind surged forth. Wow! Li Tianba exclaimed, Big brother, you are incredible. This wind comes faster than my family's old yellow ox. Everyone burst into laughter at Li Tianba's analogy. Even the shadow couldn't help but roll his eyes. Under Qin Tian's guidance, the tailwind propelled them swiftly forward. The scenery blurred into indistinct shadows as they sped along. Xiao Chui marveled. Qin Tian, you are amazing. Our speed is faster than lightning. Shue'er also expressed her admiration. As expected of my husband, you truly inspire confidence. Qin Tian humbly replied, this is merely the innate ability of the five-clawed golden dragon. However, it is your presence that allows me to unleash my full power. Li Tianba, trailing behind, called out loudly, "Can I ask a question?" The group chorused, "What question?" Li Tianba weakly inquired, "How much further to the ice and snow kingdom? I feel like my wings are about to freeze solid." The shadow replied helplessly, "Li Tianba, we have only been flying for less than half an hour." At that moment, a vast expanse of white appeared on the distant horizon. "Look!" Shuai exclaimed, "That is the ice and snow kingdom." As they drew closer, the outline of the kingdom became increasingly clear. However, what lay before them caused everyone to gasp in shock. The once pristine and beautiful ice and snow kingdom was now shrouded in a sinister black fog. The city's contours were hazy, as if being eroded by some dark force. "What is happening?" Li Tianba exclaimed in disbelief. Shuai's voice trembled with anguish. "How could my homeland have transformed into this?" Qin Tian reassured her, "Do not worry, Shuai. No matter what occurs, we will face it together. I promise you. We shall save the ice and snow kingdom." Xiao Chui added, "Indeed, we are family. Your homeland is our homeland." Just then, a piercing shriek suddenly echoed from the black fog. Following that, dozens of large, bat-like black creatures burst forth from the mist, charging towards Qin Tian and his companions. "Be careful," Qin Tian shouted. "It is the enemy's intercepting force." Li Tianba panicked, exclaiming, "Ah, they look bigger than I am. This isn't fair." The shadow remained calm, instructing, "Do not panic, maintain formation." Qin Tian quickly made a decision. "Xiao Chui, Shuai, you will join me in confronting the enemies head-on. Shadow, you and Li Tianba guard against the foes on the flanks." The group immediately followed Qin Tian's orders. Qin Tian unleashed a stream of golden dragon breath, instantly incinerating several of the black creatures. Xiao Chui's flames turned surrounding enemies to ashes, while Shuai's frost froze others mid-flight. Although Li Tianba was smaller in stature, he was not to be outdone, nimbly weaving through the foes while occasionally unleashing a cloud of black mist to sow chaos among the enemy ranks. As the fierce battle raged on, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from the black fog. "It seems we have uninvited guests. Very well, let us entertain these audacious intruders." With this voice, more black creatures surged forth from the mist, surrounding Qin Tian and his group. Qin Tian spoke solemnly. "It appears that the true challenge has only just begun." Chapter 46. The power of the five-clawed golden dragon. A thunderous roar of a dragon resonated through the skies above the ice and snow kingdom, compelling everyone to look up. A golden light erupted from Qin Tian's body, soaring into the clouds. "What is happening?" Li Tianba gawked. "Big brother, are you transforming into a Super Saiyan?" The shadow sighed. "Li Tianba, could you refrain from using comparisons from other worlds?" At that moment, Qin Tian's body began to transform. Golden scales enveloped him, and his form grew larger. In the blink of an eye, a majestic five-clawed golden dragon appeared before them. "Wow!" Li Tianba exclaimed, "Big brother, is this your complete form as a five-clawed golden dragon? This is so cool." Though Xiao Chui and Shuai were injured, they gazed at Qin Tian's transformation with shining eyes of joy and pride. "Qin Tian," Xiao Chui softly called. "Husband." Shuai looked at him with eager anticipation. The black-cloaked man's expression turned grave. "The bloodline of the ancestral dragon? I never expected you to awaken such power. However, do not think this will defeat me." As he spoke, the black-cloaked man began to unleash powerful dark energy, enveloped in a shroud of black mist. The five-clawed golden dragon, now Qin Tian, coldly stared at him, declaring, "For my companions, for my wives, for the people of the ice and snow kingdom, I shall eradicate you today." "Ha ha!" The black-cloaked man laughed maniacally. "You think you can defeat me? Come, let me see the true strength of the ancestral dragon's bloodline." The two formidable energies collided in the air, golden light intertwining with black mist, as if the very sky were being torn apart. Li Tianba watched in awe. "This is more astonishing than any hero tale I have ever heard." The shadow rolled his eyes. "Li Tianba, can you be serious? This is a battle of life and death." I know, Li Tianba replied. "But don't you think Big Brother looks super cool right now? When will I ever become this powerful?" At that moment, Qin Tian suddenly launched an attack. His dragon claws gleamed with golden light, sharp as blades, slicing towards the black-cloaked man. Ancestral dragon's claw. The black-cloaked man quickly dodged, but was still grazed on the chest, a deep wound appearing, blood gushing forth. "How powerful!" the black-cloaked man exclaimed. But this is not enough. He waved his hands, sending countless black light blades flying toward Qin Tian. Unfazed, Qin Tian whipped his tail, resembling a streak of golden lightning, sweeping away all the black light blades. "Golden dragon, tail sweep," Qin Tian declared. "Your attacks are futile against me." The black-cloaked man's expression darkened. It seems I have underestimated you. But do you think this will lead to your victory? He suddenly began to chant a peculiar incantation. The sky darkened, thunder roared. Not good. The shadow cried. He is about to unleash a forbidden spell. Li Tianba looked bewildered. Forbidden spell? What is that? Is it powerful? Xiao Chui, weakly, explained. It is the mightiest of magic, with unfathomable power. If struck, the consequences would be dire. Shui'er looked at Qin Tian with concern. Qin Tian, be careful. The golden dragon form of Qin Tian observed the intensifying energy fluctuations in the sky, a glimmer of seriousness flashing in his eyes. But soon, he revealed a determined expression. In that case, I shall not hold back any longer. As he spoke, he began to gather his full strength. The body of the golden dragon began to radiate light, growing brighter until it resembled a miniature sun. Simultaneously, countless golden lightning bolts appeared in the sky, striking down towards the black-cloaked man like divine retribution. He is summoning thunder. Xiao Chui exclaimed. I never expected Qin Tian could perform this move, Shui'er added in astonishment. Just as the black-cloaked man's forbidden spell was nearing completion, Qin Tian suddenly moved. Ancestral dragons, thunderous wrath. His dragon claws shimmered with brilliant golden light, accompanied by bolts of lightning descending from above, fiercely clawing at the black-cloaked man. The man in the black robe, upon witnessing the unfolding events, did not dare to be negligent and immediately unleashed his forbidden spell. Darkness annihilation. Two immense forces collided in the air, erupting with a deafening roar. The very sky seemed to be torn asunder, with golden light and black mist intertwining fiercely, forming a colossal vortex of energy. The shadows held their breath, marveling at the clash of top-tier powers. How terrifying! Xiao Chui and Shui'er clung tightly to one another, their eyes filled with concern and anticipation as they watched Qin Tian at the center of the battlefield. The energy vortex lasted a full minute before it began to gradually dissipate. When the smoke cleared, the sight before everyone left them utterly astonished. Qin Tian remained in the form of a five-clawed golden dragon. Though he appeared somewhat fatigued, he still exuded an imposing presence. In stark contrast, the man in the black robe was in a disheveled state, his clothing tattered and his body drenched in blood. How is this possible? The black-robed man exclaimed in disbelief. I am a formidable genius at the late saint stage. How could I be defeated by someone merely at the mid-stage of the grandmaster level? Qin Tian coldly regarded him, stating, It is due to your arrogance that you underestimated the power of the Zulong bloodline. The black-robed man gritted his teeth, saying, I am Zhang Sui Tian. Remember that. We shall meet again. With that, he suddenly produced a black orb from his robe and crushed it with force. A wave of black mist rose, and when it dispersed, Zhang Sui Tian had vanished without a trace. Qin Tian slowly descended, reverting to his human form. He appeared somewhat weary, yet his eyes still sparkled with resolute light. Qin Tian. Xiao Chui and Shui'er rushed over to support him. Li Tianba approached as well, exclaiming, Brother, you were incredible. You were like a god. Qin Tian smiled faintly, attributing it all to the power of the Zulong bloodline. However, it seems our enemies are more formidable than we imagined. The shadows nodded, acknowledging, indeed, that Zhang Sui Tian is a powerful being at the late saint stage. We must exercise greater caution. Who knows what other tricks they have up their sleeves? Just then, a cheer erupted from the distant ice and snow kingdom. It turned out that with Zhang Sui Tian's disappearance, the black mist shrouding the city also began to lift. Wonderful! Shui'er exclaimed excitedly. We have saved the ice and snow kingdom. Xiao Chui smiled as well. Yes, but our task is not yet complete. We still need to find the shards of the Shi Jiaxian. Qin Tian nodded, affirming, indeed. Moreover, we must uncover the true intentions of those dark forces. Li Tianba scratched his head, asking, So what should we do next? Qin Tian glanced at the distant ice and snow kingdom and then at his injured companions, saying, First, we need to rest and recover. Then, we shall head to the palace of the ice and snow kingdom to see if we can find any clues. Everyone agreed to this plan. Thus, Qin Tian and his companions set off toward the ice and snow kingdom, preparing to embark on their new adventure. Unbeknownst to them, a greater crisis was quietly approaching. In a distant dark corner, Zhang Sui Tian knelt before a mysterious figure, quietly reporting on the recent battle. Master, that boy has awakened the Zulong bloodline, and his strength far exceeds my expectations. The mysterious figure coldly remarked, I did not anticipate such an outcome. It appears we need to alter our plans. I am willing to confront him again. This time, it will be different. No need, the mysterious figure interrupted. Since a successor of the Zulong bloodline has appeared, let us make our plans even more interesting. With that, the mysterious figure released a chilling laughter that echoed throughout the dark space. Chapter 45. You have chosen your path to death in the skies above the ice and snow kingdom. An intense aerial battle was unfolding. Qin Tian and his companions faced an unending onslaught of black creatures emerging from the thick fog. These monsters resembled bats, but were enormous. Their eyes gleaming with malevolent red light, and their claws sharp enough to rend the air. Wow! Li Tianba exclaimed. These creatures look even scarier than the mosquitoes in my backyard. However, he grinned widely, revealing his bright teeth, just in time for the shadows to see my prowess. The shadows shot him a cold glance, warning him to refrain from boasting or he might end up with a bruised face. Heh, Li Tianba brushed it off. Scratching his head, just wait and see. I am destined to become the Black Dragon King. Observing this, Qin Tian quickly intervened to halt the frivolous banter. Enough. This is not the time for jokes. He swiftly issued orders. Xiao Chui, Shui, you are responsible for ranged magical attacks. Shadows, you and Li Tianba work together, ensuring mutual support. I shall take the lead. Aye, my lord. Xiao Chui and Shui replied in unison, exchanging smiles. Hearing this address, Li Tianba couldn't help but eye the shadows enviously. Shadows, how about we don't even think about it? The shadows interrupted. Focus on the enemy. The battle erupted instantly. Qin Tian, a mid-stage Duki Grandmaster and a novice magical master, charged into the enemy ranks. His fists and feet, infused with powerful Duki, effortlessly shattered numerous monsters with each strike. Behold my golden dragon breaking the heavens fist. Qin Tian roared, unleashing a fierce punch that obliterated a large swath of monsters before him. Xiao Chui and Shui stood back to back, one casting a blazing fire spell while the other summoned a fierce frost attack. Their synergy was impeccable, showcasing the full extent of their early magical master abilities. Fire Phoenix Ignition. Xiao Chui cried out, as a massive fire phoenix suddenly appeared in the sky, spreading its wings and engulfing a vast area in flames. Ice and Snowstorm. Shui followed suit, unleashing a chilling gust that froze the monsters that had narrowly escaped the fiery inferno into ice sculptures. The shadows darted through the enemy ranks like a bolt of black lightning. With each strike, she claimed the lives of several monsters, demonstrating the formidable prowess of an early magical master. Shadow Kill Thousand Blades. The shadows whispered, and suddenly countless black sword shadows materialized around her, shooting out like a torrential rain, shredding the surrounding monsters to pieces. Meanwhile, Li Tianba, typically jovial, now exhibited astonishing combat prowess. He gathered magic in his left hand while channeling Duki in his right, declaring, "Behold my ultimate dual-strike fist." With a powerful punch, the forces of magic and Duki fused perfectly, reducing a large group of monsters to rubble. Haha, Li Tianba boasted. Shadows, did you see that? Am I impressive, or what? The shadows displayed a rare moment of surprise, remarking, I did not expect you to possess such skill. Encouraged by the compliment, Li Tianba beamed. Of course, I am a mid-stage Duki Grandmaster and an early-stage magical master. Just wait and see. One day I will become the strongest black dragon. Enough with the boasting, the shadows warned. Be cautious as pride may lead to your downfall. Oh, come on, Li Tianba retorted playfully. I'm just confident. Besides, with you by my side, how could I possibly fall? Just as they believed victory was within reach, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. Interesting. I did not expect anyone to dare challenge us. However, your efforts are futile. The ice and snow kingdom belongs to us. With this voice, a figure suddenly burst forth from the fog. It was a man clad in a black robe, emanating a terrifyingly powerful aura. Wow. Li Tianba gasped. What is this? A supervillain? Or a flying sorcerer? Oh, I know. He must be a delinquent expelled from a magic school. The shadows rolled their eyes in exasperation. Li Tianba, this is not the time for jokes. Be careful. This enemy is formidable. The black-robed man sneered. Let me show you unworthy fools what true power is. With that, he abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared right before Qin Tian, striking with a palm. Qin Tian was taken aback and quickly summoned all his Duki to defend himself. Even so, he was still sent flying by the blow. Brother, Li Tianba cried out, glaring furiously at the black-robed man. How dare you harm my brother? Witness my might. Black Dragon Roar. Li Tianba took a deep breath and then sneezed. A plume of black smoke erupted from his mouth, yet it did not even graze the hem of the black-robed man's attire. The black-robed man scoffed. Is that all? I expected the roar of the black dragon to be far more formidable. Li Tianba scratched his head awkwardly and replied, this is my special skill. The black dragon sneeze bomb. Don't underestimate it. Its power is considerable. With that, he summoned all his strength, unleashing both magic and energy towards the black-robed man. However, the black-robed man merely waved his hand lightly, dissipating Li Tianba's attack effortlessly. What? Li Tianba's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Have you activated some sort of cheat? The black-robed man sneered. With such ant-like strength, you dare to act arrogantly before me? As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and a beam of black light struck directly at Li Tianba's chest. Ah! Li Tianba screamed in agony, blood spilling from his mouth as he plummeted like a kite with a severed string. Li Tianba, Aning gasped, rushing over to catch him. Aning, Li Tianba said weakly, if I die, make sure to bury me deep, otherwise it will be very cold. Aning sighed, don't say such foolish things, you won't die? Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chui and Xue Er immediately joined forces to launch an attack. Phoenix Rebirth, Ice Dragon Roar. The searing flames and piercing frost intertwined to create an astonishing magical assault. Yet, before the black-robed man, their magic was as trivial as a child's plaything, easily countered. With a flick of his hand, the black-robed man unleashed two beams of black light that struck both Xiao Chui and Xue Er, causing them to vomit blood and turn pale. Xiao Chui, Xue Er. Qin Tian's heart twisted in anguish as he roared, you will pay for this. He charged at the black-robed man, his fists and feet enveloped in a torrent of formidable energy. Yet, even with all his might, his attack was effortlessly neutralized by the black-robed man, who retaliated with a single palm strike that sent Qin Tian crashing to the ground. With such feeble strength, you dare to challenge me? How laughable. Qin Tian crashed heavily, feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. Struggling to lift his head, he saw the pained expressions of Xiao Chui and Xue Er, igniting a raging fire of fury within him. Li Tianba staggered to his feet, wobbling over to Qin Tian, and said, brother, let us join forces. I still have my ultimate move. Qin Tian shook his head. No, you are both injured. This enemy is too powerful, we are no match for him. The black-robed man coldly remarked, have you finally come to terms with reality? But it is too late. Today, you shall all perish here. He began to gather a massive sphere of black energy, the air thick with a suffocating aura of death. Qin Tian gazed at his injured companions, particularly his two wives, and his fury surged to a boiling point. He forced himself to stand, flames of rage burning in his eyes. You will pay for this. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. The black-robed man dismissed him with a sneer. Oh, I am eager to see what you can do with this inexplicable power. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly reverberated through the heavens. Chapter 47. The Secret of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. The walls of the Ice and Snow Kingdom shimmered with a silvery glow under the sun. Qin Tian and his companions slowly descended into the castle square, where a crowd of astonished citizens and guards quickly gathered. Look, it's a dragon. A young boy exclaimed excitedly. No, those are people. An elderly man gasped. They are brave warriors descended from the sky. Xue Er surveyed the familiar scene, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. I never expected to return home in this manner. Xiao Chui gently grasped Xue Er's hand. Do not worry, everything will be all right. At that moment, a squad of fully armed guards approached briskly, led by a general clad in silver armor. Halt! Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the royal city? The general commanded sternly. Li Tianba immediately stepped forward, puffing out his chest. We are warriors from afar. We drove away those evil black mist monsters. Aning facepalmed in exasperation. Li Tianba, can you let Qin Tian speak? Just as Qin Tian was about to step forward, Xue Er suddenly shouted, Uncle Albert. It's me, Xue Er. The general's eyes widened in recognition. Xue Er? Is it really you? My goodness, you have finally returned. It turned out that this general, Albert, was Xue Er's uncle and the commander of the Guardian Knights of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. Albert turned to the others. Quick! Inform His Majesty the King. The princess has returned. In an instant, the entire royal city erupted in excitement. The news spread like wildfire. The long-lost princess had finally returned, bringing with her a group of mysterious warriors. Upon hearing the word princess, Li Tianba gazed at Xue Er in astonishment. Sister Xue Er, you are actually a princess? Xue Er blushed slightly. Yes, I didn't want to mention it. Qin Tian and Xiao Chui exchanged knowing smiles. They had long been aware of Xue Er's identity, but did not mind it. Soon, they were invited into the royal palace. The magnificent ice crystal palace left everyone in awe. Wow! Li Tianba exclaimed. This is even more splendid than I imagined. Sister Xue Er, your home is truly amazing. Aning lightly tapped Li Tianba on the head. Mind your words. This is the royal palace. Rubbing his head, Li Tianba muttered, I was just complimenting it. Speaking of which, Aning, if I were to become a prince, would you treat me differently? Aning shot him a cold glance. Even if you were the king of heaven, It wouldn't change the fact that you are a fool. Hee hee, Li Tianba chuckled nonchalantly. Are you saying that makes me unique? The king and queen had been waiting in the grand hall. Upon seeing Shui Er, the queen could not hold back her tears. My child, you have finally returned. The queen embraced Shui Er tightly. The king, equally emotional, inquired, Shui Er, where have you been all these years? We have been searching for you. Shui Er introduced Qin Tian and the others to her parents, briefly recounting the experiences of the past years. When she mentioned that Qin Tian was her husband, both the king and queen displayed expressions of shock. What? You are already married? The king could scarcely believe it. Yes. Father, Shui Er affirmed, Qin Tian is an exceptional person. He possesses the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, is immensely powerful, and of noble character. Xiao Chui stepped forward. Your Majesty, I am also Qin Tian's wife. We three love each other and support one another. The king and queen exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Li Tianba muttered under his breath, wow, brother is amazing. He married 2 princesses in one go. Ning sighed, Li Tianba, Xiao Chui is not a princess. Moreover, this is not the time for such discussions. Oh, right, Li Tianba realized. But speaking of which, Ning, if I could be as strong as my brother, wouldn't that mean? Ning interrupted, don't even think about it. Focus, the situation is serious. The king remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. In that case, let us set this matter aside for now. We have more pressing issues to address. He turned to Qin Tian, stating, brave warrior, I have heard that it was you who repelled those shadowy creatures and saved our kingdom. We owe you a great debt of gratitude. Qin Tian humbly replied, Your Majesty, you flatter us. Our arrival here serves not only to rescue the kingdom of Bingxue, but also to fulfill a significant mission. Oh, what mission? The king asked with curiosity. Qin Tian spoke earnestly. We are in search of the shards of the Xian de Shijia. To my knowledge, the kingdom of Bingxue may safeguard one of them. The king's expression suddenly turned grave. How could you possibly know of this? Shui interjected. Father, this matter pertains to the safety of the entire world. Behind those shadowy creatures lies an evil organization intent on collecting all the shards of the Xian de Shijia. The king pondered for a moment before responding, follow me. He led them to a hidden chamber deep within the palace. At the center of the chamber, a crystal radiating a gentle blue light floated in the air. This is the sacred artifact that our kingdom has protected for generations, the Bingxin, the king explained. It is one of the shards of the Xian de Shijia. Qin Tian carefully observed the crystal, feeling a powerful and pure energy emanating from it. Wonderful, Li Tianba exclaimed. We have found the first shard. However, at that moment, a violent tremor suddenly shook the palace. What is happening? The queen inquired in alarm. General Albert rushed into the chamber, his expression serious. Your Majesty, we are in grave danger. A massive horde of shadowy creatures has appeared outside the city, stronger than before. They are attacking the walls. Qin Tian exchanged glances with his companions, understanding the situation. It seems that Zhang Sui Tian has not given up, Shadow remarked coldly. Qin Tian nodded, indeed. Their target is the Bingxin. The king urgently asked, what shall we do? Qin Tian replied solemnly, we must protect the Bingxin while we confront those creatures. Shui declared resolutely. I want to go as well. This is my homeland, and I must protect it. Xiao Chui nodded in agreement. Li Tianba jumped with excitement. Wonderful. Another chance to fight. This time, I will surely impress. Shadow sighed. Li Tianba, can't you be a little more serious? Am I not serious? Li Tianba retorted earnestly. I aim to become the mightiest black dragon. How could I back down at such a moment? Qin Tian gazed at his companions, filled with confidence. No matter what dangers lay ahead, they would stand together and face them. Let us go, Qin Tian proclaimed, and confront those audacious adversaries. Just as they prepared to set off, the king suddenly called out to them. Wait, he said, before you depart, I have something of great importance to disclose. Everyone halted, gazing curiously at the king. Taking a deep breath, he continued, in truth, the Bingxin is not merely a shard of the Xian de Shijia. It is also the source of power for our kingdom of Bingxue. If it is taken or destroyed, the entire kingdom will fall into peril. Shui gasped, Father. I had never heard of this. The king smiled wistfully. This is a secret passed down through our royal lineage. I had intended to reveal it to you upon your ascension. Qin Tian pondered. No wonder those shadowy creatures are so determined to attack the kingdom of Bingxue. They seek not only the shard of the Xian de Shijia, but also wish to weaken this powerful kingdom. Xiao Chui inquired, how do we protect the Bingxin? The king answered, beneath the palace lies an ancient altar, where a formidable barrier can protect the Bingxin. However, activating the barrier requires the power of royal blood. Shui immediately volunteered, let me do it. Qin Tian grasped Schwenner's hand. I will accompany you. Xiao Chui added, I will join as well. The three of us will be safer together. Li Tianba scratched his head. Then I shall fight the creatures with Shadow? Shadow nodded. Indeed. We will hold off the enemies and buy time for Qin Tian and the others. Thus, the group divided into two factions. Qin Tian, Schwer, and Xiao Chui followed the king to activate the barrier protecting the Bingxin, while Li Tianba and Shadow, alongside General Albert, went to withstand the assault of the shadowy creatures at the city walls. Upon reaching the underground altar, the sight before them left all in awe. It was a vast ice cavern, with the walls adorned with mysterious runes, and at the center stood an altar emanating blue light. The king pointed at the altar and instructed, Schwer, you must stand at the altar's center and use your blood to activate the runes. Schwer nodded, unwavering, and stepped onto the altar. She pricked her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the altar. Instantly, the entire altar erupted in dazzling blue light. The runes began to shimmer, and a powerful wave of energy surged from the altar's center. We have succeeded, the king exclaimed with joy. Yet, at that moment, a chilling voice echoed, Ah, thank you for illuminating the path for me. Everyone was startled as a figure cloaked in black suddenly appeared beside the altar. Zhang Sui Tian. Qin Tian shouted angrily, How did you get here? Zhang Sui Tian smirked. Did you think you were the only ones who could conceal your movements? I have been following you in the shadows. Now, the Bingxin shall finally belong to me. As he spoke, he lunged towards the altar. Qin Tian bellowed, Not a chance. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhang Sui Tian, golden dragon scales shimmering upon his body. Xiao Chui and Schwer immediately sprang into action, one unleashing searing flames while the other summoned fierce frost, united in their efforts against Zhang Sui Tian. An intense battle erupted within the underground altar. Meanwhile, at the city walls, Li Tianba and Shadow faced unprecedented challenges. Chapter 48. The Battle of Bingxue at the City Walls. Li Tianba and Shadow were engaged in a fierce confrontation with the relentless tide of shadowy creatures. General Albert led the elite soldiers of the kingdom of Bingxue, valiantly resisting the enemy's onslaught. Behold my black dragon flame, Li Tianba shouted, unleashing a torrent of black fire that incinerated a group of creatures into ashes. Shadow, standing nearby, coldly remarked, Stop boasting and focus on the battle. With that, her form vanished, only to reappear amidst a cluster of creatures, her claws slicing through them like lightning, tearing them to shreds. Wow, Shadow, you are so cool, Li Tianba exclaimed, but look, I am not lacking either, right? Just then, a massive shadowy creature leaped from below the city walls, lunging towards Li Tianba. Watch out, Shadow cried. Li Tianba reacted swiftly, executing a backflip to evade the creature's attack. Did you expect that? I am quite agile. However, as soon as he boasted, he was struck by the tail of another creature, sending him flying. Li Tianba. Shadow gasped, rushing to catch him. Dazed, Li Tianba said, Wow, Shadow, were you worried about me? Shadow rolled her eyes. Stop being so sentimental. Get up and continue fighting. Meanwhile, General Albert was directing the soldiers to set up defenses. Archers, prepare. Aim for those flying creatures. Rows of archers drew back their bows, arrows gleaming with icy blue magical light. Release. At General Albert's command, countless magical arrows soared forth, piercing the shadowy creatures in the sky. Li Tianba watched in astonishment. Wow, these soldiers are incredible. Shadow nodded. Indeed, they are the elite of the kingdom of Bingxue. However, the sheer number of enemies is overwhelming. We must find a way to locate their source. Just then, a piercing shriek echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a colossal black dragon swooping down towards the city walls. Is that a dragon? Li Tianba exclaimed in astonishment. The shadow narrowed its eyes. No. It was a multitude of black mist creatures amalgamated together. It appeared that the enemy had acquired new means. General Abot shouted, Everyone, pay attention. Concentrate fire on that flying dragon. However, against the torrential rain of arrows, the black mist dragon remained utterly unscathed. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a beam of black energy, obliterating a section of the city wall. This is bad. Abot's expression changed dramatically. At this rate, the wall would soon be breached. Li Tianba suddenly exclaimed, Wait, I have an idea. The shadow looked at him in astonishment. You? An idea? Li Tianba retorted, Hey, while I may joke around most of the time, I can be quite reliable when it matters, all right? He turned to General Abot. General, do you have any large catapults or similar siege weapons? Abot nodded. Yes, behind the city wall. Li Tianba said excitedly, Great. We can use the catapult to launch me at that dragon. What? Both the shadow and Abot exclaimed simultaneously. Li Tianba explained, You see, that dragon is composed of numerous smaller creatures, right? If I can get close to it, Perhaps I can dismantle it from the inside. The shadow frowned. That's too dangerous. Li Tianba chuckled. Don't worry. I am the future Black Dragon King. This is a trivial matter. Abot pondered for a moment and said, although this plan is perilous, it seems to be the only option we have at the moment. Thus, under Li Tianba's insistence, they commenced the execution of this audacious scheme. Meanwhile, in the underground altar, Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and Shui Er were engaged in a fierce battle with Zhang Sui Tian. Zhang Sui Tian's strength was indeed formidable, even against the trio's combined efforts. He showed no sign of yielding. His dark magic shadowed them, and each attack was imbued with devastating power. Ha ha! Zhang Sui Tian cackled. You think you can stop me with your meager strength? Qin Tian retorted coldly. Do not be too complacent. You have yet to witness our true power. As he spoke, a radiant golden light enveloped him, and the phantasm of a five-clawed golden dragon materialized behind him. Ancestral dragon's power, manifest. A surge of potent energy erupted from Qin Tian, causing the entire underground space to tremble. Xiao Chui and Shui Er refused to be outdone. Flames ignited around Xiao Chui, transforming her into a fiery phoenix. Shui Er summoned a blizzard, her form embodying the essence of an ice goddess. Zhang Sui Tian's expression finally turned grave. He had not anticipated the depth of their hidden strength. But this makes it all the more interesting. Just as both sides prepared for an even more intense confrontation, the ground suddenly shook violently. What is happening? Xiao Chui inquired in astonishment. Shui Er's face paled. Oh no, the glaciers underground are shifting. If this continues, the entire palace will collapse. Qin Tian immediately grasped the severity of the situation. The aftershocks of their battle had likely compromised the glacier structure. We must cease fighting immediately. Qin Tian urged, or not only we, but the entire ice and snow kingdom will be in peril. However, Zhang Sui Tian displayed a cunning smile. Perfect. If I cannot possess the Bing Xian, then let it and the entire kingdom perish. Saying this, he unleashed a powerful wave of dark energy directed at the ground. No. Qin Tian shouted, but it was too late. With a deafening crash, the entire underground space began to collapse. Ice and rock fell from above, and the ground split open with massive fissures. Run! Qin Tian cried as he seized Xiao Chui and Shui Er, racing towards the exit. Zhang Sui Tian took the opportunity to charge towards the altar where the Bing Xian was kept. Just at that critical moment, the king suddenly blocked the altar's path. If you wish to claim the Bing Xian, you must first pass through me, the king commanded sternly. Zhang Sui Tian scoffed, you think you can stop me? Yet. The next second, his expression changed. The king erupted with immense ice and snow power, transforming him into what appeared to be a living ice sculpture. Is this the forbidden technique of the ice and snow kingdom? Zhang Sui Tian exclaimed in surprise. The king did not respond. He simply placed his hand upon the Bing Xian. Instantly, a powerful wave of energy emanated from the Bing Xian. No, Zhang Sui Tian shouted, but it was too late. A brilliant blue light enveloped the entire space, and when the radiance faded, both the Bing Xian and the king had vanished. Damn it! Zhang Sui Tian gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and Shui Er finally burst forth from the underground space. Upon reaching the surface, the sight before them left them astounded. The entire palace was shaking violently, and the ice-covered ground was beginning to crack open. In the distance, a monumental battle was raging. Is that Li Tianba? Xiao Chui pointed at the sky in surprise. They beheld Li Tianba riding atop the massive black mist dragon, desperately striking at its form. The shadow provided cover nearby, delivering lethal blows whenever possible. We must assist, Qin Tian declared. At that moment, Zhang Sui Tian also emerged from the underground space. He glared malevolently at Qin Tian and the others. Do not think this is over. One day, I will obtain all the fragments of the world heart. With that, his figure abruptly vanished into the air. Qin Tian had no time to pursue, for a greater crisis was imminent. The entire ice and snow kingdom was shaking violently, as if it were on the brink of collapse. We must find a way to stabilize the glaciers, Shui Er urged anxiously, or the entire kingdom will be destroyed. Qin Tian nodded, you are right. But how do we accomplish this? Just then, a familiar voice resonated in their minds. Children, listen to me. Only by awakening the true power of the Bing Xian with your combined strength can you save the ice and snow kingdom. Father? Shui Er exclaimed in astonishment. Do not worry. I am safe, the king's voice reassured. Now, focus your powers and awaken the Bing Xian. Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and Shui Er exchanged knowing glances, understanding what they must do. Come on, Qin Tian urged, let us together save this kingdom. The three joined hands, channeling all their strength. Golden dragon energy, searing flames, and pure ice and snow power intertwined, forming a formidable force. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Li Tianba and the shadow also felt the call of this power. Is this the strength of my elder brother and the others? Li Tianba marveled. The shadow nodded, let us join in. Thus, the combined strength of the five surged together, creating a resplendent beam of light that shot into the heavens. Within this radiance, a colossal ice crystal apparition gradually manifested, revealing the true form of the Bing Xian. As the power of the Bing Xian was awakened, the entire ice and snow kingdom began to transform. The fractured earth healed, collapsing structures re-erected, and even the black mist creatures dissipated under this pure force. When all settled, the ice and snow kingdom emerged rejuvenated, as if reborn. Chapter 49. The uniqueness of the ice and snow kingdom. The palace of the ice and snow kingdom rose majestically, its ice crystal spires shimmering radiantly under the sunlight. Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and Shui Er stood in the grand hall, facing the imposing Ice Dragon King and Queen. The Ice Dragon King surveyed the trio with a dignified gaze, while the Queen looked anxiously at her daughter. Qin Tian surveyed his surroundings, struck by the extraordinary scene of this unique kingdom. Human attendants and ice dragon guards coexisted harmoniously, as if this were the most natural occurrence. It was then that he truly recognized the distinctiveness of the ice and snow kingdom, a wondrous realm where humans and dragons coexisted. Thus, the Ice Dragon King spoke in a deep voice, my daughter has not only brought back a human husband, but one with 2 wives? Shui Er stood tall and bravely replied, indeed, father. Qin Tian is an exceptional individual. He possesses the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, wielding immense strength and noble character. Humph. The Ice Dragon King snorted dismissively. The bloodline of the ancestral dragon? Do not jest. Our lineage, the Ice Dragon clan, boasts a remarkably pure bloodline. Just as Qin Tian was about to elucidate, Xiao Chui interjected, Your Majesty, do not underestimate Qin Tian. He is a man capable of commanding a colossal dragon with ease. A chilling silence enveloped the grand hall, as the human attendants exchanged glances, while the ice dragon guards emitted deep growls. Qin Tian helplessly rubbed his forehead, pondering, oh, Xiao Chui, your words are quite something. The expression of the Ice Dragon King darkened further. What did you say? Command a dragon? Such audacity. At that moment, Li Tianba suddenly emerged from the rear of the hall, exuberantly exclaiming, Elder brother, I just saw a group of human children playing with a little ice dragon in the courtyard. It was delightful. May I join them? Qin Tian felt a throbbing in his temples and turned to Li Tianba, signaling him to be quiet. Yet, Li Tianba seemed oblivious to the cue. Oh come on, elder brother, don't be so stingy, he continued. I promise to be careful. Besides, isn't this a splendid example of harmonious coexistence between humans and dragons? Enough. The Ice Dragon King roared, causing the entire hall to tremble. You outsiders know nothing of true human-dragon harmony. The balance of our ice kingdom has been achieved over millennia. Shui Er quickly interjected. Father, Li Tianba is merely curious. As you know, the outside world knows little about our ice kingdom. Indeed, Your Majesty, Qin Tian finally seized the opportunity to speak. We hold a deep admiration for the unique aspects of the Ice Kingdom. Might you enlighten us about this wondrous realm? The Ice Dragon King's fury seemed to wane slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, The Ice Kingdom is a distinctive realm, founded collaboratively by our Ice Dragon clan and humans. While our dragon kin are few in number, we are responsible for the kingdom's major decisions and defenses, whereas humans constitute the social majority, managing daily affairs across various sectors. Qin Tian listened intently, nodding occasionally. However, Li Tianba could not resist interjecting. Wow, so this place is like a grand human-dragon social gathering? Qin Tian stepped on Li Tianba's foot, silencing him immediately. The Ice Dragon King continued, Our culture amalgamates the mysterious powers of dragons with human creativity. The crystalline edifices you observe are the fruits of our combined intellect. Truly marvelous, Xiao Chui exclaimed in genuine admiration. No wonder the Ice Kingdom frequently assumes the role of a neutral mediator on the international stage. The Ice Dragon King displayed a glimmer of approval, remarking, Indeed, you possess more understanding than I anticipated. Seizing the moment, Qin Tian pressed on, Your Majesty. It is precisely due to the uniqueness of the Ice Kingdom that we cherish the opportunity to forge a connection. My union with Shui Er stands as another testament to human-dragon harmony, does it not? The Ice Dragon King remained silent for a moment before responding. You make a valid point. However, gaining my endorsement will not be so simple. Father, Shui Er interjected, Qin Tian is truly exceptional. Please grant him a chance. After pondering for a while, The Ice Dragon King finally declared, "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Recently, there have been issues along the northern border of the kingdom. You shall address them. If you can resolve them satisfactorily, I shall consider accepting your union." Just as Qin Tian was about to agree, Li Tianba piped up again. "Fantastic. We have a new adventure ahead. I want to see if the northern ice dragons are cooler than those in the south." Qin Tian sighed in resignation, conceding, "All right, Li Tianba can join us. But you must promise me not to cause any trouble along the way, understood?" Li Tianba eagerly nodded, "Understood. I promise to behave. I absolutely will not attempt to ride any ice dragon." "Li Tianba," Qin Tian warned. "I was just joking." Li Tianba replied with a cheeky grin. Thus, Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, Shui Er, and Li Tianba embarked on their journey to the northern border. Before their departure, the queen discreetly called Qin Tian aside. "You know," she whispered, "I think quite highly of you. Do not be misled by my husband's outward discontent. He has already begun to acknowledge you internally. You must understand. In his youth, he was the very first ice dragon to propose human involvement in the governance of the kingdom." Qin Tian gazed at the queen in astonishment. "Really?" The queen smiled mysteriously. "Of course. The harmony of the Ice Kingdom was not forged overnight. I hope your tale will also add new hues to our nation. Best of luck, young man." Observing the departing figures of Qin Tian and his companions, the Ice Dragon King pondered. "Do you believe they will succeed?" The queen chuckled. "Stop pretending. I know you actually hold a certain admiration for that young man." The Ice Dragon King huffed. "Who says so? I merely think he might bring some fresh ideas to our kingdom." The queen smiled silently, aware that this obstinate old ice dragon had begun to accept his extraordinary son-in-law. Meanwhile, Qin Tian remained unaware of the challenges that awaited him. He knew only that, regardless of the difficulties ahead, he must prove his worth. Not only to gain the Ice Dragon King's approval, but also for the sake of this unique realm of coexistence between humans and dragons. Shortly after their departure from the palace, Li Tianba resumed his incessant chatter. "Elder brother, do you think we will encounter the fabled snowmen? I have heard they are hybrids of humans and snow monsters." Qin Tian shook his head in exasperation, thinking this journey might not be so tranquil. Yet, for reasons unknown, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Perhaps this was destiny's new mission for him, to compose an unprecedented legend in this wondrous realm of human-dragon coexistence. Chapter 50. The Dragon's Tail sweeps the frost. As Qin Tian and his companions stepped out of the palace gates, Li Tianba eagerly initiated his northern expedition plan. "Elder brother, do you think the snowmen up north really stand 3 meters tall?" Li Tianba asked excitedly. "I've heard their nasal hairs can freeze. And when they sneeze, it's like hail falling." Qin Tian shook his head in resignation. "Li Tianba, can you focus on our task for once?" Just then, a deep voice emerged from behind them. "Humph, it seems this so-called heir of the ancestral dragon bloodline is rather underwhelming." Qin Tian turned to see a group of elegantly attired nobles standing on the palace steps, led by a robust, bearded middle-aged man. "Count Bingfeng," Shui Er whispered to Qin Tian. "He is my father's cousin and has always opposed human involvement in kingdom affairs." Count Bingfeng arrogantly descended the steps, scrutinizing Qin Tian with disdain. "I hear you intend to venture to the northern border to resolve issues. I fear you may be frozen into an ice sculpture before even arriving." Li Tianba immediately jumped in. "Hey, you big beard, speak politely. My elder brother is." Qin Tian quickly restrained Li Tianba, urging calm and refraining from provoking trouble. He turned to Count Bingfeng, smiling. "What guidance do you have for me, my lord?" Count Bingfeng scoffed. "Guidance? How could our noble dragon clan offer counsel to a lowly human? However, since you claim to possess ancestral dragon blood, why not let us witness your prowess?" Laughter erupted from the surrounding nobles, and Qin Tian sensed they were well prepared. "Very well." Qin Tian replied unflustered. "What manner of demonstration do you propose?" A glint of cunning flashed in Count Bingfeng's eyes. "Quite simple. Let us engage in a contest of strength. The victor will earn the right to address the issues at the northern border." Shui Er frowned. "Father has already, princess." Count Bingfeng interrupted. "This is for the benefit of the kingdom. How can we allow an untested outsider to handle such a crucial matter?" Qin Tian gently patted Shui Er's hand, signaling her to remain patient. He turned to Count Bingfeng. "Very well, I accept the challenge. What are the rules of this contest?" Count Bingfeng revealed a smug smile. "Quite simple. We shall have a duel in the plaza before the palace. Whoever knocks the other down to the ground wins." Qin Tian nodded, agreed. "When shall we commence?" "Right now?" Count Isefeng waved his hand, and the surrounding nobles immediately parted, revealing the vast square in front of the palace. Li Tianba exclaimed excitedly, "Wonderful. Brother, you must defeat him soundly." "Oh no, I mean leave him searching for his scales." Xiao Chui also encouraged, Qin Tian, I believe in you. However, Schwerer expressed her concern, saying, be careful. Count Eisfong is renowned for his formidable strength. Qin Tian smiled slightly, reassuring her, do not worry, I know my limits. Soon, Qin Tian and Count Eisfong stood in the center of the square, where a considerable crowd had gathered to watch the spectacle. Count Eisfong, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, are you ready, human? Prepare to witness the true power of the Dragon Clan. No sooner had he spoken than he charged at Qin Tian like an enraged bull. His speed and strength elicited gasps from the onlookers. Yet, just as Count Eisfong was about to collide with Qin Tian, a radiant glow began to emanate from Qin Tian's body. A golden light burst forth, enveloping the entire square. Count Eisfang's eyes widened in astonishment. Behind Qin Tian, a colossal golden dragon tail appeared, vivid and shimmering, as if a great dragon were concealed within him. Power of the ancestor dragon, dragon tail sweep. Qin Tian called out. In the next moment, the golden dragon tail swept fiercely, striking Count Eisfong at the waist. With a resounding boom, Count Eisfong was launched skyward like a cannonball, tracing a graceful arc before plummeting towards the ground. Wow! Li Tianba shouted in exhilaration, brother, are you sending him to the Northern Realm? Just as everyone anticipated Count Eisfang's impending crash, Qin Tian suddenly flashed to the spot where Count Eisfong was about to land. The golden dragon tail reappeared, gently cradling Count Eisfong and safely lowering him to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Li Tianba was the first to react, exclaiming, wow, brother, you are incredible. Is this what they mean by winning hearts with virtue? Xiao Chui marveled, this is astonishing. Qin Tian, your ancestor dragon power has grown immensely. Schwerer, in awe, remarked, I never imagined the ancestor dragon power could be wielded in such a manner. It is truly awe-inspiring. Count Eisfong stared blankly at Qin Tian for a while before finally admitting, I have lost. Completely lost. Qin Tian smiled and replied, Your Grace. You are too humble. Your strength is remarkable. I merely had the advantage this time. How about we engage in further sparring and learn from each other? Count Eisfong looked up in surprise. You do not hold my previous rudeness against me? Qin Tian shook his head. Let bygones be bygones. We should look forward and work together for the future of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. The surrounding nobles began to murmur, their hostility gradually replaced by admiration. At that moment, a booming voice resonated from the direction of the palace. Good. Well said. Everyone turned to see the Ice Dragon King, who had appeared on the steps, wearing an approving smile. Father, Schwer exclaimed joyfully. The Ice Dragon King descended the steps and approached Qin Tian, saying, Young man, not only have you demonstrated immense strength, but you have also shown great magnanimity. It seems our Ice and Snow Kingdom has hope for the future. Qin Tian respectfully bowed. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I still have much to learn. The Ice Dragon King laughed heartily. Excellent. In that case, I declare that from this day forth, Qin Tian shall be the honorary advisor of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. He will accompany Princess Schwer on a mission to the Northern Realm. The crowd erupted in cheers. Li Tianba jumped up in excitement. Wonderful. Brother, you are amazing. Xiao Chui joyfully embraced Qin Tian. I knew you could do it. Schwer looked at Qin Tian with gratitude. Her eyes filled with pride. Count Eisfong stood up, somewhat embarrassed, and said, Your Excellency, I apologize for my previous rudeness. Your strength and character command my deep respect. Qin Tian smiled. You are too kind, Count. We all seek the good of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Count Eisfong nodded, feeling touched. Certainly, certainly. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, Li Tianba suddenly recalled something. By the way, brother, what was that move you performed, the dragon tail sweep? Could it possibly be the legendary ancient dragon technique? Qin Tian chuckled and nodded. Indeed, it is an application of the ancestor dragon power. However, it is still not perfected and requires more practice. Li Tianba disbelieved. Really? Then I shall give it a try. Saying this, he positioned himself next to an ice pillar, twisted his hips, and proclaimed, Watch me. Dragon tail sweep. Crack. The ice pillar remained unscathed, while Li Tianba twisted his waist, exclaiming, Ouch. My poor back. The crowd burst into laughter. The Ice Dragon King chuckled. It seems your friend needs more practice. Nevertheless, that fighting spirit is commendable. Qin Tian shook his head helplessly. Li Tianba, did I not tell you to be careful? Li Tianba, rubbing his sore back, laughed. No worries, no worries. I shall just switch to the dragon claw technique. I hear it is an ancient dragon's secret skill, capable of shattering a mountain with a single claw. Qin Tian was at a loss for words. Li Tianba, you. Amidst the laughter, Qin Tian felt a warm sensation in his heart. He gazed at the people around him and silently vowed to protect this unique kingdom, safeguarding the peace and joy within. However, at that moment, Qin Tian suddenly felt a pang of unease. He looked up towards the north, a serious glint in his eyes. The mission to the Northern Realm may not be as simple as it appears. Chapter 51. The Dilemma of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. With Qin Tian's display in the square, the entire Ice and Snow Kingdom was abuzz with excitement. Tales of this enigmatic human son-in-law spread through the streets. Some claimed he was the reincarnation of an ancient dragon god. Others suggested he was a powerful being from another world, while some even speculated he might be the Ice Dragon King's illegitimate son. Qin Tian found these rumors amusing yet bewildering. At that moment, he sat in a conference room within the palace with Xiao Chui and Schwerer, awaiting the arrival of the Ice Dragon King. Qin Tian, Xiao Chui spoke softly. What kind of task do you think the Ice Dragon King will assign us? I have heard there have been strange occurrences in the Northern Realm lately. Qin Tian nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I too have heard some rumors. However, we should wait for the Ice Dragon King to explain the specifics. Schwerer, looking anxious, said, What worries me is that the situation in the Northern Realm may be far worse than we imagine. Father has been deeply troubled lately. I have never seen him so worried. Just as Qin Tian was about to comfort Schwerer, the Ice Dragon King's commanding voice echoed from the doorway. Your concerns are not unfounded. The three immediately stood up and bowed. The Ice Dragon King gestured for them to sit. Your Majesty, Qin Tian respectfully addressed. We were discussing the situation in the Northern Realm. Is your summons related to this matter? The Ice Dragon King's expression grew serious. Indeed, the situation in the Northern Realm is far more dire than we anticipated. What has happened? Schwerer asked with concern. The Ice Dragon King sighed. The Everfrost Wall in the Northern Realm has developed cracks, releasing a significant amount of cold air, which has led to severe frost damage in the surrounding villages. Worse yet, reports indicate that mysterious creatures have emerged from the fissures. Qin Tian frowned. Everfrost Wall? What is that? Schwerer explained. It is a natural barrier at the northernmost point of our Ice and Snow Kingdom, said to have been formed by the ancient ice dragon's divine power to ward off the terrifying creatures of the far north. Indeed, the Ice Dragon King affirmed. If the Everfrost Wall collapses, the entire kingdom will face catastrophic peril. Xiao Chui anxiously asked, What should we do? The Ice Dragon King turned to Qin Tian and said, This is why I need you to go to the Northern Realm. You possess the bloodline of the ancestor dragon and may be able to find a way to repair the Everfrost Wall. Qin Tian solemnly nodded. I will do my utmost. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Before anyone could react, Li Tianba burst into the conference room, breathless and alarmed. This is serious. I just heard on the street that a mysterious figure claiming to be the Ice Queen has appeared in the Northern Territory, declaring her intent to overthrow the rule of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. The expression of the Ice Dragon King darkened further. Indeed, the situation appeared to be more dire than they had anticipated. Qin Tian rose to his feet. Your Majesty, allow me to set off for the Northern Territory immediately. The Ice Dragon King nodded. Very well. Schwerer and Xiao Chui shall accompany you. The combined strength of the three of you should be able to manage most crises. Schwerer and Xiao Chui exchanged excited glances, clearly thrilled at the prospect of fighting alongside Qin Tian. Li Tianba chimed in eagerly. That's wonderful. I want to go too. The Ice Dragon King shot him a glance, but Qin Tian quickly interrupted. Li Tianba, you and Ning should stay in the royal capital to assist. Should any issues arise here, we will need someone to maintain order. Li Tianba pouted in disappointment, but did not insist further. Preparations were swiftly completed, and by the next morning, Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and Schwerer set out northward. Before their departure, the Ice Dragon King presented them with an ancient dragon scale. This is a scale from the primordial ice dragon, he explained, and it is said to guide you in discovering a method to repair the eternal frost wall. Qin Tian solemnly accepted the scale, keeping it close to him. As they journeyed, the trio rode on magically tamed frost lions, advancing northward with haste. Along the way, they encountered some strange ice sculptures. These can't be, Xiao Chui said, her voice trembling with fear. Qin Tian nodded gravely. They are likely villagers frozen by the cold. The situation appears to be worse than we imagined. We must quicken our pace, Schwerer said anxiously. However, just as they were about to reach the northernmost village, a biting cold wind suddenly swept through. Qin Tian felt as if his blood were about to congeal. Be careful, he shouted, unleashing the power of the ancestral dragon, forming a golden barrier that enveloped the three of them. After the cold wind passed, they were astonished to find everything around them covered in thick frost, except for the area they occupied, which remained unharmed. What kind of power is this? Xiao Chui exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from a distance. Oh, how intriguing. It seems the Ice and Snow Kingdom has sent a few fearless little mice. You are the culprit behind the destruction of the Eternal Frost Wall? Qin Tian asked in a low voice. The Ice Queen laughed coldly. Destruction? I prefer to call it liberation. That wall has blocked far too many fascinating things. It's time for them to see the light of day again. Do you understand what you're doing? Schwer retorted angrily. Those creatures will bring disaster upon the entire kingdom. Disaster? The Ice Queen scoffed. Perhaps for you. But for me, it marks the beginning of a new order. Xiao Chui clenched her fists. We will never allow you to succeed. A glint of cold light flickered in the Ice Queen's eyes. Then let us see what you're capable of, little lapdogs of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. Before her words fell, she waved her hands, and countless sharp ice spikes shot toward the three of them. Qin Tian reacted swiftly, unleashing the power of the ancestral dragon to form a golden dragon-shaped shadow that deflected the ice spikes. Xiao Chui Schwer, let's split up, he shouted. Xiao Chui nodded in agreement, swiftly forming seals with her hands as a sphere of intense flames coalesced in her palms. Roar, fire dragon, she cried, sending a colossal dragon made entirely of pure flame toward the Ice Queen. Meanwhile, Schwer transformed into her ice dragon form, soaring high into the sky before diving toward the enemy. Her dragon claws glimmered with a cold light, each strike potent enough to rend steel. The Ice Queen, unfazed by their assault, merely waved her hand, causing the surrounding air to instantly crystallize into countless ice shards, forming an impenetrable barrier. Is that all you've got? She taunted. It seems the strength of the Ice and Snow Kingdom is rather lacking. A sharp glint flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. Do not be too complacent. This is just the beginning. He formed seals with his hands, and the power of the ancestral dragon surged wildly within him. A massive golden dragon shadow materialized behind him, radiating a daunting pressure. Ancestral dragon breakthrough. The golden dragon roared as it charged toward the Ice Queen, distorting the air in its wake. The Ice Queen's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the strength of Qin Tian's assault. She hastily gathered her power, forming a colossal ice shield before her. Boom! The golden dragon collided with the ice shield, producing a thunderous roar. Ice shards flew in all directions, intertwining coldness and golden light to create a magnificent, yet terrifying spectacle. When the dust settled, the Ice Queen's figure was revealed, her robe tattered, and several gashes marring her face, indicating she had sustained considerable injury. Interesting, she murmured, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. It seems I underestimated you. However, her form suddenly blurred, and in the next instant, the entire sky was enveloped in dense cold air. The real battle has only just begun. Chapter 52, The Clash of Ice and Fire. The cold air in the sky thickened, and Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and Schwer watched their surroundings warily. Suddenly, the Ice Queen's figure materialized in midair, her eyes glinting with dangerous light. Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige, she sneered. Let us engage in a true contest. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, I thought you would continue playing hide and seek. The Ice Queen narrowed her eyes. Your tongue is quite sharp. I shall see if you can still speak so wittily once I turn you into an ice pop. As her words hung in the air, she waved her hands, and countless enormous ice spikes shot towards the three of them. Qin Tian immediately summoned the power of the ancestral dragon, the golden dragon shadow swirling around him, blocking all the ice spikes. Xiao Chui Schwer, are you all right? He asked. Xiao Chui shook her head. I'm fine, but this woman's strength is indeed formidable. Schwer nodded in agreement. We must proceed with caution. The Ice Queen, seeing her attack fail, scoffed. You've got some skill. But this is only the beginning. Her figure suddenly transformed into a streak of cold light, rushing towards Qin Tian with blinding speed. Qin Tian barely managed to dodge, but she still grazed his arm, sending a piercing chill through him. Qin Tian, Xiao Chui cried out, quickly gathering flames to hurl at the Ice Queen. However, the Ice Queen merely waved her hand, freezing Xiao Chui's flames midair. Is that all you've got? She mocked. I really wonder what the Ice and Snow Kingdom was thinking, sending you amateurs to confront me. Seeing this, Schwer transformed into her ice dragon form, diving toward the Ice Queen. Unperturbed, the Ice Queen remarked, Oh, the little princess has come to join the fray. Allow me to show you what true ice and snow power is. She formed seals with her hands, and the surrounding cold air instantly coalesced into a gigantic ice dragon, far more immense than Schwer's form. How is this possible? Schwer exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that the Ice Queen's power far exceeded their expectations. Now you know fear? The Ice Queen taunted. It's too late. With a wave of her hand, the ice dragon roared and charged at the three of them. At that critical moment, Qin Tian suddenly had an idea. Xiao Chui Schwer, I have a plan. Xiao Chui asked curiously, what plan? Qin Tian smiled mysteriously. Do you remember the technique we studied in the Dragon Clan's secret realm? Shue'er's eyes brightened. You mean? Qin Tian nodded. Exactly that. With that, Qin Tian summoned the power of the ancestral dragon, the golden dragon shadow appearing behind him. Xiao Chui summoned the most formidable flames, manifesting as a fire dragon. Shue'er maintained her ice dragon form, and the powers of the three began to intertwine and merge. Upon witnessing this, the Ice Queen disdainfully remarked, "Humph. 3 misfits combined are still nothing remarkable." However, when the 3 forces fully coalesced, a colossal dragon adorned in gold and crimson, encircled by icy crystals, suddenly emerged. What is this? The Ice Queen exclaimed, stepping back in astonishment. Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and Shue'er chorused in unison, Trinity Dragon God Slash. The dragon roared and charged towards the Ice Queen's ice dragon. Upon collision, a deafening explosion erupted. The Ice Queen's ice dragon was instantly shattered, while the Trinity dragon surged forward, heading straight for the Ice Queen. In a panic, she hastily erected an ice wall, but against the assault of the Trinity dragon, the wall crumbled like paper. This cannot be. The Ice Queen screamed in terror. The Trinity dragon collided heavily with her, sending her flying. As the dust settled, the Ice Queen lay on the ground in disarray, her body battered. The trio disengaged from their fusion state, panting as they gazed at the fallen Ice Queen. Did we win? Xiao Chui asked incredulously. Shue'er, too, appeared perplexed, questioning if it had been too easy. Qin Tian warily observed the Ice Queen. Do not let your guard down. I sense something is amiss. Indeed, at that moment, the Ice Queen's form suddenly transformed into a wisp of icy mist, dissipating into the air. A doppelganger? Qin Tian exclaimed in surprise. A chilling laughter echoed from all directions. Well done, little mice. It seems I underestimated you. The true Ice Queen descended slowly, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. However, the time for games has ended. Now behold my true power. As she spoke, the entire realm began to tremble violently. Endless cold surged from the depths, enveloping the world in a frosty shroud. Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and Shue'er stared in terror at the unfolding scene. Is this the consequence of the eternal frost wall being breached? Shue'er trembled. The Ice Queen laughed heartily indeed. I shall turn the entire world into my ice paradise, and you will become my first collection of ice sculptures. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Dream on. We will not allow you to succeed. Xiao Chui clenched her fists. Absolutely. Even if it takes everything we have, we will stop you. Shue'er declared resolutely. For the Ice and Snow Kingdom, for this world, we shall not retreat. The Ice Queen sneered. Then come. Let me see what tricks you still possess. Just as both sides were about to clash again, Qin Tian suddenly felt the ancestral dragon power within him stirring. An unprecedented strength was awakening. What is this? Qin Tian gazed at his hands in astonishment. Xiao Chui and Shue'er also sensed the anomaly. The power within them seemed to resonate with something. They exchanged glances. Suddenly realizing, it appears, Qin Tian smiled. This is just the beginning of our true power. Xiao Chui exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. Let us do it again. This time with even greater strength. Shue'er nodded. To protect this world, we must win. Observing the trio's sudden change in momentum, the Ice Queen's eyes flickered with unease. However, she quickly masked it, snorting coldly. No matter what tricks you employ, the outcome will remain the same. In the face of absolute power, all is futile. Chapter 53. The Majesty of Dragons. The Ice Queen hovered in the air, looking down at Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and Shue'er with a confident smile. Poor little insects. She sneered. Do you truly believe that your meager skills can defeat me? Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, then enlighten us. Where do you think we fall short? The Ice Queen elegantly waved her hand, and the surrounding cold coalesced into countless sharp ice blades. Behold, this is true power. As her words fell, the ice blades descended upon the three like a torrential rain. Qin Tian remained unfazed. The ancestral dragon power within him erupted, enveloping the trio in a golden dragon shadow. The ice blades struck the dragon shadow, producing a clanging sound, yet failing to inflict any harm. Is that all? Qin Tian yawned. I expected something more formidable. The Ice Queen's expression darkened. Arrogant little wretch. Watch how I deal with you. She waved her hands, and the entire realm was shrouded in cold. Countless massive ice spikes fell from the sky, seemingly intent on freezing the entire world. Xiao Chui gazed at this terrifying spectacle, gulping nervously. Qin Tian. What do we do now? Qin Tian smiled slightly. Do not worry. Leave it to me. With a gentle stamp of his foot, a wave of golden energy rippled outward. All the ice spikes disintegrated into powder upon contact with the wave. The Ice Queen could hardly believe her eyes. How is this possible? You are merely a mid-stage master. Qin Tian shrugged, who said that being a mid-stage master equates to weakness. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Air transformed into her ice dragon form and dove towards the Ice Queen. In a fluster, the Ice Queen attempted to evade, only to be caught off guard by Xiao Chui's flames surging from behind. Ah! The Ice Queen screamed as her icy armor became riddled with burns. Seeing this, Qin Tian shouted, "Now?" The three struck simultaneously, with the Golden Dragon, Fire Phoenix, and Ice Phoenix intertwining in the air, forming a colossal energy vortex. Trinity, Dragon, and Phoenix Assault. The energy vortex swiftly engulfed the Ice Queen. As the dust settled, the Ice Queen lay on the ground, battered and bruised. No, this cannot be. The Ice Queen struggled to rise, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could you be so powerful? Qin Tian replied with a smile. Unity is strength. You do not understand. The Ice Queen gritted her teeth, but suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Do you think this means you've won? Naive. Her figure suddenly became blurred, as if to dissipate into the air. The fissure beyond the eternal frost wall will provide me with an endless supply of life force, making me invincible. The Ice Queen proclaimed, once I recover, it will be your doom. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Is that so? A brilliant golden light emanated from him, and a colossal five-clawed golden dragon shadow emerged behind him. His voice resonated with the might of heaven and earth. Then behold, this is true power. Ancestral dragon power, manifest. The golden dragon roared and lunged at the Ice Queen in midair. No, this cannot be. The Ice Queen shrieked in fear, desperately attempting to evade. However, the speed of the golden dragon was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the Ice Queen was engulfed by the dragon. After a piercing scream, her figure completely vanished. Simultaneously, the fissure in the distance began to repair itself, swiftly restoring to its original state. The Ice Queen, in her final moments, gazed incredulously at Qin Tian. How is it possible that I, a mid-stage master, could be defeated by you? Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, it was merely the aid of the ancestral dragon power. You have underestimated the legends of this world. As the Ice Queen dissipated, the fissure in the distance continued to heal, soon returning to its pristine form. The cold gradually receded, and the northern realm returned to tranquility. Xiao Chui and Shui Air stared in awe at the unfolding events. Qin Tian, Xiao Chui cautiously inquired. How did you achieve this? Qin Tian explained, this is the power of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Although I am merely a mid-stage master, with this power, I can contend even against mid-stage saints. Shui Air pondered, no wonder Father values you so highly. It turns out you possessed such a potent bloodline power within you. Qin Tian nodded. However, this power must not be misused, as it consumes a great deal of energy each time. I am now nearing my limit. Just as he finished speaking, he stumbled slightly, nearly falling. Xiao Chui and Shui Air hurried to support him. We must hurry back, Shui Air said anxiously. You need to rest well. Xiao Chui nodded in agreement. Indeed, and we must also report the situation to the Ice Dragon King. Qin Tian forced a smile. You are both right. However, before we return, we must first ensure the safety of the residents in the Northern Territory. Once the three agreed, they began to patrol the nearby villages. Fortunately, the influence of the Frost Queen had not spread too widely. Most residents were merely frightened and unharmed. After confirming that all was well, they set off on their journey back to the royal capital. I can't shake the feeling, Qin Tian frowned, that the emergence of the Frost Queen is not a coincidence. She seems to know many secrets about the Yongdong Jichang. Shui nodded, I feel the same. Perhaps we should delve deeper into the history of the Yongdong Jichang. Xiao Chui pondered. Could it be related to that mysterious organization? Do you remember those assassins we encountered in the royal capital? Qin Tian's eyes brightened. You are right. This is likely part of a grand conspiracy. It seems our troubles are far from over. Just as the three were discussing, a strange light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The light flickered as if conveying some message. That is, Shui Air exclaimed in surprise. The Dragon Clan's emergency summons. What has happened to Father? Qin Tian and Xiao Chui exchanged worried glances. It seems, Qin Tian said solemnly, we must hasten our pace. Who knows what has transpired in the royal capital? The trio dared not delay and immediately quickened their return. Although Qin Tian still felt weak, he gritted his teeth and persevered, silently vowing to protect those around him and this nation, no matter the obstacles they faced. The light in the sky grew increasingly bright, as if heralding a greater storm on the horizon. Qin Tian understood that their adventure was just beginning, with more challenges awaiting them. Yet, at this moment, he only wished to return to the royal capital swiftly, ascertain the situation, and then rest to recover the expended power of the ancestor dragon. Chapter 54. A stunning reversal. Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and and Schwerer rushed back to the royal capital, only to find the entire city shrouded in an eerie silence. The streets lay deserted, as if all the residents had retreated into their homes. Even the usually bustling market was hauntingly quiet, with only a few stray cats wandering among the empty stalls. This situation is even quieter than when we left, Xiao Chui remarked, puzzled. Could it be that the entire nation is celebrating Qin Tian's triumphant return, and everyone is hiding to prepare a surprise for us? Qin Tian rolled his eyes. You wish. I suspect something has gone awry. This strange silence does not bode well. Suddenly, Schwerer pointed towards the royal palace, exclaiming, Look! They saw a layer of ominous black mist enveloping the palace, with faint sounds of combat emanating from within. The mist writhed as if alive, intermittently crackling with flashes of lightning. This is bad. Schwerer's complexion paled. It must be a rebellion. We need to rush to save father. The three hastened towards the royal palace, encountering several panicked guards fleeing in disarray. Qin Tian seized one of them, inquiring about the situation. This is terrible, the guard stammered. A group of cloaked figures suddenly appeared, and they seemed to wield some strange dark magic. Even the Dragon Clan's guards are no match for them. Qin Tian's brow furrowed tightly, realizing the situation was worse than they had imagined. They quickened their pace and soon arrived at the palace gates. However, they found the gates firmly shut, with no guards in sight. Without hesitation, Qin Tian kicked the door open. Hey, Xiao Chui protested quietly. Could you not be a bit gentler? This is your future father-in-law's home, after all. Qin Tian shrugged. What does it matter at this point? I can pay for the door if it breaks. The three stealthily entered the palace and soon heard the sounds of fierce combat. Following the noise, they reached the entrance of the grand hall. Qin Tian signaled for the two women to be silent and quietly pushed the door ajar to peek inside. The scene within was chaotic. The Ice Dragon King was trapped within a peculiar black energy barrier, surrounded by mysterious figures clad in black robes. Each of these figures wielded a dark staff, from which streams of black energy emanated, reinforcing the barrier confining the Ice Dragon King. Father, Schwerer gasped, inadvertently drawing the attention of the black-robed figures. Qin Tian face-bombed. Schwerer, your tendency to expose our position is quite pronounced. Since their cover was blown, Qin Tian strode boldly into the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, what kind of performance art is this? Why wasn't I invited? I could add a significant flair to your act as a recently celebrated performance artist. The leader of the black-robed figures sneered. Humph, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's that so-called human son-in-law. You arrived just in time. It saves us the trouble of finding you. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Oh, you hold me in such high regard? I wonder what honor I have to receive your special attention. Perhaps you wish to invite me to be your spokesperson? The black-robed leader ominously replied. The bloodline of the ancestor dragon within you is crucial to our plans. Surrender quietly, and I may consider granting you a swift end. Feigning deep contemplation, Qin Tian suddenly clapped his thigh. You know, your proposal is quite sincere. However, I prefer another option. What option? The black-robed leader asked warily. Qin Tian grinned. The option where I knock you all down. With that, Qin Tian stomped his foot, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the surrounding black-robed figures flying. Xiao Chui and Schwerer immediately joined the fray, and the three coordinated seamlessly, quickly subduing most of the traitors. However, the leader of the black-robed figures clearly possessed strength surpassing that of a saint, effortlessly countering Qin Tian's assaults. Each time Qin Tian's attack was about to land, the leader always managed to deflect it at the last moment using his eerie dark magic. Ha! The black-robed leader laughed triumphantly. With your level of strength, do you really think you can thwart our grand endeavor? Such delusions. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Don't celebrate too soon. I still have a trump card up my sleeve. Qin Tian closed his eyes and respectfully called out in his mind, Dragon Laoi, are you there? Now is the time for you to showcase your prowess. Silence filled his mind, and Qin Tian grew anxious. Dragon Laoi, please wake up. If you don't, your host will meet his end here. Finally, a golden dragon, larger than before, slowly opened its eyes, lazily yawning. What is all this noise? I was contemplating the way of heaven. Dragon Laoi grumbled. What? Have you encountered an enemy you cannot defeat again? Qin Tian sighed. Dragon Laoi, please don't tease me. Quickly teach me a powerful technique. Otherwise, we will both perish here. Dragon Laoi rolled its eyes and suddenly said, I do have an idea. This is the dragon vein of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. You can channel the national dragon energy and set up a Zulonghugwa formation. That sounds impressive. Qin Tian exclaimed eagerly. Please guide me. Dragon Laoi began instructing Qin Tian on how to set up the formation. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui and Schwerer were struggling to fend off the black-robed leader's relentless attacks. Qin Tian. Xiao Chui shouted, what are you dawdling for? If you don't come help us, we won't hold out much longer. Qin Tian abruptly opened his eyes. A glimmer of golden light flashing within. I'm coming. He swiftly formed hand seals while murmuring incantations. Suddenly, the entire palace began to tremble violently. Intricate golden patterns emerging on the ground. The black-robed leader sensed the impending danger and hurriedly attempted to thwart Qin Tian, but it was too late. Zulong Hugua formation, activate. Qin Tian shouted. In an instant, a massive golden dragon apparition rose from the ground, coiling above the palace. All the traitors were suppressed by an unseen force, rendered immobile. The black-robed leader stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How is this possible? How could you know such ancient secret techniques? Qin Tian proudly proclaimed. This is what we call extraordinary talent. Do you comprehend? Under the formidable power of the Zulong Hugua formation, the rebellion was swiftly quelled. The Ice Dragon King, finally liberated from the black energy shield, expressed his relief, stating, thanks to your timely arrival, the consequences could have been unimaginable. Qin Tian replied with a smile. It was my duty. After all, this is the territory of my future father-in-law. How could I remain indifferent? Upon hearing this, the Ice Dragon King revealed a wry smile. Thinking to himself, this young lad knows how to seize advantages even in dire moments. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the leader in black robes suddenly erupted into a strange laughter. Did you think this was the end? How naive. This is merely the beginning. With that, his body transformed into a mass of black mist and vanished without a trace. Qin Tian furrowed his brows, saying, it seems there is a more significant conspiracy behind this incident. The Ice Dragon King nodded. Indeed, we must exercise double caution. Qin Tian, where did you learn that formation you used earlier? Qin Tian scratched his head, replying, well, it's a family secret. The Ice Dragon King regarded Qin Tian thoughtfully. It appears your secrets are more numerous than I had anticipated. Nevertheless, since you have chosen to stand with us, I shall place my trust in you. Qin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him, silently grateful that the Ice Dragon King did not press further. At that moment, Xiao Chui suddenly exclaimed, shouldn't we consider how to repair the gate that Qin Tian broke? This is the palace's facade, after all. The others couldn't help but chuckle. After such a thrilling battle, this small interlude lightened the tense atmosphere considerably. Observing this peculiar yet heartwarming scene before him, Qin Tian was filled with emotion. He understood that greater challenges awaited them. But for now, he merely wished to rest and contemplate how to glean more powerful techniques from the Dragon Elder. Just then, the voice of the Dragon Elder resonated in Qin Tian's mind. Young man, do not forget to practice diligently. This dragon does not wish to be bound to a useless host. Qin Tian helplessly replied internally, yes, Dragon Elder. I will certainly strive to improve myself and will not disappoint your expectations. It seemed that becoming a qualified protagonist was no easy feat, however. For the sake of becoming stronger, this little hardship was worthwhile. After all, who could forget that he was a transmigrator with a golden finger? Chapter 55. A new position with the rebellion subdued. The Ice and Snow Kingdom experienced a fleeting tranquility. Yet, for Qin Tian, the true challenges were just beginning. Early the next morning, he was roused from sleep by a frantic knocking at the door. Lord Qin Tian. Lord Qin Tian. Came the urgent voice of a guard from outside. His Majesty the Ice Dragon King summons you to the Great Hall immediately. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Qin Tian pondered. Could this early summons be about the gate I broke yesterday? After hurriedly freshening up, he arrived at the Great Hall to find Xiao Chui and Xue Er already waiting. The hall was filled with numerous high-ranking officials and nobles, the atmosphere decidedly grave. The Ice Dragon King sat regally upon his throne, his penetrating gaze surveying the assembly. As Qin Tian entered, all eyes turned toward him. Qin Tian, the Ice Dragon King began. Are you aware of the crime you committed yesterday? Qin Tian was taken aback, thinking, is it really about that gate? I suppose I need to explain myself. Just as he prepared to speak, the Ice Dragon King suddenly stood, a smile gracing his face. Ha! You look terrified. What I meant to say is, do you realize the significant contributions you have made? Relief flooded Qin Tian as he thought, this old man certainly has a flair for theatrics. The Ice Dragon King continued, Qin Tian, you displayed remarkable prowess in yesterday's crisis, exhibiting not only bravery and intelligence, but also exceptional strength and leadership. I have decided to appoint you as the chief advisor of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. At this proclamation, the Great Hall erupted in uproar. What? A human as chief advisor? This is utterly absurd. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The conservative nobles protested. However, the Ice Dragon King merely waved his hand, silencing the room. Esteemed ministers, he declared sternly, though Qin Tian is human, he possesses the bloodline of the ancestor dragon. More importantly, His abilities and loyalty are evident. If anyone still has objections, let them compete with Qin Tian once more. At this, the previously boisterous nobles fell silent. For none wished to endure the same fate as those unfortunate souls from yesterday. Qin Tian stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty's kindness is deeply appreciated. I shall exert my utmost efforts to contribute to the prosperity of the Ice and Snow Kingdom." The Ice Dragon King nodded in satisfaction before turning to the ministers. "Do any of you have further objections?" Silence enveloped the hall. In that case, the Ice Dragon King announced, "From this day forth, Qin Tian shall be the chief advisor of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. His commands will carry the same weight as my own." With the Ice Dragon King's declaration, the entire kingdom erupted in excitement. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner. On the streets, people buzzed with talk. "Did you hear? That human son-in-law has become the chief advisor. Is that true? It can't be real." "I think it is. I heard he single-handedly repelled a whole group of rebels yesterday." "Wow. Does that mean he's even more formidable than our Grand Commander?" Meanwhile, within the palace, Qin Tian was receiving congratulations from everyone. Xiao Chui excitedly hugged him, exclaiming, "That's amazing. Qin Tian, you're now a high official." Shui'er smiled and added, "I knew father would recognize your worth." Li Tianba approached, envy evident on his face. "Brother, you're incredible. Does this mean I can be a little official someday?" Qin Tian chuckled, patting Li Tianba's shoulder. "Work hard, and perhaps one day you might become a snow-clearing minister or something of the sort." Amidst this joyful atmosphere, Qin Tian suddenly felt a pang of unease. He instinctively glanced toward the kingdom's borders, his brow furrowing. "What's wrong?" Shui'er inquired, having sensed Qin Tian's discomfort. He shook his head. "It's nothing. Just perhaps a bit fatigued from yesterday's exertions." Yet deep down, he knew that this unsettling feeling was far from mere tiredness. It seemed as though a more significant threat was looming. Just then, the voice of the Dragon Elder echoed in Qin Tian's mind. "Young man, do not let your newfound pride cloud your judgment. The real test is only just beginning." Qin Tian responded internally, "Dragon Elder, do you sense something amiss?" After a moment of silence, the Dragon Elder replied slowly, "An ancient and powerful presence is stirring. It seems this world is on the brink of a great upheaval." A chill ran down Qin Tian's spine, but he maintained a composed exterior. He knew that as the new chief advisor, he must project confidence. "Everyone," Qin Tian raised his voice, "since His Majesty has placed such trust in me, I would like to propose my first suggestion." The room fell silent, all ears attuned to his words. "I believe," Qin Tian stated earnestly, "that we should strengthen our border defenses and dispatch reconnaissance teams to closely monitor surrounding movements." The Ice Dragon King nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, that is wise. It seems you are already considering the kingdom's safety." Qin Tian humbly replied, "This is all thanks to your wise guidance, Your Majesty." Thus, amidst a chorus of agreement, Qin Tian's first proposal was passed. However, only he understood the anxiety that lay behind this decision. That evening, Qin Tian stood alone atop the palace tower, gazing into the distance. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, a sight that should have been breathtaking. Yet Qin Tian's heart remained restless. "Come on," he murmured to himself, "whatever you are, I, Qin Tian, shall face you." On the distant horizon, a shadow seemed to flicker and shift, slowly advancing. A far greater storm was poised to sweep toward the Ice and Snow Kingdom. At this moment, Qin Tian remained unaware that this impending storm would not only test his strength, but also completely overturn his understanding of the world. As a time traveler, Qin Tian's journey had only just begun. Moreover, as the chief advisor of the Bingshua Wangwa, the responsibilities he bore had become unprecedentedly significant. However, these matters were for later. At present, Qin Tian was preparing to thoroughly enjoy his promotion banquet. After all, even Lord Long had stated that one should indulge in good food and drink to replenish one's energy. Just as Qin Tian was about to leave the tower, he heard a faint sound of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he discovered it was Shui'er. "I knew you would be here," Shui'er smiled. "What are you thinking about?" Qin Tian shrugged. "Nothing much, just feeling that everything has come too swiftly. Yesterday, I was merely a human son-in-law facing skepticism, and today I have become the chief advisor." Shui'er approached Qin Tian and gently took his hand. "This is all you deserve. You have done so much for the Bingshua Wangwa. My father could not possibly overlook that." Qin Tian smiled faintly. "I hope so. Yet, I have the nagging feeling that this is merely the beginning." Shui'er pondered. "Do you sense something as well?" "Lately, I have been feeling an unsettling aura." Qin Tian nodded. "It seems I am not alone in this feeling. But do not worry, no matter what happens. I will protect you and the entire Bingshua Wangwa." Leaning against Qin Tian's shoulder, Shui'er whispered, "I believe in you. However, remember, you are not fighting alone. We will face this together. Qin Tian embraced Shuer. Thank you. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Just at that warm moment, a piercing alarm resounded throughout the palace. What is happening? Qin Tian asked, alert. A guard rushed in, flustered. My lord Qin Tian, it is bad. An urgent message has arrived from the north. A group of unidentified creatures is approaching our borders. Qin Tian and Shuer exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. It seems, Qin Tian said solemnly, that our troubles have arrived sooner than expected. Shuer nodded. Then let us seek an audience with my father to discuss countermeasures. Qin Tian took a deep breath. A glint of determination in his eyes. Very well. It is time to show them how the chief advisor of the Bingxue Wangwa handles a crisis. With that, the two hastily departed the tower, heading towards the council chamber. A new challenge had emerged, and Qin Tian was ready to confront his inaugural daunting battle as chief advisor. Chapter 56. Border disturbance. The moment the alarm sounded, Qin Tian understood that his promotion banquet was likely ruined. However, as a time traveler, he had long been prepared to face various unforeseen circumstances. After all, where is the protagonist's journey without its trials? The Ice Dragon King swiftly convened an emergency meeting. When Qin Tian and Shuer arrived at the council chamber, they found Xiao Zui and Li Tianba already present. What is the situation? Qin Tian inquired directly. The Ice Dragon King's expression was grave. We have received news from the north that a group of unidentified creatures is approaching our borders. Reports suggest that these beings seem capable of manipulating ice, perhaps even more adept than our mages of the Bingxue Wangwa. Wow, Li Tianba interjected. Could they be a bunch of magical snowmen? I heard that a snowman's nose hair can serve as a wand. The group stared at Li Tianba in disbelief. And Qin Tian couldn't help but facepalm. Li Tianba, could you be more serious? Clearing his throat, the Ice Dragon King continued. Qin Tian, as the newly appointed chief advisor. What are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian replied, I believe we should dispatch someone to the borders immediately for investigation. The appearance of these unidentified creatures may be linked to yesterday's rebellion. The Ice Dragon King nodded. Indeed, I share your view. Therefore, you and Li Tianba shall undertake this secret mission. Huh, Li Tianba exclaimed with delight. I can go too? Fantastic. Finally, I can showcase my talents. Qin Tian gazed at the overly enthusiastic Li Tianba, pondering, how can this guy lack any sense of urgency? Xiao Zui spoke with concern. Qin Tian, please be careful. I have a feeling that this enemy is not to be underestimated. Shuer nodded in agreement. Yes, you both must prioritize your safety. Qin Tian smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. With me around, I guarantee we will complete the mission and return safely. Preparations were swiftly finalized. The following morning, Qin Tian and Li Tianba set off. They rode magical frost lions, racing towards the north. Big brother, Li Tianba asked while riding, do you think we will encounter any formidable opponents this time? I am eager to demonstrate my newly learned Gale Slash. Qin Tian rolled his eyes. Li Tianba, can you not wish for something positive? Besides, your so-called Gale Slash is merely swinging your sword a bit faster. Li Tianba retorted, not at all. I have infused it with wind attribute fighting spirit. Just as they were bickering, a blue light suddenly shot towards them from the distance. Watch out! Qin Tian shouted, simultaneously casting a defensive spell, Ice Crystal Shield. A translucent ice shield materialized before them, blocking the blue light. Wow! Li Tianba exclaimed, Big brother, your magic is incredible. Qin Tian had no time to acknowledge Li Tianba's praise. He scanned the surroundings warily. Where is the enemy? No sooner had he finished speaking than several blue lights assailed them. This time, Qin Tian discerned that they were peculiar ice arrows, striking with astonishing speed. Come on! Li Tianba shouted excitedly. Watch my Gale Slash. With a mighty leap, Li Tianba swung his sword, enveloped in azure wind attribute fighting spirit, towards the ice arrows. Remarkably, the arrows shattered under his strike. Haha, what do you think? Li Tianba boasted. Isn't my move impressive? Qin Tian had to admit that Li Tianba had indeed displayed some skill this time. However, this was not the moment for accolades. As more enemies began to appear, suddenly, a dozen mysterious figures cloaked in white surrounded them from all directions. These individuals wielded ice crystal staffs, exuding an aura of coldness. Who are you? Qin Tian demanded in a commanding tone. The leader of the mysterious figures sneered. We are the Frost Apostles from the far north. You Southerners have no right to occupy this bountiful land. Li Tianba bristled at this. Hey, that is not fair. The Bingxue Wangwa has lived here for generations. Besides, isn't it colder in your far north? Are you looking to escape the cold by coming here for vacation? Qin Tian almost burst out laughing. In a critical moment, Li Tianba certainly knew how to speak his mind. The Frost Apostles were evidently incensed by Li Tianba's words. They simultaneously raised their staffs, chanting an incantation, extreme cold ice rain. Instantly, countless ice spikes rained down from above, dense as a hailstorm. Observing this, Qin Tian quickly cast a spell, Flame Sun Shield. A massive fire-red hemispherical shield enveloped the two, causing the ice spikes to vaporize upon contact. Wow, Li Tianba gushed. Big brother, you can even use fire magic? Qin Tian replied with pride. This is called comprehensive development. Do you understand? Taking advantage of the enemy's momentary distraction, Qin Tian abruptly withdrew the shield and unleashed an offensive spell, Blazing Tornado. A colossal fiery whirlwind rapidly formed, sweeping towards the Frost Apostles. The Frost Apostles hastily conjured defensive spells, yet several who reacted too slowly were scorched by the flames. Li Tianba now? Qin Tian shouted. Li Tianba understood immediately, charging towards the enemy ranks. With his sword dancing fiercely, he called out the names of his techniques. Gale, Double Slash. Piercing Strike. Whirlwind Slash. Although the names of Li Tianba's techniques sounded somewhat juvenile, one could not deny that his swordsmanship was indeed commendable. Several Frost Apostles were swiftly felled by his prowess. As the situation grew dire, the remaining Frost Apostles began to retreat. The leader of these Frost Apostles menacingly declared, "You will regret this. This is only the beginning." With that, they transformed into a swirl of cold air and vanished from sight. "Haha, we've driven them away," Li Tianba exclaimed, excitedly brandishing his sword. However, Qin Tian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This doesn't feel right. Their strength is considerable. How could they retreat so easily? Li Tianba dismissed his concerns. Perhaps they were intimidated by our power. Qin Tian shook his head. I can't shake the feeling that they were merely testing us. Let's continue our journey. There may be greater troubles awaiting us at the border. The two remounted their frost lions and pressed on toward the northern frontier. Throughout the journey, a lingering question occupied Qin Tian's mind. What exactly are these Frost Apostles, and what are their intentions? Chapter 57. The Mysterious Ice Crystal. Finally, Qin Tian and Li Tianba arrived at the northern border of the Snow Kingdom. The scenery here was far more magnificent than that of the royal capital. Majestic snow-capped mountains stretched endlessly, and the vast ice plains seemed to go on forever, with a biting chill permeating the air. Wow, it's freezing here, Li Tianba complained, shivering. Brother, do you think we could use our fighting spirit to keep warm? Qin Tian rolled his eyes. You truly are a genius. However, I suggest you conserve your energy. We may have a tough battle ahead. Just then, Qin Tian noticed a group of figures bustling about on the ice plains. He quickly grabbed Li Tianba and signaled for silence, and the two stealthily approached. Using the cover of a magical invisibility spell, Qin Tian and Li Tianba successfully crept near the group. To their astonishment, the individuals appeared to be excavating something. Look! Qin Tian pointed to an object in one person's hand, whispering, "What is that?" Li Tianba squinted for a closer look, exclaiming, "It looks like some kind of ice crystal. But why is it glowing? Could it be the legendary Nightlight ice block?" Qin Tian couldn't help but facepalm. Li Tianba, can you be serious? That's clearly an ice crystal imbued with special energy. Indeed, the crystals in the hands of the workers emitted a strange blue light, suggesting they were not ordinary ice. Interesting. Qin Tian mused. These ice crystals are certainly extraordinary. We must uncover what they're up to. At that moment, a burly man stepped into the midst of the excavators. He waved his hand, and the workers immediately ceased their tasks, respectfully gathering around him. Thank you for your hard work, the burly man said with a hint of arrogance in his voice. What have we retrieved today? A small, wiry man hurried forward and reverently replied, Report, my lord. We have unearthed 10 pieces of the frost heart today. Excellent. The burly man nodded in satisfaction. Soon, we will gather enough frost hearts, and the entire Snow Kingdom will bow before us. Hearing this, Qin Tian and Li Tianba exchanged startled glances. Clearly, these individuals harbored ulterior motives. Just then, Li Tianba felt an itch in his nose. Achoo! Although the sneeze was soft, it echoed harshly across the silent ice plains. Qin Tian's expression soured. We're exposed. Li Tianba, couldn't you hold it in? Li Tianba looked sheepish. Brother, I didn't want to. It's so cold here that my nose is practically frozen. Instantly, the group became alert, brandishing their staffs and scanning the surroundings. Who goes there? The burly man barked. Show yourselves. Qin Tian cast a helpless glance at Li Tianba, who sheepishly stuck out his tongue in apology. In that case, let us confront them head-on, Qin Tian declared as he dispelled the invisibility spell. When their figures suddenly appeared, the group was clearly taken aback. Who are you? The burly man demanded. Qin Tian smiled faintly, feigning mystery. We are here specifically to thwart your plans. Li Tianba chimed in, puffing out his chest. Indeed. We are the champions of justice, here to combat your wickedness. Qin Tian couldn't help but facepalm again. Li Tianba, could you refrain from making it worse? The burly man sneered. You two youngsters think you can stop our grand scheme? Oh. Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. Then pray tell. What is your grand scheme? The burly man laughed heartily. Since you are about to become ice sculptures, I might as well enlighten you. We are the frost apostles from the far north, and these frost hearts will help us awaken the slumbering frost giant. At that time, the entire continent will be enveloped in eternal ice. Li Tianba looked utterly perplexed. What? You want to turn the whole continent into a freezer? Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Li Tianba, your description is quite apartment. However, I am curious. Are you planning to freeze yourselves as well? The burly man turned pale with rage at this exchange. How dare you mock our noble endeavor? Frost apostles, attack. Let these two ignorant fools experience our might. At his command, the surrounding frost apostles raised their staffs and began chanting spells. Here they come. Qin Tian shouted, swiftly casting a defensive spell, Ice Shield. A massive ice shield appeared before them, blocking a barrage of ice arrows. Li Tianba, not to be outdone, gathered a surge of azure fighting spirit in his hands, shouting, Gale-shattering strike. A powerful wave of fighting spirit shot forth from Li Tianba's hands, shattering several of the enemy's magical attacks. Well done, Qin Tian praised. It seems you've been training hard. Li Tianba beamed with pride. Of course. I intend to be your right-hand man. At that moment, the burly man bellowed, Foolish youngsters. Taste this. Absolute ice prison. As he cast his spell, the ground froze, and countless ice spikes erupted from below, hurtling toward Qin Tian and Li Tianba. Watch out. Qin Tian shouted, casting another spell, Flame Sun Barrier. A vast, fiery hemispherical shield enveloped them, vaporizing the ice spikes upon contact. Wow. Li Tianba marveled. Brother, your magic is incredible. It's like ice and fire in perfect harmony. Qin Tian, too focused on maintaining the barrier, did not respond to Li Tianba's praise. Though they appeared safe for the moment, Qin Tian understood that the real challenge was only just beginning. Li Tianba, he said solemnly, when I count to 3. Drop the barrier. You distract the minions while I take on the brute, understood? Li Tianba nodded, a rare serious expression crossing his face. Understood. But can I ask a question? Qin Tian sighed. What is it? Li Tianba, looking earnest, asked, Do you think we can take some of these ice crystals back? I bet they'd make a fantastic ice-cold beer mug. Qin Tian nearly choked on Li Tianba's words. Li Tianba, is this really the time for such thoughts? All right. Li Tianba pouted. Let us get started. Good. Then on 3, 1, 2, 3, go. At Qin Tian's command, the flame sun barrier vanished. Li Tianba darted toward the group of frost apostles like an arrow, while Qin Tian charged directly at the burly man. Come at me. The burly man sneered. Let me show you the true power of frost. With a flourish of his hands, countless ice spikes appeared out of thin air, hurtling toward Qin Tian. Calm and collected, Qin Tian deftly maneuvered through the ice spikes, chanting a spell, Fire Dragon Twister. A massive fiery tornado formed, melting all the ice spikes and sweeping directly toward the burly man. What? The burly man exclaimed in shock. How can you wield fire magic? Qin Tian chuckled with satisfaction, proclaiming, This is what we call comprehensive development. Do you understand? Moreover, do you think you are the only one skilled in ice? Just as the burly man fumbled to contend with the fiery tornado, Qin Tian had stealthily approached him from behind. Hey, big guy, Qin Tian tapped the man's shoulder. Looking for me? The burly man abruptly turned around, disbelief etched on his face. Why you? How could you? Qin Tian revealed a mysterious smile, surprised. Without further ado, he unleashed a powerful punch that sent the burly man flying. Meanwhile, Li Tianba had already dealt with the majority of the Frost Apostles. Encased in azure fighting spirit, he moved through the enemy ranks as if in a realm unchallenged, each strike toppling an adversary. Big brother, Li Tianba exclaimed excitedly. We won. Qin Tian nodded. Yet his expression bore little joy. Don't celebrate too early. This is merely the beginning. He approached the burly man, looking down at him from a height. Now, it's time to reveal your true intentions, isn't it? The burly man coughed a few times, struggling to say, why you shouldn't be too pleased. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The true masterminds will soon emerge. With that, a sudden chill enveloped him, and he transformed into a mist of ice. Vanishing from sight, Qin Tian and Li Tianba had successfully repelled the Frost Apostles, but the burly man escaped at the last moment. The two began to gather the scattered frost hearts from the ground. Just as they prepared to leave, Qin Tian noticed an injured Frost Apostle who had not fully lost consciousness. He approached the individual and crouched down. Hey, Qin Tian spoke softly. Can you still hear me? The injured frost apostle remained vigilant despite his wounds, tightly closing his lips, unwilling to divulge any information. Observing this, Qin Tian silently called out, Long Di Yi. Do you have any methods for extracting information? The voice of the little dragon echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Do you really need to ask me for such trivial matters? Just then, a mysterious voice interjected, I have a way. Qin Tian was taken aback. A faint light emerged from his bosom, materializing into an ancient tome that floated in the air, revealing itself to be the secrets of the dragon clan. It spoke slowly. I possess a type of mesmerizing magic that can compel this apostle to reveal secrets while in a daze. Qin Tian exclaimed with delight, That is splendid. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed secret keeper. The secret keeper imparted the magic to Qin Tian. Following the instructions, Qin Tian cast the spell upon the frost apostle. The apostle's gaze grew vacant, and he began to mumble. The frost heart can rapidly restore magic and fighting spirit. Do these ice crystals have any special purpose? Qin Tian inquired. The frost apostle continued. The great ones say that with the rapid restoration ability of the frost hearts, they can seize the world heart of the ice and snow kingdom. Qin Tian and Li Tianba exchanged a shocked glance, each recognizing the gravity of the situation in the other's eyes. Qin Tian stood up, contemplatively gazing at the ice crystal in his hand. Li Tianba, he said, It seems the situation is far more serious than we imagined. These frost hearts not only restore magic and fighting spirit quickly, but the enemy also intends to use them to seize the world heart of our ice and snow kingdom. Li Tianba exclaimed, What? They want to steal our world heart. That is the foundation of our kingdom. Qin Tian nodded. Indeed, if the world heart falls into the hands of the enemy, the consequences would be dire. We must thwart their plans. So what shall we do next? Li Tianba asked. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. We must continue our investigation. These frost apostles surely have a lair. We must locate it and disrupt their scheme. All right. Li Tianba responded excitedly. Shall we set off now? Qin Tian nodded. Indeed. But we must exercise caution. The enemy's strength cannot be underestimated. We need to be thoroughly prepared. Thus, Qin Tian and Li Tianba, armed with the gathered frost hearts and the crucial intelligence they had obtained, resolved to delve deeper into the enemy's stronghold and continue their investigation. A grander adventure awaited them. Chapter 58. Stealthy Intrusion. Qin Tian and Li Tianba stealthily traversed the icy expanse, the chilling wind howling around them, as a towering iceberg loomed in the distance. That was their destination, the secret base of the frost apostles. Big brother, Li Tianba whispered, do you think we could just charge in and give those rascals a good thrashing? Qin Tian rolled his eyes. Li Tianba, can you think of anything besides fighting? This is the enemy's stronghold. It is surely fraught with traps. We must proceed with caution. Oh, Li Tianba replied, somewhat disappointed. Very well. But big brother, if we encounter formidable traps, can you freeze them with magic? Qin Tian shook his head in exasperation. Do you think magic is omnipotent? Besides, this place is coated in ice. My ice magic may not be very effective. Just then, Qin Tian abruptly halted, raising his hand to stop Li Tianba. What is it, big brother? Li Tianba asked, puzzled. Qin Tian pointed ahead. Look, there's an entrance. Following Qin Tian's indication, Li Tianba indeed spotted a concealed opening at the foot of the iceberg. Excellent, he exclaimed. Let us hurry inside. Qin Tian restrained the eager Li Tianba. Not so fast. Let us observe first. The two cautiously approached the entrance, and after a thorough inspection, Qin Tian confirmed there were no apparent traps before signaling for Li Tianba to follow. Upon entering the opening, a bone-chilling cold struck them. Li Tianba shivered. Big brother, it's freezing in here. Qin Tian nodded. It appears the frost apostles have frozen the entire base. We must be cautious not to be immobilized by the cold. The duo advanced through the dimly lit ice tunnel, the icy walls reflecting a faint blue light, creating an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, Li Tianba misstepped, stumbling forward. Watch out. Qin Tian reacted swiftly, grabbing the collar of Li Tianba's garment. Li Tianba, shaken, peered down to see a bottomless ice pit looming before him. Phew, thank you, big brother, he said, wiping a cold sweat from his brow. I nearly met my end here. Qin Tian exhaled in relief. It seems there are more traps here than we anticipated. We must be even more vigilant. They continued onward, with Li Tianba now taking careful steps. At that moment, Qin Tian sensed something amiss. He halted abruptly, scrutinizing his surroundings. What's wrong, big brother? Li Tianba inquired. Qin Tian remained silent, slowly raising his hand to gently touch the air. Hiss! Qin Tian gasped, quickly retracting his hand. Li Tianba stared in astonishment at Qin Tian's finger, which had developed a thin layer of frost. Is that a magical barrier? Li Tianba queried. Qin Tian nodded, indeed. And it is a very sophisticated ice magic. If we recklessly enter, we could be instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Li Tianba swallowed hard. What should we do? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian's eyes brightened. I have an idea. He retrieved a frost heart from his pocket and gently crushed it. A refreshing energy surged through him. All right, Qin Tian declared, with the protection of the frost heart, we should be able to safely pass through this magical barrier. Li Tianba quickly followed suit, crushing a frost heart of his own, and cautiously traversed the magical barrier alongside Qin Tian. Upon crossing, they found themselves in a spacious ice cave. The walls were adorned with intricate magical runes, emanating a soft blue light. Wow, Li Tianba marveled. This place looks incredible. Qin Tian nodded. Indeed, this is likely the core area of the Frost Apostles. We must be even more cautious. The two advanced carefully through the ice cave, when suddenly, Li Tianba pointed ahead and exclaimed, Big brother, what is that? Qin Tian followed the direction pointed out by Li Tianba and beheld a colossal crystal embedded in the ice wall ahead. Within the crystal, something appeared to be sealed. A vague outline barely discernible. Qin Tian frowned, contemplating whether it was some form of seal. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Someone is approaching. Li Tianba exclaimed nervously. Qin Tian swiftly pulled Li Tianba behind a massive ice column for concealment. Two Frost Apostles clad in white cloaks entered, engaged in conversation. The master said that in a few days we will gather enough frost hearts, and then we can commence the ritual, one Frost Apostle remarked. That's splendid. The other Frost Apostle replied excitedly. Once we awaken the ancient ice dragon, the entire Snow Kingdom shall bow before us. Qin Tian and Li Tianba exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in each other's eyes. After the Frost Apostles departed, Li Tianba whispered, Brother, is what they said true? Are they really going to awaken the ancient ice dragon? Qin Tian pondered for a moment, realizing that the situation was direr than they had anticipated. We must find their leader swiftly and thwart this insane plan. What shall we do now? Li Tianba inquired. Qin Tian surveyed the surroundings and pointed in a direction. There seems to be a passageway over there. We shall proceed in that direction. However, exercise caution. The traps here may become increasingly perilous. The two moved forward cautiously, encountering numerous traps and mechanisms along the way. Some were ice spikes that suddenly erupted from the ground. Others were ice cones that fell from above. And there were also mazes of ice fog that appeared unexpectedly. Each time danger loomed, Qin Tian's keen insight and extensive experience enabled him to navigate through it. Although Li Tianba occasionally acted recklessly, he could unleash formidable fighting spirit when it mattered, aiding their escape from peril. Eventually, after enduring numerous trials, Qin Tian and Li Tianba arrived before a gigantic ice door. It appears we have reached the core of the base, Qin Tian whispered. Are you ready? Li Tianba clenched his fists excitedly. I have been ready. Let us confront the leader of the Frost Apostles. Qin Tian nodded, took a deep breath, and pushed open the ice door. Chapter 59. A shocking conspiracy. Qin Tian and Li Tianba stealthily infiltrated the core area of the Frost Apostle base, and the sight before them caused them to gasp in astonishment. A massive ice crystal altar stood in the center of the expansive hall, surrounded by dozens of ice columns, each topped with a floating frost heart. Wow, brother, Li Tianba whispered in awe. This is quite a spectacle. It seems even more grand than the temple fair in our village. Qin Tian rolled his eyes. Li Tianba, can you be serious? This is clearly the preparation site for some malevolent ritual. At that moment, a deep chanting resonated through the air. The two quickly hid behind a large ice column, holding their breath as they observed the surroundings. A dozen Frost Apostles in white robes entered the hall, carefully carrying more frost hearts and placing them around the altar. Great Lord of Frost, the leading Frost Apostle prayed aloud. Please accept our sacrifice and awaken the slumbering ancient evil dragon, allowing this world to return to eternal ice. Qin Tian and Li Tianba glanced at each other, shock reflected in their eyes. Ancient evil dragon, Li Tianba whispered. Brother, what is that? Qin Tian furrowed his brow and replied softly. I am not entirely sure, but it certainly does not sound like anything good. It seems the ambitions of these Frost Apostles are greater than we imagined. Just then, a Frost Apostle suddenly turned and glanced in their direction. Qin Tian and Li Tianba instantly held their breath, afraid to make a sound. What is it? Another Frost Apostle asked. Nothing. The first Frost Apostle shook his head. Perhaps I am just too nervous. It feels as though someone is watching us. Stop being paranoid, someone else chimed in. This is our secret base. How could there be anyone infiltrating? Hurry up and prepare for the ritual. The master will be arriving shortly. Hearing this, Qin Tian quietly exhaled in relief. He turned to Li Tianba and mouthed, "We need to find a way to stop them." Li Tianba nodded and suddenly had a bright idea. Pointing at the frost hearts on the altar, Qin Tian immediately understood Li Tianba's intention and nodded in approval. Seizing the opportunity while the frost apostles were busy preparing for the ritual, Qin Tian quietly cast an invisibility spell and cautiously approached the altar. Just as he was about to touch the first frost heart, a booming voice echoed throughout the hall. "Stop!" Qin Tian spun around to see a tall, stern-looking man who had mysteriously appeared at the entrance of the hall. He was clad in a magnificent ice-blue robe and wielded a staff shimmering with cold light. "Master!" All the frost apostles immediately knelt in reverence. Qin Tian's heart sank. It was evident that this unexpected figure was the leader of the frost apostles. "Interesting." The leader of the frost apostles smirked. "I did not expect a rat to infiltrate our sacred ground. Since you are here, why not reveal yourselves?" He waved his staff, and a powerful magical wave swept through the hall. Qin Tian felt his invisibility spell shatter like paper, exposing him before everyone. "Ah, discovered." Qin Tian shrugged innocently. "Brother." Seeing this, Li Tianba also abandoned his concealment and jumped out. The leader of the frost apostles regarded the two with keen interest. "How amusing. Two little mice dared to invade my territory. Speak, who sent you?" Qin Tian smiled slightly. "We are not mere rats. I am Qin Tian, and this is my brother Li Tianba. We have come to put an end to your mad scheme." "Put an end to us?" The leader of the frost apostles laughed heartily. "You two little brats? How ridiculous." Li Tianba, offended by the remark, retorted, "Hey, you big ice block, don't underestimate us. We are quite formidable." Qin Tian helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Li Tianba, could you refrain from giving them nicknames?" The leader of the frost apostles, however, seemed unfazed and rather intrigued. "How interesting. Since you are so confident, why not tell me how you learned of our plan?" Qin Tian smiled subtly. "Isn't it simple? Your subordinates revealed the entire plan to us. Awakening the ancient evil dragon? What a mad idea. What?" The leader of the frost apostles' expression darkened as he turned to glare at his subordinates. "Who leaked our plan?" All the frost apostles lowered their heads, unable to meet their leader's gaze. Seeing this, Qin Tian continued, "Don't be hard on your subordinates. They didn't divulge willingly. Our interrogation methods are simply more refined." Li Tianba vigorously nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we are quite impressive." The leader of the frost apostles' expression fluctuated between anger and amusement before he finally sneered. "It matters not. Since you have come here, you shall never leave. Come, let me see just how formidable you truly are." With that, he swung his staff violently, sending a massive ice cone hurtling towards Qin Tian and Li Tianba. Qin Tian swiftly cast a spell. Flame Shield. A fiery red shield materialized before them, melting the ice cone. Li Tianba refused to be outdone, unleashing his fighting spirit. "Behold my might." Gale-shattering fist. A streak of azure fighting spirit shot toward the leader of the frost apostles like an arrow. However, the leader merely waved his hand lightly, effortlessly dissipating Li Tianba's attack. "Is this all you are capable of?" The leader of the frost apostles scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes. "Do not rejoice too soon. We still have many tricks up our sleeves." "Oh." The frost apostle leader raised an eyebrow, declaring that he would let them witness the spectacle. However, before proceeding, he insisted on completing the awakening ritual first. With that, he abruptly lifted his scepter, unleashing a powerful surge of magical energy that enveloped the entire hall. All the hearts of frost emitted a dazzling blue light, forming a colossal magical array. Alarmed, Qin Tian's expression shifted. The ritual was about to commence. "Li Tianba, we must stop him." Li Tianba nodded, understanding the urgency. "Leave it to me." The two acted simultaneously, one casting a spell while the other unleashed his fighting spirit toward the magical array. Yet, a formidable ice barrier obstructed their path. The frost apostle leader laughed with glee. "Too late, little mice. Witness the grand return of the ancient evil dragon to this world." As his voice echoed, the entire hall began to tremble violently, as if a colossal creature was on the verge of awakening. Qin Tian gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that the true challenge was just beginning. Chapter 60. The emergence of a strong foe. As the frost apostle leader's words resonated, the hall shook violently. Qin Tian and Li Tianba had to exert all their strength to remain steady. "Wow, big brother," Li Tianba exclaimed. "Is this an earthquake? Or are there some rascals causing a tremor underground?" Qin Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Li Tianba, can you be serious? This is clearly a powerful magical ritual." At that moment, a brilliant blue light erupted from the altar's center, shooting skyward. Subsequently, a massive figure slowly emerged from the beam of light. "Ha ha!" The frost apostle leader cackled. "The great lord of frost has finally arrived. Are you insignificant ants ready to embrace doom?" Qin Tian squinted, scrutinizing the enormous figure. However, to everyone's astonishment, when the light faded, they were met with an ice sculpture merely 3 meters tall. An awkward silence fell over the scene. My lord," a frost apostle cautiously inquired. "Is this the legendary ancient evil dragon?" The frost apostle leader's countenance darkened. Silence. There must be some mistake. Li Tianba could not contain his laughter. "Huh? This is the ancient evil dragon you worked so hard to awaken? It looks like an ice sculpture from my backyard." Qin Tian chuckled as well. "It appears your grand scheme is rather lackluster." Infuriated by their mockery, the frost apostle leader spun around, his eyes glinting with menace. "You wretched ants," he bellowed, "since the ritual has failed, I shall personally send you to hell." Before he finished speaking, his body began to transform. His skin rapidly became encrusted with frost, his height soaring to over 5 meters, and his arms morphing into sharp ice blades. "Wow," Li Tianba marveled. "Did this guy drink a transformation potion?" Qin Tian replied solemnly. "Be cautious, Li Tianba. His strength likely far exceeds our expectations." The frost apostle leader sneered. "Have you finally realized your insignificance? Unfortunately, it is too late." With that, he swung his ice blades, conjuring a massive frost hurricane that surged toward Qin Tian and Li Tianba. "Watch out!" Qin Tian shouted, simultaneously casting a spell, Flame Shield. A gigantic wall of flame materialized before them. Yet shockingly, the frost hurricane pierced through the shield and violently struck both Qin Tian and Li Tianba. They spat blood, sent crashing against the icy wall. "Big brother," Li Tianba struggled to rise. "This guy is too powerful." Qin Tian wiped the blood from his mouth, a grave expression in his eyes. Indeed, he was stronger than they had anticipated. It seemed they needed to reveal their true capabilities. The frost apostle leader looked down on them. "Is this all you can do? How disappointing. I expected a longer game." Qin Tian took a deep breath, channeling both his fighting spirit and magic. "Li Tianba, you hold him off. I will seek an opportunity for a decisive blow." Li Tianba nodded. "Understood. Watch my prowess." Gil barrage. Suddenly, his figure blurred, and countless fist shadows rained down upon the frost apostle leader. "Humph, mere tricks," the frost apostle leader scoffed, effortlessly deflecting all the attacks with his ice blades. Yet, at that moment, Qin Tian appeared behind him, Flame Dragon Fist. A colossal fire dragon erupted from Qin Tian's fist, crashing into the frost apostle leader's back with a thunderous roar that shook the entire hall. "Well done, big brother," Li Tianba cheered. However, as the smoke cleared, the frost apostle leader stood unharmed. "Is that all you've got?" He turned, coldly regarding Qin Tian. "I expected something more impressive. How disappointing." Qin Tian's heart sank. This foe was far beyond his expectations. The frost apostle leader slowly approached Qin Tian, leaving a trail of frost with each step. "Now, let me show you what true power is." With a swift motion, he conjured countless ice blades that shot toward Qin Tian and Li Tianba. Qin Tian quickly cast a spell, Firestorm. A massive fire vortex formed, melting all the ice blades. Yet, the frost apostle leader seized the opportunity, delivering a punch to Qin Tian's abdomen. PFF. Qin Tian coughed up blood, his body flying like a severed kite. "Big brother," Li Tianba cried out, rushing to assist, only to be kicked away by the frost apostle leader. "So weak," the frost apostle leader shook his head. "You dare invade my domain with such meager strength? Truly overestimating yourselves." Qin Tian struggled to rise, wiping the blood from his lips. He knew that if this continued, both he and Li Tianba would meet their end here. "What? Still unwilling to concede?" The frost apostle leader sneered. "Very well, I shall enjoy tormenting you slowly." Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. "You are right. We are indeed too weak. But have you ever heard the saying?" "What saying?" The frost apostle leader furrowed his brow. Qin Tian grinned. "The talented dare to take risks." As soon as he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from his body. A golden dragon-shaped illusion flickered behind him, instantly elevating his presence to an entirely new level. The frost apostle leader's expression changed. "What is this power?" Qin Tian did not answer, but slowly raised his hand. "Since you wish to witness true power, I shall show you what a true champion is." Li Tianba, watching from the side, was left agape. "Big brother, are you about to unleash your hidden strength?" Qin Tian smiled faintly. "No, this is merely the power I have kept concealed. It is time to get serious." The frost apostle leader, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Qin Tian, instinctively took a step back, feeling a tinge of fear for the first time. "No, it's impossible," he roared. "How could you possess such power?" Qin Tian steadily approached the frost apostle leader, each step causing the hall to tremble. "Now, let us engage in earnest." Chapter 61. The bloodline evolves again. Qin Tian steadily advanced toward the Frost Apostle leader, each step shaking the hall. The golden dragon-shaped illusion flickered behind him, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Wow, big brother!" Li Tianba exclaimed. "Are you transforming into a Super Saiyan?" Qin Tian rolled his eyes in resignation. "Li Tianba, can you refrain from joking at such a critical moment?" The Frost Apostle leader feigned calmness, sneering, "Humph, mere bluster. Even if you have a few tricks up your sleeve, it will not alter your inevitable defeat." As he spoke, he abruptly swung his arms, causing numerous colossal icicles to shoot towards Qin Tian like a torrential downpour. "Be careful, big brother," Li Tianba exclaimed in alarm. However, Qin Tian remained utterly unmoved. Just as the icicles were about to strike him, he gently raised his hand, and a golden radiance flashed, reducing all the icicles to mere dust. How is this possible? The leader of the Frost Apostles could hardly believe his eyes. Qin Tian smiled faintly. "Is this what you refer to as true power? How disappointing." This remark enraged the leader of the Frost Apostles. "You arrogant brat. Witness my ultimate move. Frost Hell." With his furious shout, the temperature in the entire hall plummeted, and a thick layer of ice instantly formed on the ground. Countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the floor, lunging towards Qin Tian and Li Tianba. "Wow," Li Tianba shouted, quickly leaping onto an ice pillar. "Big brother, does this guy want to turn us into popsicles?" Yet Qin Tian remained calm and composed. He gently lifted his foot, and a golden glow radiated from beneath him, causing all the ice spikes that approached him to melt instantaneously. "Is that all?" Qin Tian raised an eyebrow. "I expected something more formidable from you." The leader of the Frost Apostles trembled with rage. "What kind of monster are you?" Qin Tian chuckled. "I am no monster. I am merely an ordinary cultivator. However, I do possess certain unique talents." As he spoke, Qin Tian suddenly felt a fierce surge within his bloodline. An unprecedented power coursed through him as if it were breaking free from some constraint. "Is this bloodline evolution?" Qin Tian's heart raced. At that moment, the voice of Long Deyi echoed in his mind. "Young one, your bloodline is awakening a more potent force. Quickly, seize this opportunity." Qin Tian took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to channel the power within him. Seeing Qin Tian suddenly cease his movements, the leader of the Frost Apostles seized the moment to attack. Die. Frost Annihilation. A massive beam of frost shot from his hand, hurtling straight towards Qin Tian. "Big brother, be careful," Li Tianba shouted, attempting to assist, but was repelled by the overwhelming force of frost. However, just as the beam was about to strike Qin Tian, a surge of golden light erupted from within him. His body began to transform. Golden scales enveloped him, and two golden dragon horns sprouted from his head. "What is this?" The leader of the Frost Apostles staggered back in terror. Li Tianba was also left speechless. "Wow. Big brother, are you turning into a dragon? That's so cool." Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes, and within his golden vertical pupils flickered the light of wisdom. He gazed at his transformation and chuckled. "I never expected bloodline evolution would yield such results. However, it feels rather pleasant." The leader of the Frost Apostles finally regained his composure and roared. "No matter what form you take, you shall not leave here alive today." With that, he launched another attack, sending countless ice blades hurtling towards Qin Tian. Yet this time, Qin Tian did not even flinch. The ice blades melted the instant they approached his body. How can this be? The leader of the Frost Apostles could not fathom what he was witnessing. Qin Tian smiled softly. "Now, it's my turn to retaliate." He raised his hand gently, and the energy of his fighting spirit and magic merged seamlessly with the power of his five-clawed golden dragon bloodline. A beam of golden light shot forth from his palm, racing towards the leader of the Frost Apostles. No. The leader screamed in terror, desperately trying to evade. However, the light followed him relentlessly, catching up in an instant. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the entire hall. When the dust settled, the leader of the Frost Apostles lay on the ground, charred and barely breathing. "Did we win?" Li Tianba asked incredulously. Qin Tian nodded. "Yes, we have won." "That's amazing," Li Tianba exclaimed, jumping for joy. "Big brother, you are incredible. But don't you think you look a bit frightening right now?" Only then did Qin Tian recall his transformation and hastily attempt to revert to his normal form. Soon, he returned to his usual appearance. "Phew." Qin Tian sighed in relief. "I'm glad I can change back. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome to return." Li Tianba curiously inquired. "Big brother, what just happened? How did you become so powerful all of a sudden?" Qin Tian explained. "This is bloodline evolution. The five-clawed golden dragon bloodline within me has awakened a greater power." "Wow," Li Tianba said enviously. "That's amazing. When can I have a bloodline awakening too?" Qin Tian patted his shoulder with a smile. "Don't rush. You are quite formidable as well. Without your cooperation, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the enemy so smoothly. At that moment, a faint voice interrupted. Who are you? It turned out that the leader of the Frost Apostles had not yet completely lost consciousness. Qin Tian approached him. Looking down from above, we are here to thwart your insane plans. The leader of the Frost Apostles struggled to speak. You don't understand what you are doing. Awakening the ancient evil dragon is for. But before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hey, finish your sentence. Li Tianba complained. Passing out at a time like this is just rude. Qin Tian shook his head. Forget it. Let's take him back first. It seems this matter is more complicated than we anticipated. Li Tianba nodded. So what do we do now? Should we blow up the space? Qin Tian pondered for a moment. No, let's not act rashly. We need to clarify their true intentions first. However, he turned to gaze at the massive ice sculpture, this so-called ancient evil dragon. We must find a way to deal with it. What if we bring it back as an ice sculpture decoration? Li Tianba suggested. Qin Tian gave him a helpless glance. Li Tianba, can you be serious? This concerns the safety of the entire world. All right, Li Tianba pouted. So what do you suggest? Qin Tian contemplated for a moment. Let's seal this place first. After we return, we can ask the Ice Dragon King to send someone to handle it thoroughly. With that, Qin Tian began to cast a sealing spell, enveloping the entire hall in a powerful magical barrier. All right, Qin Tian clapped his hands. Let's go. It's time to report back to the Ice Dragon King. Li Tianba exclaimed excitedly. Fantastic. We have accomplished something great this time. We must celebrate properly when we return. Qin Tian chuckled and shook his head. Don't celebrate too early. I have a feeling that this incident is only the beginning. With the unconscious leader of the Frost Apostles in tow, Qin Tian and Li Tianba departed from the mysterious base. Chapter 62. A triumphant return. Qin Tian and Li Tianba, dragging the unconscious leader of the Frost Apostles, set forth on their journey back to the Ice and Snow Kingdom. Along the way, Li Tianba enthusiastically recounted their heroic exploits. Big brother, do you think the Ice Dragon King will grant us a reward? Li Tianba asked with eager anticipation. I dream of purchasing an opulent mansion. Qin Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Li Tianba, can you think of something serious? We have just averted a disaster that could have annihilated the entire world. Oh, right. Li Tianba slapped his forehead. The Ice Dragon King will surely reward us handsomely, perhaps even bestow a title upon us. Qin Tian could not help but chuckle. You only think of such things. But on another note, we indeed achieved something remarkable. While the two were exchanging banter, the silhouette of the Ice and Snow Kingdom emerged in the distance. Before they could approach the city gates, a squadron of guards riding frost lions came forth to greet them. Lord Qin Tian, Lord Li Tianba, the lead guard said respectfully. His Majesty the Ice Dragon King has already been informed of your triumphant return and is awaiting you in the palace. Li Tianba immediately leapt for joy. Wow, big brother. We are already famous even before returning. Qin Tian laughed and shook his head. Come on, let us not keep His Majesty waiting. A procession of individuals entered the city with great fervor. The streets were thronged with jubilant citizens who chanted the names of Qin Tian and Li Tianba, as if welcoming triumphant heroes. Wow, big brother, exclaimed Li Tianba, brimming with excitement. We are like superstars. Qin Tian smiled and waved to the crowd. Yet his mind was preoccupied with deeper concerns. This incident was likely just the tip of the iceberg, concealing a more significant conspiracy beneath. Before long, they arrived at the grand hall of the palace. The Ice Dragon King sat regally upon the throne, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Qin Tian, Li Tianba. The Ice Dragon King proclaimed with authority, you have rendered extraordinary service, greatly benefiting the Ice and Snow Kingdom and the world at large. Li Tianba, elated, replied, Your Majesty, you flatter us. It is merely our duty. Qin Tian respectfully bowed, stating, Your Majesty, we have simply done our part. However, it appears that matters may not yet be fully resolved. The Ice Dragon King nodded. Indeed, we have gleaned some astonishing news from the intelligence you provided. Bring forth the prisoner. Two guards escorted the now conscious leader of the Frost Apostles into the chamber. Speak, the Ice Dragon King coldly commanded. What is your true intention? The Frost Apostle leader hung his head in silence. Suddenly, Qin Tian interjected, Your Majesty, permit me to attempt this. Upon receiving the Ice Dragon King's consent, Qin Tian approached the Frost Apostle leader and spoke softly. Do you know? We have already learned your entire plan from your subordinates. Now, I simply wish to confirm whether you truly intend to use that so-called ancient evil dragon to obliterate the world. The Frost Apostle leader abruptly raised his head, exclaiming, What? Impossible. How could we? Mid-sentence, he realized he had fallen into a trap and quickly shut his mouth. Qin Tian smiled slightly. It seems the situation is not as straightforward as we presumed. The Ice Dragon King's eyes glimmered with approval. Indeed. Qin Tian had skillfully extracted crucial information with just a few words. At that moment, Li Tianba chimed in. Shall I employ my ultimate technique, the Gale Assault? To make him speak? I assure you it is more effective than torture. The assembly erupted in laughter. Even the previously tense atmosphere lightened. The Ice Dragon King waved his hand. No need. Lock him in the ice chamber. We shall interrogate him at our leisure. After the guards escorted the Frost Apostle leader away, the Ice Dragon King turned to Qin Tian and Li Tianba, a rare smile illuminating his face. Qin Tian, Li Tianba. The Ice Dragon King declared, your performance this time has greatly pleased me. As a reward, I have decided. Li Tianba's ears perked up, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qin Tian. The Ice Dragon King continued, I hereby appoint you as the Grand Commander of the Ice and Snow Kingdom to lead the national army. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian respectfully bowed, affirming, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to serving the Ice and Snow Kingdom. As for Li Tianba, the Ice Dragon King glanced at him, whose face was alight with expectation. In recognition of your bravery and strength, I bestow upon you the title of Frost Warrior, along with a luxurious residence in the heart of the royal city and a domain to govern at your discretion. Wow, this is fantastic, Li Tianba exclaimed, jumping with joy. Thank you, your majesty. Qin Tian sighed, shaking his head, thinking to himself that this fellow truly remained unchanged. At that moment, Xiao Chui and Xue Er entered the hall. Qin Tian, Xiao Chui exclaimed excitedly as she rushed over. I am so relieved you are safe. We were so worried. Xue Er gracefully approached Qin Tian, softly saying, Welcome back, my hero. As Qin Tian gazed at the two enchanting ladies beside him, warmth enveloped his heart. He knew that no matter what difficulties lay ahead, as long as they were by his side, there was nothing to fear. The Ice Dragon King observed this tender scene with a benevolent smile. Very well, he said. Tonight we shall host a grand celebration banquet to honor our heroes. Upon hearing the word celebration banquet, Li Tianba's eyes instantly lit up. Wonderful. I want to sample all the culinary delights of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. Qin Tian chuckled, shaking his head. Li Tianba, must you always think of food? What's wrong with that? Li Tianba replied innocently. I need to replenish my energy for the next adventure. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Thus, amidst merriment, Qin Tian and Li Tianba concluded this thrilling adventure. Yet, they both understood that this was merely the beginning of greater challenges to come. That evening, the banquet was resplendent, with the entire palace adorned and guests aplenty. Qin Tian and Li Tianba became the center of attention, with countless nobles and officials eager to engage in conversation. Lord Qin Tian, a bashful young noblewoman, inquired, Might you share how you vanquished that fearsome enemy? Before Qin Tian could respond, he felt sharp pangs on either side. It was Xiao Chui and Xue Er, each tugging playfully at his waist. Ouch! Qin Tian exclaimed, What are you two doing? Xiao Chui pouted, Humph. It seems some people have become too conceited, forgetting their own identity. Xue Er, with an elegant smile, added, Indeed, Lord Qin Tian. Why not tell us how you defeated those infatuated admirers? A cold sweat broke out on Qin Tian's brow as he hurriedly turned to the noblewoman. I apologize, but I suddenly recalled an urgent matter I must attend to. Excuse me. With that, he fled the scene under the escort of Xiao Chui and Xue Er. Li Tianba, witnessing this spectacle, could not contain his laughter. Huh? Big brother Qin Tian, it seems you have encountered an enemy even more formidable than the Frost Apostle leader. Chapter 63. A moonlit encounter. After the celebration banquet concluded, Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and Xue Er stumbled along the path back to their lodgings. The moonlight bathed them in a gentle glow, adding a touch of ethereal beauty to the enchanting night. Wow, I may have had a bit too much to drink. Xiao Chui giggled, her steps unsteady. She nearly lost her balance. Qin Tian, quick to react, caught her. Be careful, don't fall. Xue Er chimed in with a light laugh. Indeed, especially considering how many drinks someone had. Qin Tian, you truly are the king of wine and night. Qin Tian rubbed his flushed face. Exasperated, don't remind me. I feel as though I'm floating in the clouds. Those nobles can drink endlessly. I can barely keep up. Suddenly, Xiao Chui exclaimed, Oh no. My shoelace is undone. She squatted to tie it, while Qin Tian and Xue Er paused to wait. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Chui lost her balance and fell backward. Qin Tian swiftly reached out to steady her, resulting in all three of them tumbling into a heap. Ouch! They cried in unison when they regained their senses. Qin Tian found himself atop Xiao Chui, while Xue Er had fallen onto his back. The position was undeniably intimate, causing all three to blush. Ahem. Qin Tian awkwardly cleared his throat. Let's get up quickly. In a flurry, they scrambled to their feet, brushing off the dust. Xiao Chui and Xue Er exchanged sly glances, both recognizing the amusement in each other's eyes. Finally, the trio arrived at Qin Tian's quarters. As he fumbled for the key, he struggled to align it with the lock. Let me try? Xiao Chui seized the key, exuding confidence. Yet, after several unsuccessful attempts, Xue Er shook her head. It seems we cannot rely on you too. With grace, she took the key, and with a gentle turn, the door swung open. Wow, Xue Er, you are amazing, Xiao Chui exclaimed in awe. Qin Tian also gave her a thumbs up, as expected of a princess, even opening doors so elegantly. Xue Er smiled modestly. You flatter me. It was necessary to lend a hand since you two couldn't even manage the door. 3 individuals entered the room with laughter. Qin Tian fumbled to turn on the light, but accidentally knocked over a vase. With a crash, the vase shattered into several pieces. Oh no, Qin Tian lamented. This is terrible. It was a gift from the Ice Dragon King. Xiao Chui comforted him, saying, it's all right. We can buy a new one together tomorrow and just say it was an accident. However, Xue Er smiled mysteriously and said, there's no need for that trouble. With a gentle wave of her hand, a blue light flashed, and the broken vase miraculously restored itself. Wow! Both Qin Tian and Xiao Chui exclaimed in unison. Xue Er, when did you learn such incredible magic? Xue Er proudly replied, this is a new restoration spell I just mastered. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Qin Tian gave her a thumbs up. My princess, you are remarkable. From now on, if we accidentally break anything, we will rely on you. The trio continued their playful banter and made their way to the living room, where Qin Tian finally turned on the light. However, at that moment, they were all taken aback. The living room was in disarray, cluttered with clothes and miscellaneous items that had not been tidied up. Qin Tian scratched his head awkwardly and said, I've been so busy lately that I didn't have a chance to clean up. Xiao Chui and Xue Er exchanged knowing smiles, clearly amused by their great hero's ineptitude with household chores. Enough of that, Qin Tian blushed. How about we go out for a late-night snack? No need. Xue Er replied, we'll help you clean up. Thus, the 3 began a rather tipsy cleaning spree. Xiao Chui took charge of the clothes. Xue Er organized the books, while Qin Tian swept and mopped the floor. However, their intoxication evidently hindered their efficiency. Xiao Chui accidentally folded Qin Tian's underwear into his coat, while Xue Er placed advanced magic theory alongside culinary mastery. Meanwhile, Qin Tian created an artistic pattern of water stains with the mop. Haha. Seeing each other's masterpieces, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right. Qin Tian wiped away tears of laughter. Let's take a break and finish this tomorrow. At that moment, Xiao Chui suddenly suggested, hey, how about we play a game? What game? Qin Tian inquired curiously. Xiao Chui smiled mysteriously. How about truth or dare? Sure. Xue Er unexpectedly agreed with enthusiasm. Thus, the 3 settled around the coffee table, embarking on a game that appeared simple, yet harbored hidden intricacies. I'll go first. Xiao Chui exclaimed. Qin Tian, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for that noble lady? Qin Tian nearly choked on his drink. Of course not. My heart only belongs to you two. The moment he said it, he regretted his words. Oh, Xue Er narrowed her eyes. Then which one of us do you prefer? Qin Tian felt as if he had fallen into a trap. You both are wonderful. Just like my left and right hands. I can't do without either. Xiao Chui and Xue Er exchanged satisfied glances, clearly pleased with his answer. The game continued, with bolder inquiries and an increasingly lively atmosphere. Before they knew it, the moon had risen high in the sky. Oh dear, it's so late. Xiao Chui exclaimed as she glanced out the window. Xue Er stood up and stretched. Indeed. Time flies. We should head back to rest. Qin Tian looked at the 2 and suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. Why don't you both stay here tonight? My room is spacious enough for 3. Xiao Chui and Xue Er exchanged glances, a faint blush appearing on their cheeks. Well, all right then, Xiao Chui said softly. Xue Er nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio entered Qin Tian's bedroom. The room was indeed large, but felt somewhat cramped at that moment. An indescribable atmosphere of ambiguity enveloped the air. I'll go take a shower, Qin Tian said, hastily retreating to the bathroom. When he emerged, he found Xiao Chui and Xue Er had changed into his pajamas and were whispering on the bed. They looked particularly adorable in his sleepwear. Ahem. Qin Tian awkwardly cleared his throat. I think I'll sleep on the sofa. No way, Xiao Chui exclaimed, pulling him back. The bed is so big. It would be unfair for you to sleep on the sofa. Xue Er nodded. Yes, we should all sleep together. After all, we are like family. Qin Tian felt his heart racing. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate? Xiao Chui teased, winking playfully. We are comrades in arms, after all. This will only strengthen our bond. Shuai added with a smile. Exactly. Are you afraid we will eat you? Thus, under the insistence of the two girls, Qin Tian found himself lying in the middle of the bed. The room was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, casting an ambiguous hue over everything. Good night, Qin Tian said awkwardly, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. Good night, Xiao Shui and Shui replied in unison, their voices tinged with mischief. As the night deepened, moonlight streamed through the curtains onto the bed. Qin Tian felt as though he were lying in a vast furnace, overwhelmed by heat. He carefully adjusted his breathing, wary of disturbing the two beautiful girls beside him. After an indeterminate time, he sensed movements on either side. He opened his eyes to see Xiao Shui and Shui gazing at him with fervent expressions. Qin Tian, they both began simultaneously. What transpired next felt like a beautiful dream. Beneath the moonlight, the three youthful figures entwined in a symphony of love and desire. When the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, Qin Tian awoke. He gazed at the slumbering forms of Xiao Shui and Shui beside him, filled with happiness and contentment. Good morning, my princesses, Qin Tian whispered. Xiao Shui and Shui stirred awake at almost the same moment, and upon seeing each other, they couldn't help but laugh. What a lovely morning, Shui said with a smile. Xiao Shui playfully remarked, indeed. But I think we should have more of these late-night chats. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian felt his face flush. Ahem, let us have breakfast first. And so, amidst laughter and joy, the trio began a new day. Although countless challenges awaited them, at that moment, their hearts were filled only with one another. This warm morning perhaps heralded the beginning of a new chapter in their relationship. Qin Tian silently vowed that no matter what difficulties lay ahead, he would protect the two most important people by his side. Chapter 64. The door to the secret realm. Just as the three were about to share a morning kiss, an urgent knocking at the door shattered the intimate atmosphere like ice cast into a hot spring. Lord Qin Tian, Princess Shui, His Majesty the Ice Dragon King summons you, came the anxious voice of a guard from outside. Oh no, Xiao Shui gasped. Could we have been discovered? Qin Tian quickly reassured them. Do not panic. Even if we were found out, our love is genuine. If worst comes to worst, we can elope. Shui chuckled. Only you would say that. I can see you would rather be turned into an ice pop by my father. The three hurriedly donned their clothes and rushed to the royal palace's grand hall. Along the way, Qin Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. Could they really have been discovered? Should he concoct an excuse, perhaps saying they were all researching new magical techniques? However, upon arriving at the hall, they found the Ice Dragon King wearing an unusually serious expression, indicating he had important matters to discuss. Qin Tian secretly sighed in relief. It seemed the summons was not about the previous night. Qin Tian, Shui, Xiao Shui, the Ice Dragon King began. I have something important to announce. The three held their breath, awaiting the king's next words. In our ice and snow kingdom, the Ice Dragon King continued, there exists an ancient secret realm that may be connected to the heart of the world. The heart of the world? Qin Tian echoed in astonishment. Is that the legendary artifact said to control the world? Surely, it cannot be the fabled red button that could bring about the world's demise? The Ice Dragon King cast a helpless glance at Qin Tian, stating, this is not the time for jest. This secret realm is fraught with peril, and few explorers from generations past have returned unscathed. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shui inquired, Father, why are you revealing this to us now? The Ice Dragon King sighed. Recently, I have sensed an unusual surge of energy emanating from the secret realm. I fear that if we do not embark on an exploration soon, unforeseen dangers may arise. Qin Tian immediately comprehended the Ice Dragon King's intent. Your Majesty, are you suggesting that we venture into the secret realm? What an extraordinary task this is. Surely, we are not being sent as mere cannon fodder? Qin Tian, Shui shot him a disapproving glare. Do not speak so carelessly. The Ice Dragon King, with a serious tone, replied, you are my most trusted individuals, and you are the ones most likely to succeed. Xiao Shui jumped up in excitement. Wonderful. Another adventure awaits. I must bring my lucky undergarments. Both Qin Tian and Shui rolled their eyes simultaneously, thinking, this girl, how can she think of such things at a time like this? Shui, however, appeared somewhat anxious. Father, must we truly go? The Ice Dragon King gazed at his daughter and gently replied, Shui, I understand your concerns. However, this matter not only pertains to the safety of our ice and snow kingdom, but may also influence the fate of the entire world. Qin Tian took Shui's hand firmly and declared, do not worry. With me by your side, I will ensure your safety. If necessary, I shall shield you from all dangers with my very body. Xiao Shui chuckled from the side. With your petite frame, what can you possibly shield? At that moment, The grand hall's doors were suddenly thrust open, and Li Tian rushed in, panting heavily, nearly slipping on the polished floor. "Brother, I heard you are venturing into the secret realm, and I must join you," he exclaimed excitedly. "I am a professional realm explorer." The sudden appearance of Li Tian startled everyone. The Ice Dragon King frowned and questioned, "Li Tian, who permitted you to enter? Since when did you become a professional realm explorer?" Li Tian scratched his head sheepishly. "Hee, I overheard you from outside. As for being professional, I have played many adventure games." Qin Tian chuckled resignedly. "Li Tian, well, with you along, I shall indeed feel more at ease. At least someone can help carry our supplies." The Ice Dragon King pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well, the four of you shall go together. But remember to exercise caution. Li Tian, do not apply your gaming experiences to reality." "Understood." The four responded in unison, with Li Tian enthusiastically saluting in a wobbly manner. Over the following days, Qin Tian and his companions prepared for their exploration of the secret realm. They gathered a plethora of supplies and studied every piece of information they could find regarding the realm. Xiao Chui insisted on bringing her collection of lucky undergarments, while Li Tian insisted on carrying his adventure essentials, which included a book titled Realm Exploration for Dummies. Finally, the day of departure arrived. At the palace gates, the Ice Dragon King personally bid them farewell. "Remember," he said solemnly, "no matter what difficulties you encounter, you must remain united. The dangers within the secret realm are unpredictable. You must look out for one another." Qin Tian nodded, assuring, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I will lead everyone back safely. If all else fails, I shall use Li Tian as bait." "Hey," Li Tian protested, "I am here to help, not to be used as bait." Shuer embraced her father tenderly. "Father, we will surely succeed." Xiao Chui chimed in, "Your Majesty, do not worry. I will take good care of Shuer. Do you have any souvenirs you wish us to bring back?" The Ice Dragon King chuckled with exasperation. "You all returning safely is the best gift I could ask for." And so, in the morning light, the four set forth on their journey into the secret realm. They were unaware of what awaited them ahead, but they understood that as long as they stood together, no obstacle was insurmountable. As they began to fade into the horizon, the Ice Dragon King's voice echoed behind them. "Travel cautiously. We await your triumphant return. And Qin Tian, do not forget to take good care of my precious daughter." Qin Tian turned back and called out, "Your Majesty, have no fear. I will guard Shuer with my life." Xiao Chui interjected, "What about me?" Qin Tian quickly added, "Of course. You too, Xiao Chui." Li Tian, unwilling to be left out, asked, "What about me?" Qin Tian rolled his eyes, "You are on your own." The four exchanged laughter as they gradually ventured further away. The Ice Dragon King watched their receding figures, feeling both anxious and hopeful. He knew that this adventure would not only determine the fate of the Ice and Snow Kingdom, but could also alter the lives of these young souls forever. Qin Tian cast one last glance at the distant Ice and Snow Kingdom, silently vowing to protect those he cherished and to fulfill this mission. Naturally, if he could unearth treasures within the secret realm and perhaps earn a little fortune along the way, that would be even better. An unknown adventure awaited them. And this was merely the beginning. Qin Tian could not help but imagine the various extraordinary encounters they might experience within the secret realm. Perhaps they would meet an ice sculpture that could speak, or discover a magical device that controlled the weather, or perhaps find a lamp that could grant 3 wishes. "Hey, Qin Tian." Xiao Chui's voice broke his reverie. "What are you daydreaming about? Surely you aren't thinking of anything inappropriate?" Qin Tian awkwardly cleared his throat. "Ahem, of course not. I was contemplating our next course of action." Shuer regarded him with suspicion. "Really? Then what is your plan?" Qin Tian's mind raced. "Certainly, we should first locate a safe place to set up camp, and then, study the terrain of the secret realm." Li Tian excitedly suggested, "Great idea. We could turn it into a game. Whoever finds the entrance first becomes the leader." All right. Qin Tian replied with resignation, "We are not here for a picnic. However, the one who finds the entrance will indeed receive a reward." "What reward?" the other 3 asked in unison. Qin Tian smiled mysteriously. "Well, that shall be revealed once we find it." Thus, amidst laughter and joy, the 4 embarked towards the enigmatic secret realm. They were unaware of the trials that awaited them, yet they knew that as long as they were together, there was nothing to fear. After all, this was a journey filled with uncertainties. Who knows, they might discover a factory capable of mass-producing the Heart of Frost, or perhaps a magical device that controlled the ice cream supply of the entire Ice and Snow Kingdom. Chapter 65. The Ice and Snow Labyrinth. Qin Tian, Shuer, Xiao Chui, and Li Tian stood before the entrance to the secret realm, gazing at the shrouded mist that lay ahead, feeling a sense of trepidation. "Ah, brother." Li Tian scratched his head. "Are you certain this is the entrance?" It looks more like the mouth of a giant. Qin Tian rolled his eyes. Li Tian, could you refrain from such peculiar analogies? This is clearly a magical barrier. Xiao Chui leaped with excitement. This is fantastic. Are we to say an incantation to enter? Like in the movies? Perhaps open sesame? Shuer shook her head in resignation. Xiao Chui, this is not a fairy tale. We must use our strength and wisdom to break this barrier. Qin Tian took a deep breath. All right, everyone, are you ready? We are about to enter. With that, he reached out to touch the barrier. A dazzling light flashed, and the four felt as though the world was spinning. When they regained their bearings, they found themselves within a vast ice and snow labyrinth. Wow! Xiao Chui exclaimed, this is absolutely magnificent. It feels like we have stepped into a colossal refrigerator. Li Tian exclaimed, this is so cool. Can we skate here? Qin Tian replied sternly, enough of that. We need to find a way out of this maze. Shuer carefully examined their surroundings, noting that the ice walls were inscribed with peculiar runes, which may serve as clues. The four began to cautiously navigate through the labyrinth. However, after taking just a few steps, Li Tianba accidentally slipped and fell heavily onto the icy surface. Ouch! He cried out, my backside. It feels as though someone has jabbed me with an ice pick. Xiao Chui could not hold back her laughter, exclaiming, huh, Li Tianba, are you performing ice ballet? Qin Tian, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and said, Li Tianba, could you please be more careful? There may be traps everywhere. Shuer gently helped Li Tianba soothe the sore spot, asking, are you alright? Would you like me to cast a healing spell for you? Li Tianba's face flushed instantly. No need, I'm fine. At that moment, Qin Tian suddenly noticed some peculiar patterns on the ground. Wait, he crouched down for a closer look. These patterns appear to be some kind of map. Xiao Chui said excitedly, really? Does that mean we found a way out? Qin Tian shook his head. It's not that simple. This map seems to be a riddle of sorts. We must solve it to find the correct path. Shuer, deep in thought, remarked. I sense that these ice walls harbor powerful magical energy. Perhaps we can utilize this energy to unravel the riddle. Thus, the four of them embarked on their journey of deciphering the mystery. They encountered various bizarre obstacles, moving ice walls, sudden ice spikes, and even talking ice sculptures. Hey, handsome and beautiful folks, a bearded ice sculpture suddenly spoke. If you wish to pass, you must answer my riddle. Li Tianba jumped in fright. My goodness. How can this ice sculpture talk? Xiao Chui exclaimed with excitement. This is so interesting. Quick, ask away, I love riddles. The ice sculpture cleared its throat. All right. Listen carefully. I am the spirit of ice and snow, yet I can bring warmth. I am the embodiment of cold, yet I can melt hearts. Who am I? The four exchanged glances, unable to find an answer at first. Li Tianba scratched his head. Is it a hot water bottle? Qin Tian shot him a disapproving look. Li Tianba, could you please think a little harder? This is an ice and snow realm. How could it be a hot water bottle? Suddenly, Xiao Chui had a moment of inspiration. I know. It is love. The ice sculpture burst into laughter. Clever girl. Indeed, it is love. You may pass. With that, the ice sculpture cleared a path. Qin Tian gazed at Xiao Chui in astonishment. I didn't expect you to be so poetic. Xiao Chui replied proudly, of course. I've read plenty of romance novels. Shuer smiled and said, it seems this maze is not only testing our intellect, but also our emotions and imagination. As they continued on, they faced numerous strange challenges. Ice-locked passages that required magic to thaw, crystalline barriers that demanded brute force to shatter, and even balance beams that necessitated teamwork to navigate. Before one particularly difficult obstacle, Qin Tian had a brilliant idea. I have a plan. Li Tianba, Haven T, you always wanted to show off? Let's use you as a human cannonball to launch you across. Li Tianba looked horrified. What? Brother, you can't be serious. Xiao Chui exclaimed, great idea. I'll handle the launch. Shuer sighed. You two stop joking around. We must take every challenge seriously. After several hours of effort, the four finally arrived at the center of the maze. Before them stood a colossal ice sculpture altar, intricately engraved with a magical array. This must be the core of the maze, Qin Tian said. We need to find a way to activate this magical array. Shuer studied the array closely, noting that the runes seemed to describe some kind of ritual. Xiao Chui suddenly remarked, have you all noticed that the shape of this magical array resembles, that thing? Li Tianba's eyes widened. Wow. It really does. Could this be some sort of lewd magic? Qin Tian shook his head in exasperation. You too. Can you please refrain from thinking in that direction? This is clearly an ancient sacrificial ritual. Shuer pondered. Perhaps we need to use our powers to activate it. Thus, the four of them positioned themselves at each corner of the magical array and began to release their energies. Qin Tian's golden dragon force, Shuer's ice magic, Xiao Chui's fiery combat energy, and Li Tianba's gale force intertwined within the array. Suddenly, the entire altar began to glow, and a powerful wave of energy erupted from its center. We did it! Qin Tian shouted with excitement. However, at that moment, the ground began to shake violently. What is happening? Xiao Chui asked in panic. Shui'er's face grew serious. It seems we have activated not just the magical array, but the entire realm. Li Tianba exclaimed. We're doomed. We haven't awakened some terrifying monster, have we? Qin Tian remained calm. Stay composed. No matter what happens, we can handle it. Remember, we are a team. Just then, a vortex appeared at the center of the altar, and a powerful suction began to draw the four of them in. Hold on tight. Qin Tian shouted. Reaching out to grab Shui'er and Xiao Chui, Li Tianba desperately clutched the hem of Qin Tian's clothes. Brother, don't leave me behind. In a whirl of dizziness, the four were pulled into the vortex. They were unsure of what awaited them, but they knew that as long as they were together, nothing could frighten them. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a completely new space. It was no longer a world of ice and snow, but rather. Chapter 66. The Ice Beast Qin Tian, Shui'er, Xiao Chui, and Li Tianba had just escaped the icy maze, and before they could catch their breath, they were met with an earth-shattering roar. My heavens! Li Tianba exclaimed, what is that sound? Is someone's stomach growling? Xiao Chui rolled her eyes. Li Tianba, could you please stop thinking about food? This is clearly the roar of some colossal beast. Qin Tian scanned the surroundings warily. Everyone be cautious. It seems we are in trouble. Shui'er furrowed her brow. I sense a powerful chill approaching. This is definitely not an ordinary creature. As soon as she finished speaking, a massive figure emerged from the distant ice fog. It was an enormous ice beast, covered in thick icy armor, its eyes glowing with a haunting blue light. Wow! Li Tianba's eyes widened. This creature is even bigger than my grandmother's refrigerator. Qin Tian sighed in exasperation. Li Tianba, this is not the time for jokes. We need to figure out how to deal with this giant. Xiao Chui rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling with fiery determination. Fantastic. Finally, a chance to show my skills. Watch me roast this big ice chunk with my phoenix flames. However, just as Xiao Chui was about to strike, the ice beast suddenly opened its massive mouth and unleashed a powerful blast of icy air. Watch out! Qin Tian shouted, quickly casting a spell, Solar Shield. A gigantic fire shield appeared before them, blocking the icy onslaught. Yet, the shield soon began to crack under the pressure of the chilling attack. This beast is stronger than I anticipated. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. We need a plan. Suddenly, Xiao Chui had a flash of inspiration. I have an idea. Qin Tian, how about we combine our phoenix flames? Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Great idea. You handle the fire, and I will amplify your power. Shui'er nodded. I will support you both by using ice magic to restrain the beast. What about me? Li Tianba asked, feeling a bit left out. Qin Tian patted his shoulder. You cheer us on from the sidelines. Xiao Chui took a deep breath and began to gather her phoenix energy. Flames swirled around her, and a fiery phoenix silhouette flickered behind her. Phoenix rebirth. Xiao Chui shouted, sending a massive wave of flames toward the ice beast. Qin Tian followed closely behind. Five-clawed golden dragon amplification. The golden dragon energy intertwined with Xiao Chui's phoenix flames, creating an even more potent attack. Shui'er also joined in, ice and snowstorm. She summoned a flurry of ice and snow, launching it at the beast from the side. The ice giant was caught off guard by the sudden attack, letting out a thunderous roar. Wonderful! Exclaimed Li Tianba, jumping with excitement beside them. You are incredible! Look, the massive ice block is almost melting. However, the ice giant was not defeated. Instead, it became even more enraged. It stomped its foot, causing the ground to freeze. Watch out! Qin Tian shouted, everyone. Be careful of your footing. Li Tianba, caught off guard, slipped and fell flat on his back. Ouch! He cried out, my backside. It feels as though I've sat on a block of ice. Taking advantage of this, the ice giant lunged at Li Tianba. Li Tianba, Qin Tian yelled anxiously. But he was too far away to assist. At that critical moment, Xiao Chui suddenly unleashed a more potent power. Her eyes sparkled with flames, and she seemed to transform into a true phoenix. Dare you harm my friend? Xiao Chui coldly declared, taste this. Phoenix Nirvana ultimate form. Before anyone's eyes, Xiao Chui metamorphosed into a colossal fire phoenix, crashing directly into the ice giant. The searing flames instantly engulfed the beast, swiftly melting away its icy armor. All were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Wow! Li Tianba marveled. Xiao Chui, when did you become so powerful? Xiao Chui, slightly taken aback, replied, I don't know. This power seems to have erupted naturally. Qin Tian contemplated. It appears your phoenix bloodline has fully awakened. This move, Phoenix Nirvana ultimate form, is truly remarkable. Shui'er also expressed her admiration. Xiao Chui, you are incredible. Now we finally possess a weapon to combat the ice. However, just when they believed victory was within reach, the ice giant suddenly broke free from the flames. Although most of its icy armor had melted, it still stood tall. What? Qin Tian gasped. This creature hasn't fallen yet. Li Tianba swallowed hard. Brother, have we provoked something formidable? The ice giant wobbled as it rose, the blue light in its eyes intensifying. It howled to the heavens, and the temperature around them plummeted. Not good. Qin Tian warned. It's going to launch its final attack. Everyone, be cautious. The ice giant opened its massive maw, unleashing an even more potent chill. It's over. It's over. Li Tianba exclaimed in panic. Are we about to become popsicles? At this critical juncture, both Qin Tian and Xiao Chui felt the bloodline power within them stir. An unprecedented strength surged through their bodies. It's time. Qin Tian roared. Ancestral dragon bloodline, awaken. Phoenix bloodline, ignite. Xiao Chui also shouted. Golden light radiated from Qin Tian, and a gigantic golden dragon phantom appeared behind him, while Xiao Chui was enveloped in blazing flames, transforming into a true phoenix. Five-clawed golden dragon break. Phoenix Nirvana ultimate flame. Two powerful beams of energy shot forth from Qin Tian and Xiao Chui, piercing through the ice giant's body. The beast let out a mournful cry, crashing to the ground and disintegrating into a pile of ice shards. Silence enveloped the scene as all gazed, astonished, at Qin Tian and Xiao Chui. My heavens! Li Tianba was the first to react. Have you both activated some sort of cheat? Shui'er looked at them tenderly. I never imagined you possessed such hidden strength. It is truly remarkable. Qin Tian and Xiao Chui exchanged shy smiles. Just then, the corpse of the ice giant began to glow. A translucent ice crystal floated out. This is... Qin Tian cautiously caught the ice crystal. Shui'er examined it closely. It appears to be some form of energy crystal. Perhaps it is the essence of the ice giant. Xiao Chui exclaimed with delight. Fantastic. Not only did we defeat the monster, but we also acquired a treasure. Li Tianba leaned in. Hey, do you think this thing is edible? Perhaps consuming it would grant us the ice giant's power. Qin Tian shot him a helpless glance. Must you always think about food? Such a precious item requires thorough study. Thus, after an exhilarating battle, Qin Tian and his companions not only successfully repelled the ice giant, but also made an unexpected gain. Little did they know that this was merely the beginning of their adventures in the secret realm, with more challenges awaiting them. However, at this moment, they wished only to celebrate this hard-won victory. Let us go. Qin Tian smiled. We should find a place to rest. Who knows what we will encounter next? I agree. Li Tianba immediately chimed in. It would be best to find a spot to warm ourselves. I feel as though my backside is about to freeze solid. The group erupted into laughter as they continued deeper into the secret realm. Chapter 67. Illusory Trials. Qin Tian, Shui'er, Xiao Chui, and Li Tianba had just repelled the ice giant and were preparing to move forward when the scenery before them began to distort and transform. My heavens! Li Tianba exclaimed. Could it be that the corpse of that massive ice block released some sort of toxic gas? I feel like I've had one too many drinks. Xiao Chui rolled her eyes. Li Tianba, can you not always think about drinking? This is clearly some form of illusion magic. Qin Tian cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Everyone, be vigilant. It seems we have encountered a new trial. Shui'er frowned. I sense a peculiar energy fluctuation. This illusion appears capable of directly influencing our inner selves. No sooner had she spoken than a mysterious force separated the four, each entering a distinct illusory space. Qin Tian found himself standing in a resplendent palace, surrounded by various rare treasures and powerful magical artifacts. A phantom voice echoed in his ear. Qin Tian, haven't you always yearned for power? Behold these treasures. They can all be yours. Just abandon those tedious moral constraints and focus solely on the pursuit of power, and you shall become the ruler of this world. Qin Tian felt himself drawn to these treasures, contemplating, if I could obtain these, my strength would surely skyrocket. Just then, he recalled the smiling faces of Shui'er, Xiao Chui, and Li Tianba. Shaking his head vigorously, he declared, No, power is important, but I seek strength to protect those around me, not to dominate the world. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui found herself engulfed in a sea of flames. The surrounding fire mocked her relentlessly. Look at you, claiming to be the heir of the Phoenix bloodline, yet unable to control even a small flame. You are nothing but a fraud, destined never to become a true Phoenix. Initially shaken by these voices, self-doubt flooded her heart. But soon, she remembered Qin Tian's encouragement and trust. No, you are mistaken. Xiao Chui shouted defiantly. I may not be strong enough yet, but I will continue to improve. And one day, I will become a true Phoenix. As she spoke, Her phoenix bloodline within her reacted, and the surrounding flames began to bow before her. Shui, on the other hand, found herself before the throne of the Ice Kingdom. The phantom of the Ice Dragon King appeared before her. Shui, you are my heir, destined to become the Ice Queen. You do not need those outsiders, especially that Qin Tian. Abandon them and focus on your mission. Shui hesitated for a moment, but soon resolutely replied, No, father. I love my country, but I also love Qin Tian and my friends. I will safeguard this nation in my own way, not by forsaking those I cherish. Li Tianba's illusion was a vast culinary paradise. With an array of delectable dishes laid before him, tempting him, Li Tianba stopped following Qin Tian and the others on their wild adventures. Stay here, endless food awaits you. Li Tianba gulped, nearly succumbing to the temptation. Yet, he suddenly recalled the beautiful face of an Ing and the joyful times spent adventuring with Qin Tian and the others. No, Li Tianba resolutely declared, while delectable cuisine is indeed a delight, food devoid of friends to share it with possesses no soul. Furthermore, I must prove my prowess to an Ing. At that moment, as the four individuals overcame their inner trials, a mysterious figure quietly emerged at the periphery of the illusion, an Ing who had been absent until now. Observing the four ensnared in the illusion, particularly Li Tianba, a flicker of tenderness glimmered in Ying's eyes. It seems they are all growing, especially Li Tianba. I did not expect him to resist the allure of food. Suddenly, the four simultaneously broke free from the illusion and regrouped. Wow, Li Tianba exclaimed. Did you all experience that strange hallucination? I nearly succumbed to the ocean of delicacies. Xiao Chui proudly asserted. Humph, I triumphed over my inner fears and feel stronger than ever. Shui gazed gently at everyone. Each of us faced our inner trials. Perhaps that is the very essence of this illusion. Qin Tian nodded. Indeed, through this test, I have clarified my goals and beliefs. Just then, an Ing stepped out of the shadows. An Ing? Qin Tian exclaimed in astonishment. What brings you here? Upon seeing an Ing, Li Tianba's face flushed instantly, stammering. An Ing, hello? An Ing smiled softly. I have been watching over you in the shadows. I initially came to assist during this illusion trial, but seeing that you all managed to overcome it on your own, I refrained from intervening. Xiao Chui mischievously remarked, Oh, I sense you came specifically to see someone, didn't you? She cast a meaningful glance at Li Tianba. Li Tianba, flustered, gazed awkwardly at an Ing. An Ing cleared her throat gently to mask her embarrassment. Ahem. I am here for the mission. However, she glanced at Li Tianba. I am relieved to see you all safe. Qin Tian smiled. Regardless, I am glad you could join us. Let us continue our journey together. An Ing nodded. Very well. The challenges ahead may be even more arduous, but I will do my utmost to support you. At that moment, Li Tianba's stomach audibly grumbled. He scratched his head sheepishly. Could we perhaps find something to eat first? I saw so many delicacies in the illusion, yet not a single one was within reach. I am so hungry I could devour a cow. Laughter erupted among the group once more. An Ing looked at Li Tianba with gentle eyes. I have brought some provisions. Here you go. Li Tianba accepted the provisions, his face reddening like a ripe apple. Thank you, An Ing. Thus, the group continued onward, exchanging laughter and banter as they ventured deeper into the secret realm, unaware that even greater challenges and opportunities awaited them. At that moment, they simply wished to celebrate their victory over the illusion trial while ensuring Li Tianba's hunger was satiated. For a famished Li Tianba could prove to be far more formidable than any adversary. An Ing observed the jovial group, especially Li Tianba, who occasionally stole glances at her. A flutter of joy igniting within her heart. As a young individual, she yearned to laugh carefree like them. Yet, she quickly recalled her responsibilities. Her gaze firming with resolve. Though I too desire to share in their ease, now is not the time. The true trial has only just begun. I must remain vigilant to protect them. Chapter 68. The intertwining of fate. Qin Tian stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing down at the rolling sea of clouds below. Behind him, Xiao Chui and Shui busied themselves preparing their gear for the imminent final battle. Li Tianba, meanwhile, was polishing his ever-present sword while humming an off-key tune. What are you pondering, you little rascal? The voice of Xiao Long echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Qin Tian offered a wry smile. Long Di, do you think we can truly win? The Lord of Chaos is an ancient evil god. Xiao Long scoffed. What? Are you afraid now? Do not forget, you possess the bloodline of the true dragon. Besides, with me, your dragon ancestor, shielding you, what is there to fear? I am not afraid, Qin Tian replied softly, but I simply feel the weight of responsibility is immense. If we fail, the entire world will plunge into chaos. At that moment, a warm hand rested on Qin Tian's shoulder. He turned to see Xiao Chui smiling at him. Do not worry, Qin Tian, she said gently. We have faced so much together. What is there that we cannot overcome? Shui joined them, standing on Qin Tian's other side. Indeed, we are the strongest team. As long as we unite our efforts, nothing is impossible. Li Tianba chimed in, patting Qin Tian's back. Brother, rest assured. With me, Li Tianba here, I will ensure that the so-called Lord of Chaos will be beaten to a pulp. Qin Tian looked at his companions, warmth swelling in his heart. Yes, with them by his side, what was there to fear? All right. Qin Tian inhaled deeply, determination shining in his eyes. It is time to bring this to an end. The four gathered their belongings and set forth towards the innermost depths of the Dragon Clan's secret realm. There lay the last shard of the heart of the world, as well as the seal of the Lord of Chaos. Along the way, they encountered numerous obstacles, some traps laid by the Lord of Chaos, and others tests posed by the secret realm itself. Yet under Qin Tian's leadership, the four worked in harmony, deftly navigating each peril. Finally, after 3 days and nights of arduous travel, they arrived at the deepest part of the secret realm. It was a vast cavern, its walls adorned with ancient runes that shimmered with a faint glow. In the center of the cavern floated the final shard of the heart of the world. Be cautious. And Ying's voice suddenly resonated from behind them. The seal here has begun to weaken. Qin Tian and the others turned to see an Ying emerging from the shadows. An Ying, Xiao Chui exclaimed in delight. What brings you here? An Ying smiled softly. I have been following you from the shadows. Now, it is time to reveal the truth. Just then, the cavern began to tremble violently. The shard of the heart of the world emitted a blinding light, and a powerful wave of energy swept through the space. Oh no, and Ying's expression changed. The seal has fractured. With a deafening roar, a massive shadow erupted from the shard of the heart of the world. It was an amorphous entity, seemingly composed of countless twisted nightmares, exuding a suffocating aura of malevolence. Ha! A deep voice echoed throughout the cavern. I am finally free. Prepare to meet your doom, mortals. Qin Tian clenched his teeth as the power of the true dragon surged within him. Xiao Chui's eyes sparkled with the fire of the phoenix. Xuan'er's magical aura enveloped her. And Li Tianba tightened his grip on his sword. Everyone, be alert, and Ying said solemnly. This is the true form of the Lord of Chaos. Its power far exceeds your imagination. The Lord of Chaos's tendrils extended in all directions, shrouding the entire cavern in darkness. Qin Tian and the others stood back to back, warily observing their surroundings. Come on, show me what you insignificant insects can do. The Lord of Chaos sneered as countless tendrils lunged at them. Qin Tian bellowed, his body enveloped in golden dragon scales, and with a punch, he shattered the approaching tendrils. Xiao Chui spread her arms wide, the phoenix fire igniting around her, incinerating the encroaching darkness. Shui cast powerful protective spells, shielding the group. Although Li Tianba possessed no special abilities, his swordsmanship was exquisite, each strike severing multiple tendrils. An Ying darted across the battlefield like a specter, delivering lethal blows to the Lord of Chaos. Yet, no matter how hard they fought, the Lord of Chaos seemed to recover swiftly. Its power appeared boundless, while Qin Tian and his companions gradually felt their strength waning. Ha! Is this all you can muster? The Lord of Chaos cackled triumphantly. How utterly disappointing. At that moment, Qin Tian noticed a unique energy core at the center of the Lord of Chaos. Each time it regained its strength, the core would emit a flicker of light. Listen to me. Qin Tian shouted with conviction. We must focus our attacks on its core. That is its Achilles heel. Upon hearing this, the others promptly adjusted their tactics. Qin Tian and Xiao Chui joined forces, executing the technique of Long Feng He Ming, unleashing powerful shockwaves that repeatedly struck the core of the Lord of Chaos. Shui utilized her magic to bind the Lord of Chaos's tentacles, creating opportunities for their assaults. Li Tianba and Ying took charge of diverting attacks from other directions. The Lord of Chaos emitted a harrowing wail as its form began to disintegrate. Yet it continued to resist fiercely. No, I shall not be vanquished so easily. I will annihilate this world. It unleashed its full power in a frenzied display, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Debris rained down from the ceiling, and the ground fissured with great cracks. This is dire. And Ying exclaimed, if this continues, the entire secret realm will be destroyed. Qin Tian glanced at his companions and then at the crumbling Lord of Chaos, making a difficult decision within. Xiao Chui, Shui, he said solemnly, I need your strength. Xiao Chui and Shui exchanged a glance, immediately grasping Qin Tian's intention. They nodded and placed their hands on Qin Tian's shoulders. Li Tianba and Ying, Qin Tian continued, you must take the fragments of the world heart and leave this place. The rest is up to us. Li Tianba opened his mouth to speak, but an Ying restrained him. With a serious expression, Ining looked at Qin Tian and said, I understand. I wish you success. With that, Ining pulled the reluctant Li Tianba away, carrying the fragments of the world heart out of the cavern. Qin Tian took a deep breath, feeling the continuous flow of power from Xiao Chui and Shui air coursing through him. His body began to radiate light, with dragon scales, phoenix feathers, and magical runes intertwining to form a remarkable pattern. Lord of Chaos, Qin Tian declared with undeniable strength, it is time to put an end to this. With a mighty roar of dragon and phoenix, Qin Tian charged at the Lord of Chaos. The two forces collided in midair, erupting in a blinding brilliance. The entire cavern quaked under this force, as if on the verge of collapse. In this critical moment, a myriad of memories flashed through Qin Tian's mind. He recalled the day he met Xiao Chui, the days of battling alongside Shui air, the playful banter with Li Tianba, and in Ying's enigmatic smile. I shall not let you down, Qin Tian cried out in his heart. With a final resounding crash, the Lord of Chaos's form completely disintegrated, transforming into countless black particles that dissipated into the air. Qin Tian, Xiao Chui, and Shui air were enveloped in a blinding light, vanishing within the collapsing cavern. As Li Tianba and Ining escaped the secret realm, the entire Dragon Clan's secret realm trembled violently. They turned to look back, witnessing a towering beam of light erupting from the depths of the realm, soaring into the heavens. Elder brother, Xiao Chui, Shui air, Li Tianba shouted, tears brimming in his eyes. Ining gently patted his shoulder. Do not worry, they will be fine. Trust in them. The beam of light persisted for 3 full days and nights, and when it finally vanished, the entire world felt an unprecedented tranquility. A month later, at the entrance of the Dragon Clan's secret realm, Li Tianba and Ining stood at the threshold, gazing at the rejuvenated realm before them. The once ruined structures now radiated new life, adorned with blooming flowers and lush trees. Do you truly think they are alive? Li Tianba inquired, a hint of hope in his voice. Ining smiled softly. Of course. Look, are they not returning? Following in Ying's gaze, Li Tianba beheld 3 familiar figures emerging from the depths of the secret realm. Qin Tian's hair had grown longer, and his demeanor was more composed. Xiao Chui's eyes sparkled with wisdom, while Shui air emanated a serene aura. Elder brother, Li Tianba joyfully rushed forward, enveloping Qin Tian in a warm embrace. Qin Tian chuckled and patted Li Tianba's back. All right, no need for tears. We have returned, have we not? Xiao Chui and Shui air also approached for embraces. The 5 stood together, their faces aglow with happiness. So what exactly transpired? Li Tianba eagerly asked. Qin Tian glanced at Xiao Chui and Shui air before responding. We sealed the Lord of Chaos using our combined powers. It is now eternally trapped in the rift of time and space, unable to threaten this world again. And what of you? Ining queried. You seem somewhat different. Xiao Chui explained with a smile. During the process of sealing the Lord of Chaos, we gained some unexpected insights. Now, the 3 of us share the responsibility of safeguarding this world. Shui air added. Each of us has a specific role. Qin Tian is tasked with maintaining the balance of the secret realm. I coordinate the various forces, while Xiao Chui is responsible for nurturing the new generation of guardians. Li Tianba listened, dumbfounded. Then what about me? What can I do? Qin Tian patted Li Tianba's shoulder. You, my friend, continue to be yourself. This world needs individuals like you to remind everyone of life's beauty. Ining nodded thoughtfully. It seems that everything has fallen into the best arrangement. By the way, Qin Tian suddenly recalled, what of the fragments of the world heart? Li Tianba produced the softly glowing fragment from his pocket. Here it is. I have kept it with me all along. Qin Tian accepted the fragment, exchanging glances with Xiao Chui and Shui air before raising the fragment towards the sky. A beam of light shot forth from the fragment, forming a colossal magical array in the air. From this day forth, Qin Tian proclaimed solemnly, this magical array shall serve as a new seal, protecting this world from the encroachment of evil forces. The magical array gradually faded, merging into the fabric of the universe. The 5 stood at the entrance of the secret realm, gazing at the beautiful scenery before them, filled with anticipation for the future. So what shall we do now? Li Tianba rubbed his hands together. Qin Tian smiled and replied, Now we shall celebrate. Come, it is my treat. Let us drink to our heart's content.